Witness, there's plenty of Cloud9 shirts on and off the stage, and that is crazy. I'm not alone, joined by Dazed and Lurpis, and I guess I'm just going to let you guys dig your teeth into this one, starting with you, because you have just been using the word money in every sentence you've used while watching that game.
It's unbelievable. No one before have the North Americans needed their fan support more than now, because I mean, we just have to start a GoFundMe, get these guys enrolled in the Hank G School of Economics. This is unreal.
Talk to me. So basically, I put out a tweet actually. I was asking pro players. I saw Get Right Happy. Everyone was watching it, and every single one of them has replied saying they just kept buying pistol armor when they didn't need to. Is that your takeaway as well, Sam? Is that kind of a problem you've encountered?
No, absolutely. I mean, me and Tommy were talking about it. We were doing the math. I think they gave up at least like one full gun round because of that, at least.
And one of those full saves would have been like a FAMAS type buy where you actually would have had a chance.
Yeah, so it would have been an extra full gun round and probably another like half buy.
Yeah.
So instead you get, what was that, 4 or 5 rounds where they had just Deagle half armor.
Yeah, CZ half armors.
To play devil's advocate, the closest they got to getting the 16th was on one of those. You know, it was a 2 versus 1, automatic pushes through the smokes, Shroud's getting ridiculous Deagle shots. That's what they were hoping. That's in their mind when they're buying it. That's what's happening.
No, I can tell what's happening. What's happening in their mind is, I remember that round in FPL. I got that Seek round, and I really think I have a decent chance at making something happen here. That's what's happening.
I mean, the odds of them winning something like that. I mean, what, 5 to 10% maybe?
Yeah,
around like that?
You play the odds. That's how you have to think about this. Yeah. You play the odds. If you think the gun rounds are 50-50, and you need only one of them to win the game, and you can get one more shot at that, like, you take that any day.
I mean, but for me, it was just, the massive choke for me was because their setup was just like, it was just so standard, just time after time. Like, you only need one round. Where is like this is a play you criticized before, and Op pushing an underpass. But why not just do that? Like, Fallen does it, Stewie knows how to do it, you can just push underpass, maybe kill the guy up there. You only need one round. You kill that guy at B, you have complete map control, it's like...
We'll continue this, because I know that this is a discussion we'll have for an extended period of time, but right now, we've got a very happy, smiley Carrigan standing by on stage with Rachel after what has been one of the most ridiculous comebacks here at ECS Season 3.
Hey guys, I've got Carrigan here, and first, Carrigan, I'm just going to let you soak that up. That was a hard-fought match and an incredible victory over Cloud9. Now, I think it was 15-6 when you guys were just about to lose it, and that's where you came back from in overtime for the victory. So what do you even say to your team to get them to rally at that point?
I've experienced this one time in my life with Astralis, and I just said, just loosen up, play, or get into the game aim-wise. So we kind of just played FPL, and I just kept doing what you're doing. It's working. And since they just left mid every round, we just had to take mid without anything. And we just played the mid rounds, play off each other, and we played perfectly team play, I would say, on that T side. And it just kept rolling, and you just know when you get that close, just don't change anything. Just keep on doing it, because they're going to adapt, and you just need to mid-round call. And kudos to Nico, did amazing mid-round calls together with me. It was just amazing.
You also had an impressive performance on Overpass. Talk to me a little bit about how much thought you put into expanding your map pools before this event.
I knew if we want to be the best team in the world, we have to be able to play Overpass. It's a map pool, it's a map that G2, SK and Astralis can play, so we need to compete on that map as well. And we worked a lot on that map the 7 weeks right off, and I think it paid off. Right now we are comfortable playing all teams on it.
Well, speaking of SK and Astralis, they're in the running now to face you guys in the finals. Who would you prefer to face off against?
I really want to play SK. I think they are very tough opponents for us, and I really want one time in my life to beat them in a best of 3, and that's hopefully tonight.
We will get to see that very shortly. Congratulations once again to you, Carrigan, and your team. We'll be seeing you later on in the finals. Back to you guys on the desk.
Now that is a statement. That got my hair on end, just realizing, you know, I want to be SK in a best of 3. Maybe it could be tonight. Of course, SK are not there yet. They have to play Astralis. No easy feat, but we will talk about that later. Back to the game in hand. Kerrigan saying we just played like FPL. And as James likes to say, this isn't FPL. Sam, what on earth? How do you process that from an analyst perspective?
I mean, for me, it's not even
You're just
so
saying
much
choke,
about
aren't you?
Faze. Like, it's just not. It's more, I mean, when you have a 15-6,
yes,
15-6 lead, you have like 5-6 gun rounds that you have a chance to win, and you just don't adapt or anything like that. You don't try anything that just like, even if there's a 40% chance it works, like you have 40% chance to win the round, just do it. Like, do something. Stop just letting them do whatever they want and do something yourself.
I mean, when you need one round, that is when you start taking risks. And we talked about with Sam on the very last round, actually, said Faze is not going B because there's a too big of a risk that you stack the smaller bomb site, you just walk in there, you get murdered. And we say, okay, so what we do is if we're Cloud9, we smoke B, we show our presence in short, and we rotate full stack A. We take a look, Faze is heading A, but Cloud9, of course, has 3 people there. They have like UMPs and just no chance at all.
No, I mean, that's the risk you need to take. Like that's what we said. We're like, it's the last round. Nobody on that last round is going to go be there. I'm sorry, because nobody wants to just get shot 3 people on the side of the head at balcony or something like that. We're like, just stack 5 people A. Just give yourself a chance. It's like 50-50, you know? And just give yourself a chance.
Roll the dice.
Yeah.
Take a calculated risk seems to be like the big takeaway from this one. Outside of that, though, when we're talking about playing the odds, I think it's an interesting discussion that a lot of people's opinion is that they gave Faze too much room. What do you make of that, Tommy? That Faze could basically execute wherever they wanted, however they wanted. Were Cloud9 playing timidly?
Well, I mean, like Sam said, I mean, you just have to start taking risks. You've lost something
just
like
do something aggressive.
You've lost something like 4 or 5 weapon rounds at some point. It's obviously not working. To Carrigan's credit, they weren't veering off of what was working, and I think that's what he really meant when he said we were playing FPL. Is they sort of put together a round in a way that they normally don't do, and there was, okay, this works. We were losing big, but this works. We found something that works, and stick to it. I mean, that's what you do a lot of the time, and I'm sure Sam can talk to this as well, but you win a lot of the games where you might spend months practicing all these like elaborate things you like to do, but then in the game you find one thing, one weakness that works, and you just abuse that until the very end. If the other team doesn't adapt, you just get everything out of that, all the juice that you can.
Does that sound about right, Sam?
Yeah, Rain just running around headshotting everyone is
That's
like, hey, I think this will win us the game.
Rain was incredible.
Yeah, no, he was.
He had so many entry kills coming up connector, just so many key frags. This would have been the storyline ending. If this was a Disney movie, Jordan would have hit that quick scope, and that would have been game right there.
The crowd would have erupted.
But this is real life.
I mean, Cloud9 did have a really, really good T side. Ska, he out-offed Alu multiple. Alu was like almost non-existent on the CD side.
And he was your man to watch, right?
Yeah,
in the past at least.
They completely took him out of the game. I mean, Ska clean picked him at window. One time they hit him for like 60, then Stewie killed him from apartments. Another time he's walking through the smoke and then Ska killed him. Ska got another clean pick on Kerrigan at B. Yeah. Like, they were playing great at start of every T round, like you talked about before, where they were just like, at the start of the round, they get a kill.
And
but this time they actually, capitalized on it. But not on the CT side. On the CT side, it was actually 4v5 a lot as well.
Sure. But I mean, 15-6. Like, if you just if you kind of put yourself in that situation as Cloud9, you've converted those 15-6s into 16-8s for, however long. That just happens. And if you look at the scoreboard, you can see 51 frags from guess who? Carrigan, the player we highlighted as being that he doesn't need to frag. He's doing everything else, right? That was your statement, Sam. Is like, he doesn't need, or rather Tommy, he doesn't need to be doing these frags. He doesn't need, that's the one part he's got covered with the other 4.
No, exactly.
51.
I mean, he's basically just like Kiyoshima that I highlighted for the first map. Is he's the difference maker where they can win without him putting up numbers. When he does, that's when you really usually put yourself over the top. Now, I would actually argue this time it was the other way around, where they wouldn't have gotten it done without Carrigan stepping up, because the others weren't getting it done, especially on the first half. But credit to Cloud9. I mean, their terrorist side on Mirage. I think this actually proves to me that the Astralis win was not a fluke. They actually just have a very good terrorist side on Mirage. I think that's what it says, and that's definitely something for the North Americans to take home. Both Liquid and Cloud9 had a good showing nonetheless.
Yeah, and let's just kind of navigate there, admittedly, and I feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse. Cloud9 made mistakes. There is a choke, and there is that element to be discussed, and that's been done. But on the other side of things, on the slight Sunshine and Rainbow side of things, they may not be making it to the grand finals. They did make it to the semi-finals. They did take it to Astralis. And on the Liquid side of things, North America probably going home pretty happy, perhaps, bar Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of positives to take away from this. If you're Liquid and Cloud9, we already talked about Liquid. Like they played really well. Definitely gave themselves a really good chance to win in advance. Cloud9 though, I mean, they win the 2 best of 1s. They drop overpass pretty heavy. I don't know how you feel if you're Cloud9. I mean, I think if you're Cloud9, you're just really disappointed, because how can you not be disappointed when you lose like that? Like it's really hard to come back and be like, yeah, we had a good tournament when that happened. You
do just have to embrace it and just, we're going to go be sad slugs for a little bit and we'll come back and bounce back stronger. Anyway, let's have a little look at one of those demos you've selected for us, Tommy. What are you breaking down for everyone here? So
the 4th round of the first half on Mirage, that was the last of those trading rounds. So first, I think it was Faze who won the pistol, Cloud9 won the second round, or the vice versa. And it's kept changing. And this is the round where Shroud got these kills. So first he kills Nico, he kills Rain through the ceiling.
All with 18 HP, by the way.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 now, I think. and he's going to get the 1D on Alu, who's coming off his spawn, unless this is already past that. So he's going to be the 1v1 on Shroud. And Karrigan here, he actually would have gotten the defuse, but he got off the bomb. He would have had plenty of time to get the defuse, so that was a little mistake on his part. He gets off, Shroud hits the 1D, that's his 4th kill of that round, and that's actually what started Cloud9's run. They only won lost one more round after that. They won, I think, 4 straight directly, and they just dominated the rest of the half. And that's really the round that turned the economy game. Obviously, I mean, Cloud9 maybe would have bought again, maybe they would have made it back, but that really was the beginning of the end for the first half for Faze.
Yeah. Ends in 2, gentlemen. Any closing thoughts on this one?
The troubling thing for me is, on that CT side, like 4th round gun round, Cloud9 makes an adjustment. They have like 2 aggro A. They're playing like a non-super static type default setup. You know, they have the A-ramp smoke. They have 2 guys close. They have a guy in the box, which is like glitch peek or headshot angle, where you could just crouch and use the crouch glitch to kill the guy at holes.
Sure.
Like, those are the things they need to do just more often in that situation. Like, they know how to do it. I don't know why they just...
So yeah,
just nobody saying anything.
The takeaway
it's so frustrating.
You just the discussion of imagine if you had an access to their comms and just hearing,
just be a fly on the wall in the booth. That would have been good. The thing is, we also gave credit to Stewie while we were watching here. He was making plays until the very end. He realized we're not winning this way. He finally got the op. He went for early picks. He got some picks. He gave his team a chance. Yeah. But, I mean, it just wasn't enough. I mean, his team just got outplayed. But they needed more. They needed to make more adjustment, take more risks once they figure out that they were getting outplayed.
That's what I feel like. Just give me the op, and I'm going to win the round, and I'm going to take the risk. And if I lose the round, it'll be on me. If I win the round, it's going to be on me. Sure. I don't care. You know, like, I'm going to be the guy to do this. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to run through connector with an op, and, you know, you got that 1 kill, and it was 4v5, and then they didn't capitalize on the round. But that is what you want to see, though. You want players like that.
That is what you need to be able to win tournaments, frankly. Because you're not just going to win playing defaults. That's never how it's going to go.
That's actually, like, when Device and Astralis and like TSM were kind of failing a little bit in like semis. That was always my main gripe about Device, actually. I was like, it's like 15-14 and he has an op and he's playing super passive or something like that.
You wouldn't just go like kind of
and now
BDP.
he does it. Now he does it way more. You know, like where he will take those peaks and stuff and he'll take those risks.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, but you want that, especially from your opper. You want that to happen.
But do you not think there's a fine line between doing that and, you know, crossing the boundary into overconfidence and
Stewie crosses that all the time.
Not only crosses the fence, he falls on the other side.
Absolutely.
Sometimes he doesn't come back.
Yeah, it's like a tightrope. You never know which way it's going to go.
It's like that cliche in basketball where you say, okay, if you're the best player, you should take the last shot. But like if someone's wide open, sometimes you give him the ball. It's really hard balance, and like people are always going to judge you based on the results. I mean, that's how it's going to go. But you need players to take risks at some point. You're not always going to win just playing the right way. That's just a fact.
Some of the stupidest plays are often the most ridiculous when they work, right? You know, JW is the perfect example. Someone, I think it was actually Henry G, who went down saying that watching him play is the worst example for someone who wants to get good at Counter-Strike. Like, don't play like JW. JW does that because he's JW and he gets away with it. And that's something that, you know, Stewie probably has that mantra as well. Like, it works, so I'm going to keep doing it. And it certainly does most of the time. They were one round away from taking us to a third. Cloud9, however, have fallen. Another team eliminated here from the ECS Season 3 Finals live from London. And we have another one for you. Who will join Faze in the grand final? The question will be answered when we venture into our next game. It's going to be none other than SK taking on Astralis. Faze have already said they fancy their chances versus SK. They want it to happen. But before we do any of that, we're going to take a break. And before that, we check in with Parla.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we hear you on the stream? Okay, cool. I'm not exactly sure we can hear me in the venue, though. There we go. What is going on, London? Thank you so much. Now, I'm sat here with two of our wonderful audience members from Nottingham. If you could do me the pleasure of introducing yourselves.
I'm Harry Bates. I'm Josh Cumberlack.
Now, commiserations, it looks like you might just be some G2 supporters. What was that like yesterday?
Yeah, it was pretty depressing, to be honest. Come this far and then they're out already.
It's a pretty devastating loss, but I think we can come back at Cologne. I really think we can.
No doubt. Well, fingers crossed. What are you thinking about ECS this year? You came last year. We have a bigger production, bigger stage, and just overall the support we've been having has been insane.
Yeah, it's mad this year. It's just so much better than last year, and I think it could get even better. CS is getting even better every year, so yeah.
And what do you think about having an event here in the UK, in London, the capital?
I think the crowd is so much more better in England, and I think like the C9 fans were amazing, and they were banging on the floor, and everybody was screaming, and it's more like live, I guess, than it is in America.
Talking about the match that we just had, did you think C9 were going to have a chance to put it into a third map? Unfortunately, they didn't. It was 2-0.
At first I thought it was going to be an easy win that second game, but then the choke was real.
Yeah, rip C9. Disappointed.
Rip C9, maybe rip skins. And talking about skins, do you guys know that later today we are going to be giving away a factory new Dragon Lore ore?
Yeah. Give me that. Me. Give it me.
All me, baby.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much for your time. If you want to find out more about that, keep it locked into the stream. Now, before we head to a break, we have a little segment that you guys helped us reach by making us smash those stretch goals that we had here for the ECS finals. And what we got to do yesterday was take a bus tour of London with Daniel and James. What is going on, everybody, and welcome to Haymarket in central London, where I'm joined by James and DDK. We are going to be heading onto this big red bus because we sold out the venue and we have a bunch of fans that are going to be taken on a tour of London by these two. Let's go, come on, guys.
Are these guys stuck downstairs?
Pardon?
Are these guys, you trapped downstairs?
Yeah, it's full.
We need to throw them off like Delta Airlines.
Hello, you. This is Trafalgar Square we're coming up to.
Tell them the history, James.
History of Trafalgar Square is, it's got fountains and it's kind of a square. Dan says he's from London, but he spent most of his time in the countryside with badgers.
True.
You want to talk about the badgers, Dan?
What's there to say about the badgers, really? Sometimes you go out for a run.
Give me the goddamn mic.
Is this the tape?
We could be going in a circle. This is not the Tate! Jesus Christ, dude. You're from Fulham and you think this is the Tate. It's the Natural Portrait Gallery.
Portrait gallery, that's
Jesus.
it. There we go.
Look at the guys behind us. It is a sausage fest. Jesus Christ.
Alright guys, right now to your right you can see the Millennium Eye. It was built in the year 2000. Just beyond that there is the Houses of Parliament.
So here we are with the IMAX Cinema. It is in a round, cylindrical, which is also a round, building with glass.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round.
I don't know what the next bit is.
Oh, Dan!
Oh God, what is wrong with you?
So most of you are from London. Is anyone here not from the UK? Okay, where are you from? Where? Italy. Okay. Right. Anyone else? Iceland, Italy.
I think we had Mongolia over there.
Mongolia? Where's the Mongolian guy? I can't see. Oh, hello. Were you guys watching yesterday online? Did you see Dan's shorts? Jesus Christ. I apologise on behalf of Faze, ECS, and humanity, the UN. I apologise for Dan's exposure of his legs.
He was nice.
It was nice, Jesus. We are soon approaching Wembley Arena, where the ECS finals are. You can see the arch to your right. No climbing on the arch, please. And thank you. Where are you from? School. Oh, hello, yeah.
Look at that queue.
Guys, the tour is over. We have made it back to the Wembley SSE. James, Dan, how was that for you? Did you enjoy being our guides?
Yep, I learned a lot about London and myself.
It was emotional.
What about you guys on the bus? Did you have a good time? Myself, Dan and James just took you for a tour on our big red bus. What was it like being packed in there with us? Did you think James and Dan did a good job?
Yes, they were very good. It was many laughs and bus, red, big, very nice, old school. It's
like one of the bucket lists I had.
Exactly.
So I'm fulfilling it. So I feel great.
When
Dan and James kind of said, it was quite a personal experience.
Exactly. And now you get to see the show for real. What are you thinking?
I want to see Fnatic, obviously.
Well, why don't we finish it off with a little hug?
Hug in the back. Yes.
Look at the spray from Nico. 4-man, full spray transfer. That is porno time if ever I've seen one. Will it impact the momentum on the G2 side? Apex a bit away from the flashbang. 2 kills for him. Maker 3. Apex at 4 kills at the bomb. Can he get the ace? Even shooting his teammates, he'll kill anything at this point to get the ace.
Long range. Oh, there's the flick. Side still unable to get control around the statue for the plant. Minute left to go. Nifty in the thick of it. Oh my god, this guy is going absolutely nuts at the moment. Oh, quad kill from Nifty.
Fox is blind and it is a shooting gallery. Oh my god, that is quite the snap. Snax is going nuclear. He is a threat.
They take some map presence, but then they just kind of pump the brakes. They slow things down and catch Envious with players towards B. Scream thinking about coming over as RPK takes the first. Sixer's going to creep through the smoke, and he lines them all up. 3 frags, all headshots, and a hell of a play from Sixer.
To make his first steps into the site, gets caught, tagged there by the auto sniper. The op is a great response to an auto sniper. As you can see, the Gleif will take down Rubino, leaving just Tensky. They know where he is. Oh my god, what is he doing? Just bunny hopping straight into Device. Indeed, and he's been so good with the spray downs. 4 frags coming so incredibly easy to Croman, showing us that he is quite proficient and a player to be feared. As Zipex tries to get some additional damage, but Croman is seeking the ace, and that's exactly what he's going to find. Nico, awkward spot, but that's the bomb. If he wins this 1 versus 1, oh, he could steal the round away. What a calamity for NIP. The quick flash there. Nico finds himself an incredibly blind player and finishes off the clutch. Nico, you beast. Just to sort of break things up a little bit as some kind of set piece sort of a fake. That's pretty disgusting.
They just can't get away, can they?
1 minute on the clock, and NIP are trying to make use of their pistols. Nova coming in for Crims. He's got a teammate to flash. That's a lovely swipe. Oh my god. Big popper pump. Yes! Again, they are spreading all over the place. Neptune doesn't know what hit him. Fur is annihilating everyone. 3 headshots for Fur. He's like, oh, I heard you like pistols. Here's some pistols. Here's some more.
Oh my god, Fur, please stop.
Lowell might have the element of surprise. Oh, he didn't even know anything about that second kill. I think he was going to go back behind the wall. He's like, oh, what? That's not good.
Oh my god.
What can you say about that one?
Oh my god. In the face. He's just going to keep going. Why not? Why not? Just catch the rotations. Here he goes. And number 4. Easiest ace of his life if he gets it. That's what's scary about Stewie. And here he is. There's spray as the first beat comes. Oh my god, that's absolutely outrageous stuff from Stewie. And they're getting 1v1s. What?
Nice. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Oh, straight in the face, son. Oh my god, he's making so much money. He just made $2,700 and picked up an AWP, and he's got the bomb. That is unreal. And now he's looking for an ace.
The body spam. Oh, he gets it. He gets it. You'll love to see it, James.
Smoke bomb. Oh, and Wardell's going to get this surely. Oh, Peter's read the situation, or maybe not. Oh, this is huge. Peter looking for the next player. Oh, he's found him. Wardell, does he know? Oh, Peter, absolutely phenomenal clutch. Problems, massive problems, but they haven't checked for Cold. What on earth was that so fast? Is Cold. Another bomb is down on the ground, and there's time to rotate for Taco as he comes in to lend a hand to Cold, who has single-handedly absolutely demolished the offense.
Graffiti, there goes Twist, top plan again. Got lots to do top plan. There's a first. They're gonna double peek you. How do you avoid the trap? Oh my god, what is that? That was completely random shot straight into Twist's head.
An easy one. He's found a free kill though, looking for a second one. Now this is very critical that he manages to find 2 for 1 here. And there it is. Takes down the first player. Second one caught off by Body. One player of the 2 remaining is weak here. Incendiary launched out there by Body, trying to get these players. Oh, not again. How on earth does he manage to clutch this? 1 versus Thor.
That AWP now exists in position. The Molotov going down. That'll force Rops away from the very tight positions, but he's still got opportunity Rops because Forrest is going to be caught completely unawares. So there's a bomb plant to be had and a rifle, and it's Rops.
Oh no! Thor's going to bounce and he would die. Oh, but he plays off the smoke brilliantly. That's the first kill for him. Second player looks like he might go down as well. He's very low. Rops with the clutch.
Down on the high ground. Good no scope. Goes up another 1 versus 1, and now it's Azza alone for his 4th kill. Mixwell, and the bomb is planted for him as well. Azza's holding it down. Mixwell is going to peek in time. Ooh.
Taking 2 of his own, and it's looking quite smooth here. Eagle though from Rops, and all of a sudden this becomes doable. AK collected, easy frag there, catching rain as he jumps up. Now it's just down to Alu. Oh, the flick from Rops there. Got to make their way in, and they will do so. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Another team has fallen. Cloud9, despite getting the bye, have been eliminated by none other than Faze. In fact, it looked like they were unfazed for a while, 15-6 up, and they concede the very map Mirage that they did cause that upset versus Astralis, and Astralis are up next. In fact, a rematch of our Season 2 finals here for ECS, which was taking place in Anaheim. It's SK Astralis, two teams battling to be top dog in Counter-Strike Global Offensive currently, and now they're about to meet here in London. The crowd are pouring in, and now we have to go ahead and get those players on stage. There's a whole lot on the line, over $600,000 tournament ahead of the major, a huge game of Counter-Strike, and just 3 maps for it to go down in. But let's go ahead and get these players, these semi-finalists, up on the stage with Rachel.
Stepping into day one of ECS, SK Gaming had to battle a hungry G2 Esports. An obvious favorite to win, the Brazilians continue to illustrate their dominance by making mincemeat of G2 with a 16-7 win.
We'll see whether he can get some frags from this. There's the first one, not messing around, not letting players pass, just going for every single kill. And that's exactly what Taco's going to get. That's 4 in a row for him.
As they head into the semifinals, it will be interesting to see if Taco and his compadres are able to keep their fiery streak ablaze.
Quick kills coming in though. Can they hit the shot on rain in the smoke? Taco with a fantastic round.
Meanwhile, the returning champs Astralis, entry into this year's finals, came with a fairly predictable 16-11 win over America's Team Liquid, led by Dupree's superior gameplay. Sadly, the celebration was short-lived as Astralis caught a bad one at the hands of Cloud9 with a 15-19 upset in the upper bracket finals.
6 seconds remaining, has no choice but to plan here, and has can't win. That's it, over. Unlucky device.
Luckily for the Danes, they recalibrated in day 2 competition and took out Team Liquid yet again with a 2-1 victory in the ECS quarterfinals.
He's going to get the headshot in at the end.
Now, as SK Gaming and Astralis set to face off, we will soon see who has enough gas left in the tank to get one step closer to the ECS title and a boatload of cash.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your second and final semi-final teams, one of which will go to the finals later on today. We have SK Gaming versus Astralis.
Two titans of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, both fresh off of victories. SK over in Sweden, we saw Astralis over in Atlanta picking up that clash for cash, and now they search for more. Joining me though, and no stranger to the Skrilla, is Duncan Thor in Shields, and of course, you only have to look at his suits to know it as well, as Janko YNK Paunovic, two swagged out analysts going to be guiding us through the second semi.
He only adopted it though, I was born in it and molded
You were
by
born?
It. Yeah.
I was thinking you were going somewhere else, you know, seeing as how I'm from Serbia, the opposite.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're rocking it. You're balling out of control now, absolutely. And of course, these guys are going to be helping you guys at home and everyone here in the SSE arena understand and get as excited as we are for this one. Because SK Astralis, Duncan, I mean, this is something that, as someone that likes to watch Counter-Strike, as someone that's a big fan as well as an analyst of Counter-Strike, this is something you want to see, especially at this time and this year.
Yeah, especially because like the trajectory of these two teams, even though Astralis always finishes top 4, even though like SK has been at that level and even been winning tournaments, they haven't met in a big best-of-3 series. We just haven't seen it. The last time was actually when Astralis was on the rise and the old SK the dynasty fell off. And in fact, it was Astralis who killed that version of SK. So this is a matchup that I've really wanted to see. I think the maps are really, really interesting in it. Obviously, we've got really storied teams there, major champions both at their cores. So this is one where I think it could have been a final, and I think it has the potential to play out like a final.
That is, I mean, there is just so much to talk about. I mean, let's kind of go for the major angle. I mean, you have two teams that have won majors recently. Of course, Astralis, current defending major champions and defending champions of ECS as well. I mean, it must be so hard for you to try and get any sort of edge in this one. Are they both kind of on a similar level in your mind, Janko, in terms of form, in terms of integrating the new additions?
I would say so. SK is definitely on the rise at the moment. The thing is, they are different to an extent stylistically. Like Astralis is always going to be that super fundamental team, relying almost exclusively on teamwork, not having their individual players need to like make plays for them to win the game. While when you look towards the SK side of things, yeah, sure, they have great team play, they have great structure, Fallen as the in-game leader, but they also have Fallen, Phelps, Fur, these like great individual players who are very aggressive in their style. Then on top of all of that, you have coldzera, probably the world's best player at the moment, definitely the most consistent one, who is a more passive player by nature, but still has so much impact and is definitely the best at what he does.
They are playing against these boys. This is the teamwork that does indeed sometimes make that dream work. Certainly did in Atlanta. You have Kirby, Zipnix, Glaive, Device, and Dupree. And I mean, the journey they've gone to find this roster, Duncan, is something I think that we don't often find ourselves talking about, but it would be foolish not to cover it in such a historic battle that's about to go down.
Yeah, well, the key thing is all these players are talents, you know, all of them at different times have been head components of other lineups, other teams. And what happened is, yeah, obviously the main core of this Device, Dupree and Zipnix, they were around last year, you know, they've been around a couple of years. We've always seen them at the top level, but the way that this composition of them plays out is very, very different. Like actually, the key change for me, aside from Device being like the primary AWPer, where he was more the hybrid before, you know, and went between, depending whether him or Cajun, who used to be in the team, switched off, depending on maps, it's actually that Dupree has actually switched back, and he's like the defensive lurk in the team now. It's actually a very unique role for him, because he used to be the aggressive entry player, usually with the in-game leader, whereas now it's Kirby who takes that role over, and that's actually one of the key transitions, I feel, which like activated the rest of the squad. Because what's interesting about this team is, yeah, Device might get the flashy kills, and he might get the ones that like top the scoreboard, but you saw like yesterday that it was a team effort that won them that game. They had really good fragging across the board, and it's actually all the other members of the team at least fit their roles. So they don't have to blow everyone away in the server, but if they can do their job, the overall system can allow you to win the game.
Absolutely, and going up against that system is SK. You've done it once, but we just have to make sure we do bring up those faces, because you brought up the 3 Fs. From the right-hand side, you see Fallen Fur Phelps. That is it. That is that firepower. And then just when you think they're running out of steam, Mr. coldzera, arguably, if not undisputably, one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and last but not least, Taco. I think he definitely deserves to be mentioned as well. He is the entry fragger of the team and the one who does the support role, dirty work, right, for the team. And we've seen him actually pick up the op as well, because SK have realized, for example, on a map like Cobble, where coldzera plays drop, Taco plays platform, when they wanted to go for that secondary op, it would force Cold to move from drop to platform, would make their drop defense weaker. So they just said, okay, Taco, like you have to start practicing a little bit. I mean, he felt comfortable with it, so that they don't need to switch their whole defense just because they want a secondary op, and he has become better with it recently. But yeah, Fur, Phelps and Fallen are the ones who usually create openings for the team. When you see coldzera have the most impact, that's, you know, ending the round, basically, either clutching or when it's a 4v4 situation, and he's just very well positioned and makes like that the most important kill, which kind of opens up the round completely for SK.
No, absolutely. And something that I saw that was tweeted out, something that has been in the social stratosphere, does need to be voiced in here, though, Duncan, is just how successful Astralis have been since Glaive joined that roster.
Yeah. I mean, they've never failed to finish top 4. They're on a streak of 9 in a row now, so that's very, very impressive stuff. Put it this way, I think if you go back in time, the only teams that are really going to be matching that is like classic Fnatic 2015. You're going to go back and find like SK Gaming with the line they had towards the end last year was still very, very good. You'd obviously have NIP in the early days, but beyond that, Envious. That's about it. I think you've maybe got 4 teams ever that have done a streak like that.
I think SK actually have something since they added, Taco and FNX late 2015. I think 22 or 23 out of 27 tournaments, they've also finished top 4, which is like insane. They had a couple of group stage exits now with Phelps last year at Malmo, and maybe 1 top 8 besides that. Everything else has been top 4 for them. So both teams who have really become consistent, SK for maybe a bit longer, but yeah, it's going to be super exciting, obviously, because we haven't seen them play in the best of 3 yet.
And that is why we call them, titans of the game, gods of Go. There's a lot to back this up when we're talking offline. We're talking stages and crowds like this and results like that.
One of the interesting things is, if you look at the course of the 2 teams, SK blew away the tournament. They got here fairly easily. They looked in great form. Astralis had to creep here, really crawl over the line. But that's actually why they're able to finish top 4 every event, because they turned up yesterday. They really didn't look that great. It wasn't only Dupree putting the ass in Astralis. Like, they looked real rough in that game. But they got over the line. They executed. It was always on T sides that they got the rounds they needed to. That's the mark of a champion. Even when you're not playing your best game and people are off, you somehow manage to get there no matter what.
And of course, they did get tested on some maps we weren't expecting. Vetoes. We want to make sure we have ample time to discuss this one. I'm sure I'll let Yenko take the start.
I think the opening is pretty straightforward. Astralis vetoes Cobble, the permaban, SK will veto Nuke. And this is where it will get interesting in terms of picks. I think for Astralis, Overpass
should still be Overpass, right? You think SK has still got some flaws. SK had the chances, obviously. The question, though, is the SK one, because traditionally you'd think it should be Cash, right?
Yeah, I think it's either Cash or Mirage. Mirage is their strongest map, but we probably want to go for Cash because Astralis is less comfortable.
But here's the thing. This is like, for them, I get it. Like, I think Mirage is their best map as well. The difference is, though, if I have to go on the Astralis side, I'd rather play them on Cash than Mirage. Like, I think you give them a bit more of an in on Mirage.
You get them more in on Cash or Mirage?
As in, I think Astralis has a better chance on Mirage, whereas I think SK could have maximised their pick, as it were. Then again, though, both teams are going to have a little bit of a chance on each other's map here. I'm hoping, personally, that we get Inferno as the decider. Inferno or Train, it surely has to be when you think of the logic.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be Inferno. Astralis goes with the Cash video, and SK is not that comfortable on Train.
We've got it.
That's a big win.
I think the only thing I would expect here differently was for SK to pick Cash over Mirage, because it's simply like a bit lower on Astralis' depth pool at the moment, while for SK it seems like, at least statistically, best map Mirage, and then you have Cobble and Cash following close.
And I mean, it does seem perhaps a little bit of a fluffy analysis, Duncan, but you can't fault me for wanting to mention Inferno, 3rd map decider, 2 of the world's best teams. This is something that is historically throughout Counter-Strike, for some reason, Inferno has a place as the climax map, the crescendo map.
It's just one of the classics, especially because, as you've seen in all these games you've seen at this tournament, depending on which side your strength is on, that switches the map bias, I mean, we've seen teams run off 10 T side rounds, but then again, if you're like a Faze and you get your double AWP rolling, hey, maybe you just win the CT side. So what I think's cool is the teams themselves never know which way it's going, but that's what's great, though. Like, the tools are there. If we play up to our maximum potential, we can win from either side. We never have to think, we didn't get enough T rounds. It's always open as a game.
Well, we'll hold on to Inferno, because, of course, we will be coming back in between those maps. So a quick chat about Overpass. That's where we start this one. Now, we were very recently in Jönköping saw Fnatic beat SK 16-8, like in the most ridiculous circumstances, something that SK thought they were the best at.
Yeah, very dominant CT side from Fnatic. And when we talk about Overpass, we talk about that CT sided aggression, how you have so many options, how the Ts need to be careful, how they start their default. They need to take map control, but without using too much utility, so that they have enough to actually end the round with an execute, and that's where Astralis is the best team in the world on Overpass. They do such a good job at not getting picked off early. Difficult for SK to kind of get their game
on an Overpass, and the question is, will they? Let's get that prediction for the series now. Now, I imagine this is probably one of the harder predictions you're going to have to do across the weekend. Go for it.
The thing is, because of the Mirage pick, I'm actually going to go ahead and say I think Astralis will win this one, because I think they have chances on all 3 maps. Like, I still favour SK on Mirage. I think they're the best Mirage team, but I think there's chances there for Astralis. So I don't think they're ever out of this series, and I think Inferno is a huge toss-up. It's really tough to know who's going to win that one. So I think Astralis is going to win Overpass. I haven't been impressed by SK recently, and I'll go ahead and say I think Astralis can take the series.
So, I mean, no seeds of doubt sown when you saw Liquid versus Astralis on Inferno?
It wasn't actually the Inferno one that worried me that much, because actually, like, yeah, that was a little bit worrying. It was actually more the Overpass one, but then I have to say that storyline wasn't quite as cool, the idea that Team Liquid beat them, because it's apparently true that there was some heating malfunction.
Quite as cool.
There was some sort of heating malfunction, and basically, like, on Overpass, where the first time this year that Astralis have lost, it was super warm and mixture of, like, Device had a non-existent game, and then they just got smashed completely. So that feels like an anomaly, whereas I've seen SK lose in just straight up. They lost to G2, they had a really terrible T-side, they had a terrible T-side against Fnatic. I feel like the Overpass one, of all the maps in this, is the obvious lock. That should be Astralis's. So then it's just whether they can win Mirage or Inferno. So I'm going to say, give them 2 chances, I think they'll get one of them.
Okay, for the Danes. Now, how about you, Yenka? What's your thought process?
I agree with Duncan that, looking at the maps, it should favor Astralis over the course of all 3 maps. But I believe that when it comes to teams who are at the top, like they are now, I don't think at the end of the day it doesn't matter all that much. I think Astralis has a slight advantage on Overpass, but that doesn't mean SK can't take them down. When you look at the way they played, obviously there's been a day off for them, but on the first day they looked so crisp. Their communication, their teamwork, the trades were always there. G2 didn't stand a chance in that opener on Cash. So if SK can replicate that level of play, it's not impossible for them to even 2-0 Astralis. So I expect SK, just because of that, to edge out in the series. I would give Overpass still to Astralis. I would expect 2-1 for SK, simply because of the form which they've shown in the tournament so far.
Well, that's what we have to say, and I think that is enough, because the casters are ready to rock and roll. It is 2 waste men's from my ends. It's going to be Henry G and Anders.
Thank you very much, Alex. Indeed, we're ready. The game is almost ready to go live. Henry, are you ready?
I'm super ready. The crowd's ready. We've got a tantalizing matchup, Anders. Astralis versus SK Gaming, a really classic matchup here. Astralis, though, for me, I'm sure you might disagree. I don't think they've looked too good in this tournament. I think they've had their ups and downs, especially yesterday against Liquid. I didn't think they were particularly great, but as Duncan pointed out, a few different kind of stuff going wrong in the booth and stuff like that. I guess there are some anomalies in that sense, but still I'm happy they can bounce back today and give us a really, really exciting series.
Yeah, no, I do agree. They haven't looked there themselves quite. They've had a lot of weird tournaments, and I feel like even against Virtus Pro, I mean, the last 2 with that nuke game as well was weird. So I think they can do it. I think they've got what it takes to win this best of 3, but SK are looking phenomenal, and it's impossible not to be mesmerized by how good of a leader Fallen is. It seems like whenever there's a mistake in that team, it gets fixed almost from one event to the next, so they're dangerous all the time.
Absolutely. They're always going to be a scary factor in any tournament, and looking to kind of take another tournament victory here. They've had a few this year, kind of bouncing back with the likes of finding form since Phelps has joined the lineup as well. Yeah. Looking better and better as the time goes on as well. And I guess you could say the same for Astralis, obviously the current major champion as well, concentrating on the next major, trying to get their back-to-back championships themselves. That's quite an exciting prospect for them. Not going to Cologne, of course. This is like another kind of big event for them just before they take that break.
Now, you remember the point in time, there was a curse that was haunting Counter-Strike where we would have, maybe one good semifinals and then another one would be a bit weird and the finals would be even weirder. Yeah. It feels like no matter what happens, we are going to have an incredible finals, and this game itself could have been a final. So I feel like we've been blessed with this sort of triad of games that's coming in here. It's going to be like it's going to be worth sticking around all day, especially if you're watching from home. I think it's going to be exciting.
I don't think there's a chance of a bad grand final here. The fact that Faze are waiting there, already amazing team who are very good in grand finals, very rarely drop off. They normally take it the distance as well, and the fact we have SK or Astralis to meet them as well. That's 2 classic matchups in itself. If we get Astralis again, how much fun would that be? How many times have we seen that grand final now? So that's going to be really cool to continue that legacy.
Yeah, Karrigan versus his old team potentially, or I mean the return of SK. They didn't really drop off that badly, No. And like we said, I mean, I don't know what it is. Some teams have problems that persist for just a very long time. It seems like Fallen is so good at singling out everything that's not working and they just iron it out.
It was like 2 or 3 months, right? It felt like they're having some rough tournaments, and especially his particular performance himself wasn't fantastic. But like you said, he bounced back. Like a few months later, he looked better than ever. He's actually really, really good once again. And that's the amazing thing about Fallen. He always has that tenacity to find the form and work out what the problems are. They adjusted the roles and actually came back looking fantastic. And this tournament especially, they're looking incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I have to agree. So what do you think? All 3 maps, or is it just going to be a 2 or one way or another? Which team are you all in on here?
I know you're going to say Astralis.
I have to, don't I?
You do, really. I think from the form I've seen so far from both teams, right, I think SK have looked so enticing this tournament. I think they've looked incredible. So I'm going to go with them, just from what I've seen from Astralis in the tournament so far. Sure, they've made it this far, but they haven't been exactly all the way through convincing victories. Like the fact they dropped Overpass yesterday kind of raised my suspicions about them. Is this team ready to win another tournament right now? I'm not so sure, but hopefully we can see them bounce back. Another team that's great at finding bad form one day, then kind of turning things around and looking like a different team the next.
I sometimes wonder, because we do this a lot where we compare, you know, day-to-day results, and really often I feel like it doesn't make sense to do it because it's, you know, the form can be so different for a team from one day to the next. And I think especially for Astralis coming, I would say, almost as close as you can to losing against Liquid, that must have been a huge wake-up call. You know, they must have gone back to the hotel thinking, and we saw them in the lobby when we came in, and that wasn't a cheerful discussion where they were like, yeah, we won, it's great, we're in the semi-finals.
It was a hollow victory, I think you can call it, right? They knew they didn't play their best, and they just about got through that final map as well. They actually got 6 rounds in a row to actually finish things off. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we have arrived at the point. The second best of 3 of the day is going to be SK Gaming versus Astralis. Make some noise as we enter Overpass here. SK starting on the CT side. Astralis and the Terrorists are going to have 4 sets of armor. Glaive, of course, the utility player. He's got 1 smoke, no Molotov, and a couple of flashbangs as well. And we'll see what kind of round is brought to the table here. I can actually see a lot of presence from the CT side towards B. Nothing on the A side at all, and this is interesting. I have not seen this in a while. We do have falling back. Guess he was going for the initial rush, but it's the exact polar opposite in terms of the Astralis setup here. Going towards long A very quickly indeed, and this looks like maybe a fast commitment. They do go towards the bathrooms. They've now got information that long A is clear, and this could be all around the world. They're going back towards the connector.
This is almost some 1.6 style stuff where you just end up running all over the map before you actually commit to anything. SK Gaming, though, they have 2 men still in position, and look at that headshot from Taco taking down Device. That is a fantastic way to get started, especially dropping Device, and now they're starting to rotate in. SK have a really good read on the situation right now. They know this is going to be a beat hit, and all of that distraction from Astralis hasn't really helped them at all. Taco landing 1 more headshot, taking down Dupree, looking for a 3rd. He's calmly clicking away. There's a 3rd coming in. Taco doing more. 4th headshot, and the round has been won. SK Gaming decimating Astralis in this round.
Good Lord, what a way to set the tone there for this semi-final. Taco, what a beast, managing to step it up there with the silent USP. Did you see how calm he looked there as well? This didn't seem like he's feeling any pressure whatsoever. Just taking their heads off 1 by 1, 4 in total, and blows Astralis out of the water just then. That was actually very impressive indeed. Astralis have an interesting approach. We do normally say the B side is favoured on those T-pistols on Overpass. They go towards long the start. They completely change their composure back towards B, and it all fell apart for them. So we are going to see a force buy here from Astralis in the second round. Of course, not getting a bomb down in that pistol means they get Tech 9s. A couple of Deagles here as well, P250s. Device your full eco. We do like to see that. Make sure he's playing to his full strength, and we get into round number 2 here. This shouldn't be too difficult considering that Astralis don't have grenades, but they are very good with the Desert Eagle in particular. Dupree, I'm going to say I think he is the best Eagle player we have in CSGO right now.
Yeah, he's been absolutely stunning, hasn't he? Really landing some good shots even just in this tournament. I think maybe what Astralis were hoping for in that last round was that they would have some sort of encounter over at long, or at least on the A side of the map, and that, you know, at best, you know, they were worse, they would trade that, and then they would all sort of start running back to B, and that would cause enough of a distraction. But SK actually didn't know any of that was going on, so they were pretty much unaffected by all of that. They were just like, well, okay, you're going to come B eventually, we'll just shut you down.
The funny thing is as well, 5 players on the CTs towards B at the very start. It seems like both teams are almost trying to counter each other in terms of their setup, completely polar opposites. It was quite cool to watch, but still, let's get into this one, shall we? We do have that 1 smoke remaining. That's in Zipek's hands, and the bomb's in bathrooms. So now Zipek's waiting towards B, so he can try and sell the fake. I guess he'll smoke towards the B side and try and show presence there himself. The objective to get 1 kill while his teammates wait towards the A side of the map. Zipek's now does make his way in. Here we go. So that's the presence shown. Drop the smoke as well. So he's just trying to pull a rotation here, and his teammates ready to enter the A side.
That's a good pick-off from Fallen. Very little risk, not really exposing himself at all here. Got to be careful for long, but he's well aware. Running out of bullets quick, though, and he will go down to Glaive. Still should be able to prevent the bomb plant at this point in time. Glaive drops next, and Device not in a good position, but he actually still picks up a kill. This is really dangerous all of a sudden. Sit will be going down, but that's losing too many rifles for my taste if you're on the SK side. I think they had them locked in pretty well then.
Yeah, it was looking pretty promising there, but a couple of kills coming with those Tech 9s does at least keep SK Gaming modest going forward. They won't be able to run away with the financial situation. But Astralis now, no bomb once again, sadly for them, so they're going to have to take a full eco here. Maybe a few PT50s, that's about it. Round number 3 should be Well, it's smooth sailing here for the Brazilians. We'll see them actually just have fallen on the P250. That automatically suggests he's bringing out the AWP next round as well. So he's preparing for that. More than happy just to have the head arm and the pistol. He can do a lot of work with that. Decent grenade from what we can see, doing a lot of damage and actually taking down Device. There it is, Phelps looking for a bit more here as he goes in towards the playground as well, trying to farm some cash with this MP9. Doing a great job to find one, and he's hungry for more as he takes two as well. This should be the clean sweep, but he run past the player there. Doesn't seem to be a problem. Go for the knife. Okay, interesting. You have got the pistol as well. He gets finished off the job. Very well done by Phelps.
Just doing a little dance, showing his superiority. I like it.
Showing he's the Dom.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That was really good. 3-0, and I mean, now, if you lose 3 rounds in one of the 3 rifles in one of these rounds, you're feeling probably a little bit hesitant. Then you go into a round like that where you just sweep it. I think that's you're right back. You're like, that's great.
And the fact you get like 3 kills on MP9 and stuff, you're farming the money that was lost back to some extent. So this is definitely what we call a bonus round in CSGO. This is when you're taking the aforementioned SMGs into round number 4, which is technically the first gun round. We do have the Device AWP, so expect something aggressive here, especially from Phelps and of course coldzera. They've got the SMGs here. We'll have a look at this setup initially. Phelps is in towards that connector area, nice and close range, of course. Fallen with the AWP actually towards Monster, trying to find that first pick. He's looking for Device, who currently towards Playground, waiting for CT aggression, and Fallen being quite tentative himself, not overcommitting here.
Slow approach from the Danish side. They were doing this a lot yesterday. They really weren't trying to rush too much. And pretty good at picking off the first couple of kills usually, but this time when they get close to the bathrooms, they're going to find Phelps alone. So I think he just wants to trade that frag with the MP9 and see what happens.
If he gets 1 kill with that SMG, that's job done. It's not like he's going for multiple frags, right? He's getting that 1 kill. Well, this is the bonus round. Unfortunately, though, Taco will be dropping first. A nice shot from Dupree. He's very good at opening this map in particular, especially towards that short position. This time it's in connector. Taco dropped 5 and 4. Very difficult situation now for the SK side. Kiabi going towards the bathrooms, but this is looking perfect. Oh my God, surely not the double spray down. Can't do it. Had the wrong weapon for the job. Glaive finds him a perfect opportunity to make that MP9 work. Just didn't happen for him. And it's like Zipex, yeah, he'll take down Fallen as well. Didn't get the angle quite right there.
Well, you just brought it up, Henry, the bonus round, and we just saw what the downside can be. I mean, obviously, like they're going to have money from sort of not investing in this round, but still, that's going to be a pretty big hit here. coldzera and Fur left, and going for the fight there, taking down Sip is not a bad choice, but they pretty much know that he's alone on the bomb site with the UMP. Hasn't reloaded yet. He's going to get 2 more kills. What is going on? The pistol's out as well, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. Fur versus Device. Never underestimate coldzera. How can he even do that with just a UMP and 17 bullets, I believe? Fur going to go for the jump, trying to get the information on Device, who's just waiting with the AWP, and he actually just takes the shoulder. That's a clean shot if I've ever seen one. So Astralis will win the round, but that's got to shake your confidence.
Oh, absolutely. Finding coldzera and the bomb set there, that was a 4-on-2 situation, and this goes down to the 1v1. That's actually very damaging to the money overall from Astralis there. coldzera, fantastic work with that UMP. Always seems to find something out of nothing. That was really brilliant from him. Enjoyed that a lot. I'm sure we'll see the replay of how he managed to mow them down, but that was good. And we'll see what round number 5 holds. This is where things start to get really interesting now. Both teams weak in terms of the money situation. You see Astralis having to bring 2 UMPs to the table as well. Still have the AWP for Device, but Fur, he's hungry for frags here. Getting nice and aggressive towards middle. Wants to try and find the opening pick. Listening out for footsteps right now. Has to be careful with connector, but he's got players right behind him with the bomb as well.
You gotta wonder why there's no one with him here. I mean, if you were playing that forward and you're alone, how do you get back from this kind of an engagement? Now the smoke is gone. He's in so much trouble. I mean, right now Fallen is trying to rotate towards this position, but he's miles away. The good news is that Sip has gone down. Fur actually gets the kill on Kiebu. He's doing so much work right now. Eventually they should be able to shut him down. He's reloading, and that might still have been worth it. I mean, Astralis, they've wasted a lot of time. They've got almost no map control, and they're a man down.
Yeah, he threw a spanner in the works, and Fallen's in a great position to find a bit more. The angle is just divine. Takes down Glaive there as well, 4-on-2. He could fall back to the bomb site here, but he's looking for a little bit more, it seems. The smoke will help him out, and there's the fallback. So this is all they need to do now. Hold the bomb sites, get the crossfires established, and wait for Astralis to make the next move. Their hard work has been completed. So it's up to Debris. He's only got that Galil, and they're lacking utility here as well. Hoping a CT makes a mistake and gets a chance to find this first pick.
And this is where coldzera triple kill for the last round really comes into play, because Astralis just had no money. They had to rebuy nearly everything. 30 seconds left, and they are starting to move back, maybe going towards long instead. I mean, they need SK to give them an opening, and you can tell that they're sort of searching for it all over the place without really discovering anything.
Every second counts now, Anders. If they can just hold up and wait till they commit to the bomb site, just really put them under pressure. But this looks like the first pick. A little bit of a misplay there from Phelps. Gives the opening now. 10 seconds remaining. Can the bomb go down here? I'm not so sure.
Stunning headshot coming out. 4 seconds. The bomb is being planted. Dupree gets a kill. He tries to spray transfer and almost gets it. 39 health left on Taco. Now 1 health left. And Dupree's right in front of him. Pistols out on both sides. Should be getting a chance to reload here. He's just a single bullet away from death, and Dupree realizes he could just fall back and try and play the bomb instead. Taco nearly going for the spray and actually making it work, but he will get shut down. They convert that 2 versus 4 into a victory. Astralis, I mean, they're living life on the edge right now.
Absolutely. No convincing rounds here for either side, but that's 2 in a row for Astralis. I have to say, we built it up almost perfectly, saying all they had to do was hold right in the bank positions, wait for them to fully commit. The fact that Device got given that opening towards long, I feel like Phelps overextended that slightly, but you can't take anything away from Dupree. What a stellar round that was from him. The 1v1, high pressure situation, got the call from his teammates to tackle his low HP, pulls out that Glock and finishes it off. Taking a sip of victory there, perhaps. And
just a little bit.
Yeah.
So, squeezing the bottle for just every second matters, I suppose. Got to get the buy-in quick. Well, I do think there's a timeout for Astralis, so I'm not sure if it's tactical or technical. But
those last 2 rounds were pretty stressful for them. So maybe just to kind of work out, okay, that was kind of hectic. Let's work out what kind of buy they're bringing to the table and kind of establish ourselves and what we're going to do next.
Well, Henry, you made a good point yesterday that I'm just going to reiterate, which is that if you have some of those high adrenaline rounds, you maybe want to try and get the whole team to cool down. I think that was a really good point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's especially those kind of scenarios, a big semi-final here, and you have those kind of plays that he's got 1 HP and you're missing a couple of bullets and it kind of like builds you up and you kind of get the shakes afterwards a little bit.
Yes.
Just taking 30 seconds, have a sip of water and have your coach talk to you, that can just help out. You've got 4 portals available, right? So it's definitely worth having a go with that. But still, it's going to be the forced buy here from Fallen and Co, the scout. In-game lead up, trying to get that first pick. He has given away now. They've got the force by going. Just him taking a shot in the middle. They know they're going to be up against armor, pistols here. So now they can hold a real default, deep line here at the very start of the round. Aiming for long control, that makes a lot of sense, right? You've got the rifles, you've got the AWP, the best area on the map to take control of first, just to push back the CTs there, and you have potential for the full execution. That's what you want to be aiming for. You don't want to be doing contact plays here. Drop the smokes into key positions, Molotov out, the tight choke points as well, and go in as a team and aim to trade frags.
Especially because against SK, who might be one of the most creative teams in terms of playing these sorts of rounds, you don't know what you're going to be up against.
Like this.
I mean, an improvised boost like this, looking in. We've seen this every once in a while, but you have to realize still, as a player coming in there from the T side, it's very hard to check that window. It's so tiny, and you've got so many other angles to look at. They are going to be looking for it and almost losing Glaive regardless. They obviously know that Phelps is here, otherwise that boost wouldn't be possible, and a lot of kills coming in here for Astralis. So they picked the right side, and now it's just a question of not losing too many rifles here, and I guess for SK, trying to see if they can get some exits.
Well, at this point, going to have a tough job of that. It's only going to be Fur now, as he's got the UMP head up. But like we said, this was the full commitment in terms of the buy from SK. Next round, they only get $2,400, so presumably it has to be an eco at that stage. He's got armor, smoke, and a UMP to save, but it's not really like it's going to do too much. I guess, considering it's a 5 versus 1, he takes that to the next round, tries to force 1 or 2 kills with that weapon. He farms himself $1,200 if he gets the 2 kills. It's the scoreboard right now. Top players for Astralis, of course, Device at the top. Dupree seems to be having better form today as well. Those are 2 of the names that were struggling yesterday against Liquid, so it's good to see them performing in the early stages there.
Yeah, overall, when you win some of those close rounds right off the bat, it can really make it hard for the other team to come back into it. I mean, everyone, I think, can imagine a world in which SK had won some of those clutches, and it would be a different start to the game, obviously. 3-3 the scoreline, moving into the 7th round here. And the real problem, and this is something that we actually saw yesterday in multiple games, when you're playing that CT side and you don't have the economy, this happened to Liquid on Train when they forced a little bit too much and they ended up never having like really good buys happening. That could be a problem. Hopefully SK won't fall into that kind of situation and they can have a reasonable buy in the upcoming round.
Yeah, it's a difficult point for them in this game after winning the pistol, getting the 3-0. Astralis coming to life and controlling the money for now. You can see they have to take a full eco here. It's going to be fair with that aforementioned UMP. We can see get a couple of frags. That's something, but very unlikely we get more than 1 or 2 kills with the SK side here. Astralis looking quite dominant on the T side. This is a CT-sided map for anyone who's not aware, so this is looking very good for the Danes right now. Overpass, traditionally one of their absolute best. Not many teams can beat them, and it's surprising to see Liquid take them down in quite convincing fashion on this map. For the first time, anyone's done that in a very, very long time.
Yeah, absolutely was. Very, very big win for Liquid, I would say, overall. Taco goes down as well, and going to find Fur. Some dancing going on here. Pistols out instead for Sip, and he's going to win it against Phelps. So taking care of business. And just Cold Zero left. Trying to see if he can take the fight here. He's going to get overrun. Henry, I would love it if you could try and explain to us, how come Sip is the one playing alone over on that B side of the map almost every round?
So that's a classic position, right? You only just have him having options available. So not only can he get kind of intel from CTs pushing towards short and monster as well, he can hear footsteps, and he can also go for those not so much bait plays, but coming in for flank. So he can go in and show presence towards B, drop some smokes, stop rotations on that side of the map as well. And if required, if they lose the first pick, for example, he can go in there himself and try and sneak through the monster tunnel and try and open the map up. If the round's going perfectly, they find the first 2 kills, right? He can also go in towards B and find an empty bomb site, give information for his team to fall back, or go for the full backstab. So that's very common, mainly to stop flank from CTs, but it does have options as well for other versatility there.
It feels like he's really confident in that position. I think he's lost it once, but even now with the UMP, I mean, he could have bought an AK instead in this round, but he's just there, lingering, waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a close-range weapon, right, the UMP. So you're normally holding positions like this, stop people pushing monsters, so makes a lot of sense, and we'll see whether he can hold it up. It's going to be 4-3 now for Astralis. I was wondering if the double AWP setup comes out for SK. At this point, it seems to be Fallen, still struggling for the catch because he's got no armor to work with here. Flashed off, but nails the shot, takes down Glaive. That'll be the cue to fall back at this point. Device trying to get the refrag, hoping he has another bite of the cherry here, but doesn't seem to be the case. Dupree working towards shore. So SK now desperately trying to hold on to this man advantage. Don't want to overcommit, and it's Fallen once again. Finds that second frag, and that's actually towards middle this time. So at this point, hold the crossfires on the bomb sites. Hard work has been done.
It's a strange situation over long. I think Glaive was jumping for Device, but Device would have had time to get the shot, so I'm not sure if he just didn't peek out quite wide enough. It looked like that was just a sort of a failure from the Astralis side. Now they're going to try, see if they can get into the B bomb side. The classic smokes are coming in. Taco wedged up all the way against the corner. He can't see a thing. He goes down to Sip, but good counter flashbangs coming out. And Cold Zero doing his job on the bomb site. Phelps helping out, and it's going to be SK Gaming winning the round and tying it back up.
Yeah, that's really nice play from Fallen initially. He actually funnels him back towards that B site. He opens up A with the long pick as well. That was actually a super nice shot. Considering his flash as well, I think he was like maybe 60% flash at that point. Hits that shot, removes himself from that position, goes right back towards middle, finds the second, and like I said, funnels him into this area. We've got one of the world's deadliest players waiting on that side of the server. It's Cold Zero, of course. Finds 2 frags. His teammate drops, still looks very comfortable, and he manages to tie things up 4-4. So great stuff from him. And there it is, the double AWP setup we knew was coming at some point. They've been mixing it up recently with Taco being the secondary AWPer as well, but Cold Zero and Fallen, that's the classic combination, and it can be very deadly. Good grenade to kick things off though, takes Dupree and Kiabi low, but they're looking to actually rush the bomb site here. Here we go, fast commitment.
Right in for it, but already Cold Zero has found a kill, and this position from Taco, if they try and get too close and put the bomb down quick, that could be lethal already. They've been slowed down enough. The bomb's actually trying to make its way on, but inside the smoke, there's Taco finding the headshot now, jumping up on the box, and he's going to be able to hear that as well. Glaive making a bit too much noise, and he goes down to Fallen. The Device is just in so much trouble. They haven't even done anything. No damage has been taken on the SK Gaming side. This is just all working out for them. Fur eventually goes down, but Device should be dropping here, and indeed he will. Phelps takes him out. What a clean round. And actually, I think that those B rushes from Astralis is something that was really lethal early on, and I'm not surprised that SK now to stop that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those rounds from Astralis. You're just trying to change the pace of the game. They've shown a few defaults so far, and they're trying to kind of pick the map up. And now, just after losing one round, I said, right, let's hit them with a fast B play here, drop a couple of smokes in. But that B side, that is such a difficult base to conquer, considering that's where you've got 2 of the key players there, especially Cold Zero as well. Now he's got the AWP. That should kind of be an adaptation play now from Astralis. So realize his double AWP setup's coming in, and then maybe slow things down once again and go back to maybe the full executions to lock the AWP out. But Fallen once more, trying to open things up with the T-steps. Doesn't land the shot just yet, but Fur, he might be able to. He's in the connector, waiting for someone to walk out the corner. Nails the shot as well. Dupree can't do anything about that. But Device, he does find Fallen, so we're equal once again.
It's a big fight to win for Device. Like, we always talk about this, him not being sort of a full-time AWPer, but he can still take on people like Fallen and all the rest, which is really interesting. A bit of a rare situation in that sense. Oh no, a team kill happens. Cold Zero taking down Phelps, and then he dies right afterwards. I need to see a replay that.
I didn't even know where Phelps was. How did he shoot him?
I just have no idea. I cannot actually tell you. Fur and Taco are now left. 2 versus 4 for the retake. This is one of those retakes that you can only win if the enemy makes a mistake, and you can already see Fur trying to make his way out, and Sip trying to see if he could find an exit frag. Fur almost looking the wrong way. He's got to go down. So no rifle saved here for him. Taco just waiting and hoping they don't come and check this position.
Well, this is setting itself up to be an amazing series. Very back and forth so far.
Detective, oh, he's actually trying to see if he could go for it. I mean, if he could have won that fight right away,
yeah,
maybe he could have tried for a defuse, but he's going to go up. Detective Henry, did you discover?
I couldn't find Phelps' body. I'm hoping we can maybe get some sort of insight with the replay. So let's have a look. So this is Device opening things up towards middle. Good flashbang here. So Cold Zero. Oh, I see. Right. So, oh, wow, that's so awkward, isn't it? Couldn't have gone any worse for them. The fact they all lined up like that towards that bank position. Obviously, Phelps looked very blind as he was falling back. So we kind of see how that one panned out for them just there. But 5-5, and like I said, this is going to be a really, really cool series. The fact it's so close right now, and the rounds coming down to 1v1s almost every single time. There's tight clutches. It's going to be an exciting one. We'll get into this one. Round number 11, another force fight situation from SK. It's slightly better there. They get a couple of UMPs to work with here, and the M4s as well, falling back on that glass cannon AWP. Showing presence towards connector. It's quite common when you've obviously got lesser weaponry here. You want to try and make those SMGs get some action up close and personal. Fall and spots player towards middle. Does some damage, but he'll have to fall back at this point.
Force back to long, but Device is actually waiting up there, and Dupree going into connector. Two people on the other side. They're just falling away now. He still goes down to Fur, and that UMP, that's a bit awkward. Looked like that was the kind of kill that he should have been able to get. And Kebu should be able to pick up this frag on Fallen. He's strangely aware of it. He must have got the call that there's no one covering it, but still going to be able to go down. And now the bomb side is wide open. Kebu may have just cracked this round for Astralis.
Yeah, this is kind of sick from Kebu. The fact he's opened that initial kill, smoked up CT spawn as well. This is an absolute nightmare for the CT. They've got one kit remaining as well. Lacking utility. Now they've got Molotov out as well. Guaranteed plant. And they've got the all-purpose device as well. This is looking so promising for Astralis.
Taco's only now rotating out of the B-bomb side, so if they want to try and retake this, it's going to be a bit tricky. He's going to show up a couple of seconds later than everyone else, and that really matters in the end. They also only have one smoke on Fur, and they need that for the defuse. So it's pretty much impossible otherwise to actually get this defuse. And Glaive is hiding cheeky position. I believe we saw shots to use that when G2 were playing, and it's definitely very effective. There comes the smoke onto the bomb, trying to lure the Astralis players into a fight, and they need one to happen quick. The bomb is already being defused. No 2 seconds left. No one spraying it. There it is. The transfer comes in. Glaive with a triple kill, and now Cold Zero has to just back off, man. That was really close.
There was like 2 seconds remaining there. I think less than that. That was so nuts. And Glaive, he was waiting this right by the flower bed the entire time. His teammates, they're doing the hard work at the start. He's just there if it all goes wrong. It actually almost did it as well. He steps up, gets 3 spray down, as we'll see this from his POV as well. Let's see how close this was when he got the final kill. So less than 2 seconds. It actually says 1, and he gets the final kill there. So great work from Glaive. Amazing spreader. He's been quite quiet this tournament throughout, so that's a big, big round for not only him to pick up, for his team in general as well. That's actually knocked SK down to a pretty much full eco here. We have got Cold Zero on the AWP. So we enter round number 12 here, but it's 6-5 for Astralis. You can see Dupree normally reading these situations very well. He's quite commonly on the Mac 10 trying to mow down any players of our armor here, and he might just get an opportunity to do so. He's in the connector. A couple of players in front of him. Here we go. Time for Dupree to shine.
Oh no, he's going to get shut down. Looked like he was caught sleeping for a moment then. And here's the problem. I mean, it's not so much that they lost the Mac 10, it's that Cold Zero is roaming about with the AWP. They've got to be really careful. Phelps goes down, always a good kill to be getting, but I'm actually sad that Cold Zero has gone back steady on the A-bomb side. I would love it if he kept being as dynamic as he was right off the bat, because he got the leg shot on Kebu down to 24. I want him to move all over the map, because as long as Astralis are playing slow and aren't rushing, that's going to give him an opportunity to get a pick off somewhere. And there we go. He's much more mobile again. That's really good news.
See whether Cold Zero can step up with the AWP. He's in the B-bomb side for now, but look how spread out Astralis are. They're trying to find the first pick, and there's a run boost potentially Anders as well. That's to get him in a real nice position. It's similar to Train, like get across from the Ivy position unspotted. So now he's actually on the right-hand side of Monster, and we'll see whether he can open things up.
They're actually all coming for him. Now, they should be checking this regardless, but if he gets just 1 kill, that's going to be big. He misses the shot. Sip was right there. The opening was definitely right in front of him. That's really heartbreaking. Taco goes down as well. Sip doing a good job on the other side, but it felt like there was a definite opportunity for SK to do a lot in this round. Fallen almost gets the kill. Just 1 more bullet and he would have had it. And Fur safely guarding the Mac 10 on the other side. So, I don't know. I felt like there were options here for SK to turn this round.
Absolutely. When you've got the AWP and you find the opening pick as well, that one single weapon, the sniper rifle, can do a tremendous amount of work there. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to deliver this time. It's the CZ that finds the first pick, and the MAC-10, that's the only weapon that's given away.
Now, I've noticed they've tried a couple of times, SK, to push a bit aggressively into Sewer on the B side. They've tried the birthday party push a couple of times, and they've also been a bit more defensive there. They haven't tried the long push yet on the SK side.
That can be very powerful as well. Normally you want to be pintering that with the mid push as well. Like you have Fallen at the very start to show pressure and take the aggro away from long, and then the flashbangs come over, and you have two players with M4s run around the corner and try and find the first pick. I'm sure that's going to be coming at some stage. You're absolutely right. We haven't seen much of that. It's only been Fallen with the AWP from the flower bed position, which is pretty standard stuff. They haven't really explored that idea, but I guess at the same time they haven't had an amazing amount of pressure from long, so we'll probably see it coming at some point. It's going to be 7-5 for Astralis now, looking very good here on Overpass as usual, much better than what we saw yesterday, I have to say. And we'll get into round number 13. It's still another difficult buy for SK. 3 M4s, Taco on the UMP, Phelps on the FAMAS as well. No kits available, so this is another round they need to be working hard for that first pick. When you do not have kits or necessarily enough utility to work with, you need to be working towards a connector, trying to get it a 5-on-4 as early as possible. So this is the adaptation they've come with. It's going to be a boost in the middle area. Looking through the window, seeing if anyone walked to their crosshair towards that bathroom position.
And actually, we talked about the long push. This is why Astralis are set up like this over by the playground. They're expecting something similar, so maybe that crossed their mind too. But regardless, SK Gaming, the real trouble here is just the lack of utility. They don't have any defuse kits at all on the team. And we've already seen what can happen when those are lacking. It's not good.
Absolutely. That Molotov's not helping things out at all. It's a little bit messy. Oh, Fallen taking a ton of damage there, but they'll continue with the boost there. Hoping to find the first shot they play. He's looking lights out today, Anders. Opens things up once more. 5-on-4, and Fallen's low as well, so that's a very valuable kill here. Astralis still with smokes and flashbangs, but Glaive, he's not done just yet. He's going to be pushing through the smoke, trying to continue his rampage here on Overpass so far. Great position to find the kill on long, as he calls for his teammates to come towards the bullseye here. There it is. Takes down Fallen as well. Great work from Glaive.
It's an incredible read. Phelps has got it for Mars, but he's trapped on long. He can't go back to the site. That won't help at all. The flashbang goes a little bit too far. He still picks up the kill and actually drops the bomb. That's a bit interesting, but still ends up going down. Tucker will get one refrag in, but 2 versus 3 right now, and all the utilities in favor of Astralis. They've got the Molotovs and the smokes and everything else already pushed out, though, by the truck. Device will get the kill on Taco. And Cold Zero tries for the transfer. He's very low on health here, and Astralis, they've got 10 seconds to get this bomb down. It looks like they are going to be successful in doing that. Cold Zero gets dropped, and that's 8 rounds for Astralis, moving into the 14th round here. And again, SK Gaming, the money, it is just not there for them.
That is losing this first pick consistently now. It doesn't seem like there's refrag potential either. They went for the boost this time, and the Molotov comes in. It's quite obvious as to where they were, right? Because you're only going to be dropping the smoke on top of the Molotov to fall back, right, to stop it hurting you. So it seemed like Glaive was fully aware once that smoke was dropped that he could actually find a kill here, look for them falling back, and he hits a really nice shot with the boost and actually makes his way to the bomb site, calls for his teammates in, finds the 5-on-3, and Cold Zero gave it a decent attempt, but ultimately didn't do anything to win the round for his team. 8-5 now, Astralis dominant here on Overpass. Has to be another partial buy. The CZs, Deagles, and the Scout once more. SK, after winning the pistol and getting the 3-0 conversion, and there's only picking up 2 real gun rounds so far, and looking a bit out of their depth. Astralis seem like they're much better unit as a whole right now.
Phelps has taken it upon himself to relieve Sipnix of his duty on this side, but not going to be successful in doing that. It would have been a really important kill, but I guess they suppose they had to do something. CC-75s in armor, I mean, they're desperate to make this 6 or 7 rounds if they can. So I kind of understand the risk being taken.
So for now, Astralis, another dream scenario. You've got the 5-on-4, you know they're eco, just finding that first kill, you've ascertained they've got pistols, maybe a bit of armor as well. You've got a minute on the clock, you're just going to be slowing things right down. You can see them on the mini-map right now, spread out, straight line formation, everything's covered, and they're slowly but surely gaining some map control. You're aiming to do a full execution at the end, drop some smokes into key positions. Kiabi does get taken down. That's a little bit sloppy by himself, to be fair. He didn't have to go for that player. Now it's starting to fall apart. It was looking so promising. I think that'll be the cue to go towards B. And it's going to be the actual man advantage now for SK Gaming, but Zipex, he deals with that, brings it back in their favor as the bomb will be planted on the B side.
Taco trying to get some shots through the smoke. That was a little bit optimistic. It is a 3-on-3. That Molotov, though, going to buy a lot of time. That's 2 people to stock, and you could see Cold Zero sort of thinking, well, we have to go back, but there's going to be more smokes raining in. It's not going to be so easy, actually. It's already been smoked up the sniper spot again, so they can't really wait for this. Eventually, they're going to have to commit to it. They have 1 Molotov. They're trying for the boost, but think they need to do more than the boost here. Dropping Sip a little bit low. Fur, is he going to be the hero? Device takes a kill. First coming in from behind. He can't find any target. He needed to get a kill really quick here. There's the spray on one. And he realized there's a guy by sandbags as well. He doesn't have a defuse kit, so even getting that kill, it isn't enough. There isn't time. They have to fall back and just wait for it here. 9 rounds for Astralis in the first half of this game. At least they get to save the AK-47, but...
That was pretty smart by Fur, right? He could have walked into dupree's crosshair, but he realized, okay, I've survived the bomb blast now. It's very likely to be watching that position. I'll just fall back and guaranteed his AK. And what we've seen so far with their buys, they need money desperately. It's round number 15, definitely got maximum loss bonus, but that's not really enough on the CT side to get those full buys with the defuse kits and the grenades. And that's been the problem for SK throughout this first half. I guess as well, Astralis, that was a little bit sloppy for them generally. They get the first pick, and as I was kind of detailing how they should be playing and what you want to be aiming for, trade frags, not walking into questionable position by yourself. Gabi gave a bit too much away there towards long, in my opinion, but that's lovely. Fallen takes down Device, and he manages to at least give the advantage here at the start of the round. Fallen. We haven't seen too much of that in this semi-final so far from him, but now he's starting to get warmed up, it seems.
That looked purely mechanical. I mean, it looked like his brain didn't even register what was going on. He just pulled the trigger, and that was a quick kill. 9-5. Taco looking close. He actually picks up the frag, but he doesn't realize there's a second player there. Sip will go down right afterwards. So incredible trade fragging coming out of Cold Zero. He's just in the right spot. 4 versus 2 right now, and the bomb dropped far back as well. I mean, 9-6. It's doable. Absolutely it's enough fine. Rounds that SK can still win this map.
Oh, of course they can, yeah. It just takes one pistol in the second half and you're back in 9-9. We'll see whether Astralis don't have anything left in the tank. No saving at this point. It's the last round of the first half. Dupree and Glade currently boosted up. This can be a very promising boost. It looks like a CT's edging in. Oh dear, there's one, but he just about pulls it off. Could have fallen apart there with the commitment with the spray. Now they're one step closer to doing something with this round, but Cold Zero spots one. Had the nade out in his hand though.
So unfortunate, trying to make his way through there, runs out of bullets and pulls out the C-set, 75 Dupree, gonna get the headshot. He finally goes down, but that might have been a big misstep here. Now there's only 25 seconds, and Glaive, you said he's been playing well, but this 1 versus 2 is not gonna be easy. Walking in, he has to check that first corner, though. He does have a Molotov. Is he gonna use it? Not quite yet. Sneaking in and checking every angle. We're down to 11 seconds here, and he's not gonna look for it. Oh, he will, taking down Fur. Now what can happen? Fallen is going to come in from the sniper spot. Glaive,
no,
just waiting.
Oh, God. That's so gutting. I haven't seen that in so long.
You saw his reaction, and you saw Sonic quick to go in and say, listen,
he had to save him,
it's fine, it's all right, don't even worry about it. 9-6, ladies and gentlemen, after a rare misstep.
Anyone who's maybe not 100% aware what has happened there, it takes 4 seconds to plant the bomb, and he's in a 1v1 situation. He was under a lot of pressure there. You have to hold the mouse one button down for 4 seconds to actually plant. He let go of it, maybe a 3.5. He thought that was done, and he maybe quick switched the grenade out, and oh, that's so gutting. I haven't seen anything like that in a long, long time. And he was in a great position to win that as well. After finding that frag as a 4-on-2, heartbreaking, but still it does happen. So we'll move on. Here's the pistol round, though. SK almost gifted that last round, I guess, essentially. But 3 sets of armor for SK Gaming, 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs here, and towards long we go at the very start.
I mean, you've got to think that's where team chemistry really matters, that the rest of your teammates are there to say, listen, don't even
punish you for it. Just, absolutely.
Everyone's moved on. It's the next half. Let's go. But that's obviously going to be in the back of your mind. 9-6 moving into the second half here. Still the first map of SK and Astralis. This is the second semi-final already in the grand final. This is Faze Clan, and they are looking lethal. Yes. So whatever happens here, it is going to be an amazing grand final. You've got to stick around and watch it for sure. Really defensive setup here for Astralis. They're far back. They've given SK all of this map control, which means SK can execute with these smokes that they've got running into the site, and actually a counter smoke coming out. That might be interesting. Are they going to try and run through Kiebu in the corner? Quick execution, takes a kill, goes out for more headshots. A little bit of panic, but he's going to get the second one anyway, and Glaive will go down in return. But that's such a big double, and now sneaking in, there's Dupree, almost takes down Phelps, I believe. And Taco also rotating towards. They're going to just swap out the bomb sites.
That's so smart.
What even is Brazilian Counter-Strike?
Because they know players are towards middle and long as well. So they go towards the B site, eradicate that red. They've got an open bomb site here, Anders. That's super cool from them. They've got a player holding their flanks as well, but it might not matter. Dupree coming from connector, finds the first kill, and this is going to be an absolute brawl here. Phelps spots one, but can't find the headshot just yet. Device takes him down. It's up to Taco now to hold off 3.
How is he possibly going to do that? He gets shot in the back by Dupree, lands 2 kills. I'm almost upset that that didn't work, because you're right. I mean, so one thing is making the decision. Another thing is leaving Phelps behind like that in that whole maze of labyrinth.
So good, right?
It's so good. Like, that's such a good idea, but they just couldn't make it work. 10-6.
I have to say, though, that corner on the A-bomb site where Kiabi got the 2 kills with the smoke, I think I've said it a million times now. It's got to be the most overlooked corner in the entirety of CSGO. It seems like everyone just assumes, oh, they'll probably be fine. Don't check that, it'll be probably fine. It was good like bait from the CTs, I have to say, like dropping the smoke last minute as well, firing a few shots. That was lovely, but still, it never seems to get chucked or pre-fired or anything. He gets 2 free kills essentially there and almost wins the round for them, but still, SK Gaming definitely had a chance in that with the 3 players towards B. We do see the 4th spike coming in, though, in the second round.
Maybe they've taken the Henry G at the casino approach and said, I've got a really good feeling about this.
Got a feeling, yeah. Well, if they've done that, I can only assume it's going to go horribly wrong for them and they're going to lose the house. But
17th round, I mean...
More about that later.
Yeah, more about that later. We'll return to that topic. Scout in the hands of Fallen. He has a history of hitting really good headshots. There are some players for some reason that seem to step up. Neo is actually another person that comes to mind. We've seen some rounds from Neo in the past where he just hits nothing but headshots with the Scout, but they sort of need that right now. It'd be such a big boost for SK if they could steal this round back.
Yeah, it's a ballsy play to force by in the second. They got the bomb down in the first round, right? So this is big. Normally you're going for AK-47s in the third, but usually CTs might get SMGs like Astralis just have. So you have firepower to go toe-to-toe with them. You have Desert Eagles, you have head armor, and you can potentially open things out with just one nice kill, maybe from Fallen Scout, who knows, but it's risky, but we're seeing it more and more these days.
Grenade and a half there on Cold Syrup. I'm going to drop him a bit low. He does have armor, but still pretty painful. They are setting up for the full execute here, and really the common positions. This is also why you want to make the T-side fight to even get this position, because once they have it, they can start to lay in the good smokes and get everything working their way. Trying to run up again, Kirby in the corner, and again it goes unchecked. Henry, I know you're loving this, and that's the bomb down as well. Kirby doing even more work. Finally, there's a flashbang coming through, and they're going to be able to take care of him, but that's still a pretty big loss once again to the very same position. Glaive thinking about going through the smoke. Indeed, he will with the UMP and very low health. He's still going to pick up the double. And that big blunder from Glaive earlier, surely that's washed away in his mind now.
Absolutely. Now they've won the pistol and they've held off a force buy there in the second round. It's actually looking very good generally. Kiabi, like you said, this corner overlooked once more. It's the heat of the battle though, right? You're getting information, the players are in CT spawn towards bank. It's a difficult position just to every single time check it, but you'd think after the pistol, you'd just at least give it something. A little nod, but didn't seem to be coming in there. But Astralis now looking very good. Holding off that second round, that was the wild card coming from SK Gaming. The unexpected play that did not work out for them, so they have to be full Glocks here, and it's going to be the first pick, making a double from Device as he goes towards middle here. That's the job done. Bomb should be dropped here as well. A very promising round from Astralis, and this puts them into a 12-6 position on the CT half of Overpass. They're looking back to their usual selves after yesterday.
This is suddenly very scary for the Brazilian side. 12-6 in favor of Astralis. They're just 4 rounds away from taking the first map. I mean, that's only part of the step anyway. They need a lot more than that, but sure. SK Gaming back with all of the AKs and everything else. And I noticed the audience has grown a bit quiet on SK's side. Are there any SK fans still left here in the audience?
They're still here.
Definitely are.
They're going to need your support at this point. Let's get the hype back in the room. We're going to round number 19. Astralis with a little bonus round here. A couple of UMPs coming into the mix. Device, of course, on the AWP. Probably his absolute best map with that weapon. So watch out for a bit of a show to be put on here. It looks like a faster round as well. We wanted to see long aggression, and this is coming in from the CTs. Glaive waiting to take the aggro away. Then his teammate should strike. There's the flashbang, and they won't be committing just yet, but Dupree's thinking about it. Nades raining in, and Glaive's giving them good information. I'm surprised they haven't struck yet, and here it comes. It's going to be Dupree taking down Fallen.
Oh man, that was the last couple of bullets from Glaive then as well in the UMP. That's almost ridiculous, but I still think this is actually a great trade for SK. It's a little bit sloppy, and I think they could have had more out of it. And I do wonder, why weren't the long push coming in? I
wanted that quicker, so I kind of building it up before with the flashbang coming in and Glaive taking battles. They should be going around together and spraying 2 down, but they get 1. It's an equal trade for now, 3 on 3. I guess they technically still have the advantage with the AWP up. Fallen's lost his, of course, and the bomb's still down in T-spawn for now. They still have a minute to work with here, but they're so deep and committed towards the A side of the map. They're looking for another pick here. Smoked out for now. And Device, he's still alive, like you said, so dangerous on this particular map. So Third recovering the bomb. It would be a nightmare for anyone to go down here on the T side. They can't give anything away. They need to be together. And Third, he's not sure if this bomb's safe. He wants to eradicate all the risk. It might waste the smoke. Decides against it, so he's fine. Recovered the bomb. 30 seconds now. Easy shot for Device. That's a bit of a misplay from Coldzera.
Could be another one though, but Taco finding the perfect timing. Device looking the other way, and that might be an even more valuable kill. Now he can start to move up. He can smoke off the stairwell then. This might still be SK's round. Is he going to walk through the smoke? He just will challenge it. That's really bold, but it does pay off in the end. Dupree will get the kill, and Fur turning around, trying to connect, but he cannot. Dupree will take him down. Third kill of the round for him, and 13 rounds overall for Astralis. Man.
Well, we discussed that sort of play. Aggression towards middle, then 2 along as well. That's how powerful it can be. We didn't see it from SK. You wanted it, but it's your Danish boys that deliver, it seems. It wasn't perfectly executed. I think the synergy was a little bit off there, but still winning the round, and Dupree stepping up with the double spray down at the end still works in the round that counts. And 13-6 and money broken once again. That's 4 in a row. We're not going to have a full commitment here from SK Gaming. It's going to be Deagle's scouts once again, but that seems to be the trend. How many times has Fallen had a scout on this map? That's kind of insane.
Yeah, and I don't think he's really sort of earned the right to keep doing it at this point. It hasn't really done enough damage, but Phelps certainly will. Taking down Sip, that's a hell of a good start. Can he actually recover the gun? He's not even afraid. Oh, they try and blow it back with a grenade, but all it does is a bit of damage to Fur.
Just a note as well, Fallen, 6 kills, 14 deaths, Device, 17. There's a disparity there. Here's Kiabi getting another frag, but SK keeping up in this round at least. They are fragging back with the Deagles, and the boost coming in once again. We saw Astralis use this in the first half, making a bit of noise there. That probably cancels it. As we get to the 1 minute mark here, what have we got for SK Gaming? We have a little bit of short control here, not much, but something. 1 HE grenade and a couple of rifles, making noise continuously here. Glaive to hold them off, and as long as he gets 1 kill, they should be absolutely fine considering the disparity in the equipment. But Taka now making his way towards long, probably calling for his teammate to join him before they commit.
45 seconds here. This can be done if you're on the SK side, but they just need 1 good entry.
That's it. If they take on Glaive, they've got a real chance to win this. If it goes to an equal exchange, 1-for-1, I'm not so sure. Good smoke.
Yeah, that's going to be valuable, but the question is he going to be distracted from the other 2 players on the ramp? That might allow for Phelps to run through the smoke. If that happens, he's in a really dodgy position here, Glaive. Wow. I don't think they're going to be able to check this too easily. They're walking in. They're going to be at the backside instead. No one's covering him, and Glaive still picks up the kill. How is that possible? A big misstep from Taco there. The bomb is going to be planted here with just 14 seconds left. Device sees a bit of him. He actually does the damage, and the follow-up from Dupree will be a kill. Phelps now in a 1 versus 2. And he has been tremendous, actually. Even in this game, he's been playing very well. And now is the time to really step it up. They don't have any more grenades to block him out. They can't Molotov him here. So just has to wait it out. Doesn't even peek it just yet, so they might not know he's there. There's the peek coming in. He gets a headshot on Device. And now Dupree's next in line. Phelps 1 bullet away. He almost gets the kill, but he can't make it work. Instead, Dupree to pick it up, and Astralis now 14 rounds. These rounds are so close, and just a bit of a throwback. I mean, the first rounds after the pistol, they were all clutches that just happened to go Astralis' way. I mean, this game is on an edge. It says 14-6, but you almost feel like that's not an accurate sort of measure for how close it's been.
It's certainly not the full story here. So many tight clutches. Just remember as well, that was SK with around there, Deagles and a scout. They bring it down to that tight 1v1, but Dupree, he's had a monstrous last few rounds as well, contributing entirely to the success and towards those clutch situations, and we'll see whether we can finish things off here for Astralis. It's another full buy for SK Gaming with so much work to do here. Device, like we said, confident as ever, pushes towards middle, but gets flashed off. He's using the incendiary there to buy him some time, but I like this from Astralis. Nice assertive player. It's going to be Dupree once again. He's feeling it today. Once again, this first kill. Taco's waiting for him though. AK-47 in hand. Needs to get at least 1 kill. He does 1 better than that. Gets the double and shuts down the aggression from the TT side.
What a delight watching someone with that much skill just work on those headshots, and no panic at all. Nothing traceable at all in his system that would have suggested that he was under pressure. Phelps ends up going down, but still should be a clean round here for SK Gaming. Now it's just a question of slowing it down. They've got more than a minute left. They don't need to make any big mistakes here. Smoke does go up in Monster, and they actually try and run through. They could have just fallen back, but now they're in a fight with Sip instead, and he's got the Molotov in front. He gets a kill on Taco, and Glaive is there to try and follow it up. SK really need to put on the brakes, I think.
Got the advantage for now. 45 seconds as well. They don't have to fully commit here, Anders. They can just bide their time and see if any of the CTs go hunting for information. You see they're separated right now. One on the A site, one on B. They've got smokes to work with, Molotovs. I want to see them use those Molotovs. Guarantee this round. Don't let anything slip by. You want to be Molotoving towards barrels if you commit towards the B site, flashing over, smoking heaven as well. Yeah, they might know you're coming, but at least you don't have to look at absolutely everything. The contact play, I don't think will work out for them here. It'll be the same sort of situation where Glaive has the chance to get that first pick, and it looks like there it is. The Molotovs are coming in, and the flashbangs as well. That's what we wanted to see.
The device is actually rotated down, so they've got the right call here on the Astralis side, and that might be very dangerous. Glaive hiding and waiting. It goes down to Taco, who just seemed to be doing everything this round, trying to get the shot through. That is possible, but gets the wrong angle. Taco on a quad kill right now. One more for the ace. I wonder if Device is going to give him the chance. It seems like not. Instead, it will be a 7th round here for SK Gaming, finally making something work, and
yeah,
that could be enough. A team of this caliber, just a slight entry into the round or into the game, and they're back.
You have to say that was nothing to do with the strategic prowess of SK Gaming. That was Astralis going for a very, very assertive, aggressive strat towards short, pushing out through that short tunnel, and then Taco, he finds 2 kills there. That's not like they've called a strategy. They've obviously held up and holding in a default formation, but that's not going to be a consistent way to find themselves round. So sure, it's great, and Taco finding 4 kills looks fantastic, but still comes down to quite a tricky situation. They did do a nice play, like I said. If they use the Molotovs and the flashbangs effectively, they can get into that B site and overwhelm Glaive. Exactly what happened. I had flashbacks to that round where they found Glaive when he wasn't even looking at them. They missed the kill. I thought that was going to happen again. But here's the replay. Taco, like you said, looks so calm in the situation. Can only see the tops of their heads as well. Manages to pick them off. Taco with a fantastic round generally there. So well played to him. We'll get into round number 22 now. Astralis timeout. Their money's not fantastic, actually, as you mentioned. All these rounds they've been winning. Sure, that's the first round they lose, 1st and 6. But they've all been 1v1s, 2v1s, and not running away with it. Haven't had many clean rounds here, even against the Pistols. So SK certainly have been keeping them honest. And I think with this sort of lead, 14-7, shoe on the head, is that a thing now? Is that the new...
I know it's a YouTube account. If you follow the right YouTubers.
I was distracted there. What was I even talking about?
I don't know, Henry.
Something about Counter-Strike and guns, fidget spinners, yeah. We'll get into this next round. Yeah, so the point is they didn't have much money. I'm back. I know what I was talking about. They've got this sort of lead, and with the money they had, I don't necessarily think they had the force in this. Maybe could have done a partial buy, but it's actually looking pretty decent. It's going to be a mixture of Famises and Forces as well. The problem is they've got no kids, right? So, yeah, you could have taken a partial buy here, but this is still absolutely fine. The fact you have Device on the open armor as well, still a safe bet. And they're looking to find round number 15. If they win this round, that shuts down SK. That really harshly resets them. So that could be the guaranteed win. So there's a lot of reasons why they did buy into this round. And we'll see if they can close it out. 2 towards long again, and it's the same setup. Presumably Glaive in middle, which it is. And we'll see where he flashes him in. We're going to see more assertive kind of synergy coming in. There it is. This looks much better. Aggressive at the start, and Fallen misses out on the chance to pull the trigger.
He actually unscoped just at the wrong time. I mean, everyone knows what that feeling is like, but he still gets the kill on Glaive. That's a massive pickup. Very well done by Fallen. I'm not even sure how he could spot him at the top of the smoke then, but that's what you need. I need more of it right now. SK hoping for a massive comeback here.
Yeah.
And Astralis, they got the damage on Fallen, but I'm not even sure if they know, because that was through the wall, so in their minds, they might just be thinking, this is not a good situation.
We know these comebacks are possible. Look what happened to Cloud9 earlier on today. That was a
Don't
prime
remind
example.
me.
No, you're not a fan of that one?
I've got, shall we say, mixed feelings about that situation.
Okay.
Better not say anything yet. When tempers have cooled, I'll make a public statement.
A public statement, a PR release. I like it. Anyway, let's get into this one. 40 seconds remaining. Man advantage once again for SK. Looking better now after the first few rounds, but a boost coming in from Dupree. That's a little adaptation of it. Not the common boost we're used to seeing, but he manages to get the frag. And now Zipex, he wants a bit more. Hiding on the other side of this smoke as well. He's got a sense, Spidey sense is tingling, and they might be on the other side. Fur's already passed him though. Zipex stuck in no man's land. No backup as well. Can he do anything with this?
Right there, the spray comes through. Sip still gets a kill with the FAMAS. They want to challenge him, but they don't know if there's anyone on the bomb side covering that angle, so they got to be really careful. They handle it just fine. Fallen shutting down Sip through the wall, and now they're trying to see if they can get the push up and get that bomb plant down. It is happening right in front of Dupree. He's got no idea, but Device will actually take down first, so now it's just Fallen and Cold Zero. They really don't want help, and Fallen the only one left here. The captain of the team in a 1-on-3, and he gets 3 kills in the round, but it just isn't enough here. Will be Astralis picking up round number 15. That's map point for them, and SK Gaming. I feel like their economy throughout this whole overpass map has just been so bad.
It's so true. Absolutely, I agree. They've had, like we said, how many times have Fallen had the scout? They've been down to P250s. They're being reset, and here's another prime example of how that's happening. The last round was pretty clean for them, so it's not as disastrous as maybe I spelled out, but still 2 players down to pistols. We do have Fallen on glass cannon, AWP once again, so that not so necessarily a force buy from Astralis, maybe an unnecessary full buy from them. It actually works out tremendously, and that nice adaptation. Once they lost the first pick, they boost up on the B side. Dupree, like I said, normally you boost on the sandbags himself and have that angle over the top. It's a bit obvious, a bit of a pre-fire, different version of it, and managed to get themselves back into the round. It's going to be Device battling in connector. He's going to be surely dead now. Good work by Phelps.
Those jiggle peaks. Eventually you feel tempted to try and click that trigger, but if you miss the shot, that's pretty much it. So it's a good job, and Cold Zero getting the flank in on Kirby. So Astralis getting a bit sloppy here. Obviously just want to close out the game as fast as possible. Glaive almost took down 2 players. Phelps is very low on health, but I'm not sure if he's realizing that he's being flanked at the moment. Ooh. Nearly gets the kill as a headshot on Taco. Fallen long range there with the AWP. Sneaking in behind is Dupree, and if Sip had stayed alive, this would be a great flank now. Not sure it's worth the same. Taco will take care of business. 8 rounds for SK Gaming. How many kills does Taco have? 18, despite the fact that they're so far behind. It's really impressive.
Yeah, Taco has had a lights-out game here. But now the battle begins. The uphill struggle. Can Astralis hold them off for 7 rounds? You would say yes, considering this is their map, and we expect them just to find one more, but SK Gaming, so resilient, I'm sure they will be doing everything they can to take this to overtime. They will not be giving up. They're not the sort of team to say, right, let's just think about the next map. They'll be thinking they can actually do this. We know they have that sort of mentality.
Yeah, and I think once that boulder starts rolling down the hill, I mean, even Astralis could eventually get crushed by it, so we'll see how the momentum unfolds here for the SK team. First, starting off well in this round, they should, and I think they're already sneaking Taco into the B bomb side, so they're going to realize fairly soon that there's nobody else here, and they should be able to rotate the bomb in. And Phelps is covering a good line, so they can't get flanked from this direction either. Let's get the cursed kill. Continues the spray. They line up for him, but it's still only a couple more there. Pretty much round done here. Both go down at the end. 9-15 here for the SK side. Still trying to make the comeback work. 6 more rounds in a row is what they need.
That is exactly what they need. And Astralis, they've still got quite a comfortable bed of rounds to work with there. So this will just be another partial buy thing with some pistols and allow SK Gaming to get to double digits. That's when things start to get a little bit unnerving. You know, you're thinking, right now they need 5. It's closing slowly but surely. But the Eagles, speed of 55-7. There's no reason why they can't win these rounds, by the way. They can just go for a push-up middle, for example, with 1 flashbang, find a couple of trades, and all of a sudden they have rifles. But unfortunately, we've got a full B rush here from SK Gaming. But looks things straight for the monster tunnel, flash over. Just Dupree to hold them off with a little PT-50. I don't think that's going to cut the mustard at this point.
No, they're getting really close to the rifles, and he goes down immediately. I like this approach from SK, just trying to get themselves revved up again, you know, trying to make sure that they actually have some confidence to fight this game. Because this version of Astralis is obviously significantly improved from the one that we were seeing yesterday.
Sure, absolutely. They're day and night compared to how good they've been in terms of individual plays. You can see Glaive, who's been really quiet all tournament. Actually, the whole scoreboard is pretty equal. It's just Kiabi who's dropped off a little bit, but he's had his decent rounds as well. It's Glaive is the headline for me, considering he was so poor in the opening stated tournament, like 3 or 4 frags and a half and stuff like that. So the in-game leader as well, for anyone who's not aware, to be fragging that sort of level as well, that's fantastic. That's kind of akin to Fallen. And unfortunately for Fallen, he's dropped off significantly in this map. He's on 10 kills. He's actually on like 5 or 6 in a few rounds before, but looks like SK Gaming, like he said, then they kind of get back into this one. I just take 1 round from Astralis to take this first map.
Yeah, not to try and make too many excuses, but I think that's also where the economy becomes really relevant from Fallen's point of view, because he wants to keep buying that AWP as much as he can. And because they just haven't had any money at all, a lot of it has been, you know, him with a scout instead, or with a UMP or something silly like that.
I didn't even think the AWP was worth it for him today. It didn't look like he was hitting anything at all, really. He's getting shut down across the board. He is a very proficient rifle as well. We know that. I think that maybe that's the adjustment he needed to think about. Maybe give Cold Zero the AWPs. It seemed like he just wasn't hitting too much. But still, they can still get back into this. He is on the AWP once again. Device back on the sniper rifle and takes a nade to the face. That's going to be him down to 47 HP. It was a bit of an aggressive stance at the start, but now things will subside as the CT decide to fall back, and SK Gaming investigate towards a connector and see if there's any presence there whatsoever.
They will find Device and Kirby lingering around the restrooms, which I think is always a good idea. You should at least show that you're around this area so that they have to check everything and use time to do it. That's the one thing I don't like, is if CT sides just defend essentially their own spawn and just allow the Ts to move up all across the map. I think it's worth even throwing a flashbang or firing a shot will buy, you know, 10 more seconds for your team. Kirby here sees the shadow and still goes down. It's such an advantageous position because you see that shadow on the ground before the engagement, but he's just, as we said, hasn't been having the best game maybe.
really hasn't. Another opening pick there for SK Gaming, and now with so much time available as well, we haven't seen like a full execution here from SK Gaming. They've actually just been getting the pick, going to the other bomb sites, and overwhelming with full firepower. But we'll see whether they decide to actually change their setup at this point. You can see SK Gaming actually looking to line up some smokes here. So this will be the full play with smokes towards Bank, CT Spawn, maybe the side as well. Molotov towards the APC, and seeing if they can hold off Device and Co here. Glaive, like we said, tremendous so far, looking to deny the plant.
Ready with the grenade out. Device wanted that shot with the AWP, but not able to find it. Spray comes through, but doesn't actually do that much to Phelps. Now instead, grenade going to be lopped over it. Does nearly nothing. He tries to get a spray through, and you can definitely do that, but this time it doesn't work out. Fur gets a quick double kill instead. And Device now all alone gets dropped by Phelps, and SK Gaming now at 11 rounds.
Yeah.
This is where it gets really interesting.
It certainly does, Anders. SK now looking like they're in fifth gear and actually hitting all the shots required, opening up the map left, right, and center. This was a nice play towards that bar from position. You can see Kiabi head armor there, gets his head blown off, and Fur, oh god, we didn't catch that from his POV. That's disgusting.
Well then.
That set the tone.
15 to 11, and it's not like all 4 rounds are going to be buy rounds out of Astralis. Take this one, for example, just not very much to work with, and as a result, they've stacked the B bomb side instead, and Taco does get a shot in the face, so are they just going to go for him? Yeah, Device will have called that out. Taco's still holding his ground here. Very impressive, tries to go for a third one, but he made it expensive, and now he can call it out. Listen, I've killed 2. 2 more try to push me.
Exactly.
Do the math.
That's correct. So now you can see the bomb legging it up towards long. That'll be absolutely fine. Kiabi, he comes from T-Spawn. Before he's got a surprise lead. Oh, misses it. So he's still going to kill regardless, but doesn't nail the AWP shot once again. He has been having quite a few rough rounds with that weapon, but still should be fine. Zipex looking to foil their plans on the A side. Could do some damage here. Unfortunately, the aim punch denies the kill. So just up to Glaive now. He's on the other side of the map. So it will be round number 12. And now we talked about 5 rounds needed a couple of rounds ago. Now it's just 3. So getting closer and closer. Good news is for Astralis, they do enter maximum loss bonus next round, Anders. And they've tried a lot of different approaches this time. They've had full defensive setup. They've had the aggressive stance towards long, Device hunting towards middle. Maybe the AWP towards B could be an interesting idea. It's Taco who's outside the B entrance every single time. Maybe we go for the first pick on him, get the AWP and Monster Tunnel, just to kind of change the stance, because it seems like they're not taking that first pick on Fallen consistently. They're not finding anything from that. So I think maybe move the AWP around a little bit just to find this last round. Like I said, Device normally so good on this map, but all 5 players have been stifled. Maybe the tactical pause comes into the stage. We do have a full buy for the Danes.
And I think we just saw a bit of an example of just how much the economy matters, because SK actually allocated 2 people to holding Taco's rifle that had gone down up in the hallways then. They wanted to make sure that Glaive wasn't going to run away with it.
Yeah, fair enough.
15 to 12, and tactical timeout being called. I heard a bit of singing.
We do like a sing-song in the UK.
Yeah?
We'll see if we can get some more going.
And there's a bear as well. That's fantastic. I've never seen anything so magnificent.
Oh my god, that's so sick.
Absolutely. You have to just love that, don't you? Oh, he's only gone and fallen over, hasn't he?
Looks a little bit like you.
I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, but a little bit of singing, but no snakes have been built yet, if you notice.
We haven't had any snakes yet. Maybe
no
we can
snakes.
build some snakes as we get later on into the grand final, perhaps. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, back into it. There was a pause from Astralis, looking to find 1 round here. That's all they need to find this first map. But SK Gaming, the tenacity showing once again. And here we go, aggressive stuff in the CTs once again. I think it's a little boost coming in towards middle. Fallen watching the B entrance. We did say Device, maybe he'll go towards B, but he's actually holding long this time. KRB and Co will fall back, didn't find anything once again, and as Dupree takes a nade to the face, I think, and maybe some shots through the smoke. He'll have to fall back. And SK, once again, 3 players in connector, not giving anything away, making sure there's so much trade potential here if the CTs are waiting on the other side. No flashbangs yet, but it's going to be Faze checking around the corner. It's Phelps to go around first. Doesn't see anything just yet. Safe for now, and the CTs looking quite cagey. They've given up middle, long, and allowing them to get quite close to the bomb site here, but there's a shot from Device. Now we've got something to work with here, cannot find the double.
There's no one to catch him on long, though. That would have been great if there had been an additional T player there to just make sure he never could escape from that position. Going to be putting up some smokes instead, but Astralis are starting to rotate in, and SK have to fall back instead. They've done a lot of damage to both Device and Dupree.
Sure.
So there's still a big chance they could just turn this around, but they have no more smokes on SK side. What's happened? That's a really big problem. Now Dupree's in a good position, and again, no grenades are going to put him out of it either. He sees the first player in, has to fall back a little bit. Oh, grenade landing right at his feet, but Glaive steps it up with a big kill here. Now a 2-on-3, 28 seconds left. Fallen getting a huge frag on device, and Kierby goes down. Cold Zero with the shot. Now it's a 1-on-1. Fallen on the other side, but he drops. Sip will take him down. 16-12. Garrus Astralis eventually win the first map, but it became a lot harder than maybe you would have thought here.
We discussed this idea yesterday, didn't we? Even if you have a huge deficit, it's getting back into these games, allowing your star players to find some frags there. It was a rough first half as well. Sure, you might not win the game as possible, just making it that close. You're making Astralis sweat, and some of the big names starting to turn up there for SK at the end. So disappointing, they didn't take it to overtime, but it definitely was not a comfortable finish there for Astralis. It won't be as hyped as they would have been if they got the huge victory there. They'll be feeling a little bit sweaty and like maybe a bit hollow after that stage. So it was a really exciting finish towards the end there. It came down to a 1v1, of course. It's Zipex to finish things off as well, that B-side. It was a little bit dangerous for them, but they managed to pull it off.
I feel like if I had to rationalize that from SK's point of view, I'd say, listen, there were so many clutches that were down to sort of 1v1s.
Yeah.
They won, like, by far the majority of them. You know, in a different time, that's us doing it instead, and we win this map. I would try and, that's how I'd try and forget about it and just say, let's just move on. I think Mirage is the second map, Ryan?
Yes.
That's going to be very exciting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think SK had the chance to actually force on the cash, which would have been interesting. I think that's one of Astralis' weaker maps, but it's going to be Mirage next, and Astralis with the 1-0 right now, they could make this too. They're looking very good, but SK starting to warm up now and looking better and better. I think that was a nice way to finish it. Sure, they didn't win the map, but they got like 6 rounds in a row, and actually were convincing rounds as well. Astralis looked like they were kind of rattled by that one.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out where our clever analysts are going to be pointing out, so we'll throw it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. There is a lot of question marks surrounding how this game was going to go down. In the pre-match, it was stated that Astralis perhaps had the edge, according to some of our analysts. As you can see, the lights descend upon us. Astralis take map 1, gentlemen, and we do get flashbanged. Duncan Thorin Shields and Yanko YNK Paunovic are hanging out with me. Overpass then. Let's talk just a little bit about how dominant, prior to SK's little flurry towards the end there, how dominant Astralis looked on that map, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why Yanko picks SK for the series, but he picked the Astralis for this map as well, because like they are the clear best team on this map, and it starts on the T side. Like, I mean, to get 9 rounds on T side, I mean, possibility maybe for a 10th at certain times there and lose the pistol round, that shows that you just have an unbelievable system when you're on that T side. And the key thing is, I can understand why they're winning those rounds. You don't see the crowd like super enthused and people going crazy because it looks boring. What they're doing is just fundamental Counter-Strike. You create situations with utility where you isolate a guy, you kill him, you move up together and watch the angles. It looks boring, but that's exactly how you want to play it if you're a team like Astralis.
Boring but smart.
Yeah, they're just really good at not making mistakes, right? And punishing you for giving them any room to work with. You could see early on in the game, actually, it was looking great for SK. After they won pistol, despite losing the first gun round, they were in a 5v3 situation in a reset round, and Astralis only had 1 player left alive in that round they won, and it ended up, you know, them throwing that round away. Then they decide to force yet again because it was a close round. They lose that. That's when Astralis actually regains control of the economy and they have the momentum. Another unlucky round where they were in a 5v4 and Fallen was jumping on the A bomb set. Kierbe managed to sneak all the way in, get that kill, and basically that 1 kill gave them control of A. So a couple of gun rounds like that is all Astralis needs to just run away with the half.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about economy, it was such a topic of discussion in our first semi-final, Duncan. Something you were talking to me a little bit about in the back room there was the fact that SK have an approach you believe is going to be replicated more and more as time goes on into how these ecos and forces work.
Astralis.
Astralis, excuse me.
Because one of the things Astralis does is, whenever you hear me complain about people force buying too much, it's usually on the CT side. Like on the T side, actually Astralis is a perfect example. You can make Tech 9 armor buys work if you have a tactic, you know where you're going. But when you do it on the CT side, as any Cloud9 fan today will know, you just blow your economy. You keep cutting it in half constantly, and if you don't win a couple of those rounds, you're going to be in an absolute nightmare. So the new approach, I think, is you buy a Deagle or a 5.7 or a P250, but you go no armor, and you say, right, I've still got a chance to get kills. It's not like having no pistol at all, but I'm not wasting the money on the body armor in case I'm going to lose the round.
I think in general, people will just start to put more work into those rounds, you know, just have 1 or 2 flashes, but say, okay, let's use them properly, let's take a risk, let's put most of our players on 1 bomb site, and that way it can work, possibly. Yeah, for just, like as Duncan pointed out, CS going Astralis in this round, and I think the last round which we're seeing now, the kill from device, Henry was actually talking about adjustments and said like it would be a good idea to move the op to B, and I think that's what SK was expecting perhaps. And they were trying to be one step ahead by faking B and then just running towards A. But once you do that and you don't have any utility left and an op is posted up where device was, there's no way you can like get to the bomb site even.
Yeah, I mean that round, just briefly touching on it, we have a man with a full rifle, peeking a corner, strafing, full moving with a Tech 9, finds the head in 2 bullets, then proceeds, jumping in fact, then proceeds to do a spray transfer completely without knowing into the head of someone through smoke. That is how CSGO can go in your favor. There is still, whilst we do have a very skill-based game and RNG does not crop up too much, sometimes you do get CSGO'd, and that was a prime example of that. No, talking to CSGO though, you have a demo for us, Yenko.
I do. It's an example, like Fallen had a pretty quiet game, you know, as well as Cold Zero. And one of the reasons is actually, despite him winning a couple of duels against Device, his influence was negated by what Astralis was doing and how methodical their T side is. And this clip is basically an example of that. You can see how good they are at, you know, just being super methodical and thinking about everything. SK now, again, try to switch things up. They go for this boost, two rifles, but what Astralis does is they have a specific Molotov for that position, because why risk it? Why not throw that if you have the utility? And it just forces them to jump down while they throw the smoke. They go back up, but that already buys enough time for Glaive to get into position, and that's all they need. This is how most of the rounds went. Just small things, Astralis being prepared for those boosts or for the aggression that we saw at times from SK, and then you can see them that just as a unit pushing in, get another kill. They already have control of the side. They deal with Phelps, who was towards long, and another fairly clean and simple round from Astralis, just coming out of having a very methodical default and not leaving anything to chance.
And not leaving anything to chance is how Astralis are now one of the scariest teams in Counter-Strike. They may not be flashy, they may not get those decibel levels at the highest in the arena, or at least not yet, but they are just one map away now, Duncan, and that's where we're going to take this conversation. Mirage up next in the series. Now, Yankee, you did give SK the edge overall. You're expecting this to go both towards the Brazilians.
Yeah, but
where's that come from?
I'm worried because the way you saw SK played, it was sloppy, it was messy. Like those mistakes that they made, losing 5v3s, losing 5v4s, you can't allow that to happen, especially against Astralis. And SK notoriously has been a very strong team playing with advantages. In the second half, even you could see pistol round and the second round, Kirby playing in that same spot on long, hiding, SK not checking it 2 rounds in a row. Like you can't make those types of mistakes. You can't give that away to Astralis because they're going to punish you even harder than the other teams.
But if we try and kind of gauge recent performances on this map, Duncan, what springs to mind for both teams? I've got more SK in my mind than Astralis. Any Astralis Mirage games that, other than Cloud9, of course?
I mean, the problem, well, they had the one that Clash for Cash where they played VP, but that's the difference between those two games, is the key element was the CT side was non-existent against Cloud9. I mean, they looked actually quite confused, you know. If a smoke went down, they didn't know, do we push through it, do we stay behind the smoke? And then whichever decision they made ended up not working out. At the Clash for Cash, they were very, very good, but again, that was against VP, who looked like they'd almost kind of given up halfway through that game. So I feel like Astralis is a very good team on this map, but it's true, even at their peak, they would never lose it by a massive margin, but they've lost so many close games on this map. Whereas actually, when I think of SK, I think this is the map with the new composition that is primed for the stars of this map. Like Cold Zero, like coming in mid-round, coming up that middle area, there's nothing you can do. Fur just loves to just rush up that mid area there. You put Phelps into the window room. It's like all their stars play their perfect spots on this map on the T side.
I think another problem with Astralis and just Mirage in general is, for a long time, I think until SK now, we haven't had a clear like best team in the world on Mirage. We had a lot of teams who played it, who were very good on it. VP, Astralis, North, Navi even, Faze, right? But no one, you know, no one would pick that map if it's available. You would be comfortable leaving it to be like a decider. So Astralis, most of the time when they played it, it was either as a decider or against teams who don't play it as much, so they just pick it in a best-of-3 series. I think this will be their biggest challenge yet, probably, besides VP. And seeing as how Astralis is a team, obviously, you know, very professional, very organized, they are going to do their homework naturally and prepare for SK Gaming. But SK Gaming on this map, they just have the X factor, right? You have players who are most comfortable in their roles on this map, like Phelps, like Fur. So it's very difficult even to prepare for what they're going to do.
The thing is, though, the key element, I think, was if this was a best of one, I would say I think SK will win. I think they're the better team. The stars are better on this map. But I actually think in this scenario, the very fact that there's no pressure on Astralis, like they even know in the third map, hey, it's a pretty 50-50 map. That does kind of lighten a bit of the pressure. And as a result, you can play a bit more loose. Like you can take some risks if you want on this map, which is obviously kind of uncharacteristic for Astralis. So that's why I feel like, kind of to touch on what Janko said, it can't be the sloppy SK from before. They have to reset completely, come out like the best Mirage team, and then we can have a full 3 maps.
Well, that's certainly what I'm hoping for. SK have to win Mirage.
No sloppy seconds?
Nope, not my style. Let's go ahead, though, and take that break. There's a lot to look forward to. Will SK take us to a third? I certainly hope we see Inferno, but Astralis, and there's plenty of Astralis shirts in the crowd. In fact, one right in front of me. I can see you. We're going to be seeing them do battle after our break. The second map is Mirage, SK Astralis, and who will meet Faze in the grand finals? The Dragon Lore giveaway after the break.
What is going on, ECS London? A big shout out to our DJ there, by the way, providing us with a fantastic set. Now, you might remember earlier in the crowd, I told all of you that we will be giving away a Dragon Lore. Look at that. We have some oversized check to represent it. And indeed, one of you in this audience is going to be picked by random by our lovely jib, our lovely crane camera. And so, to get this going, I would love to start a slow clap. Then we'll get the camera, and it's got a pretty cool feature on it, which you guys will have to wait and see. So, on the count of 3, let's get this clap going. 1, 2, 3. Cue the camera. Who's it gonna land on? Make some noise. It looks like it's coming to a stop. Oh, maybe. We're slowing down. It looks like it's picking up a target in its sight, in the sights of the Dragon Lore. Oh, still moving. Still going. It's the Cloud9 guy, everybody! Raise the roof! Come over here, sir, come over here. All right, he's hugging his friends. And what am I? Come over here. Come, let's present you with the check. Here we go. Get yourself over here, my friend. This is a Dragon Lore, by the way. It's factory new, of course, worth about $1,500, maybe a bit more. My friend, let's take a look at this check. Oh my God, it's slipping out of my one hand. Thank you so much. It is yours now. What is your name?
I'm Andrew Bones. Oh my God.
Andrew, how do you feel right? Your heart?
Yeah, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's like, this is amazing. Oh my God.
Have you enjoyed yourself at this event? Is this the cherry on top?
Yeah, this has been amazing so far. Way better. I went to Cologne last year. This is way better in my opinion. And this has just made it so good. Oh my God. Thank you.
Thank you for being such an awesome guy. Enjoy your gift. One of our handlers will take care of that, so they'll get your Steam ID and all that, and we'll make the transaction. So congratulations. Would you like to say any final words?
It's an amazing event. I love it. Thanks, everyone.
Dude, you're the man. Guys, put it together. Put your hands together for the Dragon Lore, given away now by ECS. That will be it from us on the floor for now. Let's head to our casters.
All right, thank you very much, Parla. Indeed, we are ready up here with the second map that's coming up between SK and Astralis, the second semifinals.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. That first game was right on the edge. SK maybe a bit slow to start. Astralis eventually finished it up, but now map 2 is coming up next. You ready, Henry?
I think I'm ready. Are you ready, Anders?
I feel really ready. Yeah, this crowd has been amazing already. I feel like they can bring even more hype for game 2. I think SK could take this. I think it's going to be all 3 maps.
Okay, I think that's a possibility. I think with the map being Mirage, Astralis still very good on that as well themselves. If they're going to do it, I think this will be the one. Inferno is definitely a bit of a 50-50. This one, I feel like Astralis, with the current form they showed in the first half especially, I feel like they do have a slight edge here. But SK, as we said, the fact that we're getting back into it so vastly in the second half, like 6 rounds in a row, Astralis feeling the pressure a little bit there as well. Maybe we could see that third map coming in. But I would say, I guess my initial prediction was SK, so I should stick with that, right? So I should say we are going to see the third map, just so we get it. But yeah, we were going to go for Astralis. You're hoping for the 2-0 perhaps?
No, I think SK will win this map.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, and I'll tell you why. There's no way that Fallen is going to be that quiet for Mirage. He's lethal on this map.
He was very quiet there, especially in the first half, wasn't he? That was like kind of like the Fallen we came to expect maybe 3 months ago when he was in that kind of slump. And recent tournaments he's been much better, right? The tournaments they've been winning and showing up at, like, he's looked amazing. So this was a disappointing start for his day, but we did see him come back to life in that second half, and along with most of the SK side, especially Taco as well. He looked amazing there. So hopefully, I'm sure it's never a blowout with these two teams, right? It's never going to be like a 16-5 or anything like that. It's always going to be a close game right down to the wire. And even when you get to round number 15, as you saw, Astralis there, they'll struggle to close it out because teams like SK Gaming, they'll never give in, they'll never surrender, and they'll keep fighting until the very bitter end. So this certainly is going to be one of those semi-finals, always going to be in the back of our memories, I think. It's going to be absolutely epic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like we were talking about earlier, Astralis had that wake-up call against Liquid yesterday, but it seems like SK have cruised through this tournament at a much higher rate.
Yeah.
So I think that can also maybe account for why their mentality would be slightly different. I don't think they're underestimating Astralis, but it's really hard to control, right? You have such a good run into the semifinals, and you think, well, we're just doing it. And then suddenly, they're actually playing really well.
Yeah.
How do we get back and adjust? And I think that will have happened between map 1 and 2. Yeah, I think they're going to be really good on this one.
Well, they've had some time to compose themselves into the huddles coming in. Do you know what I love as well? The passion that Zonic has for this team. You can see every round they win. And you pointed out as well, a very important factor. When mistakes are made, he's not the kind of coach that's kind of shouting, saying, what's going on? You remember Glaive with the mistake on the plan as well. You kind of pointed out, he grabs his shoulders and said, like, don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine. We've still got this. And they still pulled it back, even after that kind of blunder, I guess you can call it.
Well, since they're doing the huddle anyway, I'll tell you an anecdote about this team playing all the way back in sort of like the core of it, at least playing back in sort of late 14. I remember one thing that I noticed, because that was back when we still had sort of the listen in the comms, you could hear what they were saying, and I noticed that something they were really good at is whenever a round would go bad, and due to someone's mistake or due to an overall miscalculation, there'd be sort of some bickering going on. I'm sure you know about this. People say like, we should have done this instead, or what if you gone the other way or something. Instantly someone would say, listen, we'll do this after. Don't talk about it now. We'll do it after the game. And then that was it. Next round comes up, no one talks about anything anymore,
That's the way it has to be, right? You can address the issue at the time, but you can't rectify it, right? You can't do anything about it once it's passed. It's better just to leave those things out of the server, especially in these big sort of games as well. Having any sort of bickering or arguments, that's just not going to help you out. And obviously they brought in the psychologist as well to help them after that. Kind of, I guess it was a victory, but it felt like it was slipping away, right? Very stressful experience just to calm them down and get them ready for map number 2 here. But SK, they look fired up, and I'm sure they'll be bringing the fire here in the second map as well. Here we are getting ready to go live. I'm sure Fallen in the middle, of course. We're looking for him to bounce back. A tremendous AWPer, one of the world's best at times as well. The in-game leader for the team. That's one of his big, I guess, plus points to him being in this team. The fact he's the in-game leader and the AWPer as well. And we saw Glaive having a kind of resurgence in the very same sort of sense. He's been quiet in terms of fragging potential, but looking much better in that map.
I also think they have some really good anchor players on the B-bomb side, SK. When it comes to the CT side, it's going to be hard. And when I think on a map like Mirage, if you have just one person who's very good at holding B, obviously Astralis have Sip who could do something similar, but when you have that one player, it gives you so much room to work with the rest of the map. You can have 3 people middle, you can have all this stuff going on, and I think SK are a team that can do that.
We've had some different approaches to the CT side of Mirage in this tournament, especially like the likes of Liquid and Cloud9 come to mind, that aggressive stance. But ladies and gentlemen, I can hear that you're ready. We certainly are. We're going to get into the second map. SK Gaming versus Astralis. Map number 2. Astralis with the lead for now. And it's going to be 5 sets of armor for the CT side. Astralis not going to have a kit to work with here. We've got 1 Molotov. And looking like we're going towards B for now. That's actually going to be taking down to the underpass. This suggests some sort of A split coming in. 3 players, blocks in hand, trying to find this first pick. We have got a CT waiting in the window for them. That's going to be Device.
Molotov into the window, trying to force back Device, and it will do exactly that. They're going to boost right behind. That's such an incredibly fast boost. In fact, Phelps is so quick, he stepped onto the flames himself, just trying to see if he'd catch out Device. That's really interesting. Glaive not really getting the shot, and that's going to leave his teammate alone in the corner. Kirby has got no backup in here. He needs something quick. Dupree gets a shot, but Fur will take down Kirby. A strong start is what's needed for SK. The bomb is down, and now it's really tough for Astralis to try and retake. They've got no smokes, they've got no kits or anything. This is going to be a hard-fought battle. Fur is waiting by the box, ready to take on anyone coming close with a Glock. And they're not hitting the shots right now. Astralis, no headshots are coming for them just yet. There's Fur with another one coming in, taking down Glaive, and Device and Sip. They're left 2 versus 4 and in a really bad position. Trying to see if he could get it done, but has to reload eventually. Device and Sip both going down, and SK Gaming, what a well-orchestrated round.
Yeah, coming out the trap, swinging there. SK Gaming, the A split. We saw 3 players going towards underpass. Molotov towards the window to buy them some space there and hitting all the shots. A nice early bomb plan as well. And as you pointed out, it was Astralis with no kit to work with. Had to operate very, very quickly indeed. Couldn't find the shots required. They get overwhelmed by Fur, who gets 3 kills in total.
And think about how interesting that is. That Molotov forces Device back from the night. If he goes towards jungle and A-bomb site, then there's going to be 3 people running up connected to catch him. If he sticks around, then Phelps is going to be boosted in to try and fight him. And it's actually a really powerful idea.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have a look at this one from Astralis. Their idea is to not fully commit in the second round force fight here. A couple of sets of armor, but mainly just upgraded pistols. This is the stance that Astralis are trying to bring to the table. It seems to be working for now. Glaive finds the first kill. That's quickly replied there by Phelps. It's going to be a 4-on-4 here. Dupree, though, he's got the armor. Zipek's dealt with towards short, and it's looking like a clean sweep from Taco and Co. And it goes down to the 4-on-2. So a promising start there as Glaive found the first frag, but quickly dealt with by SK Gaming.
Should be no trouble here to just close out the remaining kills. All Astralis can hope for is get maybe one more in somewhere and do a tiny bit of economic damage. Gonna be Dupree picking up the kill on Cold Zero. The bomb will go down in the A-bomb site here, and just given the health and the lack of weapons here, Device actually finding another headshot. It's very sloppy from SK Gaming. They actually started to hunt for the kills before the bomb went down, and that's not always advisable.
Yeah, guarantee the bomb plant, establish yourself. When the bomb's ticking away, that's when you go hunting. There was no real need for that whatsoever. They've actually gifted an opportunity now towards Astralis. His Device, one of the deadliest players on the planet, with the AK-47. He's encroaching on the bomb side out as well. Of course, they have no kits, but a chance still. Need to find his kill very quickly indeed. They're going to make their approach now. Dupree with the Desert Eagle. Can't find anything just yet. It's going to be Taco to take that Device. That should be the round here. Dupree just at that Mach 10 as the bomb ticks away. No chance to pick this one up. Trying to cause more damage to the money of SK Gaming. But overall, they will run away with it. But you're absolutely right. A little bit disappointing in terms of SK's lack of discipline there. Instead of guaranteeing the round victory, they wanted to find the frags nice and early on and overwhelm the CTs. Didn't really work out in that manner. That could have fallen away from them, but still 2-0 for the Brazilians. And Astralis now presumably on a full EK, probably some P250s. Dupree brings out the Deagle once again. He had armor in the previous round as well, so his money's going to be significantly weaker than his teammates, but it's still fine. There's a couple more P250s to work with as well. SK, this is the sort of run you don't have to worry about too much. You see the Mach 10 coming out up against unarmored opponents. Just walk into a bomb site together traditionally, and you can find the first shot and overtake the bomb site.
Again, the lack of armor means it's a good thing that Fur is leading the charge with the Mach 10. Should be able to pick up a couple of good frags and get the bonus money in. He's a little bit paranoid, and for a good reason as well. Device is waiting right in that corner, and it's going to be an easy enough frag. Fur reading the situation just so well. No trouble either. 3rd kill coming in for him. That's just a lot of money in the bank, and Dupree, he's got the Deagle. And we've been pointing out that he's been pretty good at hitting the shots with this, but right now, it would be all for show here. No way he can win the 1v4 at this range.
No, absolutely not. Same round from SK Gaming generally. We do get 3 kills for Fur with the Mach 10. That farms a ton of cash for him. So he's looking very good for the next round. And this might just be the bonus round. He's looking to drop. Okay, so he drops to the end of the Mach 10 and recovers one of the fallen AK. So that's absolutely great for him. And they might be able to bring out the AWP if they want to as well. I'm sure it's the same story for Device. The lack of double AWP setup we have for Astralis on this map, that's the only problem I have with their CT side. Most teams fall back onto that when things start going wrong. You have that adjustment and have one AWP towards the B side of the map, one on A, a bit more dynamic, trying to find the first picks. When we had Carrigan in this scene, that was definitely a possibility. Not so much anymore. You feel like Dupree, he doesn't want that responsibility on this particular occasion, I wouldn't say. But here we go. Round number 4. 4 from the C side. We did say Fallen had dropped off a little bit in the first half, but it's an aid from the CT side. Takes Phelps down to 70 HP. Default for now, one in the underpass, and Kiabi just looking out to connector for anyone sneaking through the smoke.
Very standard coming in from the Brazilian side, but winning that pistol in the following 2 rounds, that will give them some sort of baseline in this first half here. Already doing a good job now. If they can take this round away from Astralis, they can put them into the same spiral that they were in on Overpass, where you just don't have the money, you can't ever buy all the rifles you need. It's a really big problem. Even in this round, there's only 1 smoke left, Henry, for the CT side to try and buy time with, and there's still more than a minute on the clock, so that's a good indication for just how little money they had to buy in this round, which is standard, but still annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't even fully commit in the second round as well, but they do have the AWP and 4 rifles to work with here. Dupree hunting towards short. This is a key play now. If he finds both of these kills, he secures the round for his teammate. Goes down with nothing, that could be it. Good flashbang, but doesn't do too much.
Did he hear that?
Fall back. Yeah, he definitely heard that. So he will be a little bit more tentative at this point. Damage inflicted towards Taco and Phelps as well. Zipex watching towards short. That's a nice little setup they've got set up going on there. Watching the window and towards short. The crossfire has been established.
They have just been given nothing, SK. They were hoping that someone would be aggressive in middle. 24 seconds, and now they're on catwalk, starting to move in. Fallen has got the bomb, but he's just gone down to Dupree, trying to look for the headshot as Zipex, but eluding him for the moment, and in fact, Taco will take him down instead. That's such a powerful kill. 10 seconds left. They need to move quick, and Kievi hiding back here, taking down Phelps. This might be everything he needs. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Where's the kill coming from? The bomb is down, and that's the round. They can't win it any longer. Just up to Device to try and hide, and 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He gets a shot on Taco. That's going to be the end of it. Unbelievable. What a way to lose a round. This is giving me panic flashbacks to the first half of Overpass. Close 1v1s, 2v2s that Astralis just managed to win.
Just about that. I really like that crossfire we had set up there. We had Dupree at shore watching the window above Zipex as well, and Zipex is covering him from shore, and that nice little van position as well. So he does damage. Dupree's able to get information, change his position, and find the first frag, but Kiabi definitely saves the day there. Very slow default from SK at the start, establishing map control, bleeding out the CTs, ending up towards B, but Kiabi finds that kill on the bomb planter and then manages to win the round. Got a bit hairy there for Device. There's a couple of seconds where he could have been taken down as he was falling back, but manages to survive. The round, though, does go in favour of Astralis, but 1 player surviving means they still have a very rough round into number 5 here. Lose this, definite full reset. So SK aware of that. They get a full buy here. They get the AKs out, the AWP. Cold Zero admittedly down to the Galil. So if you look at the Astralis buy, UMPs, M4, 1 kip. Not looking too good for them. Let's see whether Device wants to go aggro this round as Fallen. He looks towards A ramp. Could find a player crossing over. What a shot that is as well. Takes down the key player, Device. That's brilliant stuff there. If you get that good spawn, that is a possibility. And you want to be jumping across that angle to stop that very play.
Oh, but Taco a bit careless. Peeks into Glaive and ends up going down. Good flashbang there to Big Fur interconnector, and this is so powerful. If you want any kind of an A hit, if you can have one guy lurking here undiscovered, then the CTs are going to have almost no time to react. I do love this forward push coming in from Dupree, though. This is a very interesting round from Astralis. They're all over the place. Sip holding close to Catwalk, and if he peeks this, he's surely going to be going down. Fallen is right on the other side, creeping in with the AWP shoulder, going to show, and he gets the frag anyway. Now following up, Kevin, they line up. He almost gets a triple spray down, but still a good situation here for SK Gaming. Grenades are raining into Kitchen, but not before Glaive shows up. That's the bomb down. SK Gaming. That's a silly mistake to make, and now look at this Dupree coming in, Dupree with the flank. This is going to be massive.
Yeah, they still have to collect the bomb as well, but he's also got a flank for himself. Doesn't capitalize though, gives his position away. Grenade missed as well, so Dupree now hits his time to strike. Fallen can't do anything with the low HP. Dupree, the key player in this situation. If he finds Fallen, that should be the round guaranteed. You have a chance, but he takes him down. Now it's up to Glaive, not known to be an AWPer in the 2 versus 1.
What a tough position. He's double scoped. He can't see anything to his left-hand side right now. The bomb has been picked up, and once again, we're down to 22 seconds. Doesn't see the gun barrel or anything. Grenade being put out here. Glaive takes down Fur anyway. What is happening in this game? And now he's moving forward. He's got the USBA, knows that Fallen is low. He goes for the peek. He actually puts him off the bomb now. 9 seconds left. Fallen's in so much trouble. He fakes it once again, and he shoots him in the leg. Glaive will take him down. Oh my God, what a round. That was 4 kills, I believe, for Glaive.
What an exciting round that was, and there's just generally seeing Fallen come back to life there with a close-range AWP plays at the very start, finding absolutely everything. 3 kills in total, and who would have thought the hero of the AWP of that round would be Glaive in the end. Fantastic composure, just bullying Fall in that situation, making him feel uncomfortable, and finishes it off with the silent USP as well. That's going to bring Astralis back to life, but we have to know that's another round, but it's a 1v1 again, Anders. How many clutches are we going to have? 2 in a row now for Astralis, back to the UMPs, but the good news is SK down to Deagles, 5-7 to P250s. This will not be a partial buy. We have no armor, no nades. We'll class this as an eco. So a chance to maybe keep 5 players alive, and Glaive certainly doing a good job of that so far. Kiabi chimes in as well, 5-on-3.
This is gut-wrenching for SK Gaming. They just had to experience a very similar thing on Overpass, and it didn't work out for them. And that's in spite of the fact that they made it really close, even losing almost all of the clutches. They still came close to making the comeback, and now history seems to be repeating itself.
Yeah. This is exactly the same as the first half, because that's when SK won the 3-0 on Overpass, and then the clutches came in. This is going to be such a sick semi-final. We'll see what happens in round number 7. Money's starting to get back in favor for SK. That's a decent round for Astralis, so keeping 5 players alive. Anything to say on that, Anders?
Got no comments.
No?
What is 7th round is coming
Let's
up.
pretend that's going to be going on.
just going to move on.
Just swiftly moving on. Anyway, round number 7, UMP still for Astralis, but the buy comes in for SK. We have 1 player down to the Deagle, Gold Zero on an SMG as well. This is big as Taco finds the headshot. There was aggression with the CTs. He might find the double as well. There's going to be 1 player falling back in the form of Zipex. He doesn't want to get the same treatment there with the Desert Eagle. So we're going to the 5-on-4. This is going to be another close round. Mid control obtained. Glaive smoked out for now. CT's trying to recover the frag. We'll see if a reaction comes in. Presumably, it's towards the B side of the map. Devices in the B apartments with the AWP edging closer forward, but a execution potentially focusing on the connector here. CT's trying to obtain control.
So hard for Taco to realize that right in front of him is Sip. If he falls down here, it's unlikely he'll be looking exactly at this angle. There's a lot of noise though coming up out of the connector. It's Glaive going down. And Sip, is he ready and waiting? Flashbang comes in. He can't see a single thing. Taco, genius play from him. Instantly shuts it down and devices out. SK Gaming picking up a 4th round here. That was very, very quick. That was so smart.
Absolutely. Comes from that 1D. We're seeing a lot of teams at this point, especially in this tournament, Anders, I have to say, that aggression towards CT apartment, or I should say Palace. 2 players in that position, aiming to get the trade frag at that point. But Taco, with the Desert Eagle, completely punishes the first player, overwhelms him, finds a UMP, sends Zipex backing as well, and you can see he struck the fear of God in them as well. They're trying to retake the A ramp. Taco, aware, flashbang in, manages to find that really key kill as his teammates are flanking from the connector position itself. So that's great. Money not completely broken for Astralis. 4-3 as SK take the lead. Made to round number 8 here. All about the device once again. Hasn't really started getting rolling yet with the AWP. He's on 2 for 5 right now. Zipex 1 for 6. He's normally solid on Mirage as well, so hasn't made his entrance into this map just yet, but early days for sure. Another default will be Dupree and CPL, but looking towards connectors. Such a key part of the map here.
If they can break the economy for the Danish side right now, that would be huge for the SK team. Suddenly they've got almost all the rounds they need in the first half. If that happens, they know it as well. Controlling the middle, which it seems like Astralis has been letting them do for a while. They're not really doing a lot to challenge them to even get this mid control, and I wonder if that's going to backfire later for the Danish side. Or they will drop the bomb, but Fall is moving forward, and Sip following up on Phelps. That is not exactly ideal. And he's going to turn around, try and see if he can cover the flank that was coming in. Otherwise, Taco is right up there, and he's been lethal, especially on the first map. We'll see if he can continue with the second one here, looking for the shot. He does take it, but Kirby's there, and Glaive goes down. It's all over the place.
It's such a brawl here. This is such exciting Counter-Strike. I'm loving it. 2-on-2, 40 seconds remaining. The bomb's down in CPL. It will be recovered by Fur, and they're trying to work out what's the next best move here. CTs are separated, of course. 1 towards B in the apartment specifically, actually going towards underpass as well. This could be an interesting play as the terrorists, they seem to be boosting up right now. Cold Zero on short, watching towards connector, hoping someone makes a mistake here. But time ticking away, Anders. They can't sit here for too long. 15 seconds remaining. They're making footsteps. The CT might be ready for them. He is indeed. It's Kiabi. He gets 2. The bomb's dropped and the round's over. Times it to perfection, pushing the B apartment. It's a gamble, but one that pulls off for him. That's really, really important. That's another harsh reset for SK, but Astralis do hold on. It seems when they're losing this first pick, they make the plays, the reactions coming in, and how much does that mean to Kiabi? Just finding them like that in the air as well doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, you wonder how good at Counter-Strike you have to be before you get to the level where you can see into the future and just realize, because honestly, if they had gone B instead, they would have had 1 on A and 1 in underpass. They would have been miles away. What a risk. Seems like more of a standard setup this time. Some smoke's going to be raining in towards the A-bomb side. They're running down Kyebu. Revenge from last round, and Glaive is now in shadow, raiding, realizing they're pretty much coming in from every angle. He's going to need a bit of backup in SK really quick in this round. Sip has got a kill, though, and actually Debris will follow it up, and it's all falling apart. SK Gaming, they were so quick to get that first kill, and then they weren't really quick to follow it up.
That was one of the fastest rounds we've had this tournament. My God, that was a full A split commitment there from the very start. It was looking great generally there for SK Gaming. Fasten towards the connector, good flashbangs utilized as well. They get the first pick, take down that first kill. And here's Device doing a good job there from CT Spawn, managing to find some key frags. We'll see whether round number 10 is going to work out for SK Gaming. The scoreboard right now reads 5-4. Those joining us, the Astralis win the first map, which was Overpass. And we said they had a fighting chance on Mirage, although you do slightly favor SK. But for now, they've got the lead on the CT side. It's another eco here for SK. Tech 9s, no armor. A couple of PT50s in the mix as well. Kiabi, he finds the first frag. That's the hard work done. We always say that in these sort of rounds. Work out what kind of buy they have. Do they have armor? And that's not required from Zipix. That's the point I'm trying to make. Once you have the advantage, you know they're eco. Why is he giving a gun away? There's no need for that whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. And I would say an uncharacteristic mistake.
He seems to be a little bit frustrated. He's having quite a poor game. He's like on 3 for 8 right now, 2 of which were, I think, eco frags. And it seems like he's trying to just kind of boost his confidence, getting the push in there, maybe find 2 or 3 unarmored opponents. But that's going to frustrate him more. He needs to be careful here. He's limiting himself. Very fantastic position here. That's much better. Finds Fur.
Knife out?
Yeah, why not?
We've seen that a couple of times as well.
Walking knife out. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think it's maybe a 6% speed increase when you do that, when you're walking. It's really not worth it, in my opinion, but regardless, they went for it. It's going to be a 4-on-3. Dupree pushing in towards the B apartments. He's trying to get information and gathering a ton of it. That smoke will lock the T's out for a long time. Fallen has got the M4A4. Wait for the smoke to go down, and they'll see if some picks come in. But Dupree, that smoke buys him so much time, Anders. He's using this to the best of his knowledge as he edges in, and the bomb will be walking through any second.
Fallen, trying to see if he can edge his way in. I mean, with that rifle, he's the one who's going to have to make the difference. Again, we're down to 20 seconds, and Glaive is at a bit of an off angle back here. Very hard for Fallen to clear that out without exposing himself too much. And Cold Zero hoping for a 1-dig on anybody at this point, but that just won't happen. Instead, Kirby with another triple kill. Astralis now up 6-4. Their economy is looking a lot healthier than it was earlier, so SK are going to have to put in more work before they can really bring them to the breaking point again.
Absolutely. Astralis, it has to be said, though, all these clutches are coming in their favor. Glaive with that monstrous performance with the AWP, kept their heads above water in terms of the money game, and here it is, round number 11. This has been a very quick first half. Let's get into it, shall we? Round number 11. No AWP available once again. Smokes towards middle suggests another fast play, considering there's 2 deployed towards window and towards short. 3 players in this area. This will be another A split from what I can see as well, judging by Taco's position. Don't really have much to work with in terms of the final play. 2 smokes and 1 flashbang. That's it. As we get into it, Fur will deploy one of those. That's towards connector, just to take away CT vision so we can clear this area out. And here they come, together in middle. Presumably wait for that smoke to go down and then push through and get the initial frag with the AKs.
Again, Astralis aren't giving them many chances for a fight. I think SK would love it if Astralis would go and fight them in the middle early on, like a bit of a, just aim fight. Dupree will be going down. That's a good way to find a first kill here. Sip just trying to buy some time with the Molotov in hand. And the bomb is still making its way in the middle towards connector, so maybe the one position that could be interesting here is Glaive pushing up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a key point. He's in Palace right now. So he's ascertained there's nothing in this area released, so they're trying to work out what that means. Are they going towards B? Are they pushing through middle? We'll see where this leads. It's looking like an A-sided attack. Boosting 1 player in the window as well from what I can see. That's going to be Cold Zera. He's in. So where do they finish off here? Glaive, with his position now, not only does he get intel from Palace, he can actually stop them planting the bomb from their position itself.
I'm worried once again for SK. 30 seconds on the clock. Don't need many mistakes here. Kirby has a Molotov as well, although he's actually in position to use it. I was going to say there's 1 Molotov going down to stop one of the bomb planting positions. Anyway, 18 seconds. Glaive showing himself and gets taken down by Taco. That's a great shot. A follow-up headshot. Taco taking down Kirby. That's what they needed, and now it's all done. They wait until there's very little time left, but when they finally strike, it's certainly perfection.
Yeah. I really would have preferred Glaive to show his hand at the final second when they're going for the plant commitment there. He can just win the round single-handedly. The time remaining as well, that's what I wanted to see. He goes to the spray commit towards jungle, doesn't nail it, gets taken down by Taco, who then somehow delivers a headshot in CT spawn like half a second later as well. That was pretty phenomenal. If we can get that from his POV, that would be great, but we'll see whether Zipex can do anything about this. Is he trying to do what we think he's going to try?
They're so
not
close.
At this point, no.
Yeah, Fur is close enough that would never happen. And yeah, he realizes. We've only seen that rarely. I mean, there's been a couple of instances. Actually, on this map, I think Flusher did it once.
No, Snacks did the most legendary one.
Snacks did it, yeah.
That was
Dupree had one on Nuke once.
Yeah.
So it's been done every once in a while where the terrorists exit the bomb site and someone sort of sneaks in and gets the defuse. But it is rare. That's such good counter-strike from Taco. He's just been doing it pretty much the whole semifinals. And they need him to keep that up, though. 5-6, the economy, they save one rifle, they buy a bit more here, including a max 7 on Dupree. Astralis really don't want to eco. They really want to keep the fight to SK.
Especially when SK have only won a single round, right? They don't want them to allow them to establish their economy. They don't want to give them the chance to play against 5 pistols. Keep applying the pressure. If you can bring the AWP out as well, it's definitely justified. We haven't seen Device go wild as of yet. He's on 4 for 6, but definitely has the potential to. His Device is going in first. Finds a player with a flashbang out. That's coldzera. Great strike. Drops the smoke as well. And retreat. Presumably coming in, but Fallen, he doesn't care about your smoke. He'll find the kill regardless. Phelps chiming in as well. 4 on 3. This is looking very difficult now as the AWP has gone down for Astralis.
What a turn of events, and the timing against coldzera from Glaive there is just that's so unfortunate. He just pulls out the grenade to throw it. 3 versus 4. Is there going to be a response for Astralis? We've seen them take some risks in the past when they've been a man down like this. This time, they're not really moving around too much. They're making a bit of a rotation, putting Dupree over towards the window instead, but they're still really thinly spread out.
50 seconds remaining, right? So the terrorists don't have to do too much. You can see them holding key positions, looking towards connector. This is so passive for them. It's hoping that someone tries to hunt for a flank, like we saw from Kiabi in that difficult situation before. And Kiabi, here he comes, trying to get something going for himself here, pushing down the A ramp. At least he'll get some intel that no one's there, but they're coming in from Connector and Palace as well. So it doesn't help him out too much, apart from when he comes in to try and maybe deny the plant. That's really the only way I can see them winning this round.
Yeah, it would have to be if they forgot about that position for a moment, or if he just got the right timing with it.
This could actually work out for him.
Sip moving in and just going to get the line up there. He sprays both of them down. Oh no, and a third one comes in. Sipnik's taking care of every single one. Taco goes down. My God, SK, they had everything right in front of them. They had it lined up.
They just Molotov short, so they assume that'll be absolutely fine, lads. In we go. But you can run through this. Not a force field. It's the same thing as a smoke as well. People put too much weight into the utility usage. What a play that is from Zipex as well. A complete oversight from SK Gaming in such a key round as well. They were under-equipped. They had shotguns and UMPs there. And Astralis, thanks to Zipex, who's been so quiet throughout this first half, steps up and delivers a 3-man spray down there. That's so well played by him. We're going to round number 13. Fast play looking likely from SK Gaming. 4 players towards A ramp, 1 in middle. Smoke starting to be deployed here. Dupree battling coldzera in mid.
Oh, Device. There's the 2-for-1 Henry that we were talking about yesterday. This time it does happen. Taco taking down Phelps, or so getting taken down with Phelps, in fact. And I mean, if that's how your round starts, then
how does it
I
finish?
don't know. Yeah, how does it finish? Someone getting knifed, maybe. I mean, I can't even imagine what SK's mindset must be like right now.
They've won the pistol, remember, I got the 3-0 there. The gun rounds have been really, really rough for them. But okay, Astralis, be careful. No one needs to go for these faces by themselves at this point. Glaive narrowly gets away with that one. 5 on 3. Bomb in the B apartment right now. Still a minute to work with. This round's still possible for SK. That's why I'm saying to Astralis, you need to be very, very careful. Don't give away free kills. So, coldzera, Kiabi, he's not doing that. He's got the AK-47. Rails him there. And that should be the round guaranteed at this point. There's 1 flashbang remaining now for the Brazilian side. And it looks like we're having a second go towards a ramp here for trying to make something happen.
Up on the ticket booth.
Is he really? You ready for this?
I don't think there's any way Fur can peek this corner and not die. There's just too many people waiting on the other side, and that ticket booth angle is so hard to spot if you don't have a rifle yourself or an AWP yourself. They've got Fallen really deep into the window, and he's got the bomb. 20 seconds. He's checking everything. I mean, this is really thorough work. He's just not finding any Astralis players at all. There's Device, ticket booth getting the kill. Fallen, 15 seconds here, and he's going to run in knife first. Actually gets the headshot on the pre regardless. 10 seconds. He's going to swap out for the M4, and now he'll get a bomb plant at least. That's actually impressive in a 2 versus 5, but to clutch it is quite a different matter. Actually, failed to pick up the M4, and Kirby will take him down. Another round for Astralis. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're going to see that 2v1 from Device. What a game this has been already.
Let's have a look at it. So, is he flashed at all here? He is. Okay, so they actually tried to eradicate that risk, and he takes him down. Great shot by him. Not too bad at all. It's going to be 7-5. As the bomb is defused, now make it 8, of course. And we have 3 players surviving for Astralis as well. After losing the pistol, this is a nice resurgence from them. And the buy, I can hear pistols being purchased. Second, all looking too up about this situation. A lot of pressure on that man's shoulders as well. Fallen, the in-game leader. What's the play here? Scouts out again, Anders. Hasn't really been delivering many frags for him, but seems to want to pick it up once again. And once again, he had that AWP round when he got 3 kills in total. He didn't even win that round, right? It's difficult to justify when he's only got 7 kills to keep buying these scouts. Like, he's not finding much with the AWP, and he didn't really hold much hope for the lesser sniper rifle itself. But we'll see what he can do with him. Deagle's no armor, and that scout, we'll see whether he can find any sort of opening here. But Dupree looking primed and ready towards short.
Phelps, I think, was lingering right at the edge, so he could have maybe pushed through at the right timing. Dupree's been shot in the back in this room a couple of times, so they could get the pick off on him again. Maybe that could spawn an opening. It's making a lot of noise, and enough for Dupree to get the kill, so a bit of a shame. Did he see the shoulder? I think he did. Device definitely knows now that Taco is up there. And SK Gaming, it'd be a miracle if they could turn this round. 5 rounds is doable. I mean, this isn't as bad as it seems. They can still win this game with 5 rounds on T side, but it's just that they had the opportunity to get more, it seemed. Fallen gets a kill on Device at least, but now he's also trapped back here, and they don't really need to fight him. They sort of know where Taco is. In fact, he's gone down now, and that will be the end of it here. 9-5 as we move into the 15th round. Let's see if SK can do this. Henry, I feel like the problem is they've got an enormous amount of firepower on the SK side. They've got so many talented players. They can't seem to put them into use. Like, they can't actually make them have enough space to work.
It's a lackluster performance so far from SK. Like, they're getting the opening frags and they're getting map control as well, but you're seeing key mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes as well. The one that comes to mind as well, Zipex coming from short, oversize coming in from SK Gaming. Just can't seem to just get over the finish line in certain rounds, and that's a massive problem when you're a map down as well. And so far, all they've really performed on is the pistol and 1 rifle victory. Let's see what they can do here in round number 15. Once again, very similar situation to Overpass, I have to say. Almost a mirror game in that sense. Lots of clutches, as far as running away with the majority of them. And it comes into this. 5 AKs once again, as we said before, hasn't really been working out, but Phelps, his AK is. Takes down Kiabi 5-on-4. They've had this advantage before, but Device looking to get it back. As he pushes in, Connector finds a monstrous shot there to take down Fur.
In the middle of all that smoke, and he still manages to get the angle. That's really well done. And again, the forward push up into the apartment, so that's just a lot of focus on that side. Jumping up, Sip still picks up the kill on Taco. Very unlikely you could do that. Phelps goes down as well. Sipex is just on a roll right now, and he is such a good B-bomb site player for this particular map. He's down to 74, but what do they do now? Waiting is Cold Zero just at the right angle, and that might have been enough. Maybe that's enough of an opening. Another 2 versus 2, Henry. Where do you put your money?
We'll see. The bomb not planted just yet, but Fallen, he's going to take care of that. It's up to Device for his AWP. Nice flank coming from Glaive as well. Of course, they have the kits. They have flashbangs to work with as well. Device waiting for a mistake to be made by either Cold Zero or Fallen. Decent crossfire with them. The smoke goes down. Time ticking away now. Glaive, he will strike first and try and get intel for his teammate.
And he finds the right angle. Sees the head, and that's a headshot straight away. Fallen will pick up 1. He's got the health. He can certainly do this. Sneaking in is Device, and he goes down with a headshot from Fallen. The caps of the Brazilian side, and SK Gaming pick up a 6th round. That's what they needed. That's what we want more of. 9-6 is the finishing score of the first half. What do you make of it, Henry?
It's definitely been a roller coaster of a half. It looked so dominant from the start for SK. They thought they'd won that pistol. They've actually held off the force by the CTs as well. They get the 3-0. This is their map. We're going to see them really come to life here. But to be fair, they're on the T side, right? And they're still getting 6 rounds. That last one helped him out tremendously there. A lovely shot from Fallen to finish things off as well. He's been struggling with the AWP. I think he sticks to the rifle. Obviously, moving to the CT side, that's not really going to be such an option. You do need the AWP generally. But this pistol will be very indicative as to where this game is going. We'll see whether SK Gaming can pick up the pistol here. here. 4 sets of armor, 1 kit, and a smoke to work with as well. Looks like a standard round from Astralis. A smokes towards jungle and the steps area. The flashes will come in. They'll focus on CT spawn and try and get an early plant down. But it's fallen to defend. Can he find the first headshot?
Desperately needs it just to buy some space. The rotation should be happening from SK. They definitely know what's up now. Already on the site, but Astralis, look at that. They take the site and they continue to push towards CT spawn, forcing SK Gaming back. That is such a brilliant move, and Fallen in some trouble if he peeks this corner. Phelps has already gone down. Fallen needs more, but the flashbang right in his face. He can't actually get back, and they're all going to charge him down. Cold Zero's gone, and Fur going to get overwhelmed. It's just a firing squad waiting. Taco gets 1 kill, and that's it. Astralis will pick up the pistol round.
Well, would you look at that, Anders? That's how you execute a T-pistol strategy. Like we normally say, Mirage, every team's running that strat with the smokes down towards the jungle area, the steps, like I said, the flashbangs were great, but this is the key bar here. Focusing on CT spawn, actively challenging with decent flashbangs as well. That's what we need to be doing, overwhelming a particular area. Whether it be jungle or CT, you need to be sticking there as a unit, refragging everything, and not allowing the CTs to get anywhere near that bomb. That's so key for Astralis, and SK now looking a little bit desperate. They will be forcing into the second round fully. We've got Fallen there with our armor, of course, aiming for that AWP, but this is big. Astralis looking for that 11-6, and SK potentially can steal this round away. Certainly have the players with the potential to do so.
I feel like we haven't seen many tactical timeouts out of SK Gaming. They haven't really been sort of slowing down the pace and having a good team talk. I mean, that's something that they normally are very good at, and I feel like that's actually missing a little bit here. They're letting Astralis build up just a lot of speed and a lot of good rounds, and you have to imagine, especially after those clutches, it's really hard on them to keep the overall mood on the team to a high level. I love this from Phelps, though. Running in with the C-set 75. Actually, he's very quick. Even though he's making noise, no one's heard him yet. Taco and Cold Zero as well, picking up some kills and coming in with the back. C-set 75 nearly taking down Glaive. This should be a round. Surely it's a round. 2 versus 3 now. And Device to go down next. Cold Zero doing everything in this one. A huge round coming in. SK Gaming stealing it back.
I'm always so scared about those B plays in anti-eco situation, or anti-force spires, I should say, as well. There's so many tight choke points there. Just takes a couple of deagle shots. What did I just miss?
Praise Keck. He threw the hat onto the other hat.
No
that
way.
might have been the best clutch we've seen. Can we get a replay of that soon enough? At least 1 or 2 I'm going to need.
The play of the series so far?
For sure it was.
So this is what I don't like, going to the B side at all in those sort of rounds. I think you're just better off doing that full default execution, trying to find the frags. You've got so much more space to work with there. I hate the tight choke points we have on that B side, but SK Gaming, they're loving them. We go into round number 18 here. Deagles, a UMP, still obviously have a chance to win this round, but Fur, what are you doing? That's such a risky challenge. Well, even if he finds one there with the Mac 10, like, how is he dueling him, even if it's just a pistol?
Not worth it. And is it any surprise that it's Dupree with the deagle that comes up ahead this time? That's where it gets a bit risky, but the bomb is down. A very clean shot coming out of Fallen. He did get tagged down to 7 health, though, so it wasn't exactly for nothing. Phelps sees the gun barrel, and he's just ready and waiting. Surely he will have seen that. Cold Zero helping out, and more people coming in. Dupree not going to get any more 1-deeks in this round. Seems like SK have controlled the situation.
Bit scary at the start though, but this looks fine. Phelps will take down Device, but Zipek, he's still fighting back. 2 players very low HP as well. This could have a few more twists and turns. We'll see what he can do with the situation. Obtained a smoke. If he gets a plant down, that's enough. Probably can't win the round. That bomb's in an awkward position for him on the balcony. Will obtain it, and now hoping to get that bomb down. Looks like he actually will. And as I'm saying, he has got a chance to win this. This is the clutch master we're talking about.
Don't start with that kind of a language, Henry. SK, they've just done it. They've just got the 7th round. If it gets stolen away now, surely there's no end to the tears. He's got the flashbang as well. It's planted out in the open for him. They have a smoke, and he's just going to flash his way through. They tap the bomb once, and that's enough to bring them off, actually. They're still back on it now, and Sippy can't do anything. Might be the best move here anyway, so we'll be around for SK Gaming. If they didn't have the smoke...
Yeah, absolutely. The smoke is the savior there. He tries to at least get the bomb down. That's something, right? It boosts the economy going to the next round. But SK Gaming managing to take 2 away here. That shot from Dupree in the underpass, that looked very good. But I have to say, with the Mac 10 Fur, that's a strange decision.
Yes.
Like, you're by yourself. You definitely don't have the weapon to challenge that. You know they'll be force buying. And gets his head blown off and almost gave Astralis a window back into it. But just Eagles and PD50s now, and we'll see whether SK can have a nice clean round here. We're hoping to see 5 players stay alive so they can stabilize at this point.
Well, Well, as they're setting up, I must point out, Henry, for anyone who's keeping a score at home, we've doubled the amount of beach balls in the venue here.
That's true. That's a key factor today. Doubling up the beach balls, 2 of them in total. And we'll see whether we can keep track of that number as we go out through the day.
Bring more if you can before the finals.
Yeah.
Always a good touch.
Not just beach balls as well. We can have other inflatables, other animals.
Yeah, you're free to be creative. No sex dolls. Try not.
No, that would be. I'll leave mine at home.
Phelps and Fallen both get a kill, and they do lose 2 players on the SK side, but they've got the situation under control. A bit of a shame they give up the bomb plant here, but right now I think SK really need to take a deep breath and just accept the fact that this is going to be a long slog if they want to get back into it. Like they need to fight for every single round, it seems. 9 to 10, they're on the CT side.
They are.
They are one of the best teams in the world. I mean, this is well within reach for them. They can absolutely do this.
Yeah, for sure. That second round forced by win, and the 3 in a row after that as well. But the problem is Astralis do get bomb plants, Anders. That's $800 per player per plant. So that's looking very good in terms of round number 20 for Astralis here. AWP comes out. Of course, it's in device and 4 as well. This is a nice full buy. But SK Gaming, like we said, the one thing Astralis doesn't have on their CT side is the double AWP setup. We definitely have that for SK Gaming. They have been experimenting with Taco, but it seems they're back fully charged with coldzera and Fallen with that roll. And we'll see what works out for them. God, Fallen, this is brave. Pushing through the smoke. Looking at the first pick. He's using that slight gap there.
Misses the shot. But that's exactly the kind of move. When I said that I thought Fallen was going to be the difference maker for SK on this map, that's the sort of stuff that I had in mind.
Absolutely.
An interesting position here for riding up that corner, and we'll see if Sip is smart enough. He actually has a flashbang. He could do exactly the same thing as Taco did. I think he even had it primed for a minute there, like he was going to try and pull a similar thing. But look how deep they've got Kyebu into the window. Well, this is a good position. Doesn't want to get too greedy, but Fallen is taken out, but there's the refrag. And unlike when Taco was here, he did the flashbang down, Sip doesn't, and as a result, has absolutely no chance to win it. And here's what's really creepy. Device on the other side with the bomb and the AWP Fur wins this fight somehow, which he won't, but if he had, that would have been the bomb down. It would have been brilliant.
Yeah, that's such a sick read by Device. Just waiting there patiently, seeing if Fur got a little bit ahead of himself, but Phelps in the same position here. He will take the bomb down as well. That's another key frag. Back and forth we go. 3-on-3 now with Phelps controlling the bomb. He's got a teammate from T-Spawn as well. And coldzera, I thought he had that frag for days. Couldn't find it with the Desert Eagle. He had the secondary AWP as well, of course. Comes down to the 3-on-2 with Dupree. Oh, they've somehow stolen the bomb away. That's huge. Lapse of concentration and it goes away, and that was their one saving grace on the CT side. Kiabi finds another kill. Now Phelps on 2 HP. Surely can't do anything about this. Astralis should be winning round number 20 here. Just wants to save the AWP potentially. That's going to be Phelps. Oh dear, oh dear.
They just wanted to relocate to get into a bit of position, and then when they check back,
it's gone. Where's it gone?
Not there anymore. It's 11 rounds for Astralis here after I don't know, another 10th round, another one that could have been. How many are we on the list now?
It must be like 6 or 7, I think. Like the amount of like tight clutches that, to be fair, fallen away from SK Gaming the majority of the time. It's going to be so frustrating for them. That was an absolute brawl of round once again. Towards that A round this time, just a game of chess really. Device now reading Fur to find the first pick. Then Phelps moving into the same position Fur was in. Takes the kill back, drops the bomb. And then they steal it away. There's so many inspired moves we're seeing right now, and it's great to see this level of Counter-Strike being played.
Thing is, as crazy as it sounds, I know that peek from Fall in the middle didn't really work out. I mean, that's not what got him killed, but he didn't hit the shot. I want to see him do more of it. This is what I find to be sort of synonymous with SK Gaming, is having Fallen step up when they're really far back and just lead the whole team. I think he should try and do that again, even if it's rough right now.
We'll see what he can do. We have another buy available here. Phelps smoked out towards the window. Fallen his position this time. Looks like he's towards the B site with the AWP. Single AWP setup this time. Saved from the previous. A little bit of money left in the chambers for SK. But he knows he has to work hard for this frag. Nice little smoke there to look towards the underpass, and should be guaranteed this frag. They walk past it, but timings doesn't work out for him, and he's going to be falling back at this stage. We do have kits available, but only flashbangs now at the 1:20 mark.
Waiting. Smoke just gonna make sure he can't see anything of what's going on in the middle. Fallen's forward position over by that B hallway means they can have all this mid control. He was for a minute there spotting the sort of long diagonal line all the way down towards, in fact, underpass. Now he's falling back a bit, Doesn't want to stick around for too much longer, it seems. Glaive flashing his way in, but called up on the window. Not flashed, as you can tell. That's a good way to get started here. Can they make this work? 45 seconds for Astralis to try and make something happen, but actually they're rotating the bomb back towards T-spawn. They're not going to have that much time once they actually start planting the bomb. And look at where Taco is hiding on the bomb side itself. This could be interesting.
Up to Dupree to show some presence towards the B side of the map here, trying to pull that rotation away. Oh, okay, Kiabi, that's a lovely shot. Gold Zero takes him down. You're absolutely right. Taco in this position pretty much guarantees around victory. They won't be checking it, I would imagine, but he's objective now, find that one kill to deny the plant.
Imagine that Molotov gone on the other side. They actually spray through the box. He still hasn't shown himself. He comes up just when he's got the grenade out. And Sip goes down. That's going to be gut-wrenching, but Device will take the kill anyway. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. They need that bomb plant right away. They will at least get the bomb down, but Device is in the middle of nowhere, and he's going to get dropped. SK Gaming, they win the round. They're not going to get anything for 3 in this game. Like, they really have to fight for these wins.
Yeah, they do get 2 orbs taken to the next round. 3 kills from Cold Zero. This was the first. A player walking into that ladder, and it's going to be Glaive dropped as well, but definitely not comfortable. And as you can see, a sigh of relief from Phelps' face at that point as well. He didn't look too happy about the situation. It's 1 round closer to tying things up, though. SK Gaming 10, Astralis 11. These rounds have been very exciting, I have to say. Bomb goes down for Astralis. They didn't get that plant, they can't buy into this round. So just getting that down was enough to get them a buy into round number 22. As we said, double orb set up back again for SK Gaming. No orb for Device. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Smoke's deployed towards the window and towards short once again.
See what they can do here in round number 22, as you said. Double orb. This is just a classic setup for SK Gaming. They've done this so many times. You have to assume that it's going to be a big payoff. It looks like it will be a brutal execute towards the B bomb side. Astralis, this is something that we don't see too often. There's so many ways to keep it shut down, especially when the CT side has Molotovs and everything else. And yeah, Astralis, I'm not sure what made them change their mind, but they just no longer feel it. Gonna go back instead. But that kind of a B rush can be really dangerous.
1 minute 10 remaining. Tension starts to mount. Nothing given away so far by the Danes. That's Denny mid-control now. Looks like the A split will be coming in eventually. Of course, we have one playing the B apartments. That'll be Dupree, holding for any flanks or pushes coming in for the CTs generally, and Fur in that connector position as well, looking to shut them down. Now he's isolated, smoked out by himself. Kiabi's coming for him, but no one's going to be committing just yet. Here it comes, and that's a lovely shot from Glaive, locked in there with him. And it's going to be the 5-on-4 just like that.
Phelps is ready. The booster's going to get caught. He gets a quick kill. Obviously knows there's a second player there. Going to make sure he can try and escape. 4-on-4. And again, under 30 seconds here. Nice shot from Fallen. Takes one, legs the next. And Phelps to follow it up. And Phelps even taking down Kirby. What a great triple for him in the round. Device, he's got no chance at all. Trying to see if maybe he can steal the AWP away. But Fallen just crouching in the corner to pick it up. Tying up the scoreline. 11-11.
And now they can have a little bit of a rest period. 2 rounds in a row finally for SK there. And you can see it's down to the skill on Phelps. So aware as well, like he said. He knows he'll be a player beneath him. Buys himself some time with the smoke. Rotates in. Fallen starting to hit shots as well. We're getting there. 11-11. Broken economy for Astralis generally as well. Fur brings out the MP9. And we'll see whether Astralis can bring anything to the table. This is one of those rounds that doesn't really count. We've got 3 Glocks and PD-50s. It's very little chance they can actually even get a bomb plant here. Maybe 1 kill, I would say. It's probably as good as it's going to get. But as we said, MP9. It's been a little bit sloppy in this underpass area. It does some damage, but receives the exact same amount. Doesn't want to fall back here. Seems he wants to challenge a little bit more.
This is brave. But again, if he gives up the MP9, it's not like it'll lose them the whole round.
No, it's fine.
Cold Syrup. Easy enough kill there. With the assistance of from earlier. Try and get another one. Pistols out instead. They realize now they've got no armor, so it's pretty much just a question of finding the right frags at the right time. Kirby will be going down though, or we're getting a kill on first, sorry, after that instantly Cold Sierra is ready. And Device, the last to fall. So 12-11. SK Gaming are in the lead after a slow and long comeback here. They've actually got a really good position to win this map.
Yeah, it's been an absolute slog for them, definitely. Astralis called the timeout now, so 12-11, like you said, SK take the lead back after winning 3 rounds in a row. Astralis, we have to remember they won the pistol here in the second half as well. I think it is shut down with the pistols with that decision to go towards the B side. We'll see if that comebacks to haunt them. But in terms of their money to buy into round number 24 here, there's around 4.5k per player. So they can bring out the AWP Glaive to 4,800, but I don't think they'll do that. It's going to be 5 AKs once again. And we'll see what kind of decisions they make. It's been quite slow and passive holds at the start. Defaults coming in, trying to find the first pick, but equal trade so far for SK Gaming. They haven't had to work too hard. Since they've had this double orb set up, it seems to be working quite nicely for them. Phelps doing a good job towards middle and the jungle position itself. And here it goes, the imports comes in. We'll see whether Astralis can claw one back. The best of buys, but certainly not the worst. Fallen, presumably anchoring himself towards the A side of the map, and coldzera, that secondary orb will be towards B. This is the full AA commitment. This is what the pause brings, Anders. This will be a wall of smokes, and it'll be towards the bomb site itself, the steps, the jungle area, focusing on CT spawn once again. Molotovs in that area, trying to smoke, falling out of position as well.
Yeah, but look at where he is. He might actually be trapped inside of the smokes, and I'm not sure the rest can get to him. This could get really weird. Are they going to wait for it? There's Fallen already, gone down. Device, straight AK shot to the face, and that's a lot of map control already for them. They're on the bomb side. The bomb is being brought in. Device getting him on one kill, taking down Fur, looking for a third as well. He's going to take down Felt, cracking up the whole round. And now coldzera and Taco, they have to just make a run for it, try and save these rifles. It doesn't matter that they get that kill. I guess that's one way to open up an A bomb site.
Yeah, just sending Device to find 3 headshots. That's not bad at all, but they're being a little bit sloppy here. This could become a possibility. Maybe not just yet, but it's going to be Taco coming in from the A ramp. But if coldzera finds a frag, they might just go for this. Time ticking away, though, and Astralis throwing away key frags there. No reason for Glaive to be in T-spawn to hunt the frag, but here we go. If this falls apart, this could be the end of the map, and the bomb is actually starting to be defused. This could actually happen, but Dupree, he deals with it. coldzera now surely can't do anything about the situation. Trying to land the shot. It's going to be anyone's round, but the bomb should explode. It's a little bit difficult there for Astralis generally.
Oh, man.
They gave away way too much there, Anders. Considering it's a clean round, we thought, you said it, the CTs were saving in that stage as well. Just about goes in favour of Astralis. Here's the replay from Device as well. Very, very cool stuff from him. This is why he's considered one of the best players in the world. Amazing with the AWP as well, but he's no slouch with the AK. Great stuff. Not going to be quite enough to shut down SK's money just yet. And that's, you can see why those kills are so important. Astralis, they don't give those 3 kills away towards the end. They have AKs here. But now, after winning the round on the T side, UMPs, Tech 9s, and Fallen, he's looking angry. He wants to get his kill back straight away. He's going towards the A ramp. He'll be in front of the smokes as well. This might not be the right play. It's another A execution coming in. Smokes all over the place. He spots a foot, I think. Not quite.
And this is what I want to see. I know this is risky, but this is the kind of Fallen I much prefer. And he's going to take down Device. Smokes up behind him. Mid-air shot! Oh my god, taking down Sip, and another one. Fallen trying for it. Phelps there to back it up. SK Gaming, a 13th round coming in. This is everything you could have hoped for.
This is what we wanted to see in the semi-final. Fallen started to show up as well. AWP shots all over the place, up close and personal as well. The first one was good, but my God, what was the second? Quick scope to Zipex, completely picks him out of the air. Good Lord, and that's a full reset as well. And the closing stages here of the second half, 13-12. There's going to be about $2,000 available. And Zipex, he's already bought the armor. It looks like they're going all in here. This could be the end of Astralis' run on Mirage. It's looking likely for the third map right now. They will take the tactical pause. My God, you've been calling for it in this entire series. You want Fallen to get up in their grills, and he manages to do it in that round especially. That's some vintage Fallen play. He's looked so quiet in this series so far, but with that play alone, he gets himself second place on the scoreboard with some electric few rounds.
This is beautiful. This is one of the reasons why, I mean, he is a legend of the game, and I think when he does stuff like that, there's almost no one that can keep up. It's just so fast and it's so precise, and that has got to shock Astralis. I mean, Astralis have been trying, I feel like, to sort of stretch out SK for a long time, hoping that they would break eventually, and I feel like now we're past that point. I think Astralis is starting to realize they actually are in this game. They aren't crumbling. Mentally, they're back, and now we're in a lot of trouble here. They have some grenades. They've got some armor here, Astralis, to just at least give themselves a chance. SK just have to play this one smart and slow and make sure they don't lose to this rush. Coming into the B bomb side, Taco falling back, but he gets shut down by Device. Good follow-up spray by coldzera, and one refrag happening from Sip. Still a 3-on-3, but the bomb is quite far back. He's trying to be planted here. And Phelps, I think he could have seen that. Shot in the face instead. Now, it's a bit risky. Tech 9s are dangerous at this range.
Absolutely. This is not done just yet. The retake will begin. Phelps getting dinged to the start, like you said. They're being quite cagey about the retake here. Glaive knows he has to work a bit harder, but he'll be taken down for sure. Third finds him. Up to Zipex now. Known to be great in his clutches, but got a hell of a task on his hands. He finds the first kill. Phelps is low HP as well. He finds his kill. He might just have a chance.
He's hiding in the corner. They know where he is. They come for him at the same time, and that's really smart. Fallen with a really wide peak, and then there's no way Sip, if he doesn't get the instant headshot, he just can't make up for that. 14-12, ladies and gentlemen, in favor of SK Gaming. The economy for Astralis, in spite of the bomb plant, just not good enough.
Yeah, it's in the bin right now. I think they have to take the ego to this point, allow SK Gaming to get to map point, looking likely to be the third map. That was a hell of an attempt from Zipex there, left in the 3 versus 1. He gets the kill towards Shore, and low HP Phelps in front of him as well. Like we said, if he gets that one kill against the AWP, he might have a chance. But SK very intelligent, facing together and making sure they give him 2 targets that he couldn't deal with. Round number 27. Going the full distance here. So it's not a full buy here from Astralis. It's not even a partial buy. This is upgraded pistols and some smokes, right? So they're keeping their money by the 2K mark. Next round, they're going to get $2,400. So enough for AKs at least. They're going for overtime right now. Sure, they have a chance to win this round, but mainly is the plan. That's all that's going to be possible for them. Oh, what are you doing? The Deagle's waiting, but it drops down at the wrong time. Zipex gets taken down.
Finally, something works out in the timing department for SK Gaming, at least. Cold Zero, I can actually see the leg there. Funny, the bomb is being planted right in front of him, so this is a big win for Astralis. Now they get a lot more money. Still going to get shut down, it seems, Dupree and Kevin. Dupree, what? Picking up 2 big frags. Lining them up, and now Fallen and Phelps are in a 2-on-2. How is it spinning out of control? The bomb is being defused. Can they find the angle? 1 second left, and they will win the round. That's map point for SK Gaming. The drama is just, it's too much, Henry.
It's palpable right now in here. It's lovely to see Dupree almost shut it down there, and he's to play. So he manages to get the kill, upgrade to an M4A4 as well. And it was the double spray down, spot to play and connector as well. The timing was impeccable, but couldn't find a shot for the smoke. Intelligent smoke deployment there from SK just about does it. But Kiabi with the rifle as well. 2 rifles play in that direction. You thought they might be able to deny it, but 3 rounds now required in a row for Astralis to take us to overtime. SK looking to close this one out and take us to map number 3, which is Inferno, which will be sick, let me tell you. Device, he finds the first pick. It was Fallen going aggressive towards that connector position. Taken down, and a chance to calm it here. Astralis with the early lead here. 1 minute 30 on the clock. They go back towards A. This will be a full execution. Taking the defenses down. They know Fallen plays CT spawn. They can concentrate towards jungle and the connector position.
That AWP being out of play really gives you a lot of space to work with. And Phelps is on here. The grenades are raining in. He knows that he's just been called out in by a teammate. He turns around for the flashbang. Fur has to fall back. They check the corner and he goes down. That's not exactly great. Fur's going to get dropped. Everything working for Astralis in this round. They actually had the double stack towards the ramp. I thought that would have been working a little bit better now. Instead, it's Cold Zero taking the glaive, but the bomb did get planted, so still leaves them in a really awkward position. There is a flank coming in by Taco, but I'm wondering if Device isn't already aware that that might be the case. Dupree sees the position, and Cold Zero will be going down. That's 13 rounds here. Astralis taking a step closer to that overtime.
It's getting really close now. SK with the decision, do they buy into this? But Device, this was the key pick, right? And I love the assertiveness. Glaive is the in-game leader. He can feel things falling apart here. They get the first pick. Fallen, a key component to the A bomb site for SK Gaming. Back towards that full execution. Overwhelm it. Push the CTs back. They get the initial exchange as well at the A ramp. Commits fully to it. The bomb goes down. Cold Zera, a fly in the ointment there, but couldn't deny the plant. So it manages to go in favor of Astralis. So we'll take a pause here, surely. Yes, we will indeed for SK. I will report back to you that they have bought into this round by the looks of things. Fallen, dropped a weapon over, and this could be their demise. It's make or break time, and if they don't win this round, they have absolutely nothing left for the 30th round here. This is going right down to the wire now. I'll give the advantage towards Astralis. I'll have a look at the final buy here for the SK side. They could have taken a partial buy here with his Deagles and PT50s and stuff, and had a full buy round number 30 and try and close it out properly. They're going all in. It still looks pretty decent. I can see 3 rifles so far and a Max 7. That's the caveat to this round. A shotgun for Ferb. What's Fallen got? Has he got the AWP?
Don't know if it's been purchased somewhere. We'll find out in a second.
Is that another Max 7 on the floor?
Another one, yeah, I think it is.
No way. This can't be the play. 2 Max 7s, 3 M4s, no kits.
Not exactly the recipe for success, is it? Unless they can turn these Max 7s, I think, really aggressive. If you're just waiting around the corner, that might not be enough. And you see Fallen, he is fairly close, thinking something similar. Grenades are going to be put in once, and Fallen, he must have heard them dropping behind him for very close range. Sees the gun, he gets the first kill, but he's going to get instantly refragged. And now are they going to realize? Fallen here takes one, goes for a second, but pulls out the knife instead. Sip will take the kill, and it's a 3-on-3. But look at the health that's left on Astralis. Surely they can win this.
Yeah,
they've lost so many clutches already in these semi-finals. Now is the time to win one.
Such a tense round, Anders. Like we said, if SK lose this, they get $1,900 next round. That's pretty much guaranteeing overtime. The crowd's coming to life now. They can feel it coming closer to SK picking up the second map here. We'll go towards the B side. The flashbacks start to rain over. Taco's aware. Can he find the frag? He gets the first. It's a 3-on-2. Zipex with the AWP. Not known to use this weapon. And he's down to 15 points of health.
It's all coming together now. Device getting a shot on Phelps, but they're still not really in a position where planting the bomb is easy. Cold Sierra and Taco are starting to move into the bomb side. They've got the health, but as you pointed out earlier, they don't have a defuse kit, and that can really come back to haunt them now. They can't possibly afford to lose this round. Astralis have got the bomb plant down. They've got the AWP on Sip, of all people, as really rare. Surprised they haven't tried and swapped that out, but maybe just not finding the time for it, and Cold Sierra missing the jump.
That's going to cost him 5 seconds, and that's not what you need when you haven't got the kids there.
Taco's moving in. He's looking for the angle, and there's not that much coverage from behind here. Sip could go down in just a couple of bullets, but now making the noise. Sip must have heard that. The bomb is ticking away right in front of Taco. He taps it a single time, but they're almost out of time already. There's the kill happening, and now spraying wildly. Device gets one. Cold Sierra with the refrag, but he doesn't have the time. Oh no, and you have to wonder, the missed jump. Was that the difference? We're not going to find out, but that's 14 rounds for Astralis. It's going to go down to the wire here, Henry. We're going to full distance.
It definitely contributed. The jump had something to do with it. No kits there. We thought the shotguns had done just enough there. Both of them finding a frag, but they couldn't do it. The 1v1, they find the kill, but not quite enough to finish it off. It's round number 30 now, 15-14. SK Gaming managed to get 1 AWP like this and then 3 UMPs. That's all they've really got to work with here. Fallen with the glass cannon. We'll see what he can do here, if anything. He needs to be the savior. Towards underpass we go. SK hunting for frags, so they can't sit back and allow execution to come in here. They need to be actively hunting. 5 players towards A side from Astralis here. Smokes will be coming in, presumably. They could go for the contact play, knowing it's low money. This is it. Last chance for Astralis to take it to overtime, and SK Gaming desperately trying to avoid going into that situation.
They must have realized there's nobody in underpass. They've got the advanced position over at B. They should have a lot of intel that there's not really many people on this side of the map. So they're starting to rotate Fallen back into position by the ticket booth instead. Astralis is waiting for the smokes to disappear from the CT side, and then they're going to throw everything in. Now, SK, how do they respond? How quick are they going to be? There's already a big flank coming in. You see Phelps is towards T-spawn already. Fallen just trying for the angle. He's on top of the ticket booth, not really connecting with anyone, and he's eventually going to fall back. Cold Sierra sees the first kill, but can't get it. Instead, he goes down to Glaive. Astralis fighting to get the overtime. Phelps with the wrong gunner still picks it up, and Fur picking one up as well, taking down Glaive. It's now 3 versus 4, and the bomb has not been planted. Only 35 seconds left, and Sip up on the high ground. Can he make the jump over? This is risky. He's going to go for it. He goes down to Fur instead. SK Gaming 2 more kills, and we're going to go to map 3. Dupree out in the open with pretty much no backup at all. A very risky play indeed. Flashbang doesn't quite hit him. He's moved a bit closer, but now he definitely can't find the kill, and he's been spotted. 16 seconds. It feels like it's SK's time to finally do something here. Device will get 1 frag, but how are they going to possibly put down the bomb? Dupree, he fakes it a bit, and there it is. 3rd map coming up, 16-14. SK Gaming, they push it the full distance. What a team.
What an absolutely epic semi-final this is leading up to be. We knew the second map would be good, but I didn't think it'd deliver on that sort of level there. A gamble with a shot at the previous round. It comes down to 4 UMPs and an AWP to hold it off. The AWP didn't really have a factor there. It was the UMPs close range, dueling at that last moment. Astralis doing everything they could to take it to overtime, but wasn't quite enough there. One of the most epic games of Counter-Strike I've ever casted. So many clutches, so many high-octane moments there, Anders. That really delivered on all fronts.
I mean, if you wanted to find out just how deep this SK roster is, the fact that they can live through losing that many clutches, still win the map, still push it to a 3rd one.
Yeah.
I think now it's Astralis being put to the test, because if you win that much and you still don't close out the map, somewhere in your mind you're thinking, oh, and now Inferno's up. It can't get any better than this, surely.
It cannot get any better than this. Both teams very well versed in Inferno. It's going to be an epic way to finish things off there. I can't wait. I hope we just get those sort of clutches, that sort of play again, the kind of low buys, amazing stuff coming forward. But Anders, I need a bit of a break. I'm sure you do as well. So should we throw it over to the analyst desk?
Let's do it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, we get a third. We were hoping for it. Crossing our fingers and toes. Inferno will be where this matchup is determined, and a champion will have a chance to either defend their title or lift the trophy for the first time. We're back in business now. Myself, Machine, every time. Gets me every time. Duncan Thorin Shields and Yanko White.
Astralis, especially in that second half, would get the bomb planted.
Tactical, you know. Mirage is the most exciting map to watch, because this is the one where T-side for both teams, it's such a sliver on either side as to whether you win the round, as to whether the guy does like a ninja diffuse. I mean, you saw the sheer amount of diffuse attempts also in that same game there. SK plays like it's 2014 with the retake game. You know, you expect people to take over the A site, then you do the full retake, you hold off for a second. This isn't the way people play the modern meta of this map. You know, you think about how many times you have someone up there, like the sandwich area, or he's up in the palace.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it's a very unique approach to take, because you're thinking if you're Astralis, great, I'm on the site. I've got the site taken, hold my angles, but they lost the mass majority of those gun rounds.
I mean, what about that round where it was a 2v4 from Cold and Taco, and they make it into a 2v2 and go for that mad dash where Cold throws the smoke for Taco to jump on the defuse, and just barely Astralis stops that defuse.
What did you make of this, by the way? Kirby leaves the site.
We have that.
Let's talk about that later. 3, 4 heads. People never got a chance to do that. They were just pushed off the side, smokes isolated, and CT's never even had a chance in the pistol. And think how bizarre that is in modern Counter-Strike.
I really like the approach they took on the T-pistol from SK, where it was just a molly window, bursting through connector, and it just felt like, you said it yourself, actually, you said it perfectly, it made the USPs look inferior, which made it
made it look like the worst pistol, even though, as I said, you know, usually 90% of highlights is someone with a USP just tapping away at a guy with a Glock, and he can't really fire back in a sense, you know, he's not going to get that instant kill.
That's why the same concept applies no matter the map. On the T side, you want to get into those close range battles, you want to overwhelm the defender so that they can't, you know, have the opportunity to just one tap and go back and forth.
And I think in the end, this is probably the round that won SK this map right here, and stuff is going to overtime, because without that, Astralis' economy was max, SK was in a lot of trouble. You saw they had some like rough buys towards the end of that half.
Double max 7, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's like we have to do, you know, we have to play with anything at that point in time. But I think that round from Fallen, it's not, you know, SK might still end up winning the round, but the manner in which they won it, basically with those crazy shots and winning, stopping the whole execute in a matter of 6 or 7 seconds pretty much, that gives a lot of confidence to everyone on SK. That's when you really feel like, okay, we're doing this is our map.
Yeah, and something you're going to be doing is a little bit of a review. Now, I did perhaps spoil it just a little bit. I didn't realize that was what you had selected, but there was an interesting decision being made by Kirby, eventually profiting him. Why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, that was a 2v2 situation that we saw early on, and you know, in the end, you just see Kirby pushing underpass. He gets 2 kills. Wow, he did get a little bit lucky, but you know, no one thinks about it too much. But that was actually a pretty bad call, in my opinion, for him, because you're in a 2v2 situation. You know, they're towards mid. What happens, for example, if SK just decides to go catwalk, as you will see here on your screens pretty much, this is like a completely viable option for SK. In that situation, you have Device who's all the way towards the A bomb site, Kirby is pushing B, but once SK is able to, you know, set up a crossfire in the B bomb site pretty much, it's very difficult for you to defend. You have no idea where they are. They can push towards kitchen, they can, you know, just have a strong setup towards catwalk pretty much, and that's very, very difficult to defend if you're not close by, if you're not holding a couple of angles already, if you have no idea where they can be. So in this particular situation, he decides to push all the way. They decide to go towards connector, so he meets them and gets 2 easy kills and wins the round for his team. But I think if you replay this situation 5 more times, he's probably going to be wrong at least 3, if not 4 times. It's just the risk is very high and the reward is just not there.
Beautiful artwork, by the way. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, well, I work with what I have.
No, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's like me on Microsoft Paint. But here, this was the eventual situation. Kirby actually profiting from it. And that does show, you know, Duncan, you know, as much as this is an incredibly tactically heavy game, and you do have those cerebral players and plays, sometimes you just get unlucky or lucky.
sometimes timing is just it. That really is. I mean, that's the reason why usually you never just isolate one round and you say, that's why I won or lost the game. Because the idea is I want to put myself in good situations 8 or 9 times on T-side. And then from that, if I'm the better team, I probably do win the map. You know, there's a great quote by actually the legendary player DSN from Fnatic who said, like, okay, maybe lucky rounds happen, maybe lucky kills happen, but in general, the better team does win. And that's why, because you get all these opportunities. So I'd agree on that one. Like, for example, Kirby got lucky there, but if he tries that like 3 more times, he'll probably lose most of it.
But that's the thing, in this particular game, actually, flanking and timings played a huge role, because even in the second half, you could see how Astralis, actually, when they were on the CT side, you saw them be aggressive. Like Kirby here, we saw it a couple of times for Zipex, for Dupree. That's not something Astralis is actually known for. They are usually a team who plays more safe, more fundamental. That was probably them adjusting to kind of try and surprise SK. In the second half, you saw towards the end, because Astralis was running, set executes a lot of the times, SK had players on the flank. Even in that last round that we saw, I mean, that close range, awkward UMP, quick switch, kill, that was what made the round. If that player dies on the flank, they lose pressure from that part of the map, and probably Astralis gets Mirage into overtime.
That's something I want to look for in that third map, because think about how much Inferno you've seen Astralis play already. If you're SK, you can just go watch those demos. There's a lot of other ones out there against Faze, Star Series. So now, when they play, I actually expect them to do some more of this. Throw some crazy rounds in there. Don't be the predictable default style CT setup of Astralis, because it didn't always work, but it definitely kept the SK guys, really guessing. I think you saw both teams here really hesitant to actually get the bomb down when it was those tough situations, because they're always expecting that guy to be around the corner.
Well, this third map does need to happen ASAP. Janko, I'll give you the chance to close this out with some of your thoughts and expectations for Inferno, and then we will head on out.
I think both teams play similar CT side in the sense that they like to post up the Opera in Banana and then maybe rotate that 4th player towards the A bomb side. You definitely need to have a plan how you're going to approach that. Astralis is very good at fighting even the double op setup. They have a lot of strats in their playbook, an explosive playstyle which they can switch to, as we saw in that grand final in Kiev against Faze on that third map, which was Inferno. So for me, it's up to SK to show what they have. They are the ones who need to bring the game towards Astralis, and even though they won on Mirage, there's still issues within their game, so they need to step up even more to make it into the finals.
Indeed, Faze wait to find out who they will be playing. It's all going down tonight, but we do get a CS fan's dream. Not only a third map, but it's SK, Astralis, Inferno. Your casters are ready after our break. But we're going to go ahead and jump straight into it. Inferno will be the last battleground between SK and Astralis, and only one can play on that grand final in front of this crowd here live from London. Right, we take a break, and while we do so, let's have a little look behind the scenes to see what we're up to when we disappear backstage.
Hello everyone. As we all know, an esports event, a Counter-Strike event, would not be complete without a behind-the-scenes tour, and that is what we are going to do right now. What we have here, guys, is a Daniel and James in the wild, ready to cast our first game. If we head over this way, you'll see our wonderful analyst desk, legends in the game, legends outside of the game. It's lit. This is the stage. Our team's getting ready to go right now. Faze on the right, Cloud9 on the left. Okay, welcome to a top secret location. We cannot confirm nor deny that this place even exists. But this is where the players warm up. This is where they practice. Practice makes perfect. Oh, it's James Cobb. Oh, you thought you could walk past. No. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm coming here to set up, so we're gonna have some scrims later. So,
what do you think about anime?
Why do you do this to me all the time?
I love you.
I love you too.
Then we've got the guys here, producer Reese, Mike, and Nicholas, working together like a well-oiled machine. A lot of lubrication, a lot of it, swimming in it. Behind the scenes.
Thanks.
This is backstage, literal backstage, the actual player booths. This is one of them right here to my left. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just like I said at the start, esports event, CSGO event, we had to do a behind the scenes for all of you. Thank you so much for supporting, and we will catch you later.
back, ladies and gentlemen. It's map 3 here, the second semi-final between SK Gaming and Astralis. Henry can't get better than this, can he?
This is what Counter-Strike's all about, isn't it? These big semi-finals, two titans of the game going at it as well. SK Gaming actually turning up in the second map. They're stealing it away from Astralis. We had all the drama, the clutches, the beautiful Counter-Strike being played, and I can't wait to see what Inferno has in store for us.
I mean, they survived all of that for 2 maps, losing almost every clutch situation it seemed, obviously apart from some really crucial ones, but they pushed it to a 3rd map, Inferno. I still think it's a big unknown. We know both these teams can play it. I think this will go either way. I'm a bit lost here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really disappointed to see that finish in 2 maps. Now we can see what SK made of. They started to come to life towards the end of the first map, delivered on the second as well. Wasn't the cleanest performances, but that's what we've come to expect. These sort of matchups here. There are going to be scrappy moments, there are going to be tight clutches, and it seems like every single round is going down to 1v1. Astralis taking the lion's share of them so far, but SK Gaming now firing on all cylinders, starting to see the big names turn up. Fallen as well. What a performance he had in that second map, finding the AWP and actually starting to hit those close range shots and keeping the excitement alive.
I mean, on a map like Inferno, if he can continue that style, we don't often get to see it. In fact, it's only in some moments of Counter-Strike history where one Opera has been able to do that, and the obvious sort of choices for it is someone like JW, someone like Kenny in his prime, Guardian has been able to do it for a while on Inferno. Actually, interestingly, I think Device is one who's actually really good at opening on Inferno too. But if that battle can keep going on Inferno, whoever's going to be better at that combat opening, as Sponge would have said, they might actually win the game.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one for the AWP on Inferno. The T side especially, it's really difficult to make that work tremendously well. Obviously, you've got the CTs running around the map going towards around the middle apartments, doing everything they can to find opening picks. Terrorists, the only options at the start, really towards T steps, hoping you can find that first pick, but it doesn't seem to work out. Once the ground gets to the mid stages, that's when it seems to drop off dramatically. So we'll see who comes up on top in that sense there. But Astralis, I'm looking forward to what they can bring to the table. They have a very loose style on Inferno generally, like sticking a 4-man formation, one holding the flanks, and it's feeling out the map, trying to get that mid-control first, and having simple execution towards their A side. And that's what we've seen kind of develop as Inferno in this iteration at least. CT's playing very deep on the bomb side especially, right? They're not really necessarily challenging towards middle that often. They're waiting in the pit, waiting on the bomb site, towards the apartments, and trying to have the established crossfires that can shut down and take aggro away from each other. And that's really cool to watch sometimes. It's quite coordinated, lovely CS to watch.
It'll be interesting. I think we do have the 9th round on the way, so any second now we'll be ready to get into the game. Someone that we haven't talked about too much, usually who's a big, I think, problem for anyone facing SK Gaming is Fur, and his aggressive style, especially on the CT side, can be very hard to deal with, very hard to capture. You know it's going to come at some point, but still he can catch people off guard. I wonder if we're going to see more like that out in Inferno. I mean, if he can sneak in somewhere, that would be interesting. I want to see Fur be a bit more active, and as far as I recall, in the older version, he used to be quite good at playing this map. It used to be sort of a home base for him almost.
There's plenty of options to be aggressive on the CT side especially. You've seen it throughout this tournament, pushing down banana, challenging for frags, something Astralis loves to do, using 3 towards B at the start. That's something this version of Inferno has lent itself towards. Like, you obviously don't have the smokes available towards CT spawn anymore, so he said 3 at the start, challenge that against the terrorists, dropping the incendiaries and having a real fun fight there towards that side of the map. It's obviously key at the start, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Astralis want to challenge that aggression, as we mentioned. Okay, Sanders, so we don't really know who's going to be our main pick there in terms of predictions, right? But in terms of what we've seen so far, do we feel like SK have done enough now? Do we feel like they've actually turned up as a unit and they can maybe run away with this one? We haven't seen them actually have a dominating performance yet.
Yeah, this is the thing, that this is my analysis of the situation. I think that Astralis had so many close calls, so many times where it was 2v2s and they ended up winning them, and in spite of that, it wasn't enough to actually break SK on a map like Mirage. So now I wonder if playing the 3rd one, I think SK will have a feeling going into this. We managed to ride out all the stress and we sort of survived the storm, and now I think they're going to be more ready. I actually think this will be a more lethal version of SK than the one that we saw in Mirage. I still think it's almost 50-50. I don't know how to call this.
Well, that's almost perfect to set the scene, right? That means you don't think anyone's a clear favourite. Is it come down to those tight rounds, the financial situations as well? We saw some really avant-garde approaches at SK Gaming. 2 shotguns, UMPs to work with. It's always going to be exciting here. Full of interesting ideas like that to try and get his team over the finish line. It took 4 UMPs in order to do it in that final round. But what kind of buy is that round number 30? But it works out for them just about, and they avoid overtime now. So Here we go, looking like we've completed the map, is waiting for us to finish the huddle, of course, with the coach Zonic. He's always fired up, ready to go, and backing his team up and trying to give them ideas. And presumably we're going to see plenty of pauses using this game. It's been a kind of criticism we've had throughout the tournament that maybe teams aren't utilising those correctly, but in this particular stage of the tournament, you think all four will be used by either side, especially in the third map of the best of three.
Well, I was getting worried for SK not doing the timeouts, because to me it felt like that what they were essentially suddenly saying was that, listen, we have nothing to talk about, this isn't working out. But I mean, they managed to pull through anyway. See Astralis getting ready to sit down and actually play the game. I do think SK are going to start on the CT side and Astralis on the T side. I think this will be an absolutely amazing match. If you have any friends not already watching, go and invite them, get them to join. This has already been an incredible semi-finals, and Faze are raiding in the grand finals for one of these two teams to make their way through. That game is going to be off the charts as well.
Absolutely. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're ready to begin the third map here of the second semi-final. SK Gaming versus Astralis. Let's blow the roof off this one. Let's make some noise for Inferno. Will be SK Gaming setting the CT side, Astralis T side here. The buys are coming in. The P250 has been punched by the Device. Gives them a bit more range to the headshots. You can feel the room vibrating here. The crowd are ready. As we get into this one, the CTs, their initial setup, 2 towards B, and Phelps challenging middle, actually pushing down as well, trying to find the first pick, but it's Fallen to get the interactions first with the terrorists there, trying to get the one-taps going. Can't get anything just yet.
Just a bit forward. We've got the TSM challenge back for some odd reason. Listen, Henry, these are your people. You're going to have to explain it to me later.
I have no words.
Sarko will be falling back for a minute. Could have been very dangerous. Instead, the bomb is making its way back from Banana. They've been sort of applying some pressure, just making sure Fallen doesn't actually know what's going on up there anymore. Now they're setting up for it, and look at it, Henry. Device, he's actually got one flashbang. There's a smoke on Glaive as well. They could be setting up for just a waterfall push out of apartments and down in towards the pit. And we love seeing it. It works so well, but the bomb has been dropped in the middle. Very good shot from Device, a crucial one, but Cole comes in with 2 headshots in return. And now down to the bit, Taco is waiting. Can he get another one in? He's certainly looking for it. He goes down to Kebu, and somehow we're in a 2-on-2 again. Fur and Fallen coming in from the other bomb side.
Absolutely no kid available over the CT side, but headshots are plenty. Fallen takes down Kiabi. Up to Device now. He's got that P250, makes it a 1v1. One more shot will do it. Can he hold on here? So tense, could be anyone's round. It's ring around the rosy right now. Who's going to come out on top? It's unclear right now. Device doing damage, Fur feeling the pressure, but the reload's coming in. It's not clear, but Device does it. He manages to find the headshot. The P250 delivered 3 kills in total. It's a big round for Astralis to pick up there. It looked like they were losing the initial exchanges towards the bomb site, and you can see the smile on his face. He's loving every second of that, and a complete opposite effect there in the SK camp. They knew that was their round. Cold Zera finds headshots all over the place, but it wasn't quite enough. Device does it with the upgraded pistol.
I mean, this is such a strange thing to be seeing, isn't it? Just the buying time, understanding where your model is so well that you're never out of position, it seems. That's incredible. Start for Astralis here, first round being picked up. Now let's see if they can follow through. This is actually, I think, an even bigger problem, a really big challenge on a map like this, is you win the pistol round on T side, you still have to place the C75s. There's 4 of them currently being picked up and 1 P250 there on Fallen. They are going to have quite a lot of firepower on the SK side, considering they lost the pistol. We'll see how that's going to be working out. Just a bit of a pause, I believe. It will be resumed immediately. Was that Astralis again? I think it was Astralis taking a pause. It's interesting how they do that after the big clutches. They seem to be doing that not just as a one-time thing, they're doing that all throughout the semi-finals.
Just to know that as well, Device had 1 bullet left in the PT-50 to finish that run off. Not just 1 in the magazine, 1 left in the entire weapon itself. How sick is that they actually managed to win the round in that sort of fashion? Either way, you managed to pull it off, and you go into round number 2 there. Force buy from SK. Very good in his second round force buys. Kill, takes it down in the apartments 5 and 4. Don't need to overcommit here, but they want that quad side. They're trying to capitalise on the pick they picked up there.
Zero, very elusive inside of the smoke. I'm surprised they haven't found him yet. They're going to be jumping down. They will actually see his legs because the smoke is up on the ledge, so that's very unfortunate. I don't think Cole maybe realised that. 3 versus 5 right now, and just an easy clean-up round here for Astralis, in spite of the fact there was a big investment for SK into this round. Fallen will pick up the UMP, and if you notice, he has $1,400. He's going to be buying an AWP later on.
He will indeed, yeah. And this round hasn't waited for too much here for SK Gaming. They get one pick and some device, but Fallen now with the UMP. As you said, with one kill obtained for him so far. And with save money as well. Taking that UMP the next round, that's just going to keep adding to his total. If he can get one kill, it's an extra $600. That'll help him out tremendously. So bomb goes off, he saves a weapon. He'll certainly hold on to it himself. Try and get that one kill. That's all he needs this round, just to really make that a really smart save overall. But 2-0 for Astralis. Looking comfortable right now. There should be the pretty much full eco from SK, as we said, to save SMG. We'll keep them on their toes somewhat. From the P250s in total for SK. That'll be about it. Should be just default pistols really across the board. It's round number 3.
No kind of craziness coming up yet. Fallen's actually given it over to Fur instead, so
it's kind of weird, isn't it? You think, I need that music. Let's see what I can do.
Instead, Fallen's got a flashbang, so it seems like he's going to try and Fur in, maybe up to the top of Banana here. Fur moving forward and going for the spray down. Does some good damage, but not enough to get a kill, and Astralis should be able to just calm this situation right down. Good shots coming up from Device. These Taco on the wrong side of the map, but even if they were coming here, it wouldn't make a big difference. Like they are actually turning around. At the Eagle, I don't think it's going to be enough.
So either kills potential gets in. I find one but denied by Dupree. 3-0 for Astralis. Forced back the second as well. Does make things problematic generally here for SK Gaming. They're going to have limited in terms of defuse kits. They probably will have the AWP, as we mentioned before. Lacking grenades, maybe the incendiaries won't be able to come out. So that means that aggressive stance we discussed towards Banana, you won't be able to lock out the T's as easily. But they should have smokes, and this is the big round. We'll see what the buy delivers. So yeah, there it is. So 2 UMPs opting for more utility instead of firepower here. That's absolutely fine. This shows that they're not 100% comfortable here. All of that head armor against 4 SMGs, that's actually a huge deal there.
Willing to contest it too aggressively, and those are the classic Molotovs that we've been seeing a lot on Inferno, especially that second one, trying to get all the way back. First, still picks up a kill on Device, and he's going to make it back into the bomb site. And that's a really big win. They're going to swap out just because he has almost no health. That's a good move.
Surprised Device went up there by himself around this sort of refrag potential there, but didn't have the SMG trying to find the first pick, but Fernal giving the AWP. So we get into the final commitment infinities towards quad. They go, it's Kiabi and Zipex chiming in with the SMG. He's actually doing a great job here. It's up to Feld trying to do what he can, denies the bomb, but that's all he gets. 1 frag in total. The 3-on-2 begins. Feld with low HP as well, and the AWP looks like they're saving straight away, Anders. That's it. Round over. It's the fast play of the apartments. The flashbangs were great. You could see how overwhelmed the CTs were trying to hold that position. The 4 does go in favour of Astralis here, setting the tone for the map so far. And that's the problem with those second round force fights. We've discussed that in length here at this tournament. You're limited in terms of you won't necessarily have 5M4s, and if you do, you're not going to have the grenades. It's just about getting the ore power. That doesn't do much for them. But hold on to it. There's low HP, so falling through in that weapon to hold deeper angles and just go for one kills instead of trying to get multiple spray downs.
I especially love that smoke that lands actually not in the library, but it lands all the way over towards Little Hit by Archway, and it's really good.
It's so good, isn't it?
Yeah, anyone coming out of apartments, they don't even have to worry about anyone standing over there. It's really a powerful position to be smoked.
It's probably the greatest map we have on this map right now. It's using the pistols, it's using gun rounds. It's just so good for getting players out of that apartment area, and the flashbangs to be so good as well. We didn't have that chimney flashbang in the older version of Inferno. We didn't have that option to flash out like that, and you got flashes from middle. The chimney flash as well can be so difficult to hold that off. So that's great work by Astralis, looking very good here in the third map. We do have saved weaponry, of course, from SK in the previous round, the M4 and the AWP as well, so they can force around this, but this has been problematic for teams in this tournament so far. If you save a couple of weapons, of course you are tempted to force into these sort of rounds, and you do have a chance with the AWP up. This can be quite limited. You don't win this round, the money's just going to be a problem throughout this first half.
So it's raining in, and look at how it forces forward, but actually he goes the bomb regardless. He's taking a bit of fire damage, but ultimately he's going to be fine with this situation. It's very impressive that he can play around all these Molotovs. He's got almost nowhere to stand, and maybe Astralis should start to realize that when that happens, Fer just goes aggressive. He just runs up to that wall and takes the fight. That's the same way Device stand in the previous round. Put on cold zero though. just going to force Taco up. He's not had a good game so far, and he's going to go down again. I don't think he's had any kills here on Inferno yet. Phelps will take one. Puts out a grenade, but the bomb will be going down, and see what they can do. They've got no grenades left. SK, that's a big problem.
They've got the Orc as well. That's not ideal considering they're smoked out. One kick available on Phelps. Doesn't look like they're actively going for this one, Anders. Pulling up and seeing if they're doing anything happen. I can see a player falling back. That's fair. They have to give in once again. 5-0 here. The money getting out of control for Astralis right now. They'll have about 10 grand per player after this round. And SK, they can't get anything going whatsoever. This 8 bomb sites becoming a real problem for them.
How do you deal with this? I mean, this is where you really need to kick it off and, I mean, maybe a tactical timeout. We've talked about this earlier, and sometimes we've seen them wait until, you know, we're at the 7-1 mark or something before you really start taking them. But I feel like from SK's point of view, they just had a big win on the second map. Just make sure this doesn't spiral out of control.
It's Taco who's in that pit position on the bomb side as well. He's on 0 for 5 right now, so that suggests that's what the real problem is. Nice play from Ziplex, patient stealth there, but you can see trying to do what he could. That was Taco. He got Molotov out of the bicycle position, moved into the open, and only had the UMP to work with once again. Money's still available just about. They're saving weapons continuously here, but this time it's a decent buy. We get 4-4s, the AWP out as well, plethora of grenades to work with. This time we're focusing towards Banana for the terrorist side. Molotov with the car, pushing the CT's back. It won't be challenging at the start here either. With eyes on the AWP now. We mentioned this at the start. Difficult weapon to tame on Inferno on the T side. Let's see what he's made of.
Holding the B side, no AWP there for them to help out. Cold is really far back. It feels like you're right. The pit and the apartments area is really hard for SK to control. Maybe the York could make the big difference. Cold Zero certainly very good with it indeed. Still got more than a minute left here, and Astralis haven't really shown themselves too much anywhere. They've got some control at Banana, but not all the way. They still don't know if anyone is sandbags, and they don't have top mid control either. So everything right now is really slow for the Danish side. Maybe they're anticipating some sort of aggression out of SK.
And they've been quite fast-paced so far, so that makes sense. Waiting for the adaption, the CTs maybe trying to get their first pick, go towards second middle, something like that. It's actually Cold Zero on the AWP Anders as well, so that's a change-up.
Yes.
Fallen not necessarily feeling 100% comfortable here. Let's see what he can deliver. Cold Zero is towards Arch, and he'll have to fall back as he's smoked out. Pretty standard stuff so far, going for that mid-control with the T side. But this would be the final play. Smokes are good, and Taco once again feeling the pressure, has to move his position, but Cold Zero hits a shot and a double as well. This is much better.
Everything that they needed. Now rotation is going to start falling back, but I don't think this is going to catch SK off guard at all. In fact, Fur will have already heard the footsteps outside. He's rotating, falling in, and with 17 seconds. Yeah, I think it's better actually for Astralis just to save. As silly as it sounds, like what's the point in rushing into B at that point?
Yeah, they can't really do much. The bomb wouldn't go down, and Dupree, he'll still away an AK before he's done here. So like we said, Astralis, they've got the 5-0 lead here, tons of money. There's no point in just throwing that money down the toilet. They keep it strong, 3 players alive. That round's done for Cold Zero. We'll see the replay of how he picked up those 2 frags. The player's falling back now. Sumi just holds the arch corner and managed to pull 2 at that point as well. So here we go, yeah, indeed. Easy shot there. Not too much of a problem whatsoever. They didn't really have much time to fully execute there with the smokes, locking him out, flashing him off. They had to take the wide face and got punished for it. So there it is. SK Gaming with a clean round there. Didn't drop a single frag. Reinvestment though, down to about 2k per player. So they need to start stringing some rounds in a row now. Just one at this stage really won't be good enough. Cold Zero still on the AWP.
Again with the Molotovs to control top Banana. Grenade damage not going to be too impactful there against Astralis. And this time SK actually at least fighting for apartment control here. And even if it's just a brief moment where you show yourself, means Astralis are going to have to be a bit slower. They can't just sort of automatically win that fight. And top Banana lost for SK Gaming, forcing Astralis to use at least some of the grenades to get this much. And I mean, that in itself is helpful if you're SK. All right, now they are not doing much to find out what Astralis are doing. They don't have any real information. I mean, 10 seconds later, once you lose top Banana, you don't know what's happening anymore.
This is a full execution potential here. The bomb's there as well. We do have one player in the form of Dupree and Boiler, so we haven't seen many of this in this tournament. Smokes are deployed. Molotovs will come in momentarily. What's the reaction here? Did the CTs try and push back? Did they hold in towards ruins? But Nothing coming in just yet. They're trying to see the CT's dumped everything they had. They only have flashbangs remaining here. Device, AWP, seeing if he can open things up.
He's waiting in the corner. The smokes are going to fade any second. You could see a new row is ready to be set up here for Sip. He's been spending some time practicing. It seemed going through the older lineup.
Yeah.
30 seconds on the clock. This is not a lot of time if you're Astralis. We'll see if they can make their way through a whole barrage of grenades are raining in, and Fur just wants to buy time with a flashbang, but they're actually stuck out there. They can't really make it through. Finally, they're going to try and see if they can run through that smoke that was waiting for them, and now here's the pre with a kill. Kirby goes down. Fur trying a bit more, but he's overextended himself and can't find cover. Device will take him down. 4 versus 3. Fallen going for the spray, and it misses. Glaive will pick up the kill. And SK Gaming, they needed this round so desperately. It's not going to happen.
Definitely not going to happen at this stage. Is saving the weapons once again. That's really intelligent stuff from Astralis there. Trying to bully SK to drop every grenade they absolutely had there, and then baiting out that it might be going back towards the A site. Then another baked execution there. Smokes the city spawns once again. Molotovs on the site. They needed to find multiple frags. Their SK Gaming could only get one. Couldn't deny the plant. Came down to about 9 seconds once more. But Astralis finding the kills. Device shutting down the player of new boxes. So great round generally from Astralis. I think that SK need to start challenging Banana a little bit more. The fact that Astralis can get 5 players towards that side of the map and have full control to execute twice, that shouldn't be really possible, and Device finds another kill here. Lovely shot by him. Doesn't hold on to his AWP, but he's not worried about that. We've discussed in detail with him in the past as to his thoughts on the AWP in this map, but he does like to use it, but it's, I guess, not necessarily a requirement. We're going to round number 8, 6-1, and once again, SK Gaming clutching at straws here. The UMP's coming out. Mixed bag in terms of the buy, falling down to the glass cannon AWP once again. 6-1, certainly a CT-sided map still. Early days, but not looking great for the Brazilians here in the third map.
What a rough way to get started. Astralis, I would have thought that they would have taken more of a mental impact from losing that second map, but it seems like just the break that they had was enough for them to bounce right back. Big lead early on here on Inferno. The final map. Winner will get to Faze. Against Faze.
It's not bad at all, is it?
Well, works out very well, and that in itself has become all sort of a classic, hasn't it? Very quickly indeed.
Meeting Faze in the finals, this seems like they're there every single time, yeah.
Obviously, Carrigan potentially playing against his former teammates in itself is a story that's worth following, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Mid control coming in here, but it was Fallen who gave the AWP away to Cordzera before. He delivered with it. Fallen now spots one, hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. The flashbang comes in, has to fall back here slightly. Decides against the rephase in Taka. We did say he's having a really rough time in that pit area. Still on a Slayer, 0 and 5. Taking him down once again. He's low HP. A lot of pressure here. Cordzera to step up.
Fallen has actually taken a kill against Dupree. I'm not even sure why. Was that for the smoke? We have to see that later. Taco goes down again. Cold picks up one, falls off the ledge, and he will get a quick double kill. At least there's a 2-on-2 now. Phelps out of the open. He can't transfer it onto Device. It's still going to be a 1-on-1. Fur coming in with the UMP from Quad, and actually Device making a lot of noise here. Go and check for the corner. Not going to find it yet, but he could maybe get a bomb plant in. 20 seconds. Tabs it once. That just allows Fur to get a bit closer. Device has no idea. He's going to fall down, and that's a round for SK Gaming. Scary stuff, but it will be a second round for them.
Yeah, one player surviving this time. Fur and Device going at it on the A bomb side there. Let's have a look at this shot from Fallen. So, okay,
right.
It's towards Quad, not through the smoke quite,
well,
but...
Look at it, 1 second later, that smoke is up. So just imagine the timing that goes into that one.
Oh, it's such an interesting round there. Fur, he hears the bomb planted twice there, faked out by Device, but holds his nerve, manages to find the frag. But only one player survives for SK, right? Yes, they win the round, but still full investments required across the board, and we still have full buys for Astralis. All recovered, but UMP's out once again. 6-2. As we enter round number 9 here. Astralis took a timeout just to work out where they'll be going with this next round. All for Device once again, so he seems to be bringing it to the table more often these days.
I don't know what's happening on the screen. You've got to help me out, Henry.
No comment.
Give me anything to work with.
I can't help you there, I'm afraid. It's going to be round number 9. UMP, Famises, a couple of kids there. This will be a double eco situation if SK go down with no players surviving. So a big round here, and it's Glaive to open up first. Fallen with the AWP, trying to work a bit harder there to start to find the opening pick. The first one, he's got that aggressive a device, one step ahead of everyone it seems, and he finds the second frag as well. Dupree wanted to push through the flames, but not required here. He can fall back to his teammates, and Phelps with the hero play here, trying to push with the UMP, gets a double spray down. Now we've got something to work with.
Phelps to try and save the round. Cold Zero will follow it up, gets a kill on the bomb. And now he knows that Dupree is up here. They've just had an engagement over on the other side. Taco's had to fall back and he's on 5 health. This is definitely not done if you're SK Gaming. They can't afford to lose. This Dupree coming in. What an angle to find against Cold Zero. He never stood a chance. Now they've got a massive health advantage and they've got plenty of time left here.
Oh yes, this is such a difficult situation for SK. 6-2. Looking down the barrel of a full reset as well. Double eco will be required. Segregated. Taco yet to even frag in this map so far. 0-6. Phelps now knows he has to step up. He's already done so much work in this round, and there's another bit as well. Finds the kill, drops the bomb, gets information at least. Dupree up against it, rotates back towards the A side. If Taco can find this frag, all will be forgiven. He's hiding in the boiler for now. He can hear Dupree coming. He doesn't have to do too much as he falls back towards the apartments, just wants to deny the plant as much as he can. Might as well go for it. Plant is safe though. Or maybe not quite. And it's going to be Taco to find his first kill in the round, which actually finds SK Gaming getting 2 in a row and avoiding the full reset.
This is just a replay of the whole game, isn't it? Just in microcosm here. Insane rounds down to crazy 2v2s, and for once, SK actually come out on top. And I mean, Taco, the final kill, that's good, but Phelps there, over on that B side, flashing his way through the smoke and picking up all those kills. That was everything you could ever want. 10th round is coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. AWP on Fallen, sorry, and AWP on Device as well. Let's see if they can make this work. They really need to string together a whole bunch of rounds. You need to see SK here pick up, something like 4 or 5 in a row just to start to feel better.
Yeah, still not looking comfortable. 6-3 though. They managed to get 2 in a row. That's something to work towards now. Fallen, like you said, on the AWP. Cold Zero just machine up for him, and it's going to be aggressive as usual. Trying to find the first pick. Fallen might have to fall back here. Drops the smoke to buy him some time, but the flames don't reach him, so he can challenge a little bit longer there, but gets burned alive. Kiabi finds him, and there it is. Another 5 on 4. You hate to see that. Fallen looked like he was safe. He thought the fire wasn't going to reach him, but then another Molotov drops in his path and he gets tagged through the wall. And there it is. 1 minute remaining. Astralis with a huge lead here. I would suggest at this stage you go for the full banana execute. They've got control of that side of the map. They're taking the AWP down as well. They have a bit of presence towards the apartment side. Dupree and Zipex there alone. Dupree jumping out the window to go join his teammates, presumably. But Fur, he knows he needs to go wild here. Gets the AWP. Holding an aggressive angle as well. The terrorists decide to fall back. And they've pulled rotations towards the B side of the map as well. Phelps in Speedway right now. Cold Zero and Taco, who've having a rough time on the A side of the map as well, and as they have not been efficient at all to try and step up here.
It's a good position for Taco, I think. Not many grenades have been landing here towards what we call the graveyard. And he's got the AK in hand. 17 seconds. There's Phelps picking up a kill. But they do a bit more. Taco goes for the spray. Cold Zero gets one. They line up. And they all get shot down. SK Gaming turning it right around. No issue at all. And actually, no grenades at all for Astralis. They just walked right in there.
Yeah, much better from SK Gaming. Looking composed now, actually getting some synergy with those crossfires on the side. This is falling, tagged through the wall like we said, and the last tick gets him of that Molotov. And it's SK recovering from deficits, time and time again. Phelps is a hero before, and you can see Taco working hard from the graveyard at that stage as well, using his teammate on the bomb site to actually allow him to get that spray down.
That was a team flashing the guy coming out of apartments, I believe. That was actually the one thrown from middle. So otherwise, maybe there could have been a reply. Fur in the corner will be a quick trade, but Fallen get the kill and fall back immediately, which is a good call. Kirby actually looking for blood. It's going to be his own blood this time around, and what?
How does that happen?
They're breaking all the rules, standing in the fire, killing their teammates. What's going on, Henry?
I don't know, but you don't see that every day. Anyway, Dupree now recovers the MP9. That's not going to help him too much. Throws the bomb around the corner, but let's see what he can do. Not too much. Fallen finds a first kill. To be fair, they weren't going to win that round regardless, but still, I don't think I've seen a team kill with a knife, and that's ended a round ever. So that's kind of interesting.
Losing just a couple of rounds, and the Danes are turning on each other. I mean, that's not reasonable.
That's okay, guys. You still got the lead here. Sure, you've lost 4 rounds in a row, but let's be sensible here. Round number 12. Double orb setup. This has been an interesting discussion in CSGO right now. How viable is this? It was G2 that really brought it into the fray originally. That Kenny S Shoxy combo was so strong for about 2 months. Then it's starting to kind of be countered at this stage as well. But if you haven't used it so far, and it's the first time you're deploying it towards the end of the CTR, I think this is a great time just to bring it out, just to mix things up a little bit and have a bit more strength towards the B side.
Still a very good first half for Astralis, but SK, they had such a terrible start as well on Mirage, and they managed to slowly gain momentum over time, and something similar could happen here. I mean, we've already seen it a couple of times. Can't really count them out just yet. Again, we see the grenades raining in towards the A side of the map, and there's not that much of a presence here. In fact, almost none. Cold Zero and Taco are the only ones here. Taco, once again to the graveyard. He gets a kill, and that's maybe all he needed. But Gabi coming in with 2 really rapid headshots, dropping Cold Zero as well. It's a very good entry into the site, Phelps. He sort of has to respect that smoke. In fact, he won't. He's just going to be creeping through. That's incredibly dangerous, but it pays off massively. Taking down Kiebu after the bomb is gone down. Glaive comes in with a spray. Not really getting the shot in yet, and now the rest of the team has shown up here. He might have to fall back and wait for Sip, who's hiding in the pit right now. SK Gaming, another clutch that they simply have to win. Sneaking in around Quad is Fur, and that's going to be Glaive down and out now. Sip in a lot of trouble. 35 health, and he gets shut down Fur with an excellent headshot. SK Gaming equalizing the score. 6-6 now. It's working for them.
They were 6-1 down, and they've managed to have this sort of resurgence as well. It looked so perfect for Kiabi and co. Getting towards the A side. What a spray down that was from the young Dane. And further, he goes one step beyond, manages to isolate the first player there. Gets the second kill, very nice stuff as well. And SK Gaming looked like they're finally turning up here in the third and final map. Could go either way, that's all we've been saying. If it got to Inferno, we have no idea who's going to win. It looked like Astralis are running away with it, not so much anymore. Might just be stuck on 6 rounds for the rest of this half. Double orb setup, shutting Astralis down.
Bit of an attempt to control Banana, but Astralis is less successful than they were earlier. They're going to be falling back instead, taking over apartments on the other side of the map. No real attempt to try and fight that Taco. It's so risky. Oh, it goes through the door, in fact. There's 2 sets of walls there.
What a dink there.
I hate to see it happen.
You really do. Breaks my heart.
This is just a classic setup on the SK Gaming side. There's nothing really out of the ordinary that's going on. Again, except I would say that they have an awful lack of information about what's happening. They can sort of hear that someone's shooting at Banana and they know there's someone up in apartments, but even top mid, which usually someone from the CT side would want to know what was going on, they just don't.
The good news is Fallen's towards back right. It's very uncommon to smokes or any sort of utilities used towards this area. It's looking likely to be a B execution towards the end of this round. This is where you want the Orpers to be. Able to find and take shots, fall back and stay alive.
And even more crazily, under 40 seconds now, Fur, who's holding the B-bomb side, still has a smoke and a Molotov, but he's rotating back towards Ruins just as they start to push, so he can't actually use the grenades yet. Have they seen Fallen? I don't think so. Oh, another team kill's happening here. The mutiny is spreading, and Cold Zero will get one on Kiebu. Still a 3-on-4 here. Fallen takes a frag, and Glaive can't put the bomb down. Fallen now with a double, and Dupree, he was to be maybe the flanker coming in once the bomb was down, but all of that is gone. SK will now take the round lead at 7-6 here. What a game this is, the third one. It's slowly starting to intensify.
Absolutely. We're getting to a really exciting point now. Like we said, Fallen staying alive in that back right position. Like most Orpers will go towards coffins, which you find that hard to understand, right? Because you're mainly going to be smoked out or flashed out there, even Molotov. Then you have to fall back to Ruins, which is a horrible position to be in. Be in that back right position, we call this emo traditionally. If you can get here fighting shots and then not really focusing on it, what a great place that is to be. Denies a plant as well. I thought that really weird by Glaive to just try and go for that plant. I guess at that point he felt the round was over, but he could have waited for maybe Dupree to try and do something, but it all fell apart in the end. 7-6. SK, after being 6-1 down, have actually taken the lead. We really have got a map on our hands here. It's going to be a little force by from Astralis here. UMPs, AKs, but he's got the orb this time. That's having a good spawn. Surely be taken down. There it is. Device finds him, and he's going to strike even further. I think they should calm down, considering they just got the AWP. Could have fully committed, and they actually will go all in. Falling out to challenge them.
Tries to land that grenade right on them. He's done significant damage, but I agree. Running in after that is so risky. That could go wrong 100 different ways. This just wasn't one of them. 5 versus 3 here, and Astralis looking for a 7th round. And the fact that Taco's so far away and waiting for any kind of a flank makes you think they're just already going to give up this retake.
I guess at this point, you've got all 5 players, I guess, 4 at this stage, considering that we've got Zipex on the other side of the map. You found the first pick. You've only got UMPs, right? You're not going to beat them in one-on-one duels at long range. You might as well just get in there and try and overwhelm the remaining CTs. And that does make sense on that level, considering they had lesser by there. So take that orb down, wait for a second for the initial grenades to come in, smokes deployed, and it's actually a clean sweep. That's very good. But Zipex surely going to be punished here. Yeah, Taco finds him, and it's going to be 4-on-3. But the CTs at this stage just trying to save their weapons for the final round. Money's not amazing, but it would have been enough either way, I think. But they do manage to save the NWP. Astralis tie things up once again. Going to the final round of the first half here. Double orb set up, presumably going to come out once more. Astralis with a slightly faster approach here. Rushing Banana through the fire, through the smoke, and Device with the SMG, up close and personal. Finds first, so I guess he must have had a really good spawn towards B. Wanted to get that former car position and get the first pick, but that's a very dangerous move to make sometimes.
15th round coming up, and it's anybody's game. The double orb on SK side, that could be very interesting. Could also be completely devastating if you have to suddenly retake a bomb site on Inferno with 2 orbs. I mean, who knows what will happen. And, again, slow approach here for Astralis. No reason not to. Molotov not going to catch anyone this time. And SK have not really varied that much in their setup. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't tried to go for even peeks into middle, even trying to challenge maybe Astralis in second mid. Like, there are a lot of options that they just have not even tried here.
Well, I guess when you're winning this amount of rounds in a row, they actually got 6 together. Guess they're absolutely fine with the current setup, but here we go then. I'll be down to 33 HP. Bombs heading towards the B side of the map for now. CT's still passive at that side of the map. They want to be challenging with the first frag. It's happy to hold up with the AWPs on the B side. Mid control obtained. You can hear some ticks of damage coming in from the Molotovs, and this is another one. Dupree finds Phelps. Surely going to get in here. There it is. Very well played.
No time for him to react at all. Normally it would bounce off a wall first, so you could at least hear that sound, but this was really no delay on going down. They're going to wrap in towards Archway. Henry, it's our favorite play. Collapsing in through CT spawn towards the B bomb site. I know you love this.
The banana split, yeah, definitely my favorite strategy in this one. You've got the advantage as well. CTs have 2 angles to care about. CT spawn, they can't even see that as well. And players coming in from the entrance itself.
We're doing a good job holding on to the Molotov. He really wants to use the last possible second now. Instead, going to take the fight with the M4. He goes down, fallen next, and there's nothing else they could do. Both Zero and Taco weren't even rotating. It looked to me, at least, like SK had a pretty good idea of what's going on, and they must not have.
I guess not. I was hoping that maybe Fallen could find a couple of kills towards CD spawn and funnel them back towards A. That's one idea, but that was perfectly executed there from Astralis. Getting that first pick to begin with. This round's over. It will be 8-7. Astralis winning the T half. And just that smoke down. You had the coordination there. The players waiting at the banana area. Smoke CT spawn. Deny CT vision whatsoever. They're coming in through the ruins just as the players enter through the bomb site itself, and nothing the CT defense can do about that. Taco, yeah, he'll get some flashy shots, but nothing to do to win the round. 8-7 for Astralis after losing a spell of 6 rounds. Still anyone's game for sure. Whoever wins this pistol is going to have a huge lead, and I guess the map's not really established enough yet to really say it's a proper CT-sided map yet. Definitely not to the same extent it used to be.
I have to agree with that. And plus, I think just the lack of time that has been put into this map for so many people. I mean, initially when it was returned to the map pool, not that many people even started playing it, and then it's been slowly creeping back in here. But I think there, even though the changes are subtle, they have a huge impact on how this game is played, this map is played. I think there's so much left to be discovered still. We'll see if SK are maybe going to be the forerunners for it. Certainly, they've got 2 smokes, a lot of setup here, Henry, in the pistol round.
They do indeed. Quite a technical execution coming in. Fast banana play. Device feels it coming. Eyes on a few speculative shots there, but can't find anything just yet. Zipex, same sort of treatment, but they'll leave the B side. They know they've pushed the cities back to the side of that stage, so they can't actually get any information on that side of the map. Leave a decoy there, and Phelps as well, apparently, and they head back towards A. Still with their smokes intact.
It'll be interesting to see how they actually manage to execute this. There's some great flashbangs you can throw over this building, but landing a headshot in Glaive is really not a bad way to get started. They're not going to try and really go crazy behind it, though. There's one going in towards the archway. Another one, that's the classic one we were talking about, towards Little Pit. So making life really hard on the people on this A bomb site. They're weirdly boxed in right now. And They're moving forward.
Beast split again.
3 men. Yeah, is it again?
Yeah, the bomb's at the bottom of the banana, so it makes sense.
Wow. They managed to get all the way into CT spawn without even being shot really at. That's not easy to do. Device long range, failing the shots, and Fallen gonna take a kill on Sip, and there's a lot of trouble for Device. He's trapped in the back, and they're all around him. Fur will take him down. Kirby will get a kill on Taco, but you have to think it's almost too late at this point. Dupree doing his best, and he does take Cold Zero, but Glaive is so low on health. This would be just a one-man mission for Kirby almost.
Really much they can do here. The bomb is going to be planted. Crossfire setup as well. It's that triangle of doom. We'll see whether they're able to do anything about it. Needs to find this kill. Can't do it. That should be it now. As you said, Glaive 4 HP almost guarantees the situation for SK Gaming. Final kill comes in for Fallen. Lovely strategy there from the Brazilian side. Using the smoke to the start to push the CTs back. They showed presence of Banana as well, so they couldn't really get any intel whatsoever toward that side of the map through CT spawn. The same tactic we saw in round number 15 in the previous half as well. That was really cool to watch, and that's the level we're at right now, Anders, is perfectly executed strategies, working together and fragging as a unit. Nothing Device could do about that.
That's such a bold peek from Fallen. I don't think we've almost ever seen that. He actually just goes into the angle that he knows Sip is going to be covering, crouches with the Glock and shoots him in the head twice. That's just some confidence, isn't it? That means SK are right back in this game. They have the money and everything. Astralis have invested maybe a bit more than they normally would.
Yeah.
You've talked about this a lot.
Yeah,
how they don't really buy the armor normally in the second round.
Yeah, Device and Dupree especially think this is the way the game's going. They're only buying deagles and no armor in these second round kind of ecos against teams like this, and they invest a little bit more. You're right. So body armor comes in. There's an Eagle, PT-50, and a CZ trying to do what they can. Mac 10's out for Fur and Cold Zero on the UMP himself. We'll see whether they can start farming some money here. Only one AK available.
And SK are playing this very respectably right now. No reason for anyone to take really any risks. Taco had a really brutal beginning to this Inferno map, and he's been playing well on both of the other maps. So individually for him, it must be hard to sort of take a step back and just have a struggle even finding any kills at all. You see the grenades are starting to be put in a bit here for SK Gaming as they're circling the A bomb side, and not really much Astralis can do on here. They're just locked in. Any second now they're going to get overwhelmed, and no chance to cover so many angles. That's very well executed, honestly, by SK Gaming. They left nothing to chance in this round. And Phelps will find the last one. Nobody goes down on the Brazilian side, and now they're up 9-8 on the final map.
Pretty cool stuff here from SK Gaming. We just think back to the initial sector of that first half. It looked bleak for them. They looked checked out. They weren't holding anything together. Taco was 0 and 6, but they're holding it together now. And Astralis have to be full eco. Well, it should be almost certainly 10-8 here. They're just going to have default pistols here in round number 3. Across the board, not a single dollar invested, Anders. That's kind of indicative as to what kind of place they're in right now. I guess you normally stack a particular side of the map, but looks pretty standard for now. Towards B, 3 on A, and relentless as he just walks into the B site. Zitze is aggressive, but could be his downfall here. Gets headshot down to 19 HP.
He's not enjoying that, but does spot out 2 people. That's information to work with. It doesn't really know if there's anyone else there. Instead, they're going to be putting Phelps into it, and does spot out a guy hiding behind the fountain. They probably think there's 3 now, because that's exactly where he was. Coffins, you can see Phelps is still a bit paranoid. They've picked up 2 of the frags, the other 3 on the other side, and this is all good for SK. They're going to go and put the bomb down in B, and at most, maybe Taco could go down here with a UMP. Picks up 2 great frags. I mean, that's some action-packed UMP stuff, but ultimately, Cold Zero will get last kill, and it will be 10 rounds for SK Gaming. Now, Astralis have got to show us what they really have here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was expecting the AWP the first gun around here for Astralis, but it's going to be Device down to an SMG, surprisingly. So you'd assume as the main AWP, he'd be kind of saving his cash, but he's opted for more utility here, and less a weapon, and we'll see what they bring to the table. They have got 1 defuse kit, though, but SK Gaming, this is certainly qualifies as what we call like a bonus round with 2 saved SMGs, all to work with here. And this is one of the rounds as well. We have 2 players with unarmored head, so those UMPs are going to be a lot more viable here in round number 19.
Dupree holding the boiler room. And move forward just a tiny bit. On the other side, Glaive will pick up the kill. That's a big frag, but Fur, what a nice crouch into the angle. Gets the kill in return. And now, Kerby's moving forward. That could have been very dangerous. Those two people down at quad, if they had peeked him at the same time, he would have been gone immediately. This is a much better position. They've got the crossfire set up. Smoke to try and break it off. That's not a bad idea. Sip will get one frag there on Fur, and Kerby taking down Taco, and now it's unraveling for SK Gaming. They're only going to get Glaive killed. What was the problem in that round? Did they just slow down too much?
I'm not really sure. It seemed like they were trying to go for a very quick execute at the start there. That's normally the primary idea behind these sort of rounds. You've got the SMGs as well, focusing on one area, trying to overwhelm it at a fast pace. And it seemed like they lost the first couple of frags. They kind of stifled them slightly, and then the crossfires shutting them down. But still, it's all for naught because SK, they know they can buy into this round. As long as they got a few kills there, they're absolutely fine. I think they only managed 2 in the end. So not a fantastic result for them, but Zipex has got a nice sort of run boost there as well towards B. He's not going to fully commit to rushing down, but still a chance to do some of this AK-47. Flashbang's coming in, and Device looking to challenge him. Maybe boost it up on the wall.
What?
No.
Oh my God!
That was nowhere near him. The jump, random bullet. Do you like to see that?
Pinch me, Henry. I have no idea if I'm dreaming. That cannot be real.
So just to kind of explain why I was so flabbergasted at that one. When you jump with the AK-47 and fire, you have zero accuracy pretty much. It goes, a wild bullet will go anywhere. And you can see he was aiming nowhere near that player beneath him, but the bullet hits him straight in the head. Very unlucky for Phelps, but brilliant for Zipex, I have to say. 5 and 4, just like that. Almost be tagged up as well, down to 40 HP. And SK looking to strike back after losing the first gun round.
That has to be just one of the dirtiest shots we've seen, I think, all tournament. Somewhere out there, Simple is smiling and nodding and thinking, yeah, that's it. 4 versus 5 right now. I don't know if Phelps realizes how crazy that was. I sort of hope that he doesn't, because that's going to...
Zipex does really, because he couldn't see the players at all. He had no idea how far away he was actually from aiming at that player.
Unbelievable. 25 seconds here. SK starting to make their way towards the A bomb site. Let's see if they can change this round. Glaive being forced back and trying to buy time, which SK really don't have a lot of, but Fur again opening up. He's so good at these openings towards the archway side. Down in the pit, he goes down to Cold Zero. They're turning it, they're making it happen. 10 seconds left here. Dupree trying to stay alive. He dropped the bomb as well, continues to spray, but not enough. Taco will take him down the clock.
He might have won.
Did he just have it?
Just
he does. 2 milliseconds left there. It's now Fur and Taco to hold on against Sip and Device. If they change this round, that might actually spawn the full comeback for SK Gaming. They're right on the edge. Their money is not looking good, and Astralis can feel it too. Creeping in, both of them from the archway side, and Sip with an easy headshot on one. He sees Taco as well. He's going to get him down. What a round from Zipex. 3 kills, and the first one was out of this world.
We're getting there now, Anders. Inferno's starting to deliver these crazy rounds, these unexpected events as well. A jumping shot through smoke, of course, on the B side of the map. I'm sure that's what we're going to have a look at. He got the run boost. I got excited about that prospect, but it got even crazier than that. The Molotov dropped, and let's just have a look at this once again. Nowhere near him, takes Phelps down. It's so rare to see that work out for him. That's so sick, and he comes back and clutches the round as well. What a fantastic round from Zipex. This third kill especially, that's very, very good from him. Taco dropped, and just as it looked like SK was starting to get back into this, 2 rounds in a row for Astralis. Still, bombs being planted for the Brazilian side, so Orbs come out once again, 4 AKs as well. Where does he fall? And looking towards a banana. No one feeling comfortable here. All the rounds have been very close, so 1 round given away will force him down to an eco.
Once again, is someone keeping count just of how many openings he's given SK Gaming? When you're on the T side like this, that's worth so much. Even if that's all he does in the round, just 1 kill, he's on 9 health, but he can essentially retire in the round and he will have done it.
Yeah, that's such a huge advantage for the terrorists at this point, because the CTs have to spread themselves thin, hunt for information, try and get frags in return as well. It's a very difficult spot to be in, and Device, you can see this is the reaction, hoping he can maybe slip into the smoke, maybe try and push them back, but he can feel the pressure now. The flashbang means he has to set up the defenses. He'll be on the B side of the map by himself, just trying to buy some time there as well, and he needs to be very careful there, Device.
Yeah, he's the only one who has any chance to hold the B bomb site, so if he goes down, that's it. The whole round is going to be over in a very short time. SK don't know that yet. Instead, they're making their way towards the other side. A lot of grenades being exchanged, and a great flashbang. Taking down Taco is Kerby. That's a really good teamwork, but just with the wrong timing there, Kirby can't get the Molotov off in time, and Glaive almost getting caught to something similar here. Fallen very aggressive onto the bomb site itself. We're down to 24 seconds. Glaive will get the spray on one. He almost follows up on Phelps, but it's still Device, and he can't do anything. SK with an 11th round here. Just a great execute to the bomb site.
Yeah, very, very good stuff indeed. Managing to work the initial pick. The 5-on-4 comes in. You could see how uncomfortable Astralis were. No information to work with there. Astralis forced to go back towards that B side. Device alone. They come back in towards A, hit the shot set account, and Fallen with 2 kills there. And they managed to keep 3 players alive as well. Astralis now are going to be feeling the pressure going into round number 22. Money won't be fantastic. They have third stage loss bonus, so it'll be $2,400 on top of about the 1K they have per player right now, maybe a little bit more than that. And Device, we say, is the weapon they can probably force, but then that's do or die type. You force by into that round, you're setting yourself up for a really difficult situation going forward. We'll see what they decide to do. Device will survive, gets an extra $300 as well for that kill with the AK-47. 2 players alive now for SK Gaming. They take the lead once more, 11-10. Looks like we're going the full distance once again, Anders.
Yeah, it's really happening, isn't it? I mean,
this is real CS right now.
This started off, what, 6-1 in favor of Astralis on T side?
Absolutely.
You thought, listen, all right, it's going to be one of those games they just knock it out and they move on and that's it. And SK decided that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, they said no. They've denied it. Now they have the lead on the T side. As we said, Astralis were going to be struggling with round number 22 here. 2 UMPs and rifles to work with. Not too much in terms of grenades, and I'm sure SK are aware. Faller's got the AWP once again, looking towards Banana. Molotov deployed to stop any pushes coming in. Spams coming through to stop any apartment pushes coming through. No damage inflicted just yet, but it sends out a message that you have to go back. You're not going any further than that, Kiabi.
Even sitting there is such a risk. I mean, this is something that Astralis were complaining about early when this map got reintroduced, about how easy it is to wallbang all of that. They're still up there and waiting. 2 of their players, and Taco is so close, a little bit more angle, and maybe he could hit the shot. Now that the storm is worn off, they're going to be moving forward. This is interesting. This is something we never saw SK do on the CT side.
Banana control obtained by SK. Bomb still down in T-spawn, but they know they've got to work hard for these frags. The crossfire set up here. Does Taco have any idea? Does he know how he can shut this down? A flashbang would be ideal, but it's not a common setup here. Surely Kiabi gets the better of him.
He's ready. They did this against Liquid and it worked. They got both the kills that time. This time, shot in the face and a lot of trouble for Gabby. He can't transfer it on. And that's a great trade. Now they know they can get to it. Dupree, UMP against the 3 members of SK coming right around the corner. This is a really tough position to be in. He's going to get shot in the back by Cold Sierra. Good job waiting for Fallen on the other side. Why would he not do anything else, actually? Sip and Device now. It's a tough retake, but it can be done.
That's just such sick awareness as well from Taco and Fur to work like that in the apartments. Fantastic stuff. This round's not done quite yet, though. Bomb ticking away. Well, apparently it is now. They will be going for the save here. Money is in the bin here for the CT side. They've got nothing to work with. They'll have a full disappearance in terms of the cash. So 1,400 next round and 2 saved weapons.
It isn't worth it. Oh,
we don't like to see that. We hate that. They said, Anders, yesterday, the British public, they do love their chickens. You need to be very careful what you do in front of them.
Someone should do a study into that, I feel like. 12-10 is the scoreline.
Just somehow. It's $1,900. That's the second round in a row. So still going to be a weak buy. I love this. They seem to be so aware. This could be a possibility as well. Ducking and weaving around the corners there. Kiabi gets 1, but that's all he can get. And with the flank coming for the outside as well, Astralis were done for in that round. Taco, happy about that situation. Had a really quiet entrance in this game, but he seems to be getting there now. And I'll check in with the scoreboard while we're here. So Fallen, he's going to be a 14 flag. It's called 0-15. Actually, it's pretty equal to distribution. 15, 15, 13, 12, and we'll have a look at Glaive. This is the map he seems to drop off on significantly, Anders. We had this earlier in the tournament, Inferno as well. He's in 7 for 17. He had this earlier as well. This seems to be a map he can't frag on like he can on others. Mirage was lights out. Inferno seems to be where he struggles the most.
It's really interesting, isn't it? It's hard sometimes to explain exactly why that is. I mean, it's not like he doesn't know the map, but obviously having a bit of a personal dilemma at the moment. Got to point out, I think you're right though, Taco, I mean, making it back to 12 kills now, considering his start, that's really impressive individually, and obviously a big reason why they're doing much better now. The gap is only 2 rounds. It's really the economy for Astralis that could eventually break them in this semi-finals.
Well, you can see that's going to be illustrated right now, and there's 2 rifles and default weaponry. Dupree, Glaive, and Kiabi up against him now. The rifles presumably working together. Yep, Zipex. Okay, no, he's with Glaive, so he'll be towards Banana, boosted up, I'd imagine, towards the wall position at B. Trying to find that first pick. There it is. Needs to find a frag here. It's a nice idea, but quite common these days.
Yeah, we've even seen Cold Zero pre-firing it earlier in this very game, so they definitely know that that's a possibility. And SK are playing this exactly how you want to see them play it. There's really not much left to chance here. No madness is going on. Some grenades are going to be raining in, forcing Astralis to move back. The two most common Molotovs, apart from the first one, that are being thrown to take that top Banana control. Now that they have it, though, where exactly do they want to end up? They've got pretty much everything covered here. And again, Astralis are in the dark.
They do have everything covered, but they haven't worked out what kind of buy they're up against. They know they save weaponry here. They don't have full control of the situation. Just eradicate all the risk at this point. Gain map control slowly. They've got Banana, right? Going towards middle by the looks of things as well. We do have one player in the apartment. That's to be Taco. Challenging device. That's a key frag to pick up one of the rifles going down at this. That's big from Taco. And now what's the final play? Time ticking away. You need to be very careful at this point. They're going back towards B. This could be their downfall. That's what Zipex is. So we'll keep our eye on him and see if he can shut down this final commitment. It'll be about 14 seconds when they go in there. There's one player leading the charge. Zipex to follow.
Oh, and he actually picks up the kill, goes for another one. Finally, he gets shot down, and Glaive can't really do much here. 8 seconds left, but that will be the frag. It'll be the 13th round for SK Gaming. I felt like you had to hold your breath then, just because if he picks up one more kill, who knows what can happen.
It was a difficult situation, like we said. SK looking so cagey. That's the point. You're in the third map of a huge best of 3, a massive tournament here. You know they've saved some weaponry. Their stack will be coming in, a slightly different variation of their setup. You need to work out where those guns are. You've done the default. You haven't got much from it, apart from a little bit of map control. One kill coming in, back towards B, 15 seconds. Zipex with the rifle. Like he said, if he gets more than one, if he gets a second frag, maybe there's a chance. Wasn't meant to be. Astralis still feeling the burn, though. Round number 24. They do have a buy. 2 UMPs. 3 rifles lacking in utility. They have to work harder for these picks. Flash is going over. Device knows it. He's going to go for some control here, but there is a gap in that smoke. There's our logs, and this is kind of a problem, right? He needs Zipex to bait him in, but he's only got that UMP as well, so he can't really buy him a lot of time.
I wonder if they heard him, because if they heard him going into that logs position...
They'll be aware of the smoke there. You're going to be checking it. You're not just going to walk past that.
But what if they Molotov it? That's my worry. If I'm Device, I would be a little bit scared for that one. They straight check it. Phelps with an instant headshot. And Sip, you can't really hold back this wave of terrorists coming into the B-bomb side. No chance at all. Glaive, I'm not even sure he should be fighting this. Like, White, yeah, he's going to be falling back. That makes a lot more sense. SK Gaming moving up to 14 rounds here. Astralis have to concede it.
That would have worked really nicely if SK went for a full commitment towards the B side of the map at the beginning. If they're going for early Banana control, you're flashing over with the UMPs, trying to get that first pick, but they got nothing for it. They committed towards logs, and with the UMPs, Zipex can't bait him in. He can't even hold off the frag. Even if he gets one, they're going to be checking logs regardless of that smoke coming down towards Team Squad. It's unfortunate. Kiabi might get a couple of frags, but Fallen, my God, that was a nice shot. Takes him down. And it's going to be round number 14 obtained by SK here. The money is in the bin, and they're going to be hunting for frags. It's surely SK. Their money's looking actually pretty decent. They'll have about 6-7K per player in the next round. So Taco, he knows that. So looking towards second middle here, tentatively at least, but Dupree might walk straight. They might not even see each other. This is kind of sick.
Oh no, they're back to back. They were both in that corner.
That's
they were
so funny.
literally back to back. 25th round here, and this game is all over the place right now.
What? Surely they have to take a timeout here.
I would say yes.
Yeah, there it is. So this is the replay, right? So they know there's a chance he's going to be there. Straight up pre-fire. Phelps dominates him there. Not really much Zipex can do. He's got that SMG, and that's going to be round over. They save a couple of rifles once again.
Oh, man. What a situation here.
This is going to take
14 to 10. I mean, for SK to come back and win this whole best of 3, it only makes sense if you've seen the other 2 maps, but it's been such an incredible struggle for them to get to this point here. But they seem just very consistent right now. All these rounds are very well orchestrated like this. Nothing left to chance. They're using all the utility like they should, and Astralis aren't being given almost any room to play with here.
Resilient, tenacious, whatever you want to call it. SK Gaming arriving here in the semi-final. It looked bleak at times. The first map, they didn't really arrive until it was already over. Second map, they delivered, and 6-1 down in the third. Putting on a show here on the T side. Another weak buy for Astralis. This is what they've got. Phalanxes and UMPs. Slight bit of utility to work with, but it's still not ideal. Fallen on the AWP. They've got full control of the situation here.
Is he going to try and flash Glaive in? Yeah, he wants to flash him into second mid. That's actually really good that he gets the kill on Fur, because he was probably had all of his attention focused towards second mid, where Dupree was throwing that grenade for. I like that play. I think I mentioned earlier, but that's an opening frag. The comeback here for Astralis just won't be easy at all, but it's absolutely doable, especially if they can turn the economy around in their favor.
5 and 4. This is a huge round, obviously, for either side. The fact is, SK Gaming looking for series point, and Astralis is trying to hold on to their money the best they can. They have the advantage for now. CT's setting up the crossfires, playing in that pit and bomb site areas, like we said, gifting mid-control towards the terrorist side, and Molotovs just to flush Glaive out of position there, makes him a little bit weaker. Arch split more than likely here, considering they're going to be wrapping to the bomb site. Nothing a banana whatsoever, so Dupree going to be tested. Can't hit the first shot.
We needed to get that kill. The good follow-up there from Fallen right away. Going to pick up the AWP, try and see if he can snipe towards the pit. 30 seconds, the rotation is coming in as well from the archway. Once again, Device running with the FAMAS, the bomb. Not quite committed yet. They're still lingering around that side. They know that there's got to be someone on the bomb side. But in fact, they're both down in the pit, and Device will pick up a great double kill, and that will definitely close it out. The FAMAS is usually a weapon we like to frown upon, Henry, but this time it worked out just fine. And did he get the AWP? I think he stole the AWP, yeah. So 14-11.
His Device, yeah. Perfect time to come out of the arch there. You can't believe his luck. They're lined up, both looking at the side. The time was ticking away. It's understandable for them. 14-11, though, you're absolutely right. Keeping a decent amount of players alive there as well. Astralis not done just yet. Full buy for SK. No AWP this time. SK, I assume something much faster comes in this round. You just want to shut them down as quickly as you can. Change the pace. It's been quite slow the last few rounds. That's what I'd be going for right now. They will be going for some banana control. Just chucking the Molotov, though. As we get into round number 26. We're definitely going to see all 30 rounds. That's going to be happening. I can feel it already. Another epic map here to finish off the semi-final. Towards middle, though. This looks like a set piece. No B presence whatsoever. You see 2 players in the middle, 3 in the apartments. You assume the smokes and flashbangs will come in momentarily. And it's up to Device. Oh, actually, she said Glaive with the AWP. That's an interesting adjustment.
Yes. He's had a tough game, so maybe that's why they're thinking, you know what, we'll try and see if we can get you back into action this way. Some flashbangs are raining in. The jump out from Taco gets one. He can't transfer it on, but still, they're going to crack open the bomb side. It leaves Dupree on here, and the backup is so far away. If SK move up now, they can catch him. He's all alone. He goes for the spray and takes down Coldzera. A huge defense being put up here by Dupree. He's very low on health, but eventually he's going to fall. But he's got enough time here for Device to come in. Leaves it in a one-on-one. Fallen with almost no health at all against Sipex, and it's the AK, not the AWP. This is very, very tough if you're Fallen. How do you know where Sip is? Moving around on one side and trying to see if he can guess the angle. He's going to be actually walking the right way, and this is absolute madness. I don't know if I can handle this, Henry.
This is going to be crazy. I have no idea who wins it. Fallen, I guess, with some sort of advantage now. Not in terms of the HP, but he's lost track of Zipex. Zipex is on the A side of the map. He seems to be reading it, though. You can see he's rotating through middle. So we've got smokes, incendiary, flashbang as well. Good position from Zipex here. The bomb's planted, though. Open plan. Fallen. How does he win this one?
The really big problem is that Molotov. If he doesn't get just a clean headshot here, Sip will deploy the Molotovs and the smokes, and he won't be able to make it through. This is going to be just one headshot to change the course of history. He's actually using them already, so not even trying to bait him out. All the utility gone. That's really interesting from Sip, and he has no idea where Fallen is. Going to be moving into the UMP, and Fallen is waiting. He hasn't heard anyone tapping the bomb yet. Not that much time left. He's going for the full defuse, and he's going to have it in time. Fallen, he had to take a risk, and it will be Astralis picking it up, even getting the kill there. Another round comes in, 14-12, and SK Gaming, I don't think they're panicked yet, but now they know it has to change soon. They have to close this game out before Astralis get too close.
What a round that was. Back and forth as Dupree holding on as strong as he possibly could for the full A defense. It was looking so good there. Zipek takes balls of steel to go for a full defuse against Fallen, but I guess he got the information. He was low HP, took the gamble, eradicated a lot of the risks, assumed he was towards ruins, and it works out for him. We do have a buy available for either side still. Astralis feeling weak considering it keeps going down to these 1v1s. SK Gaming coming to the end of their money as well. This is so exciting at this point. Every round's a tight situation. No one running away with them. UMP for Zipex and lack of utility for SK. There's 2 polarizing situations.
This is just a bit too tense. The clutches down to the 1v1s round after round, it seems. A bit of a peek in there. And Glaive not challenging. Sip is holding close again with the UMP, and they actually allow Phelps to get all the way in towards CT spawn, and he picks up the first kill. A lot of trouble coming Glaive's way now. The bomb is pretty far back, but still, if he loses the bomb side, and he actually already has, what do you do if you're Astralis here? 4 versus 5, do you really try and go for the retake?
This is such a difficult side to retake, but Dupree might find something. He has to make this kill happen. Now he might not get the chance. Finally takes down Fur. They've got information now, and Glaive's doing damage, and Device, they might just be able to pull this back. It was looking so bleak, but now there's a chance. The bomb's going down. They have the advantage.
A shot through the smoke made a huge difference. You're right, 3 on 4 here. They've got some grenades left, still Fallen. Oh my God. So scoping at the wrong time. He's not going to hit the shot, and now he has to go back and try and follow it up here. Sees the angle and takes down Glaive, and he's back for more at Banana. And coming up now, it's going to be Dupree walking in with the AK-47. Caribou's down, Fallen not getting the flick, but he's still doing more. He's trapped, and he still gets it. Takes down Debris, and now Device all alone. One smoke is up, he goes for the spray, can't connect. Cold Sierra gets it. It's 15 rounds for SK Gaming. One more round, Henry, and they will have done it.
My God, Fallen, what in earth was that? That was disgusting with the AWP. You could see how aware he was of the situation, how he was scaring the CTs, was firing shots absolutely everywhere, standing in the open because he'd shown so much presence in a certain position as well. Device, we thought he had it. It was a no-scope through the smoke as well. And Fallen, he saves the round and finds series points there. Oh my God, through the smoke. So sick. Coldzera to finish the operation there. Oh my God, that could be disastrous now for Astralis. And as I'm looking at the money,
tell me.
You don't want to know about this. I want to spare you.
He's trying to keep me in a good mood. Well, I could have guessed already, Henry. This is really rough. And if SK, if they have done the math as well, they're just going to continue like they have already. No risks. Don't give them anything. One UMP and another one Deagle and a couple of pistols.
Surely not. They can't do this, but the way this game has gone so far, they probably will. This isn't done just yet. Astralis, they're going to try and hold on the best they can. 2 UMPs, 3 pistols. It looks desperate, but we'll see what they bring to the table. 3 players towards Banana. These sometimes are the hardest round to pick up. A Fallen, now fast play towards middle. Wants to get the first pick, fires off a shot. Doesn't connect just yet. This should slow down the pace at this point. They'll know that the money's so low for Astralis here. They don't want to give anything away for free. No one can go down without a trade here. That's got to be the objective for SK. Fur, he's been a little bit of a nuisance like that. He likes to run in position by himself. He can't give away a rifle here. Not to the likes of Dupree or Device.
They need a strong opening frag for Astralis. Has to be quick and easy and clean. Has to give them a rifle that they can use later on. Some bait shots coming out from Fallen. Hopes that someone is going to be flashed in. If they do a flashbang, then looking into the corner there will be Phelps, and they won't be shot. Not going to connect. The grenades are raining in now.
Here we go.
Phelps goes down. Device actually picks up the kill with the UMP, but right through the wall. Fallen will take him down. Very low risk, and that's a very important shot.
They keep it level. SK's fine with that. Every trade they get helps them out. Just going 1-for-1, that's not a problem. They recover the UMP. Goes in the hands of Zipex here. Still so much work to do. Deploying another smoke. The one thing they have working in their favor around is the time. SK probably either push through this smoke or go back towards A. Neither's a good option at this point. Glaive on the other side of the smoke gets so tense. What's the next play here from SK? The flashbang comes in. Glaive knows he can do something about this. He has no idea there's 4 players on the other side. Only gets the P250. Dumps everything he's got. Can't find the frag. And that could be it. Zipex now up against it. 10 seconds remaining. UMP to defend.
This is the whole semi-finals riding on this one position. They're right in front of him, the UMP. He gets a spray on one, trying to stop the bomb from going down, not connecting. He's going to go down to Taco instead. And now 2 on 3 for the retake. Dupree coming in with the Deagle, shutting down Fur, and now it's all on Taco. Somehow they bring it right back in Taco. He's got the AK spraying into the corner. He gets the one, and Dupree on the other angle going for it, long range. And there it is. SK moving on to the grand finals against Faze Clan. What a final, what a semi-finals it was.
It felt like a final. Some of the most exciting Counter-Strike we've ever had. It's so much fun to watch. It wasn't the prettiest, but that's what happens when you have 2 behemoths going at it here. The skill level is through the roof. Anyone can make anything happen at any time. SK Gaming, after going 6-1 down on Inferno, managed to do it. It seemed like it was going to be a 2 versus 1 situation for Astralis. They might have done just enough there with the pistols. Apparently not, though. Somehow, the resilience of SK prevails. Oh my God, Anders, that was so exciting. What a finish.
An absolutely miraculous display of strength coming out of SK Gaming. That far down, really, really tough match for them, obviously. They're on the stage clapping for good reason.
Hey, give it up for SK Gaming, guys. And Astralis as well. Fantastic game of CS play. Just a beautiful display of skill, teamwork, and just amazing excitement generally.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. One of the many really good matchups we have in this game. It's not the only one, and I can guarantee you that Carrigan on Faze is going to be ready for SK. For me personally, Carrigan and Fallen are two of the best and most sort of intelligent leaders that we have. Seeing those two go head-to-head, I think it's going to be just pure fire.
I can't wait. This tournament just keeps on delivering. What a semi-final hours. One for the record book for sure. That was so much fun to watch. The clutches towards the end, the tension building every single round. Taco does it, and he avoids overtime once again. That could have gone either way still, even at that point.
Unbelievable. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It is not done yet. The day is not over. First, we'll go to the analyst desk, and then we've got the grand finals coming up soon enough. So, analysts, take it away.
A full 3 maps, but SK have prevailed. Astralis fall, another added to the pile, and now we have our grand final.
Easy laughs.
It's not even banter.
No, you're just cute, that's all. Let's jump into this one.
already, isn't it?
You're the master of awkward.
Well, the thing about this game that was so weird, it applies to actually all the maps in the series, is they were like Henry's baseball cap. Everything was backwards. Like, what was bizarre was, SK is a team where at the moment with this skill-based lineup, you know, you push in Phelps and Fur really quickly, and then you counter on that with Cold Zero with the slower pace. Instead, it's all incredibly slow tactics instead, walking everywhere. And instead, it's the Astralis guys with all the weird pushes in different spots and force buying all over the place. Like, when would Astralis ever do that when they could play for overtime, you know? Do a crazy force buy. It worked for them. So I feel like both teams, because they are familiar with each other's styles, it was like an inverted game in some ways.
It did feel like some of the things we said in the pre-match, right, Yankee? You outlined Astralis do have to mix things up again, continue what they were doing on that second map. Did you get what you asked for?
I think to an extent, right? They obviously had problems in the second half with their economy, as Duncan pointed out. There were a lot of force buys, so you didn't see that much like full banana control, then let's just leave device and rotate back to the other side. But another very intense, obviously, and high explosive game. Towards the end of that game, you can see how to an extent weird it got. Basically, you have Phelps pushing B, getting towards CT almost, you know, getting the kill on Zipex, while one player is forward in A apps, the other one is in Boiler, and the bomb is in second mid. Like, you know, they are just trying to take map control, and it's probably Phelps just making the call, listen, like, I can sneak in through here, I can probably get an entry kill, and then Fallen just saying, yeah, go for it. Two players were supporting him, and it ended up in a crazy post-plant situation. That was around where Fallen got the crazy close-range op kills.
But I mean, we're not speaking ridiculously. We're not exaggerating, Duncan, when we say this was some like incredibly entertaining Counter-Strike. I mean, as we look through these highlights, right, Dupree and his proficiency in holding that A site.
Yeah, well, actually, both maps, Mirage and Inferno, were really, it was non-stop back and forth on all the rounds. It felt like either SK just like overwhelmed immediately and won with like 4 or 5 Ts alive, or it went to like a 2vx situation, and Astralis was always in those rounds somehow. Inexplicably, and Dupree, Zipnix, so many clutches in this game. At the end here, I mean, if Zipnix gets a couple more bullets out of that UMP when he was spraying on the second guy, maybe that gives that guy a chance. Like, it was just obviously fantastic Counter-Strike. You could notice, even though SK were the ones on the top of the scoreboard, they didn't look that confident towards the result there. Like, both teams realized like it's going right down to the wire.
And this is interesting. When you bring it up of the series, this is of course series stats. The new addition to SK is actually filling in, ticking some boxes. Phelps, most kills, best KD, and of course the highest ADR. So that's very convincing, seeing the youngster.
Well, the thing with that is, like, obviously Cold Zero didn't dominate as he normally does. I mean, it's a very weird game in that sense. Like, I can see why he wasn't really in his normal spots. But even though Phelps like topped the stats, I feel like Fur was the star of that series. Like, Fallen had some clutches, but it was just incredible how many times early in a round, like that first headshot by Fur when he's just running with an AK, he did it so many times, and it felt like that was what was the backbreaker as he went on, you know.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind breaking some backs. Yanko, talking a little bit about that, the fact that we had Ninja Diffuse, well, not Ninja Diffuse, excuse me, Zipnix pulling the wool over Fallen's eyes in that 1v1, talking about the fact that we had everyone jumping through smokes into Banana. We had like the most ridiculous plays, but is there anything particular you want to break down? Was there something you wanted to go ahead and bring up for us?
I think something that not necessarily it was Astralis doing things differently, but very early on, obviously you saw them having a good start, being up 5-0 at the beginning of the game, and that was, to an extent because Taco had a very, very slow game to start with, and he plays towards pit. That's the most crucial part of the A bomb site that you can play, and this is actually a 4v5 situation for Astralis. You see how they are going to go for an expo play out of A apartments, and that completely catches Taco and Cold off guard. They're playing close up, and you can see how the player jumping towards quad, his task is basically just to draw attention, draw fire to himself. The second player that was jumping into pit, he's there to trade the kills, and Taco that round can't make anything happen. That was mostly because of the execute, but you see here again he's flushed out by the molly. He has no support left to his own devices, and really just having a very, very slow game to begin with. I think it was the 10th round where he got the first kill of the game actually, so that was one of the big reasons why Astralis was able to have such a strong start. SK not really putting enough emphasis on that area of the map.
Yeah, Astralis perhaps having some money issues as well, and Fallen is a step closer to some more money of his own. Getting to that grand final, one more game for him to go, and he's standing by on the stage. Let's hear what he has to say after an enthralling 3-map series.
Thanks so much, guys. We took an extra minute here because after that incredibly close matchup, you had to go take a little breather, but now that you've had a minute to process Fallen, reflecting back on this matchup, do you think Astralis was an incredible opponent for you?
Hello everyone, yes, I have been playing this game for more than 16 years, and it's very hard to have the same excitement after so many time, and this game brings a lot for me. It represented so much of what Counter-Strike means to me. It's a game that sometimes you have the advantage, you have a round you should win, and then the opponent is just better, he does something and takes the round away. And I felt like both first maps, we were letting some crucial rounds go away, some good performance from them on clutches. But I felt like on Inferno, it was the opposite. On Inferno, we got some rounds that were not supposed to win, and then the game started flowing again as CT. So this game, I don't know how to express in English, but it's like I have adrenaline in the entire body, and I'm still feeling it right now.
And you have the extra stress of being the in-game leader, calling out these plays that these guys have to follow. How do you rally after a tough overpass?
So Overpass was a very difficult map, and it was expected. It was one of their best maps. I think it could be better for us, but we, like I said before, we let some rounds slip away, and they are just better. We just tried to reset for the second map. We knew Mirage must be ours, and we did a good map, a good job on the last two maps.
Looking back actually on your history of Overpass with Astralis, I mean, this has been sort of a problem for you guys. Do you see?
And later they couldn't beat us for a couple tournaments, and then when they got Glaive, things changed a little bit and they got better, and we're losing for them. But right now, recently, we were able to beat them, and those guys are very good players. They know they're one of the most difficult teams to play against. Particularly, I think it's one of the worst opponents for us because it's very tough. But I'm so glad we did it.
Well, you guys came out ahead, absolutely. You're heading on to the finals now against Faze. And when I spoke to Faze earlier, they said they want to go against SK. They're looking for their first best-of-3 win against you guys in a tournament. What do you have to say to them?
They wanted to play the best. So it's time to show something now. Let's do it.
Fantastic, Fallen. Thank you so much. Back to you guys on the desk.
Wow, I like this. I like this a lot. Not only do we get to see another best of 3, but you have got Carrigan immediately after his victory stating in the interview, I want a best of 3 versus SK. The world's best, as Fallen has said himself. Not only did it get it, but it's on a grand final stage. It's in front of a crowd like this, for money like this. We've been given quite the gift in the end of things, haven't we, Duncan?
Well, luckily from this semi, I don't think you could have had a bad final because the storylines were already set. Faze had beaten Astralis a few times, but crucially, that's the thing. IEM Sydney final was supposed to be like the coronation of Faze, like, right, it's their time to be number 1, and then it's like just as they were about to get on the throne, SK was like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not decided yet, there's us as well. And I think crucially, it's the fact that the guys from SK in that best of 5 final, like losing another best of 5 of your Faze, were able to beat them on maps where actually you would have thought Train, for example, Overpass, these should have been the maps over on the side of Faze. So Faze feel like they were hard done by. They want to run it all back again, have this best of 3 final, and they think they're actually just going to win out on their maps. So I know that they were talking in some interviews, like some spots they've changed up. I think after what we've seen here, the clutch factor for SK, it should be a very, very tense final.
And what are Astralis doing now, Yanko? I mean, in terms of preparation, they've just managed to make the semi-finals and blood, sweat and tears poured into the 3-map series. I mean, they're surely, admittedly not immediately, but at the end of this, there will be a smile on their face. I mean, this is progress, this was good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, and especially on the last 2 maps, the fashion in which those maps played out, you can't say SK completely outplayed Astralis or anything like that. It was just a couple of crucial rounds, clutch rounds. You could hear Fallen say it in the interview, like some of the rounds that we weren't supposed to win, we ended up winning. Sometimes games just go that way, and Astralis is actually the only team out of the top teams that is going to skip ESL 1 Cologne. So for them, they have pretty much a month almost where they're just going to be able to go back, look at their game, look at their mistakes, see what they need to adjust, and be prepared for the major in Krakow.
Yeah, and we've already seen evidence of time off being rewarded. Faze took a bit of a holiday, come back, and now they're looking absolutely fearful. Fearless.
I think it's also a very interesting dynamic that we have right now. In the beginning of the year, it was VP and Astralis, then it switched into Faze versus Astralis, but we didn't see these teams face other top teams in best of three. Like Faze, first time, it was against SK in Sydney in the finals. They lose there. Now it's first time for Astralis against SK in a best of three, they lose it. So
in the air, and perhaps we'll get to see it land somewhere here in this best of three. That's right, the grand final is on its way. I know there was a show match announced, however, for everyone here and for you guys at home, we have had to postpone it so we can get this grand final running. So don't worry, don't fear, more Counter-Strike coming. Some of you are looking forward to it, I can tell, but do be sure to go ahead, stay hydrated, tell your friends the grand final of ECS Season 3 is going to be coming to your screens in just a moment's time. Let's check in with Parla.
Guys, we are going to be speaking to the one. Let's head inside into the thick of things. Let's go. 3, 2. Okay, wait, okay. Who are you here supporting, might I ask?
Astralis. Let's go, Astralis.
Nice. Hey, what do you say to...
No idea.
One more time?
No idea.
Okay. Let's hear it for Cloud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex Machini the Machine. My name is Machine Richardson.
Do you remember my name?
Stephen.
Yes. Stephen. What am I saying?
Stephen.
Paula.
Appreciate it. Oh, which...
We day.
Ah, very big boy. Yeah. He's not alive anymore.
Mate, Counter-Strike Go is the best ever.
No more dabbing! No more dabbing!
Except the mum over there, she was good. The mum was fantastic.
Good evening, London. How are we all doing this evening? And a warm hello to everybody watching at home. Now, you see these two seats that I have in front of me? We've got another stretch goal activity for a pro player to take part in with me right now for all of you to enjoy. It's a quiz show, and he is going to have to answer 10 questions. Who is it? Welcome to the stage, Apex. Dan, good to see you. Take a seat. Welcome to my game show, my friend. How's it going after yesterday?
A bit hard, but being here is okay now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reward within itself, right? So I have 10 questions. You've been briefed. They go in, they increase in difficulty as we approach the final 10th question. Daniel, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Are you guys in the crowd ready? You ready for this? Here we go. All right. Question 1. How many LAN maps did ninjas in pajamas go undefeated in their winning streak? Hey, no cheating. I know we've got a lot of G2 fans here, but no cheating, all right?
87.
Is that correct? It is, of course, correct. 87 is the right answer. Thank you to the guy that shouted that out in the crowd. Awful. Question 2, Dan. Which players have won the most majors?
So it's Olaf Meister, Pronax, and GW.
What do you guys think in the audience? Throw some names out. Oh, okay. So, you were correct with one person. No, you can't change anything now, my friend. The correct answer was JW and Flusher. Boo.
And Pronax.
If it's Pronax, I didn't do the research, so that is not my fault. You could very well be correct. Thank you, Dan, for that. But unfortunately now, you're going to have to take the L. Question 3. Daniel, who pulled out 2 knife kills during the grand finals of ECS Season 2 to complete his ace?
Device.
Guys, I need to verify this with Backstage. Hello, have some contact? Yeah? Okay. Dan, you are correct. It was Device. That is quite the memory. How do you have a memory like that?
I don't know. I'm born like that.
Maybe it was Apex. Maybe he was born this way. I like that. Okay, question 4. Okay. Almost halfway through, but still in the early stages of this question. That doesn't make it. We're almost halfway through. We're talking about the youngest player at this event. Who is it? Don't nod your head like you can't hear everything that they're shouting at you.
I would say Ksharby, the guy from Astralis. Ksharby.
Dan, they've just shouted the answer at you multiple times. It's Twists.
I didn't remember.
Oh, Dan. All right, you're doing okay so far, but they're getting harder from here, Dan. All right, no, don't, all right? It's okay, it's all right. Question 5. If you can get this, you have an extremely good memory. This is a very, very tough question. How many barrels / oil drums are there in the bomb site on B on Dust 2?
3.
Is 3 your final answer?
No. I would say 4, but I'm not sure. Fuck it.
You have one more chance to confirm whether that is your final answer or not.
Fuck you. Four. Yeah.
It's 5. Question 5. 5 barrels. Should have put 2 and 2 together. I'm disappointed. Question 6. If it's 4, not 5, again, it's not on me, Dan, all right? But the card says 5, so for all intents and purposes right now, that is the answer. Question 6. What is the road called from CT spawn to B site on Inferno? The road, so the passageway.
Speedway?
No, so the actual name on the map. It has a sign on it.
I have no clue.
Via Roma.
Who cares?
Maybe that should be the new call out. Who knows? Let's move on to question 7. These last 4 questions are extremely difficult. I must warn you. How do you feel currently? How do you feel you've done so far?
Well, I don't know.
I think you're doing well, Dan. Don't be too hard on yourself, but let's see if you can get one of these final 4 questions. Question 7 is, which North American CSGO player has earned the most prize money in CSGO?
I would say Eco.
Dan, would you like to phone a friend?
I don't have friend.
Final answer?
Yeah, Eco. It has to be you, Eco.
Spencer? Is it you? No, it's not. It's Rush from Optic Gaming.
What the fuck?
Question 8. On Cobble B site. How many plant pots are around the statue?
6.
Dan, I'm going to give you another lifeline. One final chance.
5 then. It's 5 or 6, so I'm gonna say 5.
What do the audience think? What number? I see 5s, I see 6s. 17, you're playing a different game, mate. The number is 4.
Who did this question?
I cannot confirm nor deny who it was, but it might have been James Bardolph.
Okay, that's why it's wrong then.
I can't say anything to that. All right, question 9. What 4 nations have produced the top 10 highest earning CSGO players?
Polish?
That is correct. That's one right answer. Can we get a ding, please? 3 more. Think in your heart. Think in your heart, Daniel. Close to home.
France.
There we go. 2 out of 4. 2 more to go.
Sweden.
Go for one more, and then maybe... I'm trying to help him out here, guys. Try it again. 2 more.
Denmark.
I think that might be correct. And 1, guys, give him a cheer for this. Can he get the final country here? Make some noise for Apex. He's doing a great job. Final country.
Brazil.
There we go. All 4 correct with a bit of help. Apex, we have one final question for you. Thank you for that musical interlude. Question number 10. Okay, I'm just going to read this exactly as I see it in front of me. How much spaghetti vongole in second mid on Inferno? How much is it? How much does it cost?
What the fuck again?
It is less than $10, and so it is $1 plus 50. So I've given you a range of $1 to $9 with plus 50 on, so something 50.
55?
No, 1 to 9. Shh, can we cut the cameras for a second? 1 to 9 plus He understands. Okay, so like it's it's either $1.50, $2.50, $3.50. You see 1 to 9. Pick one.
$1.59? Nine? Hey, what?
We're not live right now, right?
So, I have an answer.
Let's get some tense music. Can we get some tense music? This is a really important moment. Dan, what's going through your head right now?
$8.50.
And that, everybody, is Apex doing our 10-question quiz. Thanks to Stretch Goal, you helped us win. Now, I didn't tell you this before, Apex, but there is a prize. It's not the trophy. Not this time. You will have another shot of that in the future. It is, in fact, 1,000... Raise the roof, 1,000 cents.
What the fuck?
10 euros, mate.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much.
Guys, please put your hands together for Apex. He's been such a good sport. Amazing guy, amazing player, amazing team. Thank you, bro. Appreciated. All right, that will be it from us for now. We will head to a break. Do not go anywhere. We have an absolutely electric grand final coming up between SK and, of course, Faze. What is going on, everybody? It is now Sunday here at the Wembley SSE Arena for finals day here at ECS. We have Astralis going up against SK and Cloud9 facing off against Faze. What's your name, my friend?
Hugh.
And who are you here supporting?
Cloud9.
It's a pretty momentous occasion for this team, on the rise again, perhaps?
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good to see him on Friday. Got Shroudy getting rowdy, of course.
And so, is it your first time at a big event?
No, I went to Cologne in 2015, but C9 got knocked out the day I got there.
Exactly, so maybe this is the perfect storm for C9 and yourself. What have you thought overall about the event?
Absolutely great event. Good to see a crowd. It's great stuff, really.
No doubt, it's awesome to have an event in London, and the London and British crowd and the international crowd that come to these events in London always seem to deliver. What do you think about the stage setup with the clear central screen and all the extra information around it? That awesome picture that we have right up top.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. It's great to see everything that's going on. It's nice to get a full view of the game. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and so after this, do you think you'll be attending more ECS Face It? What is going on, everybody? It is now Sunday here at the Wembley SSE Arena for finals day here at ECS. We have Astralis going up against SK and Cloud9 facing off against Faze. What's your name, my friend?
Hugh.
And who are you here supporting?
Cloud9.
It's a pretty momentous occasion for this team, on the rise again, perhaps?
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good to see him on Friday. Got Shroudy getting rowdy, of course.
And so, is it your first time at a big event?
No, I went to Cologne in 2015, but C9 got knocked out the day I got there.
Exactly, so maybe this is the perfect storm for C9 and yourself. What have you thought overall about the event?
Absolutely great event. Good to see a crowd. It's great stuff, really.
No doubt, it's awesome to have an event in London, and the London and British crowd and the international crowd that come to these events in London always seem to deliver. What do you think about the stage setup with the clear central screen and all the extra information around it? That awesome picture that we have right up top.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. It's great to see everything that's going on. It's nice to get a full view of the game. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and so after this, do you think you'll be attending more ECS Face It finals in the future?
Definitely. If they're as close as it is now, I'm there.
There we go. Thank you so much, Hugh. Dude, you better get inside. The queue is growing. Enjoy.
Will do.
Your favorite team won't always win. Your favorite player won't always succeed. But you don't care because you have faith. You believe. Now that the regular season is over, the battle for esports supremacy begins. 8 of the world's top Counter-Strike global offensive teams converge on Wembley, London for the ECS Season 3 final. The big question: will Astralis defend their title and emerge as back-to-back ECS champs, or one of their opponents, yearning for glory, snatch the title from their hands? Find out this weekend. The ECS Season 3 finals live. It's going down.
Hello and welcome to the ECS Season 3 Finals here at the SSE Arena in London. To all the incredible esports fans that have joined us in person, how you guys doing? I love the crowd here, and I love the crowd watching at home. We've got so many fans cheering these teams on along the way, and now we've arrived at the finals. Our two teams have fought incredibly hard to get here, and with so much on the line, $250,000 in fact for this match, you can't blame them for leaving it all on the floor. So it is my distinct pleasure to invite our two finalist teams to the stage. Please welcome Faze and SK Gaming.
Good evening, Wembley. Good evening, London. And good evening, fantastic Counter-Strike. We've had a fantastic road here already. Both semi-finals provided, one perhaps more than the other, but it does culminate. This is the crescendo, the climax. We all love those, and this is it. It is going to be big, it's going to be loud, and hopefully, certainly one team will be very proud. Best of 3. Can we make some noise? Let's show the world what London can do. Let's show what the British can do. We can't play Counter-Strike, but we can get excited about it. And I'm not alone on this panel. I'm joined by 2 lovely faces and brains that will be providing me with all the necessary insight, and you guys at home. We have Sam Days Marine and Janko YNK Paunovic. Gentlemen, I butcher your last name all the time. Is that every time you look at me, you're like, you still haven't got it right.
I mean, I'm going to start pronouncing it like you do, so it's fine.
Yeah, you could butcher my pronunciation of my name as well.
Alex Machine Richardson.
Oh, he's so good. So damn good. That's why we have him on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. But all serious, all smiles. Let's remind a little bit about how exactly we got here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as they set up on stage, and before I get to pick these guys' brains about it, this is the road to finals. If you've just joined us, this is how these 2 teams found themselves on this stage playing for $250,000.
This is what every esports fan in the world has been waiting for. You all are about to feast your eyes on a battle of epic proportions. As Faze clashes with SK Gaming for the ECS Season 3 Finals Championship. Hold on tight. Buckle your seatbelt, ladies and gentlemen. It's going down.
It's gonna be fantastic. ECS Season 3 Grand Finals begin now. And now we have to understand what on earth is gonna go down. I'm still catching my breath from that second semi, Days. I think we have to kind of start there because SK Gaming have just come off a marathon of Counter-Strike just to get here.
Yeah, I mean, they went through the group stage pretty easily, actually.
Sure.
But versus Astralis, I think it did teach us a lot. I mean, they looked really good on a map that I didn't think they were going to be that good on in Inferno. So it kind of taught us a lot about them, right? That they're getting better on those maps that they need to be better on.
Yeah.
And just always improving, man. SK is just always getting better. They're never satisfied. They're always just looking at how can I improve.
Absolutely, and of course, things have only improved as time has gone on. Let's bring up those brackets. We started with 8 teams. Now we've shaved that down to just 2, and some of the names here, in fact, all of the names here are top contenders within the scene, Janko. The likes of G2, Fnatic, Optic, Cloud9, Liquid, they've all fallen to some of the names standing on stage now.
Absolutely. I mean, we were saying in the very opening segment of the tournament how actually very rarely it does happen, but we had the best teams from both regions here at the finals, and even the likes of Optic, who have dropped out of the group stages. I mean, they've underperformed for their standards, but their group, you get matched with Faze, SK, and G2. 2 of the teams they had in the groups are in the grand finals, so you can't really expect that much from them. Obviously, the big surprise was Cloud9 winning 2 best-of-1s and making it straight into the playoffs. I think Liquid, despite dropping out of the tournament in the group stages, they've shown that they have been constantly improving. They put up a great fight versus Astralis, almost took them down, and probably the biggest disappointment of the tournament is Fnatic, because unlike some of the other tournaments where they were a little bit unlucky with the draw and some of the tiebreaker situations, here they drop out of the tournament losing to 2 North American teams, Cloud9 and Team Liquid, so they're definitely going to have a lot to think about on their way back home.
And absolutely, you've got a lot to talk about when we bring up Faze, of course. Those who are unfamiliar, the man on the far side of our panel did actually play. You shared the game with Nico, one of the stars that has ignited quite the run in Faze. He's been the catalyst to some incredible success and some stats.
Yeah, I still believe Kerrigan was the #1 change that they needed to make, but with Nico, as you said, the catalyst for the team, and the thing with him is he's just an all-around player. He literally can do everything in the game. Great with pistols. Obviously, his deagle is notorious far and wide. Good with the AWP. Rifles, of course. He can clutch. He can lurk. He can go in first for the team. And probably one of the most important traits that he has for this level of competition is the fact that he is very intelligent about the game, and he can give good ideas to Kerrigan when he maybe comes to a halt with what they're supposed to do as a team. Having him in-game just within the round on a different part of a map than Kerrigan, he can give input, like spot weaknesses, and then give ideas how to exploit it. So between Kerrigan, Nico, and Robin, there's a lot of, you know, minds there who contribute to their game.
And I'm sure, Sam, as someone who values the leadership, the strategy, the depth of Counter-Strike, you can appreciate when you've got Rob and Kerrigan and Nico all kind of coming together to culminate in success.
I mean, as a former in-game leader, it's the best tool you could have is someone that takes the pressure off of you around doing this, and because of that's what makes them so valuable.
Absolutely, so damn valuable. And on the other side, not only is this a rematch from IEM Sydney, these be single man. On your screens now.
And they're always trying to get better, and they're so humble about it, to know what's weak to... doing this, and because of that's what makes them so valuable.
Absolutely, so damn valuable. And on the other side, not only is this a rematch from IEM Sydney, these be single man on your screens now.
And they're always trying to get better, and they're so humble about it, to know what's weak to... And they scrim a ton.
Right.
They rank us when they're very, very desperate.
50% of our featured matchup, we can bring it up, our head-to-head. Phelps and Rain. Phelps, of course, let's not forget, filled almost every single category in their previous best of 3. He was filling in highest ADR, highest kills, everything under the sun he was performing on. And on the other side of things, Rain, someone that I know that you've been impressed by, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely, because Rain is one of my favorite types of players. He's that guy who is not necessarily super flashy. I mean, obviously he's capable of it. We've seen some amazing clutches from him, but he's that guy on which you can always rely on. Like, you put him in a spot and you know that Rain, you know, almost never is going to fail you. He's going to get at least one kill. He's going to play it intelligently, going to buy time. He's aware of, basically just knows what the best move is for him in order for his team to win a round. And those players are basically gems. I don't think you have that many players, even in Tier 1 teams.
You agree with that?
I do, and you know, I actually think that Phelps, when he replaced FNX, I think FNX was kind of Mr. Reliable on SK. With the way he could hold his spot, you could always rely on him. And when they did make that change, I was a little worried because Phelps holds things in a very different aspect, right?
Sure.
When he makes plays, when he's holding a site, a lot of the time he's... What's going on here?
Oh, fantastic. We get excited about everything. This time it's a beach ball.
I mean, beach balls are great.
So much about having the brains of CS here to break things down.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
But anyways, I was a little worried about Phelps joining them because he does play a different play style, right? He isn't like Rain or FNX where he's just going to be on bomb train and just have a solid performance every time.
Yeah.
Because he's, you know, lurking around smokes, playing behind something. He could play a round of an execute that you do. If you do it 10 times, he might play it different 6, 7 times.
Right, that variation.
But having said that, he just keeps improving and improving with SK, and now that he's developing more of that play style to be more of like a rock solid, just Mr. Reliable type player, again, like it's only going to make SK better, and he is improving in that aspect.
Absolutely. I do want to make sure we have ample time to talk about those vetoes. You do make your point, but we will start that discussion as well, yeah.
I want to say that the environment in which that SK Astralis game was being played is perfect for Phelps. Like super scrappy game, you know, clutches and 3v3, 4v4 situations all over the place, individual fights and so on. That's where he can thrive, you know, get behind you, get a lot of information for his team. That's why I think he had a great game as well. But when it comes to the vetoes, the bans are pretty straightforward. Nuke for SK Gaming, Cobblestone for FaZe, and this actually means for the whole tournament we haven't seen one nuke or one Cobble.
Damn.
Yeah.
2 maps completely absent from the pool.
Yeah, when it comes to the picks, like, okay, we see now that SK Gaming did decide to pick Mirage yet again. You would think perhaps they finally go for Cash, because it is a very strong map for them, and similar to Astralis, for FaZe as well, they do play it, but it's not as high on their death chart.
Do you think FaZe is going to pick Overpass?
I would assume so, but you know, talking to them, they weren't like talking to Nico, because Kerrigan is the one who decides alongside Robin basically, and he wasn't really sure what Kerrigan is going to go for. I think Overpass was definitely in the conversation for them, but they might go for something like Train as well.
Whoa!
Or Inferno.
Hello, throw down the gauntlet. We're going back to Inferno.
Wow. I wasn't expecting
We've just seen
that.
this.
I
We've
think
just seen
Inferno, for FaZe, they consider it one of their strongest maps, if not the strongest map. Like, you have to remember, looking at stats for FaZe so far doesn't mean everything, because they've had more than a month to just practice things and revamp their map pool. So they have a different, basically, view of their map pool than we do from the outside.
Absolutely, they have taken that break, and I think every team, in one shape or form, has voiced this at various intervals, that they want to mix things up for these big events, mix these things up so that we can't be as predictable coming into that major. We do see Overpass banned out.
I think Train is the decider here. Yeah, for FaZe, like, they're a much comfortable team on Train than they are on Inferno. And also another thing is, you have to remember, I think the last 4 times these two teams didn't, like, they played 4 times in Sydney, best of 5 grand final and a best of 1 in groups, and FaZe lost every single game. Twice on Train, once on Overpass, and I think the last map was Cash, perhaps, but the thing is, SK has a very good score recently against them, and we always talk about how the team that lost is always going to look back on the game and find ways to adjust.
You can see team huddles are going down, and you know what that means, London. It does mean game 1 of your grand final is moments away. The last couple of words, I mean, Sam, is this simply just Kerrigan monologuing? Is this just him doing, you know, that shock speech that we've seen before?
Honestly, they're probably just, I mean, most likely they're going over what they want to do.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I'm pissed around, we're going to do this. Just a reminder of just everything that we want to do going into this first map.
And the first map is Mirage, and therefore we need expectations, gentlemen. We know it's going to be good Counter-Strike, but who comes out on top?
So I predict SK. I think SK, for me, is a super complete team. I think that where we're really going to see SK outshine FaZe, in my opinion, is in the 4v4s, the 3v3s. I just love how slow they take it. They make sure everybody is in position.
Yeah.
They know who needs to attack first, who needs to attack when. They use the clock very well. And I think in 5v5 CS, I think FaZe is really well structured most of the time.
Yeah.
But I think in the 4v4s and the 3v3s, that's when I think SK's experience and teamwork is going to, you know, get them the win.
Headsets are on, Yanko. Give me that prediction.
I think that's actually the main thing to talk about, because FaZe, after that grand final in Sydney, they were completely caught off guard by the way SK Gaming plays in clutch situations. They're so patient, they take so much time, and FaZe felt that was the main reason why they lost that grand final. So look towards that and see how they try and adjust. I'm going with FaZe for this grand final.
SK, FaZe completely split, and I think that's a perfect place to leave it. Mirage will be your first battleground, and let's not forget, there are not many maps, not many games of Counter-Strike that have this much on the line. Not only is it pride, not only is it momentum becoming up to that major, but it's also $250,000 to first prize. I mean, that is a lot on the line for 3 games of Counter-Strike, and that's if we get to 3. This is it. This is your grand final for ECS Season 3. Let's find out with your casters how Mirage is going to go down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. And just before we get into this game, I need to say a thank you to the people here. Thank you to the people watching at home as well. Without you, any of this isn't possible. We've broken some records on YouTube for Counter-Strike so far. Maybe that will continue tonight. But also, thanks to all the madness and beach balls going on, I would like to announce that next year, we will be back here in London, June 9th and 10th. Tickets are available now. More on that later on, but it's time for Counter-Strike then.
Yeah, it is, and I love how the decks are split there in their predictions. I think that's the best way to go because, of course, you've got the history that tells the tale, right? That strategic teams can be difficult for FaZe. Stylistically, it can be difficult for FaZe. But FaZe, they've had all that time off. Who knows what they've been working on all the time when they were boot camping, when they were talking even on holiday. They know who the big problems for them are as like a stylistic team. Astralis are similar in that fashion to SK, and that's why that rivalry is so interesting. But this is another similar rivalry in that sense. So maybe, James, they're going to show us something very new here today.
The GLHFs are coming through in the chat. Time to take your seats, boys and girls, because Mirage is about to start. SK Gaming starting on the defensive side, and it will be FaZe on the attack. Rain and Carrigan, full grades. HEs as well as flashbangs and smokes. Don't see that every day.
It's like a fast pace as well. FaZe want to start this off in a very aggressive fashion. Everybody's starting to rally towards that A position. SK, it's like almost a knife round where there's a miscommunication where to me, everyone's stacking towards one location for either side. SK playing the A retake. Just Fallen, looking to see what's going on. Nice first pop, that's what you got to do if you want to hold these big pushes as the CT side. And now he's got some help as well. We've already seen how powerful those T pushes can be towards CT spawn. And there goes Fallen. Taco trying to rise to the occasion here. A lot of players to deal with, just teasing at the moment, trying to buy time for his teammates to come and help him out.
Indeed, he is buying time, and Fur is making his way through Palace while these fights are happening. The bomb is planted for CT, and the kills are going either side, and now it's down to Fur, the last man standing. Position unknown at the moment, but there's one play towards ramp, spots the head, but can he take it down? Yes, Carrigan, it's too late, doesn't know where it's coming from. No kit onto Fur. Can he draw Nico out? Nico with not much HP. First got to force the fight, but Nico just needs to stay alive. And, well, that's doing even better. Taking the pistol for his team, FaZe. Start off well versus SK.
That was so close as well. I love how FaZe were trying to play that, trying to take control of CT spawn, but SK Gaming were making it so difficult. Earlier today, we saw how Astralis approached the situation as the T side. They get a couple flashes short and deep when they want to take these positions. We didn't see the same flashes here from the T side of FaZe, but they were still just able to take it away in the nick of time. So let's see how this quick start for them is going to finish, because they have to deal with these Deagles, and they've been so problematic against Cloud9. They were so annoying. FaZe be able to hold against those.
Fallen is keeping most of his money in the bank. He is looking to save for that AWP later on, and we've seen him do some disgusting things already to help his team make it to this point. Very tough fight in the semi-finals. Oh, Cold Zero, there's one. And important crouch stops Ali from getting taken down as well. Very important crouch speak indeed. More Deagle fire coming in from the B bomb site. No flank at the moment, but Rain is on the way. Two Ts. Oh man, these Deags cannot be stopped at the moment. 2 kills for Taco. Spots the bomb carrier as well. And SK, they're going to have the high ground. Phelps, he's the last man, but he's on the high ground. They don't know that he is there. If the default plant comes in, then maybe there'll be more problems here for FaZe.
Phelps. Position unknown. The surprise element, that's how he wins this round. Still unknown. Great position. He's trying to play it smart at the moment. Nice pick-off. Can collect the AK as well. All of a sudden, a doable round here for Phelps. Now, the only problem is Rain knows where he is, but he does not know where Rain is. Although I think he's got an inkling. Now he's seen him over wide short. The play comes in. Knife to try to dodge the angle. But just as Rain was moving as well, such a tense battle between these two players now as Phelps tries to get a superior angle, trying to get it. Oh, Rain taken down to critical health. 2 points of health remaining on Rain. That could not have been closer. 2 rounds now for FaZe against the 0 of SK Gaming.
A tense start. Massive damage done on the force fight, at the very least for SK. Maybe that comes into play later on. But for now, the AKs are coming out and they won't have much to fight against in this eco round for SK, mostly USPs. There is a Deagle onto Cold Zero. 2 with 3 rounds in that. This is the 3rd round and the Deagles are popping off already. Cold with the 1 Deagle on the SK team for this round. So we'll see what FaZe's approach is. The bomb already on ramp, and it looks like it will be a standard split for FaZe Clan. 2 players in the middle area. Mid can be somewhat precarious for an anti-ecoing T side. Exposed to many positions, but of course, there isn't much going on in terms of weaponry for the SK side. Standard stuff, the smoke dropping into the connector position.
I think normally that would suggest that they would be going to B as well, trying to go up to Catwalk. But instead of going towards A, into the stack. There is only 1 Molotov on Rain. This could be a little bit hairy. We'll have to see, though. That's a very well-placed Molotov there to try to weed out any players in the shadow position, of which there is one. But for how much longer? Looks like he's been managed to evade that Molotov damage. First just sitting in shadow still. I don't think that anyone has seen him just yet. Still in that position. Went up the ladder, but the superior weaponry will be more than enough for FaZe as they, in a coordinated manner, move through the bomb sites. So a little bit worried for them there, but that's a good recovery after how much damage was done by those Deagles.
It's buy time. Fallen has exactly enough money for Kevlar and AWP. Well then, first starting with the UMP on the buy round for the CT side. The rest of them in with the M4s and a sniper rifle onto Fallen. Reasonable number of grenades. Fast plays from FaZe. We've seen this from Alu as well, moving quickly up to short, but first it will be Rain on the first buy round of the grand finals. Oh, Rain, he spotted some info, but quickly comes back, tries to get some more, maybe catch a CT out of position. He can still play his normal role, maybe looking for somebody in CPL. Nico taken down in the meantime, but Kishin has made his way to Sandwich.
And so far, we see a lot of kills towards the connected position. Still one player that could cause issues. Rain, he's managed to find himself behind enemy lines, playing a very covert role, and he could be the playmaker that can make this 3v3 very advantageous. Spots the one, execution comes in, onto 1-2, and the third on the spray. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Rain. What a start from him. Highlighted on the desk, and you can see exactly why.
On the desk.
Brilliant play.
4-0, SK quickly heading towards max loss bonus. Pistol round though, with some Kevlar here and there. One smoke on Fur, and that's about it for this round. For SK, we'll see where he deploys it. Fallen, creeping, can't quite get the snap onto Kyoshima. Good start to this anti-eco round from FaZe. Carrigan looking too far beyond the balcony position. That will give an opportunity to SK, but they won't retrieve the SMG just yet. You can see there's a flank from the CTs as well, so Alu is somewhat stuck at the moment. The CTs may go for some kind of double peek. They'll prove successful, and that may spur on FaZe to move into the A site, which in fact they've done. Fur putting in some damage as well. It's a 4 versus 2. They picked up an AK and a MAC-10.
It's looking very, very precarious at this point. Kyoshima does manage to eventually trade onto Fur, who is stuck by the stairs, but the damage really has been done indeed. There is a couple Kevlars here on these CTs as well. Phelps and Cold, although Cold is on 11 health. Kyoshima now trying to take CT spawn, wants to get a quick engagement to even the numbers before all the CTs are available for a coordinated attack. But they so far evaded Kyoshima, but for how long? He is now just sitting in a very open position towards Connector, looking for that first man. Where is it going to be? SK playing that slow style and caught off guard. Taka coming in with a MAC-10 from CT, causing problems. It's down to Nico, a 1 versus 3, and he doesn't know which way to look. It's going to be Taco now with the defuse. SK steal around.
3, 2, 1. They've just got enough time to defuse the bomb. It'd be lovely to see that on camera. First round on the board for SK, 1-4. And this round will be just as important. They don't want to get reset in this situation. That would be very horrible for them. So opportunity still knocks for FaZe. They've got their full buy, 4 AKs and AWP. So let's see what they're going to be up to. Fallen on the sniper as per usual. Again, we know SK as well as FaZe have the power to go double AWPs later on. Aggression, order of the day for Fallen. Very close with the AWP.
No kidding,
got support from Cold as well.
James, when do you take that angle? That's insane.
When you're Fallen, if you're Fallen and you have a sniper, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Most of the time it works. That's what we've seen today.
I guess he gets the free pass. I think that is fair indeed. Well, we have right now middle under control of FaZe. They've got top mid, they've got bottom mid as well. Kyoshima can see that he's actually slightly paranoid that there could be aggression behind him, that someone could be pushing the B apps. Now Alu looking to try to open things up with the AWP as the smoke is soon to dissipate. FaZe, how do they convert this mid control? That's always a big question. We do have Alu, I believe, running all the way back for the bomb now as they want to go for that triple-pronged attack onto the A bomb side. It's a scary one, but SK, I think they have players in position to deal with this. 2 players close to slope is often good at beating these rushes.
45 seconds on the clock. Fallen still facing forwards, but maybe Rain will soon emerge from the Palace position. Missing his shot, and now where does he reposition? He needs to get back into a safe space, and this really isn't the most ideal position for his AWP. That might not be either, but he'll make the best of a bad situation. 30 seconds remain, and the bomb's rotating away from the A bomb site towards B. Rain will lurk in the Palace area. There are still 3 CTs here, but they're starting to realize something is afoot. First, starting to rotate, going through the crawl space, but for now, Taco is alone. He can't stop the bomb from going down. Rain pops from the flank, but they have no idea. SK, they've still got 2 players towards the A bomb site. They haven't seen the bomb just yet. There's no rotation.
Crazy play here from Faze all the way to B. Taco caught out of position. Now it's down to Fer to at least just buy some positioning. If he dies, his teammates will get locked into that shop area. He has to stay alive in this position. He can't push just yet, but he can with a flash. Now his teammates have made it to the B bomb site, but the problem is he'll be taken down by Nico as he goes for the play. Knows someone's by bench, calls it, but now indeed they're stuck in the shop. How do they get out of this position? There's no smoke at this point to stop them, but if they're to move through those choke points, surely they will go down. Good attempt from Fallen there, but they will just have to concede this. Nico going in for the hunt, finds himself a headshot onto Fallen and the finishing shot onto Cold. SK will get away with nothing.
Faze looking extremely dangerous, and those are 2 crucial kills because SK had 2 players on $3,000 or more, which means that they could have dropped. They probably would have bought around what they had saved, but they get completely wiped out by the likes of Nico. And he's just getting started. 5-1 in favor of Faze. Looking good for a... Oh, they are going to buy it, actually, regardless. So they've gone for the force buy SK. 2 UMPs, the Mag 7 onto Fallen. Third down to the CZ. They had successive pistols earlier. Now they've got a bit more. But it's very much easier said than done to win a round like this. Rain maybe waiting for a pop flash from his teammate. Just creeping, looking for any gaps in the smoke. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Fallen has taken a very forward position with the Mag 7 on a ramp. And there is Nico around the Palace, keeping the CTs honest as they re-smoke CPL.
SK Gaming are a team that don't want to allow Faze to have a rounds where there's no pressure. They always want to keep the pressure up. And SK Gaming also very good with pretty much every weapon, always a plan. But the plan could perhaps be undone by the likes of Rain. He's been stellar so far this tournament, and he'll open up the round this time against Fer, taking Connector away from the CTs. That's some information gone. An opportunity perhaps for Phelps, but he'll immediately get traded. Carrigan with another one. The entry into the B-bomb site. Fights 1v1's being won all over the place here by the Faze players. Just leaving Cold alone with a UMP, and he's sorely out of position to catch the bomber, unfortunately. So he's in a spot where perhaps all he can do is save a weapon and play for an exit of some sort. Does find an AK, which is always nice, but that's about it so far for him.
Alu should have been able to hear him. From the apartments, you can hear a CT around that short position. So if you're going for a fast pick, for example, towards the B bomb site and the CTs are looking to get aggressive from short, you'll hear them at the beginning of a round. So Cold will try to hold on to what he has. A disastrous start for the Brazilians here on Mirage on the defensive side, heading towards 6-1. They're only going to get 1,900 for losing this force buy. So Faze are going to be running away with this first half, it seems. And again, Nico will not allow any saves by these CTs.
Yeah, this is actually an insanely strong first half so far for Faze. Just those resets hurt so much. You can see how reluctant SK were to just go for a straight save in this situation, wanting to take momentum back away from Faze, wanting to keep their money down so they can force ecos later on, but it's really not to be the case just yet, as the money can now start to build as SK are forced to this save. A CZ, a Deagle, that's all that we really see here so far for SK. And with a fast push into the A-bomb side, a well-coordinated one, Faze will likely crush this round. SK would be lucky to even get a couple of frags, I feel.
But they've got giant USPs down, surely. They're bigger than the AK, they must be lethal. And maybe they are, but it's a CZ to get the first kill onto Kirishima. Can that gun be retrieved? We'll soon find out. Maybe not. Wipeout, the USP kill from Phelps. And Fer, the last man standing in a smoke. He might get a cheap kill here. Take him a while to realize where he is, and he does indeed. Some cheap damage, but the round is in favor of Faze, and that's what counts at this point. Faze on an average of $6,000 in the bank.
It's kind of insane to get that much damage, James, out of 3 USPs, a Deagle, and a CZ. Like 3 kills against a full buy round, all pushing into the A site with the grenades. That's pretty ridiculous.
It's nice, but I'll tell you what isn't nice, Dan, being 1-7 down versus FaZe Clan in the grand finals on the first map.
That's true, and they would love an AWP in this position, but they are going to be up against some aggression. SK want to level that disadvantage by going aggressive with their lack of utility, taking the fight in an unexpected manner towards FaZe. And it's worked. They've got to pick off early on, but looks like FaZe want to take advantage of these CTs out of position, going aggressive in middle. They know there's space to be taken for free on the A-bomb site. That's what Nico's done. He's fast to that position as Sandwich, but doesn't get anything. It's Karrigan instead to get a trade to make life a little bit easier, but they're getting wiped out at the moment. Looks like SK are in really good shape now.
SK alive with 4 players. They want to keep it that way. Again, the money is going to be very important. Alu, quick snap, but no fatal connection. Karrigan rotating the bomb, perhaps to join his teammate, but they don't really have the numbers game to even play mid at the moment. But Alu needs no numbers game. Fallen taken down. Trying to play against the blind spot, not quite working out for him. 50 seconds for FaZe to do more damage. Phelps moving through a ramp. FaZe better decide where they want to go soon. Taco creeping around the connector area, but he needs to make sure there's no boost around CPL as well. In fact, he has much work to do. And it seems that FaZe may have found the gap, the missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle, but Phelps is rotating back around to Palace. He's not going to top mid, so time is of the essence here. 17 seconds and Taco's repositioned. He's trying to read where these T's might be playing. Where could they have gone that we haven't seen them? Where would they plant? 10 seconds. They're going to go for the short plant. Taco is there, but Alu very patient indeed. Phelps has to go slightly wider, and that is the round 1. It's too late. Alu needs to save. The Molotov coming out. Not the best play in that situation, and they will lose all their weaponry.
It was so insane there as well. The timing of Taco actually jumping out of the window was just as Alu peeks the window position from jungle. It was so close.
Nico was unlucky around the sandwich Tetris area. Jumped while he was firing. It wasn't a good situation anyway. Double peak at the very least. 1 high, 1 low. 2-7. FaZe had money in the bank and they've spent it for this buy. There were limitations after they lost some players on that eco round, which is going to leave Nico with a Deagle and $100 in the bank.
Here we are, another mid-take from FaZe. This would be the perfect round to win after SK, of course, just 1-1. Try to get that reset in again, as they've been so good at doing so far. Rain with a fast take of this connector position. And it's so good to have on this map. You can do so much from connector. You can play lurk off of it whilst your team goes towards B, or maybe you can help on the split effort towards the A-bomb site. Take away information from the CTs, create pressure. It's such a spot for the Ts to be able to use well. And interestingly, we'll see Alu also in this ladder room. You can do so much from that as well. Pressure in towards the window room, see if there's anybody there. Oh, that's a lot of damage there from Rain. That could very well have been a kill for Lucky to be alive. As Rain, again, keeps the pressure up. Whilst the team takes space and entries towards B, that could be the opportunity now as they start to move to that B-bomb site.
Taco's just made a push all the way through A, but can the rotation come in fast enough? Perhaps not for having to fight in the middle area. They'll at least keep Rain entertained for a second, but FaZe, they are just winning the duels, as simple as that. 3 versus 2 at present. Taco making his way to top mid, and Phelps will try to be the bait in the meantime. Spotted in CPL, he can make his way towards market. I don't know if Taco's been heard in the short position. You see Nico holding an angle towards that market area, but he's heard Taco. Now the shoulder pick allows him to get past the angle, and now his teammate can move in at the same time, but he needs to win these duels. Trying to pre-fire Nico, flashbang coming out, and Nico's ready for it. Out with the pistol, does quite get through the window. FaZe win another round. They can't string rounds together, SK.
So, such a sick entry frag from Nico. He managed to get a 1-dig on the guy all the way at bench just as he entered from the short position. And if Nico doesn't make that frag, it takes so long for FaZe to almost do anything. And here it is. That is so sick. And that's the frag that allowed FaZe to take that B-bomb site in the first place. They had the positioning, but you have to have a player that can just go for those insane kills. But now we're into the next round. It's 8 rounds for FaZe and 2 for SK. We see a couple of deagles for them, a UMP, a CZ. It looks desperate, James.
This first half is looking like a write-off. Technically speaking, 7-8 is still possible, but how likely is it? Not very likely at all. Fer going for an aggressive push through B apartments, but it might not be enough at this point. He's lost 2 of his teammates already, and the bomb is still in T-spawn. He might just about not see it as it's collected by Nico. Taco with a flashy kill, but it's a 2 versus 4. His teammate's gone towards mid instead of T-spawn to A. Opportunities missed, perhaps. A double dink. And surely it's a matter of time until these last 2 players go down. Taco's managed to collect a UMP. See if he chooses to save it. Hasn't got much health, and again, they've got that economical reset, so it would be something going into the next round.
Yeah, things really do slow down here for SK. I mean, they're a team that's so good at keeping the pressure up, but FaZe have obviously been doing such a great job themselves. Nico at the top of the scoreboard at the moment, 15 kills already, 6 deaths. Absolutely beasting. We saw some great rounds from Rain as well, able to get behind enemy lines and make big plays. And those are 2 of the biggest playmakers on the team, on an incredibly skilled team. A lot for anyone to deal with. Hopefully we can see SK managing to find some fortune to get themselves some rounds in this first half. And FaZe have been pretty active on middle in a lot of their rounds. Like that seems to be their clear default. Get some connector control in some rounds, get the ladder room as well, build from that. And that could be something that SK can look at. We've seen previously SK tried to challenge it early round when they didn't have many weapons. Perhaps that's perhaps we'll see that again on the next buy.
His dad sells Avon. Shout out to Avon, Dad. Could buy you some perfume, Dad. 2 rounds to the 9 of FaZe. Fighting with pots and pans, SK, and they've been purged, expunged, removed from the kitchen. It's a brutal first half, Dan. I don't know what else there is to say at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the pace on the first 3 rounds was insane, and it didn't really seem to slow down after that. And that pace is where FaZe live, to be honest. Their players really good in those aggressive situations, so it's not too surprising. Rain getting shot in the back there. A red situation, usually just Rain shooting everyone else in the back. But a taste of his own medicine, perhaps. But it's fine, everything's fine. SK Gaming only have Cold0 left with a USP and no armor, so FaZe will likely soon eliminate him. It'd be hard to see Cold getting much done from this position. Obviously, it'd be amazing if he could get a kill, steal away a weapon, try to save that weapon into the next round.
He could inspect the washing products in the market, Dan. Could spend his time doing that, because there's not much else for him to do in this situation. FaZe about to head to double figures, which means that there are all of 3 rounds for SK to try and claw back in the first half of Mirage. They will get 2,400 for the loss of this. So they're going to be on roughly $4,500. Again, they will be lacking in their buys, but at least they'll have some rifles. They've been in bad situations before. I don't think they'll be too phased, no pun intended, by the current situation. It is a best of 3, of course. Some flashes, some smokes, and some rifles for SK, but what can they do with it? They've tried passive, they tried aggressive, and they're still stuck with 2.
And it's always so difficult when you see SK like really needing rounds and they can't afford an AWP. But here is the mid-aggression I was talking about. But Rain, incredible aggression himself, rushing the short position, but the trades are immense from SK Gaming, eliminating all of the top mid presence from FaZe Clan, leaving just Nico and Alu in a 2 versus 4. But there's almost no grenades here for SK. A couple smokes and a couple flashes, that's it. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity for FaZe to win this round with 1.5 minutes left.
They need picks at this point. You saw the CTs, they spotted Nico towards top mid, but it wasn't a fight that they needed to take. They don't need to give the 1 versus 1 in this situation. 4 on 2, very strong position for the CTs. And even if one of their players goes down, it's likely to be a lot of information for the CT side to at least trade or position accordingly. Bomb needs to be collected by Nico, and he's heading that way. 50 seconds on the clock, so we don't really know where FaZe will make a play. I think it's reasonable for them to expect 2 people per site. See Alu picking up the AK, does not want to get traded when they're low on the numbers, so they'll try to be more nimble with the AK-47. Spotted 1 player, not sure if he saw the guy on toll booth. No snipers for the CTs, that may help them slightly. And there's Fallen, picked off towards CPL.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds to go now for FaZe to make a move onto a bomb site plant. They'll have to get things sped up here dramatically, I would say. 15 seconds, Nico, he loses the bomb and shop, and that's surely curtains in this round. Alu can't get there in time, and now it's all he can do to try to survive, but that will not be the case. 10 rounds for FaZe, SK now with 3. off the back of that victory, off the back of that crazy three-man mid-aggression. That's what they needed, James. Crazed aggression.
Lots of cash for Faze, so they'll have no issue or little issue with buying in this round. More pressure to come the way of SK to get their 4th round on the board. We'll see if they can do it. Alu's back on the sniper despite dropping it in the previous round. No sniper for SK in this round, so I have to be careful at which angles they choose to hold. Versus the Finn Sniper Lord. Fur and Phelps close to ramp. Fallen very active, Cold moving into B. SK trying to get a read on the situation. Smoke and B apartments at the moment, and Faze taking it slow. SK did get 3 very quick kills in the previous round, so Faze will change the pace. It is theirs to dictate on the T side. Alu holding a passive angle in case there's a mid push. And there's that infamous pop flash. We've seen many kills from that by many players on Mirage. Just over a minute, and Faze start to get active, taking the bomb towards A.
Yeah, just waiting patiently. I love these two-man slope setups, very aggressive. But again, there's a shadow advantage from this position for Ferb. So let's see if he's going to get fortunate. If there's only to be one player there from this angle, Ferb should have a massive advantage. We'll see how it develops though. There's players all over the map here for Faze. They have a couple towards connector now as well, as they start to encroach upon this site, and there is that massive advantage that first angle gives him. And Molotov did nothing to stop him. It is only to be Nico to be able to make a frag so far here for the Faze side. Carrigan chiming in a trade over at B. Madness all across the map, but 20 seconds and the bomb is down on slope.
Nico's alone. 2 of the 3 players tagged, but he's got 15 seconds. Pretty much needs to run to his doom at this point. He's got $400 in the bank, $400 as Dave would say. Insta trade is there, and SK, they find their 4th round. The money is questionable for Faze, so perhaps life becomes easier in the last round of the first half for the Brazilian side. Cold 0 with the AWP for this round. Right, then let's see what Faze have to offer. Again, the Deagles have been very strong across the board at these LAN finals. Rain at Nico and Kiyashima looking for the meat shots. Aggression though from Fur.
Wow, not even firing a shot there, Nico. Fallen now in a great position in shadow as the rest of the Faze players finally on a 4-high start to push into the A site. But it's going to be fairly lackluster in the face of Fallen's defense. A couple kills for him. Ooh, Carrigan there. Getting very interesting towards the short position. Nice pick off for him. Alu knowing that there's a player nearby. Fallen, he killed one of his comrades with just previous. Fur taking a dink there. Alu switching away from the grenade there. Not the best timing. He's now the last man standing as Carrigan's been neutralized. And it looks like SK are holding tight onto that bomb by the slope position. Well and truly in their hands. What does Alu do here? It's a very tough position. Got to go for it. Of course, it is the last round of the first half. As he makes his way up with a UMP. He's going to be trying and praying for a miracle. What on earth was that shot? Able to take down Fur. But that's going to be 5 rounds for SK. To be honest, a fairly decent result if you consider how dominated they were for the majority of the first half.
Yeah, they got the last 3 rounds in a row, so we were looking at a 10-2 scoreline up until that point. So it's a slight recovery, but it's definitely a fighting chance moving into the second half. And indeed, there are lots of emojis in the chat, so check those out. One of the new additions to the YouTube gaming platform, custom emojis. Let us know what you'd like to see as well at Faceit on the tweeters. So we're back into the pistol round, and it seems that SK will be headed towards A, at least with the bomb. 3 players in mid for the time being. So we'll see what they are proposing to their opponent's Faze. Alu getting shot straight in the face, but his Glocks are not at the ideal range.
Yeah, really fast push up mid, no messing around. The pace for both teams on the pistol has been so fast. Fur rounding the corner, finding Nico. Taking him down with excellent play from that pistol of his. Now it's time for the retake. Faze start to muster an attack start to position around this bomb site, start to coordinate in, but we have players from SK all over the place. Their positioning is fantastic. All these forward spots, you see Kiyoshima's so wary of going through the vents, it's very difficult. Meanwhile though, Rain has found his way to a very close position on the slope. This may be very unexpected. Easy frag for Rain, could be the difference maker as he picks that one up. Kiyoshima as well, winning battles towards this jungle position, but Fur's holding it down, 5 HP, and he'll get 4 kills in this round. Fur has been a god on these T-pistols throughout the entire tournament.
That is exactly the start they needed, SK, and now it is catch-up time. Perhaps they can forget the horrors of the first half, the nightmares. 4 rounds between the two sides. Looking at the investment from Faze, Alu saving for AWP. It's not a full force. Some people have left $500-700 in the bank, but the Deagles are in play. 3 FaZe clan members looking for these meat shots. And there's Nico. Infamous Nico. Not in this round, however. Some damage done to Cold. There we go. Kiyoshima picking up the slack. He'll drop with Rain almost in stereo fashion, leaving it a 4 versus 2, so percentages go up wildly for SK in this round. Bomb's been left top mid. Not proposing anything crazy, our Faze, and Fur, again, he's the expendable man of this MAC-10. It's okay if they lose it. Not the best versus armor. So he can take risks, and Fur, he loves this stuff. He's a cleanup man for the SK side, running around with constant aggression, and he's making some bank as well.
So just like that, it's going to be a quick...
health and safety.
7 rounds for SK now. So only 3 away. And if you consider again how the first half started, it's all kind of leveling out, beginning to. Obviously, the tale will be told as we see this first buy round eventually come in from FaZe. But for the time being, that won't be it. We'll see whether or not we'll have FaZe able to really do anything with just stock USPs. Should be another round for SK to just make loads of money. And looks like SK are going to have a fight on their hands. A rush of middle.
Daze previously mentioned in the studio that it's really, it can be really dangerous to go mid on an anti-eco. And it did look a bit tricky there when those flashbangs started to come in. FaZe playing the numbers game, but to no avail. A brief round in favor of SK. 8-10, the buy coming up for FaZe. Alu on the sniper, of course. Due to the investment in the second round on this half, the grenades will be limited for FaZe. And that might mean that they get aggressive. They might make a play, push into uncharted territory. 2-1-2 set up from the CT side to kick things off. Phelps around the corner from top mid. Fallen keeping the CTs honest. Looking for a peek, looking for a jump, but the smoke will start things off. And let's not forget the headshot we saw from Skadoodle.
Yeah, I can't ever forget that, James. That was just savage stuff. You throw a flashbang and you'll just die, even if you're behind a wall. Incredible shot from Skadoodle. He had a great mirage on the T side. Can be very difficult as an AWPer as well, generally speaking, on the aggressive side here. SK actually giving us just a little bit of a breather, just playing a slower pace than FaZe was on their T side. So we're getting a slower round here as they develop their map control. They themselves, as FaZe were, have middle though. Quick Molotov in there. Nico will understand there is pressure in from that middle position, that there are players here. Will he? He's not really in a position to be flashing by a teammate, but he'll take a dry peek there onto a pretty shallow angle, finding Phelps, trying to just creep up into mid for free, or rather into the ladder room for free. It won't happen this time though. And now going back for the bomb SK. They're set up for the A push. It's time to kick off this push into the A bomb site. But FaZe, they have 3 players here to defend.
Kishima moving into a forward position on short as well. So Thursdays may be numbered. Bomb thrown to a teammate. Definitely want to make sure that doesn't hit the floor and give something away. 20 seconds for SK to push in. Nico's going to get traded by Taco. You see the positioning. You see Alu's support. That may take these teams by surprise as this clock continues to run down. The gun dropped now. Sorry, the bomb dropped. Coldzera no longer has it. He's dead. Fallen. Forced to retreat in the dying seconds of round number 19. FaZe move to 11. For asking if there was a gap in the smoke, to which Nico replied yes.
All right, so the first gun round won by Faze. I mean, it's always a lot of pressure off your team when you can do that on this map, because you really want to have a lot of money for those buy rounds. You want to have the AWP out. Sometimes teams like to have 2 AWPs on the CT side, and you want all the incendiaries, and you can do so much with it on this map. Never want to play it with no economy on that defensive side, so it'll be interesting to see what we can get here. Very fast push coming in from Fallen. What on earth is this? We'll get traded eventually, but an ace straight to the face. This is not football, but can't headed that one back. Fur will make his way up the connector position. Look to see what else he can find, as right now Faze down to 3 men on this defense. It's going to be tough. We saw Rain do this previously. It's so dangerous having someone go behind lines, and that's what Fur's going to do and pick up the kill onto Carrigan. 2 players for Faze now.
Kishima was passive towards short, could not stop the connector play from being made. Rain trying to hold on to CT at the moment, but we see Fur's position. He is a problem. Again, SK taking their time. They've got 1 minute. There's no need for them to commit. They don't need to go crazy. They're being very, very careful, trying to minimize any potential mistakes. This is a game where mistakes are capitalized on at the top tier. Fur finally coming in for the flank, and if Duran was not already over, it certainly is now. Kishima left on the B-bomb site, wondering what's happened to his comrades. 11-9. A lack of money on the Faze clan economy, so they're going to have problems moving forward.
Yeah, SK could be doing somewhat of a mirror as to the first half, but now, you know, having them giving a lot of problems to the CT side of Faze with their very nasty resets. You never want to see it if you're on the CT side. It's, as I mentioned, you really want to keep that money going. It's so hard otherwise. So it'll be interesting to see what Faze opt to do in this next round, especially if Kiyoshima can save this AK, but he can't. He gets hunted down by Fur. So no guns saved into the next round. That's always very annoying, as you really want to keep that pressure on, keep that economy low, keep the damage coming. And what you want to do with as little as money invested as possible here in Faze's position. So what do we see? A few deagles for them. So far a 5-7. Not much else. And here's that super aggressive play. Crazy stuff. And straight
in his face, man.
Straight in the face.
That was in his mouth like an apple. Well, SK, it's anti-eco time. But again, these deagles, man. Nice open map is Mirage. Not when there are smokes down. Fur with the opening kill of the round. Not much to say at the moment. Relief for Faze just need to hope for some opportunities with these guns. They are subject to the will of SK. Getting some revenge for the previous half. Only 1 round won so far by Faze in this half. 5 now for 1 are the SK side in half number 2.
We'll see if they can keep it going against Faze. What are Faze going to go for here? Obviously, that reset has so many implications. It just takes you ages to get that optimal buy-in. So another situation where we'll see the saving come in from Faze. And you know, different teams will take different approaches here. We saw Cloud9 previously just investing loads in spots like this, but we see almost a full save from, in fact, a full save from Faze. I really like this. They only have 1 flashbang.
It's not a full, it's not a full save, then you lied. You got a flashbang.
You got a flashbang, yeah.
Why are you lying? There's so many people here. You lied to all of them.
Oh, the spray down comes in. A nice little stack there going on in the connector position. 2 kills. That's a really good result, considering that there's no investment. An AK picked up as well by Alu. So perhaps some more damage to be done. Cole's very low here, and Alu is actually in position to take him down. Alu could do something here, but he'll get taken out by Cole. No Kevlar. Always sad times. And this is a problem that Cloud9 had, James. They never had money because they never did like 2 full ecos. But now, look at Faze.
We're going old school, Dad. We've got Carrigan AWPing on Mirage. Vintage Carrigan, but will he be successful? Double AWPs, Alu and Carrigan. Third one on Fallen. This may be a nasty surprise for SK. We'll see how they are able to deal with this, if they're able at all. Club's moving towards mid, and there are 3 people in B. I'm sure it's just initial map control being taken by SK, but perhaps one person will make their way into mid via the underpass. Taco lurking towards A in the meantime, and you see SK looking for openings, and Carrigan, oh, there is a gap there, and he's going to get the first tag. Be the recipient of it, I mean.
And now it's a waiting game, all those smokes up. We'll see if SK want to keep the pace very slow. I mean, they've generally been running a slow pace on their T side. To be honest, it has generally been working. They're looking for a response here from Faze, but on that double AWP, they're going to play it passively. It's going to work out. The patience is going to reward Alu. Picks up the kill onto Phelps in middle. Now we get a play attempt here from SK. They want to get something back against this team, and it's Fallen to do so. Who else would it be with the AWP? Kiyoshima now in position to try to ruin their day as they start to shuffle into this B bomb site, try to take control. The bomb, I think, could be going down very shortly as another frag comes in from the likes of Cold. Kiyoshima still in position. They don't know where he is. Comes in for the second kill. Kiyoshima doing big work there on the B bomb site. And Fallen, he was there to support, but now he is the only man left.
Kiyoshima will finish him off as well. I was wondering if Kiyoshima saw the T jump out of the window and move into the site. I'm assuming no, because he was just focusing on the balcony position. But it paid off in the end. Multi-kills from Kiyoshima. Lovely burst there. Tapping a burst at the end. Taco was lurking in the meantime towards A, but he wasn't really able to make any plays because there was a late smoke on the ramp, so he was just forced to stand there and spray through it, which isn't the best fake in the world, but it's all he could do at the time. Then moving through, he eventually got picked off by the last player once the rotation had already come in from the CT side. Double ops continue with the third one onto Fallen once again. Lots of smokes in the middle position. At least 4. 5th on A ramp, and third's been picked off very quickly indeed.
Yeah, that was very fast from Nico. I think an underpass as well. So, see now if these... I mean, in a situation like this, the double obviously very strong. I mean, playing passively is brilliant when you've got that man advantage. But if the T's do go for a set-piece execution somewhere with all the smokes, it can be very hard to deny the bomb plant at the very least. And retakes can be awkward on the B-bomb side. So I wonder if that's the finish here for SK. They do have a lot of players on catwalk at the moment. Taco could provide some distraction towards the A position. When will he go? Does he wait for distraction? Oh, the angle's good. Nico looking for that one, though. So smart is Nico. And now Taco will be forced to go for a play. Able to take down Alu, not looking towards his position as, of course, all the distraction towards middle has definitely caught his attention.
Fallen's got to be careful now because Nico was just around the corner, but Cold Zero picked him off from the ladder position. Who does this favor? The man advantage is still with the CT side, and that CT is still on A. Rain doing the job again. Often left on his own. So much trust in Rain, and he almost always delivers. Faze 13-11 now. The comeback has been on for SK, but perhaps it's been stopped in his tracks. They've still got the cash to buy, but Faze is getting closer to round number 16. Great 2K from Rain on the A sites.
SK with that tactical timeout trying to discuss what is to be the approach moving forwards. It's definitely a very hard-fought match at the moment, very close between these two. I didn't expect Faze to be the ones leading for the majority like this. Coming out the gate so strong. What do you anticipate from SK, James? Do you have any inkling as to what they might like to do in this next round?
Well, first, someone actually accidentally pressed F1. It's interesting, sometimes every now and then you see an auto buy by accident by somebody pressing F1, but I don't know why they don't just remove it from their config, because when, as a pro player, do you want to use the auto buy button? If you remove it from your config, then it can't be pressed. What do I expect to see from SK? It's tough. I don't think that the double AWPs from Faze has even been so much of a factor in these recent rounds. I mean, one issue is the output from Faze has just been too much. They're winning a lot of the duels. That said, SK have been closing the gap since they've started on the T side, so maybe the AKs are the answer. Someone's crashed, so this round is going to be restarted. No action has happened just yet. It's a false start, people.
Yeah, it's good that this happened at the beginning of the round and not, as you say, in the middle when there's been action. Yeah, so SK, they haven't actually played very quickly in a lot of these rounds, and again, they know there's a double AWP out, so I would be surprised not to see something a bit quicker from them. I mean, Cloud9 were actually able to have a lot of success playing that very fast style, playing that execution-heavy style as well, so could be something they're going to go towards, I think.
Oh, he's still got it. What a beast. That's not bad.
Could be worse, could be worse.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Would have expected Global with the Ronaldo haircut. I think many people in the crowd might be too young to remember that. Horrific haircut at the World Cup, no less. Very curious stuff.
Hey man, if you're a famous football player, you can get away with anything. Right.
Playing poker now these days, Ronaldo.
So back into the action here. It's again 13 rounds for Faze, only 3 away from taking map 1 at the ECS 3 Grand Finals against SK, who now sit on 11 rounds and are having a decent comeback into this after that first half was quite dominant. But the double AWPs, they've come out here for Faze, and they're definitely strong.
Carrigan towards the B bomb site with his sniper. Nico and Rain playing on A. Ali moving between CPL and jungle. And Kiyashima near Carrigan for support. In the meantime, SK starting slow towards the middle area. Waiting for any initial grenades. Cold and Taco, 2 players towards A. That would suggest an A play to me, ultimately, even though the bomb's in the middle area. Nobody lurking in apartments. Shenanigans from SK. Fallen, flying. He's on the end of the Titanic. He's Kate Winslet. Looking for a cheeky peek through connector. And that CT position is a common one where you walk in for a peek, but Nico, he cannot be stopped. No AK needed. And that's the bomb behind the smoke in control of the CTs.
Yeah, but Phelps is going to creep around the back. He can see the bomb. He knows Nico's in connector. He knows what's up at the moment, but he's got players behind him to worry about. Now his position's been discovered. Down to 4 HP, tried to retreat. And now it gets so desperate here for SK. You can see they're trying to take plays all over the place. Not really happening for Taco. And now that just leaves 2 here for SK, and the bomb is in control of Faze. This is not what they wanted. It's all gone horribly wrong. As now it's Cold against 5. Quick consolation frag, maybe 2. Cold going for number 3 as well. Making a good attempt at it, but it won't come too easily or quickly for him. 20 seconds to go. Even if he can make it all the way to the bomb now, I don't think he'll have time to plant. This is so desperate. But damage can be done as Cold looks to play off the smoke.
Yeah, that's a smoke you don't see so often, but from time to time, the T's can drop that smoke. It allows them to look around the corners. You can jump up on the bricks as he just tried to do and see players towards CT. So when that smoke goes up, you've got to be really careful as a CT player that the T's might be trying to play a one-way. Good effort by Cole towards the end, but what a shot from Nico. Again, the bomb taken down in isolation. And Phelps, he could have got so much, but the rotation coming in from B caused problems. Ultimately, it was Rain to get the kill. Faze looking very coordinated, a well-oiled machine. 14 to 11. SK with some difficulties now. No more snipers. 2 Tech 9s, 3 AKs for the side. Cold and Fallen in B apartments at present. Phelps top mid and Fur towards A with the bot.
Carrigan looking for some information. Perhaps. How aggressive will he get? Or will he just sit here? Looks like he will back away a little bit. And there'll be some prodding, some poking from SK. Towards the apps, but it will be very, very passive for the time being.
Fuller dropping a smoke, I think to isolate a short player. But he'll get picked off in the meantime. It seems like SK were trying to serve a fake towards the B bomb site, but it's not really worked out for them so far, losing a player. And now they look to split the A site. Phelps on short, Fer gets picked off as well. More problems for the Brazilians. Nico will not allow a connector to be taken. He'll get traded eventually, however. 3 versus 2, things fragile now for both teams.
It's going to be interesting. 45 seconds to go. Bomb down by the slope at the moment, so pretty retrievable for these SK players. All looking for the next man, feeling his presence with a pre-fire. Make his way now towards CT, where there are 2 players. This is a big moment, but he can't take him down. Kiyoshima's so fast. And now Taco with the deagle in hand, starting to peek. Hard range to connect those 1 deeks. There's 1 though, looking for number 2 as well. Will Faze risk it? Looks like Rain will come in to save the day and eliminate the last remaining player in Taco. That's 15 rounds now for Faze. 1 more, and they have map 1 in the bag.
SK on roughly $3,000 a person. They'll get grenades. And that may allow them to close the distance and try to use these Tech 9s and abuse these Faze players. But easier said than done, especially when Nico and Rain are firing on all cylinders. Nico with 25 kills at the moment, but Rain leading the charge with 26. Alu playing catch-up, picking off moving through the underpass, 25 kills himself. And there's Rain with another one. It's a 4 versus 2. SK smoking the CT position from Tetris. Good smoke to learn, but it might not be enough to save them here.
Yeah, it's looking very desperate at this point, but it's fallen in cold in the clutch situation. Those are the two players you want, but it won't work. Nico's in position. A quick duo of kills from him, or double that is, as they go 16 to 11. Yanko predicted a Faze victory, James. What do you think after such a performance?
Well, they've taken the first map, that's for sure. Both teams putting in work on the T side, but ultimately Faze had gone too far, winning with a 5-round margin in the first map of this best of 3. I still think SK, never count them out. We've seen that already. We saw that in the previous match, of course. They can always come back, but it's Faze who get that psychological and literal lead in this series.
Yeah, they just look so on point, don't they? I mean, it's so hard to pinpoint a distinct weakness when it comes to Faze. I mean, you've got Nico, you've got Ali. I mean, just the list of players alone is just incredible from that individual perspective. They can play fast, they can play the slower rounds. One of the cool things for me about Mirage that I look at with any team is the team's ability to basically take middle, but then do something with it. That's actually very hard for these top-level teams to do against other top-level teams, but here Faze did it with confidence.
Yeah, we didn't see much successful ult play from SK in that. Maybe we'll see it in a second map. But first, to look over that first map, it is the analyst. Over to Alex.
Thank you so much, James and Dan. Yes, the first map concluded, and when Faze are on, it's very hard to find faults. That was the words of DDK, and hopefully to help poke some holes in this game and understand it, comprehend it as best we can. I'm joined here in the center of the SSE arena. The crowd going to go ahead and get themselves fed and watered, stay hydrated as they get to look forward to some more Counter-Strike. We're going to talk a little bit about this one. Sam Days Marine once more time, as well as Yanko YNK Paunovic. Trying different things, man.
Trying different ways to butcher my last name. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
Fortunately, though I may be bad at pronouncing your name, I am good at asking you, why on earth did Faze just look terrifying? A 10-5 half, Rain and Nico, 27 frags apiece. It's just...
You answered it.
Oh,
Rain and Nico, pretty much. I mean, you know, we talk about a number of duos like Kenny and Shox, Cold and Fallen, for example, or Fur and Phelps, even Simple and Guardian, but Nico and Rain, when they are on fire, there's very little opponents can do, and those are both riflers. I mean, you see it from the pistol round, it was Nico. First gun round, it was Rain. Second gun round, it was Nico again. Just having triple or 4 kills a round. Not really much you can do, and they were always just in an advantageous position, doing whatever it takes basically for their team to take the round.
I mean, I'm kind of speechless. You just get to watch it in quick succession. You realize just how, like, this was one map, Sam, and it's highlight after highlight of Faze.
Well, I think this map showed a lot that when you give Nico a little bit of space in like a 4v4, if Rain goes out, he gets 1 kill, goes 1 for 1, and then there's just a hole somewhere inside the map, and you just give Nico a little bit of space.
Look at this.
In like a 3v3. These are the things that he does.
That was disgusting. Like, and that's the kill. That one frag wins them the round. Like, he gets the kill on Cold. That gives away control of B, and Faze from that point on wins the round. So really, there's not much you can do about it. That's the thing. Like, SK didn't really play that bad in the first half. They just, you know, had nothing to work with. You lose pistol, lose the first gun round, then you get immediately reset after you win a gun round. So you could see how they try to switch things up with aggression, being aggressive towards mid, being aggressive towards apartments, trying that same setup with Fallen playing close-up ramp. Right. But sure, it would work for that one round. Then they would go on to lose the next one because they maybe wouldn't have enough utility, wouldn't have enough confidence to go for aggression 2 rounds in a row. Faze would punish them, and then they would have to go back to pistols.
Please.
Yeah, and can we talk about the fact that Faze didn't fall into the trap of just constantly force buying once you have a lead like that?
Despite proficiency with the force buy weapons.
Yeah, and they're one of the best force buying team. But what did they do? They made sure they had a good buy. They got Kerrigan on the op. They got Olo on the op. And then that was the round we saw, you know, Keo win that 3v1 or whatever, or the 3K when he was a Van, I believe it was. And they just, you know, they made sure they had a good buy, right? And they didn't fall into that trap where they were just spending absurd amounts of money on these rounds where they really don't need to. It doesn't give them the highest expected value to win.
Have we fully moved away from the force buy culture?
Oh, of course not.
Definitely not.
Are we moving away from it, though?
No, we are not.
I mean, I think this tournament has actually been a great example of how it can go wrong for you. You know, when you force buy and then you lose the force buy, obviously, you lose the first gun round, suddenly you're down 5-0, 5-1, and it can be very, very difficult to recover from that.
Something Astralis actually vocalized when they were talking about it before, of course, now not present in the grand finals, but they made it very clear that their problem was that if you do lose that one gamble, that one investment, suddenly you are staring down the barrel of 0-5, and they just couldn't get that swift start. Turns out those real kind of, I always call him like Henry G buys, because I know that he gets really happy when he gets everything. None of that UMP nonsense. He wants his 5 rifles, maybe throw in an AWP, and everyone's happy.
But I mean, you look towards the second half, and it seemed like SK was replaying what Faze just pulled off. They win the pistol, win the first gun round, then they lose the second one, but reset Faze straight away. But that's where the difference was. Faze didn't force up too much. They waited for that healthy buy, and they figured out a way how to adjust basically to what SK was doing, and they adapted pretty quickly and did a great job of stopping that comeback before it became a reality.
It did get very close, from 10-5 to a close to 11-11, 11-12. Now though, Yanko, I do want to see this breakdown. What have you chosen? What have you selected from Mirage?
I mean, this breakdown is basically just a highlight reel of Nico and Rain.
I'm down.
That's what propelled Faze towards that early lead. So that first round where Rain got through window, gets 1 kill, then sneaks through murder hole basically, and just finishes the round for Faze. When when a player is in such a strong position, you can see that Taco was a little bit, he was walking, he didn't expect Rain to actually be so aggressive and go through the murder hole. This is Nico 3v3, I think, or 3v4 after playing situation, just gets a kill, cleans up after that, doesn't allow even Faze to SK to save their guns, and this one dig, which is just disgusting. That's 1 kill, just round is over. That's all they needed. Obviously, it's incredibly hard to hit, but
no, that's literally like one of the hardest kills in the game to get, because anytime you're holding W on catwalk, if they peek you at bench, I mean, it's obviously just a complete headshot angle. You're just, you get that kill as a CT, I'm telling you, like 9 out of 10 times.
And yet Nico...
Unless you're playing against Nico, though.
Yeah, right, exactly. And when you do watch it in quick succession, that is not like a highlight reel. That's not a frag movie. That is not anything like that. If you're going to do it, you have to be good at it. What is this? It's amateur hour over here. Amateur hour. Disgraceful. That's Faze fans for you. Anyway, back into this closing thoughts, and that is, of course, the fact that what Nico and Rain are doing alongside Faze, I want to ask kind of the question DDK posed at the end of Mirage is, how do you find holes in Faze? Like, what is their weakness? What is their, their Achilles heel? There must be something. Every team has something.
There is, and that's them getting a bit overzealous and over-aggressive in some situations, especially when they're winning. They might go and take unnecessary risks individually. I mean, Nico, that's one of his main flaws that you can point out, that sometimes he gets too eager to close out rounds and to get those highlight reels. But the thing is, SK tried to, when you're getting crushed individually, you want to try and do things as a team. So you negate the dual advantage maybe that your opponents have. And SK tried that, and it worked a couple of times. But as I said, whenever it came to the crucial round, Faze would manage to win it, reset SK, and they were always on the back foot throughout the game.
Now, Sam, the final words are with you regarding our next map. I'll let you kind of dig into this one. Now, just to clarify, we got Overpass up next?
No, it's Inferno, right?
Inferno. Yeah. I thought we had it on the third. Okay.
Well, I mean, SK looked good on Inferno, right? They played it well. I think it's going to have to do a lot with Fallen. I think he really needs to punish them on the CT side from the aggressive plays, stop them from getting map control early. You have to kill the aggressive riflers, right? You can't just let them do whatever they want. You can't let them just let them like take ground. And Fallen's one of the best in the world at that. So I think especially at B on Inferno, I think Fallen will be successful with that.
Okay, so pressure on that to shut down Faze before they get rolling, before that hole you've already highlighted gets poked, and Nico does the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno was actually the one map in that grand final in Sydney in best of 5 that Faze did win 16-12. So maybe that goes towards SK's favor going back and looking at it. But if anything, Faze on their CT side need to be prepared for the slow pace of SK. We see it time and time again. They go into the bomb site with 10 seconds remaining. It's 2 seconds left when the bomb is planted pretty much. They're really, really willing to, run down the clock.
Navi style.
And we talked about it beforehand, that, and you just highlighted it, right? That could really work in your favor against Faze if their players are getting overzealous, overcommitting a little bit too much, maybe trying to do a little bit too much, getting a little bit impatient. And SK really punishes you when you play like that.
Well, I think that is enough from us. We'll have all your casters be filling this arena with their voices after our break. But first, something very exciting. We get to hear from a character you don't often see in Counter-Strike. Kerrigan is on the stage. He's battling for a $250,000 game of Counter-Strike, potentially map of Counter-Strike. But his dad is in the crowd, and we had a little chat with him.
I'm stood next to a very special guest. Sir, could you give me your full name?
My name is Carsten Andersen.
Andersen, that sounds familiar. Maybe we can spin you around. It is, of course, the father of Finn Andersen, also known as Kerrigan, from Faze, the first team in our finals here at ECS. How long has he been playing CSGO for? When did you first find out about him and his aspirations?
He has played since he was 7 years old, I think. He had a hobby like football, but then he had some problems with his legs, and then he just skipped the football and went on playing.
And so when did you realize that he wanted to do this as a full-time career, and what did you think?
What I think, I had said to him, you have to do your schoolwork because you cannot live for this. And if you do your schoolwork, you don't have to be the best in the class, but I know your skills, so you should do it. And he had take his school, and he also had high school, and he had even make his master degree. So I'm very proud he had education.
Yeah, I remember that about Finn. If you guys aren't aware, he does have not only a bachelor's but also a master's, and so he managed to do both at the same time. Did he find that difficult? And when you were watching him doing those at the same time, what was that like?
Actually, the last couple of years he didn't live with us together because he had another way of life. Gambling is in the night, but he's very scheduled. So he actually very structured in what he's doing. No? So he makes schoolwork now, and then next day he didn't play. But I know he have done very well. So if you can do both, it's incredible. No?
And so when this did become a reality for him, he was getting paid to play, he was on his first teams, and he started to get results. How did that make you feel as a father?
I didn't understand it, and actually I don't even understand it now.
And what is it like to see him playing on a stage like this here at the ECS Finals in Wembley SSE Arena?
It's incredible to see the crowd and all the nice people, and I also spoke to a lot of people here, and this gaming people is far from different from what people are supposed to think about them. It's a very nice audience.
What would you say to anybody out there like Finn trying to do the same thing as him, and also any final words to parents that might not be as understanding as you have been?
For the parents, it actually could be very difficult because I always also used to climbing in the night and take television plugs out and hide the things away. But if you can find a relationship where you can do both, you have to work and have school, and then you have to have your hobby, and you have to be careful about it, but it's possible.
Would you like to say anything to your son?
Go all the way now, you have the chance. Beat them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ECS Season 3 Grand Finals, and we are about to kick things off here on Map 2. Faze, James, they had an amazing Map 1, winning Mirage and starting off with a crazy high pace, but now we're on Inferno, and SK are going to be looking to make that comeback and make it 1-1.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad start for SK. There are some schools of thought where you have a crap map and you just want to get it out of the way, but then other schools of thought where you make some semblance of a comeback and at least you can get warmed up into the second map. So both teams will be coming in warm for this one. Inferno will be the second map of this best of three, very winnable by both teams. It's all to play for, really.
Yeah, and I'm glad you didn't ask me for a prediction. I don't want to have any predictions here.
Predictions. I just
Screw the
want to watch and see
predictions.
what happens.
Exactly. I want to see some sick Counter-Strike from these two teams. We're about to get started here, and it's going to be really interesting to see exactly what FaZe have to bring to the table against the likes of SK. Both very, very comfortable on this map. FaZe in particular, it's a great one for them. We've seen, again, also Ali mentioned as an AWPer to watch out for, James. As I believe it was either day, someone on the desk said that previously, one of the best AWPers on this map in the world. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, many AWPers to be had, but it's the knives which are coming out at the moment, and SK, they've won the knife round, so we'll see where they choose to start. It is up to them to decide what they want to do. And in the words of Carrigan, it is cuddle time. FaZe getting their huddle game on. SK looking pretty chill.
I'm waiting to see the cuddles, James. Where are the cuddles at?
Oh, they are positioning the jib to show you all the cuddles. It's cuddle time. It's cool to see that Carrigan's dad is here as well. Always nice to bring the parents. So with FaZe one game up, perhaps he will be able to watch his son and his team take the victory here. Robban there as well. Don't often talk about Robban as part of this. He's been behind the team for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's so many big names that come to the team. It's hard to see that the coach ever really take the spotlight, all the hard work that goes into it. Obviously, Carrigan, when he came to the team and offered all the leadership, put all the pieces together in a cohesive way, that's when all the results will start to come for the team. And we'll start to see whether or not they're going to be able to make a finals victory here as they're all taking their seats and readying themselves for this match against SK Gaming. It's all about to start, James. Is there anything that you're looking for in particular? Anything, what's going to hype you up in this match in particular? Any players, any positions?
Running through smokes, no scopes, especially knife kills. I want to see some nonsense, Dan. But what we're going to see is SK starting on the CT side. The countdown has begun. We're 12 seconds away from the pistol rounds. Carrigan and Nico, 2 flashes apiece and some smoke grenades. So seems FaZe have a plan with this pistol and execute in mind, but often it comes down to the headshots. So we'll see how far they get. Fallen throwing a pop flash for his teammate towards Banana, and indeed, that'll slow things down, but it won't slow the headshots.
Yeah, that's a fast one, but Fallen's in position. Quick flash, though, will force him back into a deeper spot there on the side, but he's got a flashbang of his own to slow them down here, and it is all about the delay. He's got 2 teammates by second middle at the moment, and interestingly, Kyoshima is actually also in second middle in a very deep position. A weird battle going on there, but the main battle is here on screen. Fallen on the bomb site. Money more, nor is Cold. Both eliminated immediately there by the push, and once again we'll start to see this weird battle here as Kyoshima is still playing at the bottom of second mid, and Phelps is sort of chasing him. I have no idea what's going on over here.
This is a next level troll. This is not going to solve the problem of the round being probably lost here for SK. 1 versus 5 for Taco. And you can see he's still got perfect armor, and now he has an imperfect face because he's been the recipient of a headshot and was going to wonder if he would run away and try and save it, but there we go. Life sucks in that pistol round for SK. FaZe off to a good start on their T side.
Yeah, absolutely, and all started here, that very fast pop, and also just having the flash. I think the first flash to force Fallen onto the bomb site is amazing, because then Fallen, I mean, he's only going to really probably realistically get 1 or 2 frags maximum before you plant the bomb there, and so FaZe doing all the little things right so far in that first round, and now comes the second, and there's a lot more things, small things to do right in a round like this. When you're up against the CTs and they have Deagles, they've got CZs, a flashbang onto Fallen, there's all kinds of shenanigans that they can get up to do economic damage, and that's what SK are looking for in this. as they have not really invested fully, leaving $800 on a few players. Fallen leaving $1,200 in the bank for himself for that AWP later on.
Nico keeping the CTs honest towards Banana, while Faze patiently move closer towards the A site. The numbers in tow. Taco's towards the pit, the other two players towards B. Deagle's in tow, so maybe there's damage to be done in this round by the CTs, but of course the win looks unlikely. Fallen with $1,200 in the bank, saving for the sniper rifle once more. It's a good start from Taco. Trying to reposition, but that Molotov is not in the best place for him. Now it's Fur left alone on the B bomb site. Not much to save. Perhaps he can pick up an opportunist frag and a weapon. There's some nice weapons being held by Faze at the moment. SK, no stranger to the back foot. They've got the experience to deal with it. Still look pretty cool, all things considered. 4 players look to survive for Faze Clan. The pit position is not as popular as it used to be with the bomb plants, but indeed Faze are stacking up. There's an infamous round where none other than Get Right was in apartments and threw a Molotov in this position, and many people had to run towards their doom, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, that was actually legendary. That was so good, wasn't it? It was just that one Molotov killing like 4 people. But yeah, it's a very simple into that round as we see Faze taken. I like that they take the care to actually, all just, no one's spreading out, no one's risking getting picked off there. And that's the level of attention to detail and focus and discipline that you need in a grand finals. Not giving away a single edge, and we'll see SK with another save in this situation. For obviously holding on to his Deagle still, but for everybody else it's stock pistols. So no investment into this round, and we'll see what SK can do with it. Stacking 4 towards the B bomb side at the moment, with only Taco towards top of mids. Taco will fall back a little bit onto the A bomb site. See Carrigan starting to ask some questions of the banana area, but there's no one here. Diligent is the use of Molotovs to clear positions. Faze wondering what's going on, I imagine, at this point.
Someone asked if anyone had claimed a Faceit car from the platform, and they haven't just yet. Fnatic had the option to when they won an older version of the league in Milan. It was on a check, but they opted for the cash instead. What is going on here? We've got some kills for the SK side. They've picked up an AK. This is a nothing round down. They've got just mere pistols. They have no Kevlar. They're naked. But they're still putting up a fight. Alu on the high ground, that may come into play later on. Kiyashima keeping an eye on the long ground. Spots a player creeping through the smoke. How the SK approach this. They don't have the fuse kits. Obviously, it is an eco round. Kiyashima cleaning up. Kiyashima the problem.
Oh, that's a nice little flash there, actually. Won't actually do much to Fur, though. Ooh, great position there. Might even get the UMP. He will actually fall straight into his arms. He'll brandish that and keep the players on the bomb site, and we'll probably see one more die here to the bomb potentially. Is Cold going to hold down his position? Can he escape in time? Oh no, it's just Rain to survive, and Fur's actually stolen away a Galil, interestingly, and also he's kept the Deagle from 2 rounds ago too, so Fur is doing pretty well in that respect. 3-0 for Faze, though, as now it's time for the buy, and we'll see the AWP picked up by none other than Mr. Fallen himself. Curious as to where he'll play with that. A very dynamic core play. He can be anywhere at any time. And I'm sure that will be a nuisance. He'll be a nuisance to Faze in most of these rounds.
We'll soon see if Fur is familiar with the spray pattern of the Galil, which is more or less a Titan logo in reverse. And upside down, if I remember correctly. 3-0 for Faze. Buy time for both teams. Indeed, Fallen, he's safe for the AWP, and he'll start things off on the B bomb site. We'll keep an eye on the AWP positions of the CT side and see if it rotates. Tries to keep the Ts on their toes. We don't really see the fast AWP play through apps and the peek into second mid anymore. Much clearer now, the window into apartments. Faze isolating the CTs, trying to force them back. They want the CTs to be towards library, towards arch. They don't want them to have information as to what's going on. 1 minute mark, 4 players around top mid, but Nico's still deep towards B.
And it looks like Faze might be thinking about going soon. And Phelps as well. He's alone on the arch side position. I'm curious if he'll try to make a play or just keep it passive to make sure that he can hold on and make sure that the T's can't rotate through CT spawn. That would be very annoying. Still 2 players towards B as well, but they're starting to withdraw as they will need to pick up the bomb as well. And it is indeed Phelps' position, which will be attacked here as he rotates towards the CT side of this. Playing it really well, avoiding engagement, still containing the T's and keeping perfect information. And there's the first engagement. Cold spotted. Nice peek from Carrigan. Knows Taco emerges from the pit position. Attack through the wall from the AWP of Alu. And the kill will come from Nico. Still trays all over the place. A 3 versus 2 after plant, though, here for Faze to try to hold on with.
Phelps standing his ground on the long position. Ali moving into the pit. He's got a crossfire with Nico. I think he might be going into apartments, and Fallen biding his time top mid at present, and he will move in when it's time, when Fur is in position. So it's going to be a 3-pronged assault from the CTs, but can the communication be fast enough if trades are required? That bomb is ticking. Fur's the only person with a kit. He needs to make it out of the balconies. First kill comes in for Fur, and he's traded. The kit is in no man's land, and that might cause the loss for SK if they can even get this kill. And he's still alive somehow, still going for the no-scopes. They found the kit, they fell off the balcony, and they might just have enough time to do it. Indeed, they do. SK get their first round on the board.
That's such a weird situation. It's almost like Alu thought that he was dead multiple times, but it's like, oh, I'm still alive. I still have to keep playing. This is a bit weird. And that awkwardness will allow SK to pick up a round. Really well done from them, as now Faze are very... Well, the money situation is not the best, to put it that way. They've got 2 Tech 9s to play with in this round, and 3 AKs. But on the Teach side, you can tailor rounds to buys like this, and you can make those Tech 9s very, very valuable as players who can be seen as sort of ground makers. They can move very quickly in the front lines as you try to push a bomb site. But speaking of push, you've got Fur going all the way down Banana. SK Gaming not giving up on pressure. I really like this, seeing SK so aggressive right at the start with their CT side, taking map control away, challenging Faze and saying, if you want this map control, you're going to have to take it from us.
It's an interesting approach, and you do wonder how Faze will deal with this. Often some teams with an AWP on the CT side will just leave them alone towards B, double ups for SK, and still aggression with these rifles, and it may just help them. A smoke on the balcony position. Phelps has Taco for support, but Phelps is down, and Taco can't get any kills either. That is the A site open for business. Fur moving in towards a short position, but he can't get the frag. What's going on there? It's a 2 AWP retake versus 4 players, and they may not like this. The SK side, bomb planted. They can have a peek through the library position, but not going to do that. Cold is out of there, 16 HP, he is gone.
It's crazy, like Fur in that situation, or rather, sorry, Phelps in that situation. It's insane that you don't get that spray down, and imagine what would happen if he gets that kill, you get the follow-up attempt at a frag as well, the AWPs can start to work into position, and maybe there's a round on hand for SK, but now they get reset. But with the 2 AWPs saved, if they can do so, and it looks like they will be able to, because, again, not much interest from the Ts, as their money really sucks as well. They will actually be able to have a very solid round. But the question is, do they go with aggression? Because with 2 AWPs, I mean, with 1 AWP, you might think, okay, aggression could be a very viable option if you're going to buy pistols around this or UMPs. But with 2 AWPs, you can really play a normal style of Inferno on the defense and play passively and see what Faze have to bring against you. And I'm very curious, because Faze will also know that at least an AWP has been saved here. So I wonder what their approach will be. Will they go for a fast play? A lot of teams would like that when they know they're up against an AWP. Some teams like to get the information where that AWP is first before then making a call.
Fallen, is he going to peek through the mid position? It's going to peek, but you don't often see the CTs now looking all the way towards the ramp at the bottom of mid. They'll take this angle at most. It's very dangerous again. Many things changed on New Inferno, and the dangers are great. Previous round we saw an aggressive play towards Banana from SK despite having 2 AWPs. Not on this occasion. They'll keep control at the top. The UMPs are out. Nico knows his angles, but not quite hitting the mark on this occasion. Minute 15, and there are 4 players in or around the Banana area, so it's going to be very crowded here for the T side. And that shows intent, because how do you even find space to use 4 rifles in the B bomb site unless they've got a read on what SK are doing? Phelps, 1 HP, attack best on the defense, but there's only so much he can do.
Yeah, Faze, the lone man on the side. He has a quick rotation coming in from Mr. Fallen with that AWP of his. But it looks like Faze have changed their mind. They've stopped the push. And they're slowing things down again. They're not going for the full rotation just yet. They're just holding, perhaps baiting SK into thinking, hang on, are they rotating back to A right now? We're going to have to rotate ourselves, a player away from that floating position who would be falling back in towards A. So right now, FaZe are playing the mind games against SK. And SK, they don't want to go for any commitments. And perhaps to try to sell this A play was the push from Kiyoshima, but he goes down to Cole. So now the push has to come into the B bomb site. Fallen's on the angle. Nice shot there, just as the smoke blooms. Now it's for on the side, but another frag through the smoke from Fallen. Absolutely ridiculous stuff now as Fur has all the time in the world to pick off the bomb planter as desperation sets in for FaZe. It's SK's round. Who is this Fallen guy? How does he do these things so consistently?
Fallen with the hero plays. And for the longest time in that situation with his teammate alone on the B bomb site, he was holding a flashbang from this position. He was ready to drop it into pool. Oh, the gap. Are you serious?
There was a gap. I don't believe it.
He was holding a... Oh my God. Fallen, you are absolutely disgusting. Sir, you are something else. Wallen is in the house. Double ops continue for the CTs. Max 10 on terrain. Only Fallen is Sans helmet in this round. So we'll see what he's able to get done. Maybe he'll focus on the close quarters of apartments, but once he sees no one is there, maybe he'll have a tougher time. Taka with some interesting wallbangs, but he is almost inviting the Mac 10 to come his way.
You've got to be careful in this new Inferno about these apartments. It's hard to hold. There's no bedroom for the CTs to play those crossfires. It's a bit wider as well, these corridors. Much better for the Ts, generally speaking. We will see Kiyoshima with that Tech 9 posted deep on towards the balcony position, ready to go for the push. His teammates coming in. Fallen only gets one this time, and maybe this fast pace from FaZe can amount to a bomb plant and perhaps even a round win. Phelps is playing around the smoke. He's been undiscovered. A quick kill there, and then he darts back into the smoke, and it looks like there's no possibility to get the bomb planted. There's still so many players on the A sites.
Great trust situation from SK Cold, deep in the site, holding an angle towards Arch with the AWP. And his teammate just holding his back from that cart position. So many smokes. Just keeping an eye on the players, trying to read where they're going. And it helps SK get into the 4 versus 2 situation they're currently in. Fur still towards the B bomb site. The Phelps is moving himself up mid. Rain not getting a fatal shot. We've got some dancing going on in the A side, and it's Rain alone now, and he won't get anything done. Up close, Cold Zera with the AWP. 3rd round on the board for SK. And now there's not much money for FaZe. Around $2,000 per person. So it's Eco Town for them.
I feel like that shot that Rain was trying to do is like one of the hardest shots, where someone's sort of just peeking, but they're not even trying to dodge you, so you don't even understand what their intent is. Are they just sort of shouldering the angle, or what are they doing? It's really hard. Cold Zera, great stuff indeed.
Nice.
And we'll see full Glocks now from FaZe. SK have broken them. Now it's time for Fur. He loves these eco frags. He's got the MP7. He is going to be loving it right now, jumping in towards the flames. And that's going to be a lot of money made. 3 kills from Fur. $7,700 for him at the moment. And this is really important. I mean, just securing good economy in the early stages of the first half is pretty paramount to having a good CT side. And it is 4-4 at the moment, so FaZe, they're going to need some explosive plays, some good consecutive round wins to actually break SK's economy. And SK still running that double orb. It's a scary, scary world, James, when Fallen and Cold are holding onto AWPs.
SK sending 3 players to B at the beginning of the round. I'm sure grenades will be deployed. Smoke in the middle of Banana, but there's no challenge from FaZe just yet. They're going to start slow as far as Banana is concerned. Nico heading up in that direction now while FaZe move towards the apartment area. Taco once again going for the wallbang. Not a fan of doors, it seems, is Taco. Pumping them with holes, and you see the bullet placement in the wall. Got to be careful if you're FaZe moving into these apartments. Warning shots from the SK side. The double orb situation has been prevalent in the recent rounds from SK and continues to be so. And again, Faze, it's been fun to watch them force the CTs back from top mid, force them towards library where Cold currently is, and then even throw smokes towards that position as well. Speaking of which, there's one right there. No information for SK.
It's really hard to play with the AWPs as well when there's smokes just right in front of you, and you don't have really much space to fall back to. And the range that they can, or rather the ground that they can cover is so quick before you get the second shot off. Ooh, Cold spots one running across. I don't think they know that he's in library still. Phelps in the corner. Perhaps Cold can start to peek out and begin to help his teammates, but it looks like Phelps and Taco will both fall before Cold can get in there. Cold has though, and it's 3 versus 2 here for SK. His first starts to creep around the back, and this may be very problematic for FaZe as they start to go for this pressure. Just going for that pom-pom straight away. Nico in a horrible position against 3 now. Spinning around, but he can't quite find it. It's in the back with the USP.
In the back. That will allow SK to take the lead, 5-4. FaZe fast approaching max loss bonus. Pistols here and there, some Kevlar as well. That is a very creative way to wear our hats. Kishima and Nico with some grenades. Let's see what FaZe can do. Again, it's the at this point it's the buy between the buys. They'll get lots of money in the next round. Plant or no plants. See if SK can handle this half buy from the T side. Again, if you are just joining us, FaZe are 1 game up at the moment. Nice performance on Mirage from the team in the lead. But it's SK with a slight lead on Inferno.
In Apartments, it makes a lot of sense here for the FaZe team, as it always would. You get those close ranges, you can get really close to the bomb site. Usually when the CTs have a player on the balcony, it's a really good position to deny those fast balcony plays at the Ts. Ooh, for this aggression from him, he absolutely loves it. If his opponents have pistols, he will destroy them no matter what he's carrying. And it looks like Carrigan is actually going to be able to, with the help of Rain, take away these kills from SK. It's now 2 versus 3. They've picked up guns, and of course they have Kevlar. So it's actually a winnable round now for FaZe all of a sudden. First aggression perhaps backfiring, although he did get 3 kills out of it. But there is opportunity here for FaZe now. Ooh, great kill coming in from Rain, opening up the A bomb site. Just one more left in this site. They don't know that just yet, though. And it will be another frag for Rain. Cold reveals himself, and all of a sudden, Fallen has to retake this with an AWP.
1 versus 2. He has a kit. How does he avoid getting traded? How does he identify where these players are? Does he play the likelihoods? The barrel of his gun probably exposes his position as well. Indeed, he cannot get anywhere near a kill. The woes of the AWP at close range. The score is tied. An important round for FaZe. With SK's full rebuy, they're not going to have much left in the tank.
And that's one of those awesome situations as well, where you're going to have a lot of money left because you weren't necessarily supposed to win that round. You were sort of going for a half buy, leaving money in the tank so you can get the full buy next round. Yet they win the round anyway. 2 AWPs still for the SK side as they are really loving this double AWP setup at the moment. We'll see what Phelps can do with that HE. Is it going to connect with anyone? Just a lick of damage on Alu and Carrigan. We see Fallen once again with this boost. Missed the shot last time. Will he be able to connect it this time? Waiting patiently for the first player to reveal himself. Fallen sees the trajectory of the grenade. He can feel it. Oh, can't quite land it this time either. Gets a nice tag through the wall, though, onto Nico. Down to 34. I guess he'll take that. And in the meantime, we have FaZe occupying Apartments. They've been quite good at pressuring towards the Apartment side of the map as well as Banana, forcing the CTs back, just as you mentioned, James, as from top middle as well. So they then get all the options. Well, SK tried to retake it, though. That's really the question for me.
Phelps is towards Arch. He's still in his forward position, but he's only holding an angle towards mid. He hasn't got eyes on Boiler. You see the occasional peek from him. His teammates are playing further back, changing their position somewhat. Cold's playing around the default plant spot. And again, FaZe, as they have commonly done, showing some presence towards top mid and then starting to back off. But SK, because of that occasional pick, they have some information. Fallen with a pick towards B, Rain top mid, but Phelps has moved into the sneaky area. I don't know if Rain will hear that grenade being primed, but he won't win the duel. Where is the bomb, though? They haven't seen the bomb FaZe, SK just yet. Fallen continues to frag towards B.
He's so patient with these shots. It was a hard one, waits for the perfect moment, pulls the trigger. Kiyashima with a nice flash, catching fall and retreating. And this could be the opportunity now as we get Carrigan planting at first oranges. And the typical boost up onto the flower pot position. It's a nasty one. And a critical damage has been done. And a finishing shot from Cole. Ridiculous stuff there from SK to steal the round away from Faze.
Another one bites the dust. And again, every third bullet with most weapons will send a tracer and reveal your position. And sometimes you're going to get shot in the face after that. Nice shot there from Fallen. Delivering on the B-bomb site, trusting his teammates on A and vice versa. 6-5, an important round for Faze to win. Didn't quite work out for them. And they will force it up to AK-47s and AWP as well. 3 AKs indeed, and Carrigan on the Tech 9. Always the one to take it for the team. He's the in-game leader. He trusts his teammates to deliver. Standard start to Banana. Smoke in the middle of Banana. Molotov making a cameo appearance. Starting with 3 players towards B, perhaps for grenade usage, perhaps in case of a fast play from Faze. And then one will rotate for a standard 3-2 setup here on the CT side.
One interesting thing there as well is, as we see the grenade frag on Banana from Fur, is that Phelps, who was the man who's not playing B, he was the third man there. He threw the smoke as well. So there's 2 smokes available later into the round for SK to keep smoking off Banana. This is something you used to be able to do from the middle positions on the map. It's a very strong style of CS to play on Inferno. And Fur loving to get aggressive, loving to get close behind the smokes. He's just going to push straight through, finding the perfect timing. You heard the footsteps. That's one down. Gets the info. There's 2 top mid. And that's going to prompt Phelps to play close in front of the smoke. Finds himself one. Alu able to spin around to take him down. But he's in a 1 versus 4 now. Just looking at doing damage. What can he find? Able to bait out the shot and finish him off. Great play there from Taco. And that'll be 7 rounds for SK. And 5 for Faze now.
Faze are broke. They have gone to the pawn shop and the doors are closed. No cash for Faze. That's anti-eco time for SK with these 2 ults. That can get awkward, but may not be. Damn, Fur. 16 for 4 at the moment. Fur monster indeed. 2-round lead for the Brazilians at present. All the Faze clan moving towards A, looking for close quarters with these, what is mostly Glocks and a P250. SK starting to creep down Banana, starting to close the net like a late episode of The Wire. And it's 20 for Faze to do what they can with these pistols, which probably isn't much, but you never know.
I do like that we're seeing more just almost full ecos. It was so rare for so long. We've seen teams sort of respecting their own buy rounds a little bit more of late. And it looks like it's just aim practice here for Fallen and Fur, a competition actually in getting all the eco kills. Not much you can do in Faze's position there, but the whole reason to do that, to have no investment there, is for them to be able to buy up fully as well as they could into this round. So curious what their plan is. One thing is that whenever SK have actually been going for this deep smoke plays on Banana, I don't think we've yet really seen Faze try to challenge it directly, try to flash through the smoke and retake Banana, because there's always the mind games. As we see Faze take the time out to understand what they want to go with, there's always the mind games on Banana. If the CTs smoke it off, is there 1 guy there or is there 2 guys there? And that's a really interesting mind game that existed in the old Inferno for a very long time, because you were forced as a Ts to actually run through smokes, especially with the old timer of 145.
3 rounds in a row for SK. Faze have won 1 round in the last 8, 2 rounds in the last 10. They are not having the best of times. Beyond the pistol, they've got 2 rounds basically, put it that way. 2 rounds remain in this half. Faze will do their best to take one of them at the very least. 5 AKs coming out for them in this round. And again, SK feels like they've had double AWPs every single round at this point. First in an interesting position, which he's no longer in, but he was up on the barrels holding a high explosive, looking for a ceiling bounce perhaps towards the car position on Banana, but he's decided against it. So again, we'll see if Faze look to force the CTs back away from top mid. But then will they make a play towards A, or will they try to sell a fake and go B?
Looks like it could be a faster round indeed from Faze with the way that they are looking at the moment. And SK going a bit more passive towards Banana, so they don't have as much info as they have had in some previous rounds. Perhaps this switch up of position and pace will benefit SK as they allow Faze to get close towards that A-bomb site. Curious how Phelps will play this again. It's always tricky as a lone player towards Arch side. Throwing down an incendiary to buy time as the push starts to come in. Caught in position. Nice flick shot there from the graveyard spot. Another one. I have no idea how he got a second one out of that. For the 2 versus 3 after plant for SK, this will be tough.
2 CTs coming through from Arch. Of course, the smokes are down, but they've got smokes of their own. They can try to take out the pit position and make a play towards the site. Only 1 player on the site, 2 in the pit, so those smokes may be crucial. A boost attempt coming in, but they failed the first attempt, and they will hit this jumping. They could have used the smokes while that smoke was up. They had some protection, but they're not really going to go for it. It seems they are going to save their weapons for the next round. So indeed, Faze look good for a 6th round on the board, and that's the AWP lost from Fallen. So they may try to retrieve it. For the most part, they're 5k or more on the SK side, so it's not the worst thing in the world. They could have mostly bought regardless, so you would think maybe they would have gone for it because they've got the money really to have gone for the retake there. But either way, it is the last round of the first half now.
I'm happy we're seeing Kiyashima like in this tournament doing so well also. I feel like with this star-studded lineup, you sometimes see his name go, like for example, how fast that shot was. That was so insane. But we see his name, not necessarily mentioned as much as some of the other players. Like
he's taken for granted that. He's underestimated.
So, yeah. I think so, and his aim is absolutely incredible, as he displayed just there. Last round of this first half. Will it be 8-7? Will it be 9-6 for SK? We'll see soon enough as Kiyashima will make his way past the smoke, perhaps. He's found a little alcove there in the smoke. It's always nice.
We've seen many frags around the corners of smokes today. Perhaps this round will be another one. Fur. Oh boy. Does he play the information game? Goes instantly for the first kill. There was a second player there, but he won't know that. Oh man, 2 kills for Fern. He will make his escape all the way up Banana. What do you do now, Faze? I feel like somebody's breathing around their neck, and that is one of the many things Fur brings to the SK side. Ruthless aggression.
I honestly don't know how he gets away with it. I think that's like 3 or 4 times, maybe even 4 times in this game so far. In this first half. I have no idea how he gets away with this. What? Another smoke kill from Phelps, just bang on there with that spray. Now the smoke will be pushed. Phelps easily deals with that one. Spots Rain as well through the gap. Rain spots him as well though, but he's got 5 players to find. He's looking for the trade fragger, but it's not going to be a factor. It is going to be Fur finishing this first half with 21 kills and a bunch of heinous, aggressive plays that were never really punished, and Faze will be sad about that. But 6 rounds, they can definitely work with it.
Strong stuff from SK, giving themselves a fighting chance to take the second map in this series. Now it's time for the second half. Faze on the defensive side, and the way Fair was playing in some of those rounds, you would maybe forget that they were on the CT side there with those pushes that they were doing, but now it's their turn to dictate the pace on the T side if Faze will allow them. 2 flashes and a HE grenade on Fallen. No P250s in play for the T side. Sometimes you see the raid boss, the P250 drop for a player with Kevlar. Again, it almost doubles the fatal headshot range in a pistol round for the Ts. But SK will settle for the Glocks. Flash will allow the players to come in from the balcony position. In the meantime, Fallen will keep an eye on mid.
I like that they didn't go for any raid boss here because they're all rushing on these close ranges too. So always thinking about the position they've been putting themselves in, and they'll have all these close range engagements now as they've taken this A-bomb side away from the CTs. What an off angle there by Fallen. You can see Nico was looking for a player in that area. Just didn't expect him to be so far back on such an off angle. Really smart play there from the likes of Fallen. However, Faze answering back as they move into this A-bomb site. Phelps in a corner. Nice drive-by frags coming in here from Faze as they try to make this retake a reality. Now just down to the in-game leader. Can he make it happen? The defuse comes in. Comes off of it though. A bit afraid. Now will that be a mistake? We'll soon find out as Fallen goes for the peak. Oh, he's slightly too slow. Oh, this by a hair was too slow. Unbelievable stuff there. Absolutely gutted, SK.
That is a massive defuse by Faze. Committing. P90 coming out on Karrigan. Always nice to see a P90 on Inferno. I didn't even realize the defuse had been made. I thought he had the headshot. Look how close that was. That's unreal.
Ace as well.
SK forcing it up immediately. Fur has been dropped to an AK by Fallen. And behind it will be Tech9s and a UMP. They don't want Faze catching up. If they were to win this round, it would be just as good, if not better, a situation for them. Because Faze would be broke. They'd have no cash.
Love a good P90 in rounds like this. It's a meaty weapon for serious individuals. We have Ali though, first to make contact. Does actually go down though to Fallen as the numbers appeared quite menacing. Quick frag as well from Cold Zero. This play is looking quite successful onto the A-bomb side. Great entry fragging here. This AK definitely paying off.
Karrigan around the arch position. No kit for these two CTs. SK with a player in apartments. Nico, he'll jump around the corner, maybe not. Every corner apart from the one with an opponent. Karrigan considered the P90 for a second. I think you should always take a P90, no matter what weapon you're carrying, even if it's an AWP. Okay, maybe I'm lying. Ambidextrous gun with a hole for your thumb. The P90. Taco with 1 HP needs to get away from that bomb site, as does Fallen. Another round in the back. SK make it to double figures, 10 to the score of 7 for Faze. Again, Faze one map up at present. That may not last too long the way things are going at the moment. Indeed, that reset situation has come in, so we will see a force buy from Faze. Should this prove unsuccessful, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it is definitely a troubling situation. The Deagles, though, they're always something to be feared, especially when they're in the hands of Faze. And these rounds are also hard to deal with from the T perspective. SK, one of the best teams at actually capitalizing against force buying players on the CT side. Now we'll see them getting the opening kill already onto Rain, unfortunately for Rain. But it's obviously great for SK as they start to also make some movement up towards Banana as well. And no one's taking any risque peeks just yet. But Nico moving into an angle with that Deagle. What's he going to find here? Waiting for the perfect timing. Starting to get sprayed down. And the play has been taken out of his hands. No one able to get anything done here. Oh, SK survived with 5 players.
You know what that is, Dan? Nice. That is a solid round from SK. 11 to 7. Faze, they got no cash, man. They got no money. Anti-eco time. Let's see if Faze make any investment in this round. Pure USPs at the moment. It's an honest round from the CT side. Big fat zeros in that red column. They haven't spent any money whatsoever. 5-man stack towards one of these sites. Maybe they'll go beyond. Perhaps they'll look to burst around the corner. Indeed, they'll do that. Karrigan on the fact-finding mission, but a Molotov may isolate the rest of the players and allow Fallen to try to clean up. Phelps drawing the gun just in time for at least one kill, another from the Molotov, and Kishima can try to do what he can do. No Kev lost 70 HP. He may try to hide somewhere with this AK.
I just want to appreciate from Owen James that 3 of them, like when they decided to go in for the trade, that 3 of them were willing to run through a Molotov together. When do you see that? There's always one person that's a bit too afraid, that doesn't commit. But here, everyone in Faze is ready to commit as a team, so that's a good sign. And they pick up the kill and an AK from it, so, you know, there you go.
Yep, minimal investments. Lost nothing but USPs. And now some small kill bonuses can be had. Definitely once I was onto this AK. That's a lovely tap.
What a beast.
And now it's a question of how much money SK want to lose. It's roughly $4,000, $4,500. Cold Zero there with full grenades pretty much. Will be a bit more. There's a flashbang in there as well. 5-round lead now for SK. Faze's turn to buy. Ali, of course, on the big green gun, and he's got a lot of work to do.
And one quick point about Kiyoshima that I feel is evident in that little show at the end there is that he seems to me like a player with very good visualization, which is something that really improves your reaction times. He's so quick and so precise with these shots. Either way, Ali, as you mentioned before, the Orpas generally don't like to go too deep on a peak. They want to go for the safe peak. And Fallen's actually jumped into that angle. And Ali is playing it very passively, not going for a peak on middle at all. Meanwhile, we have challenging towards the boiler room. Sans boiler. Finds a player on the angle. That's some info for Rain. And takes minimal damage. Very fast pressure here from SK as they start to move Taco deep onto the balcony as well. Really poking and prodding all over the place, looking for information on SK. Not dying just yet. Do get a boost onto the quad roof here from Kiyoshima. Still wondering his Faze, what exactly are SK up to?
I was about to ask when we might see that boost come in. Alu picking off Taco from the long position and moving up to top mid. 4 players towards A. SK have an opportunity. Nico with the M4 towards B. Carrigan's making his way in. Carrigan, he's towards Speedway, but he's got no flashbang to help Nico in this situation, but they still don't know what's up. The grenades are flying in. Smokes, flashbangs. He's not blind just yet. The smoke towards construction. He's got to go straight through it, and SK are getting wiped out. Phelps has an angle. He's got an element of surprise, and no smokes will help him now. Collect the bomb at the very least. 30 seconds. Will he take some kind of gamble? Picking up the AWP. Wants those fast peaks. Not quite going to work out for him, though. Lovely B-hold from Faze. First of many rounds to come, perhaps. They've got a lot of work to do.
And can they survive the reset? They do have some money in the bank, though. So if they do lose this one, they still will be able to get a buy going, but it'll still be a very difficult ask, I think, against the likes of SK. We'll see, though. SK with full equipment here, the AWP onto Fallen. Now, we haven't seen any insane aggressions from Fallen just yet. Pretty standard stuff. In the CT, half the insane aggression was left to Faze. He's doing a good job at it. Ali looking for a pick here. Deep position. Oh, just barely misses that by a pixel or so. Will he go for the re-peaks here? More pressure coming in, more grenades coming in from the Faze clan onto Banana. They don't seem to want to challenge it just yet. They have Phelps making sure that there's no crazy push. But other than that, they're not going to really challenge things. Faze looking to almost work their way closer and closer, systematically, thoroughly, towards the bottom of Banana. SK, meanwhile, setting up grenades towards A.
2 smokes in Banana at present. Will keep SK entertained. Got some smokes towards Arch, towards Library, but around the corner, more on the site. Isolating the CTs for now. Kiyoshima playing wild off angles, but will it pay off for his team? 2-man spray down for Carrigan. Kiyoshima getting the third towards that short position. Carrigan caught with a grenade in his hand, but is that consolation kill for SK at this point? It allows them to collect the bomb. And Taco's picked off Kiyoshima in the meantime, but is there anybody in pit? The answer is yes. Rain playing off angles. Doesn't want to get pre-fired. Can avoid the Molotovs as well. Follows up on Cold with the second burst. That leaves Taco alone with 20 HP. 3 plays to find, 25 seconds with which to do it. You see the angle being held on Speedway. He'll give up on this one. 9th round coming the way of Faze.
Yeah, he needed Cold to do something there. Cold had to get a frag, but unfortunately he did not. So Faze back with a victory here into this, into a consecutive round victory, that is. And that's going to be really nice for them as it starts to really wear down the money of SK. They have almost nothing in the bank to play off of. We might see a few pistols here to go along with this AWP. I very much doubt we'll see a full buy, though, from SK Gaming. Or will they go for it? Very interesting choices to be made. Carrigan with a really nice performance here. Could almost have gotten the 3 kills had he not messed up his timing on the grenade. But it's all good. Had teammates to back him up in that position. And indeed, we're going to see a full investment behind the AWP. 2 UMPs, 2 Tech 9s, and a handful of grenades for a fast round into Banana.
Will we see a flash through the smoke? Will we see a charge, a burst with some Tech 9s from SK? The entire team is on Banana. And again, there's only so much space with which to wield these weapons. That That's not a good start for the SK side. Faze looking to get double figures themselves. Nico and Carrigan holding things down around Banana. Again, another two-man spray down for Carrigan. And the CTs will upgrade their weapons. UMPs will be dropped, rifles will be picked up. 12 to 10, the gap closes to 2.
And one problem there, I think, for SK is just the fact that they weren't able to get a bomb down, because I feel like they're thinking, all right, guys, this is going to be a tough round to win, but at least we can play for the bomb plant. We can try to get ourselves quickly into that B bomb site. And there's not even that to help them, to give them that extra money. So we're going to see just some pistols here for them as they try to get what they can done. Fallen, interestingly, going for Deagle Molotov. We'll see that Molotov used to try to take control of the top Banana position. And Phelps is going to be there close with the Tech 9, looking for any repeaks, any flashes coming in. Gets close, there's a flash from the CTs, but they won't peek with it just yet. Another flash coming in, maybe they'll peek with this one. Yep, Carrigan will look for some information. Won't find anything out just yet though. Faze playing very passively. They know that the way to lose this round is to get very close against these pistols. They want to maximize the ranges, and they know that SK will run out of utility very well soon, if not already.
3-2 setup from Faze. Again, Alu, he's just shoulder peeking top mid. He knows that nobody is top mid. There's a smoke in the middle area, and he's keeping an eye on Boiler. No one's there. So if SK were trying to force the CTs back, it hasn't quite worked out for them. But they'll have the numbers advantage for the time being. No third player rotating towards A. Faze don't quite know what's going on, and the raw run-in comes in again. It's just pistols here, and Faze will play the distance where they can. Carrigan with 2 more to collect. Knives coming out, but it'll be the Tech 9 to finish things off, and the bomb can get planted. Bonus money for SK. They've got a combined 6 HP. Kiyashima moving up the Banana position with 2 from CT. Can SK get any more damage? And we can't expect that much more than that. 1 for 1 leaves Taco alone with 2 HP. Trying to play as close range as possible. Doesn't really have the ability to move anymore. He'll hear the CTs coming. What more can he do in this situation? They'll touch the bomb, but he's a non-believer. Oh, he's starting to creep out. Saw the first player. I think he was going for the second. Good damage though. 3 kills for the T side.
And a bomb plant, yeah, it's really, really good damage, to be honest. Much more than they perhaps expected. And now they have the fullest of buys, which they always like to see, of course. So, 1 round is the gap between Faze and SK Gaming now. And this would be an interesting spot to throw in some aggression to change up the pace from the CT side, I think. So I'm really curious whether they will go for that Faze, or if they just want to keep feeling out SK, allow SK to take some map control and just defend, just go for pure defense. But there it is. Alu takes himself a very fast position onto that safe angle, takes down Fallen. That's a great start here for the Faze clan. And SK surely must be looking for a way to answer this somewhere else on the map at the moment, as we will see Taco moving down Boiler. We have Phelps in a close position with contact soon perhaps towards Banana as well. Definitely options here for SK to get back into the round. There it is, Phelps with 2 men. That's very fast entries. He's going to go off this play and just lock down the B-bomb site, no questions asked.
Coldzera has rotated straight up Banana. He's not going to spend time collecting the bomb bottom of ramp. He needs to support his teammate as fast as possible. And the third player can collect the bomb. That's going to be for Phelps of the off angle. Will he hear the scope? Oh, man. He pressed Q. He wasn't ready to fire his gun, and that might make the difference. The bomb's being planted, but Alu will try to stop it seems, or he'll just hold on to connector for the time being. Construction, rather. Rain still needs to make his way around. Just checking for a flank. Kishima at the front of the site. Grenades, flashbangs, Coldzera spotted, but not quite taken down. The clock continues to tick. He's forced forward into the crosshairs of Kiyashima, continues to deliver for his team. 3 versus 2, and now Fur may be the first engager. Taco not far behind either. Big grenade damage, but can the bomb be defused? Not holding it quite yet, and it's Fur. They don't seem to know where he is. He's going wide, he's taking the bomb diffuser down, and he's won the round for his team. 13 for SK. What a play from Fur.
That is absolutely crazy there. I think that the play from Alu was so amazing to just put them in a position where they could have construction, they could just take their time on the retake. but just that last peak right at the end, the only thing to go right in the afterplant for SK. And what a thing to go right, winning the entire round. 13-11 now as Faze are in an interesting position as their money starts to diminish. And SK Gaming themselves are also in a spot where their money really sucks. So these rounds are going to start to be very meaningful in that sense. Alu looking for an aggressive angle there onto the top of the bottom mid position. As we'll see SK once again for getting aggressive towards Boiler. Always a very scary play. You never know what he's going to do. But it's Nico this time to get a very cheeky kill onto Cold through the smoke. Alu's waiting for a challenge. He knows that these players love to play around Boiler and to try to get into the CT's faces in these top mid positions. He would be right. Fer is close. But unfortunately for Alu, he's smoked off this time around.
This is a big round for both teams. Someone's money is about to get annihilated, and look how close they are. Let's not forget Faze are a game up at the moment, so this is very, very important. Phelps deep towards the B bomb site. There's still time for rotation from SK should they choose to do it, but there he goes. Perhaps a gap through the smoke once again. I don't know, but he's dead. Simple as that. 5 versus 3. Faze on the comeback. There's still one player towards A, and there's only 3 players alive for SK, so this better be the play of their lives.
This is what you have to do. You've got to make these massive plays in these spots. You've got to give the responsibility to people like Taco to try to hold down a 1 versus 3, to give his teammates the space in this 3 versus 5. To open up the B bomb site and get it going. It's so difficult, and Taco falls. It will be Fer to get the entry. The spray down comes in from Kerrigan. He can't finish off Fer. Maybe there's a chance a bomb plant will come in, but he's got 12 points of health. Surely he can't hold on to this.
May take Faze a while to clear the construction area. One of the likely places he might be could be deep in Banana as well. So indeed, it is the slow approach. 1 flashbang onto Faze. That's all they have to try and figure out where he is. But they've got a numbers advantage as well, and 2 of the 3 players on M4. So they can try and get a train track situation. Rain jumping up the barrels, and there's a flash from Fer. Can't quite make it happen though. Goes for the early peak, waiting for the CTs to turn away. He did the best he could, but it's Faze moving to 12 rounds.
I have no idea how this is going to go, James. Absolutely no idea at all. SK, as you said, their money annihilated. It's going to be very hard to get back in this in the next round or 2. So Faze will have some much-needed breathing room. Could even potentially take the lead after trailing for a while. We'll see how that one goes. Mid pistols for SK as we see a timeout. They start to think about how the next rounds are going to go, how the money's going to pan out, where the money of their opponents is, and what is the best strategy to select in this particular spot in this grand final. And what a grand final it would be for either team to win. SK Gaming, a team that's not had the best successes since they integrated Phelps, but they finally feel confident that they are ready to start lifting every single trophy once again. But it all starts here against Faze, who, as you said, are a map up in this situation. SK cannot allow them to come back into this one. But all they have right now is a force buy to deal with this situation. 4 Tech 9s, a CZ, a healthy amount of grenades, and full armor. That's what SK are going to go with. And Alu is going for a deep peek. This is insane. Misses the shot, but he gets the information.
That might be a warning shot to SK. You might be in the lead, but it might not last long. Better bring your A game in these dying rounds of the second game. Second map of this best-of-3 series. Kerrigan and Nico keeping an eye on Banana while the rest of the team focus. Look at these angles. Faze, they've been playing their angles pretty good. Their crossfires have been quite strong, but will they be strong enough now? Kiyoshima's got a lot to do. 2 kills for him. He's done his job. Trades come in, but now it's the SK players. Pistols only with the man advantage. There are weapons to be collected here. Will the CTs allow him to plant the bomb? Nico coming around, but he can't get a kill onto Boiler. That is huge, leaving Kerrigan on his own. Still, Phelps is the only person who's picked up a weapon in this round, but a bomb is planted, and the advantage is not with the CTs. Trying to draw out some players. That might give him some cover as well. Such a hard task. He's got no cover really to defuse the bomb. Fallen in from the back Round number 14 for SK.
Oh, this puts FaZe in such an awkward position at the moment. They have no money. Do they force buy twice? Because if they save now, they're not going to have all that much to really work off of, as they just got reset. So it might be that they have to force buy twice here. That is such a horrible position to be in. SK, they've set themselves up to win this second map. We've got, of course, one rifle on the CTs in the hands of Nico. There's not that many grenades. SK, all they have to do is crush 2 rounds where their opponents have pistols and a rifle. And Nico's going to start things off well for FaZe, picks up the kill onto Fallen, but still, there's all this utility left for SK. They can take it slow. They can use those Molotovs. They can play together to win positions and try to punish these mere pistols that FaZe currently hold on to.
1 minute 20 for FaZe to try to hold on. They've got 2 smokes with which to try and delay time. And Nico really needs to throw that towards B because the entire SK team are headed in their direction. Carrigan's boosted up with a 5-7. But Nico's just going to hold his angle around the fountain. He can try to reposition if he's fortunate enough. And indeed, he will do exactly that. 2 more guys taken down by Nico, and Carrigan instead a bomb falling towards his feet. 4 versus 1. FaZe, can they steal this round away? Carrigan going for a cheeky peek while the bomb gets planted. Taco looking away, facing the wall. That's where he will lie. FaZe, they're not out of this one just yet.
And they will have the spoils of war, of victory right now, picking up all the guns, 4 players surviving. What an insane turnaround. We heard FaZe up, chanted by the crowd there, by some crowd members. I think that's what it means, James. They crushed that round with almost nothing to work with. Nico on that rifle performing so well.
It's so huge that 4 of them survived because SK would otherwise maybe end up with a better buy in this round if, say, 1 of them survived. But 4 survive. They take so many weapons into this. They are in a very strong position indeed, much stronger than it could have been. And they still have some money in the bank here and there should the worst happen. Can SK close this out? Can they get to game point? They're a game down. FaZe could still 2-0 them, and that's got to play on the back of their minds.
Yeah, 2 Tech-9s to work off of in this round with the 3 AKs. You know, previously they've shown us that Tech-9s is all they need to win a round. Previously they took them to A. I wonder if FaZe will be suspecting of this time. You know, their positions last time looked good for it, but still SK just able to hit those incredible shots to win over that bomb site. This time, FaZe, they can have that fresh in their memory. They're prepared for it. Rain in a great position. Waiting for those flashbangs. The spray comes in. There's not much right now SK can do to deposition Rain as he toys with them. Player at a time. Rain will take them all with the help of his teammates. FaZe with a almost flawless round. Losing just 1 man. 14-14. And what are SK left with?
Rain, so consistent for FaZe, absolute beast, but then who isn't on the team? Everybody delivering at the moment. But it's Kiyoshima with 27 frags, tying with Fur at the moment. As is the score, 14-14, pistols for SK. Seems that they have resigned to playing against match point, not even game point. Carrigan with the garden hose once again. Leaving Taco and a P250, an honest P250.
The crowd are getting excited, James. There's all the FaZe fans in the buildings. They can taste the victory here in this round for FaZe, but it's not over there. They're not yet on match point.
Seems the SK players are having a chat during this time. There's still a minute on the clock, so we've got some existence level plays here. Just having a chat while there isn't much for them to do in this round. Using it as effective timeout, but that timeout has come to an abrupt end, courtesy of heavy explosives. It is match point to FaZe. 1 game up, 1 round up, 1 round away from that trophy in the middle of the stage.
could be the last freeze time here. It's like the calm in the middle of the storm. As Alu almost thought he was going to take an aggressive peek again, but we get a fast approach of second middle from SK Gaming right now, as they perhaps look to get one of those early pickoffs towards these apartments in middle positions. Faze have been comfortable playing passively so far. It looks as though that continues here in this round. In the 30th round on Inferno. SK Gaming shuffling out of the boiler area. Looks like they spotted a hole, but will that hole be plugged by the AKs here? It looks like Kiyoshi will go down. It's down to Rain to hold on to this position. He'll get one, but still more need to follow if he wants to hold on to this position. So far, it's looking good here for Faze.
Fallen still at bottom mid, waiting for that rotation, but it looks like his team might need some help on the A bomb site. Cole is on his own now. He's stuck and he's in a crossfire, but he's found an angle. It's a 2 versus 1. It's down to Rain, maybe the talisman of Faze Clan, and that rotation from Fallen is coming in. There's an angle for the bomb to be collected, but it's a double pick from the Brazilians, and it's enough. We are going to overtime. This is not over yet.
That started off so well for Faze, but Kiyoshima going down instantly was really the difference made, as Rain really had too much to do in that position as he was also smoked off. Oh, it's a good time for us to take a bit of a breather here as we await things to start again as the freeze time counts down.
8 of the last 11 rounds won by Faze, but when it counted, SK keep themselves alive. They're on the ropes. They were on the ropes. But it's a new day. $10,000 per person. 3 rounds a half. It's overtime. Alu, he's absolutely on fire. Can he get around the corner? No. Blasted into oblivion. Dental records won't help identify that body. Nico, there isn't an angle for him to get across at the moment. And the boost as well. SK charging straight back into this match.
I think he expected the smoke to bloom there, but fortunately for him, a bit too deep. Rain now to hold on to this B-bomb site alone, and this looks like one of the strongest starts to a T-round that we've seen so far from SK at just immediate 2K. And now things calm down a bit. There's a lot of time for SK to play with, to really toy with Faze. And in this situation, a lot of teams like to go A because the typical CT response is to have 2 players on B. Or if there's 2 players on A, they're likely going to be either in the pit or separated. So can be easier to isolate players and positions over towards A. But SK, they're not messing around. They're just going to go with this B play. There's only one man. That man is called Rain. He hasn't got much to help him here. He's going to have to hit the shots. As smoke goes down, a quick incendiary there. How much can he really do here as we get the SK players darting into the B bomb site behind cover of smoke?
The rotation is already here. Carrigan, though, not sure what's going on. Going back towards the A side, there is confusion, denial of information in the smoke, but the beep is there. They know what is going down. Fur is on short of A, and Carrigan's in apartment, so I think it's abandoned ship from Faze, but the hunt has already begun. But it seems the 2 ships will pass in the night. At least Fur and Carrigan. He has more skulls to collect, however, in CT spawn. Faze don't need to hold on to their weapons. They haven't got a single kill in this round. And overtime can be expensive. Rain standing his ground for the time being, but that flank begins from Fur. He is unable to escape, so it's Carrigan alone. Faze on the back foot once more.
And in this overtime, I'm starting to reflect a little bit for when the switch of sides happens. We'll get SK on that CT side again, and just those insane aggressions we saw on the CT side from Fur. Samini's, I think, still top fragging for his team, almost at 30 frags. Yeah, 28 frags to him at the moment, falling very fast behind him at 27. And yeah, just those heinous aggressions from Fur, that level of freedom that he has on the team is such a horrible element to be up against in Faze's position. But we'll see that take place soon enough as we go into the next round here. We see full AKs for SK. Just the AWP on Ali. Is he going to go for another pick here? How deep will he go? Sometimes we've been seeing the full angle all the way towards the ramp, but not this time. Smoked away. And so will Phelps be, as there is a smoke landing at the bottom, or rather, sorry, the middle of Banana. And SK forced to a slower start, as they do make their way into apartments as well. So a typical default, spraying through towards the quad roof position in case there was a boost there. As you said, we haven't really seen it very much, only one time so far in this Inferno.
Grenades towards the tree. It's a good start from FaZe. They were subject to those grenades in the first half of normal time. Now they will deliver in kind. Karrigan moving towards the speedway position, and Nico will be trusted on the B bomb site. And that's where SK will venture. A pilgrimage up Banana. They'll look to clear out this area. Doesn't mean a commitment, but Taco is more or less abandoning the middle and second mid area as well. So it seems there will be a renewed focus towards B. But a timely smoke grenade may put a spanner in the works. Karrigan rotating back. Again, FaZe in passive positions towards A. They're waiting for action to come to them, but that does deny them information.
Nico on the bomb site. He's going to get a boost here as well. This can be quite precarious. Sometimes we'll see Molotovs in the position, but he will actually crouch on top of Nubox and see what he can do here. Really interesting position. And sometimes the T's do like to jump up themselves. So he might be able to catch him. He's looking for that angle. Smoking off in front of the site here. Karrigan's going to spot it. Oh, just looking away at the wrong moment. Nico and Cold knows exactly where Karrigan is. Quick pick from him. And now it's going to be a really insane situation. The time has run out. Oh, you hate to see it, James.
I feel like that was a really desperate plant attempt from SK. Wall of smoke at the front of the site. I mean, they can't know someone's first orange is. If someone's first orange is, it's almost guaranteed. It's all but guaranteed they're going to get a spray down on the bomb planter with 15, well, less than 10 seconds on the clock as that spray comes in. I mean, if someone's in construction, it's probably a guaranteed plant as well. Sorry, a guaranteed kill of the planter. So perhaps FaZe allowed back into this first half. 1-for-1. We'll see who takes the thin lead into the second half soon enough. Phelps and Fallen, bottom of Banana. Fast take of apps from SK, but can they push FaZe back from top mid once again?
And Phelps waiting for any aggression there towards the top of Banana. Get counter incendiaries here. I like this from FaZe, you know, not really just giving it up. Not allowing SK to have exactly what they want and sort of fighting back with their own utility. It's an interesting situation for both teams though. Phelps, is he going to go through this? Will a teammate flash him in? We've seen this boost be quite successful previously as Nico gets on top of the wall there, and Phelps just unable to capitalize in time. As now the CTs will be gone from that position, and a missed opportunity is all Phelps has to think about, but his teammates, they still have plenty of opportunities here towards A.
Rain in a common position. That smoke will certainly help again, trying to thwart the timing of SK, and that can be critical when SK run a clock down, as they are doing. It's 5-on-5. There are 29 seconds left, and we're seeing run boosts into the arch position, and they're failing as well. This is absolute madness. They simply don't have the time for these kind of plays, and there goes the bomb. 18 seconds. What are you going to do, SK? 2 versus 5. They know the round is gone. All they can do is admire the hay, the bales of hay, as the inevitable happens. Or does it? What on earth? They've got 3 seconds, they can't do it. As nice as those kills were, it's FaZe taking the lead into the second half.
It's crazy to see that situation happening twice, where SK are playing so slow that they're in this position where it's a desperate rush. You can see Fallen desperately needed to have that run boost. He knew that Ali was on the angle and respected him that if he just does a dry peek like that, he's going to get hit. He needs the run boost, but they failed it. The scramble, the desperation. FaZe were loving it, of course. 17-16 indeed, taking that lead into the second half. But this is the half, the CT side, where we saw so much ruthless aggression from Fur on Banana. Surely FaZe will be looking out for that. And will Fur even do it again, James? Is he the kind of guy that's just going to do it again and not care? With the stakes so high that his team could possibly go out of this grand finals, with all that pressure, is he still going to make those heinous aggressions?
Even with this much pressure, there's definitely a big argument to allow your teammates to play their game. You have to give them the confidence that they can play their game. Sometimes it'll work and it'll win you a championship. Sometimes it won't, and perhaps it will lose you one, but that is the risk you take. And you want your teammates to have confidence, to play at their peak. We'll see if continues Again, Faze just a few rounds away from victory, in the lead versus SK on the back foot again. And SK, they've gone all in with these 2 AWPs on this buy round. Fallen and Cold, trusty duo. But it's Fallen and Fur towards Banana. The deep smoke, haven't seen that one for a while. It's normally been in the middle of Banana, but they're changing things up here in overtime.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's very difficult when you enter that overtime after these long drawn-out series where you start having to reuse all those strategies. It becomes a lot of mind games. A lot of players definitely find the overtimes less than desirable for that reason. Falling with a tight angle here, looking for that first pick off in the round. Ooh, Phelps actually blocking a smoke almost. I think it still landed in the intended location, so that's good for Faze. Still a few flashbangs to work with here as Fallen might get his first taste of a frag. He will. Nico down. 4 players there for Faze. Just under a minute to go. And now they need options. They need openings.
Phelps instantly rotating towards the B-bomb site. Maybe just in case Faze have a read that Fallen is probably on his own. And they'll try to play the numbers game, but they won't. 40 seconds, and it's Faze's turn to run the clock down. And the 4th play goes back towards the B-bomb site. Smoke deep in towards Arch, but Fur is there. Hello. Popping out. Now we've got Carrigan in Banana, but the bomb is still top mid for the time being. 28 seconds remain, and they're being patient in Boiler. Neither of these teams afraid to run this clock down, but what can Faze really do in this situation? Standing in the flames, and that's where Carrigan will fall. That leaves Kiyoshima alone. 13 seconds, he's on the side, but there are so many CTs to deal with here, and he is being teased around the pillar. The pistol will finish him off.
The poor Kiyoshima, that looked quite ridiculous there. Cole just spamming AD, left, right, left, right. 17-17. SK brandishing that double orb, which has been something that they've been very comfortable playing with. You can see Cole just dodging. And Kiyoshima just can't quite land that shot. Very annoying for Kiyoshima. And now it's time to see exactly what the plays are for SK. Now they're 17-17. Perhaps we will see some of those interesting Banana plays. We've got 3 members on Banana. We saw this before as well. Phelps throws the first smoke and then leaves Fur and Fallen on Banana to be able to re-smoke continuously as the round progresses. And those were some of the rounds that we saw. It's a good start from Cold, though.
The entire Faze clan is here on the A site. Cold Zero once more playing in the site, delivering kill after kill with this AWP. Close, can't quite hit the mark though. Now it's Kiyoshima alone once more. SK, they've got a great opportunity to take the lead once again, but Kiyoshima, he's got more time on the clock this time, just under a minute to find 3 players. He's got 1 flashbang. Maybe he can try to cross to the site with it. You can see the CTs gearing up for a double peak, and now they've got the high ground advantage, so Kishima's got to be really careful. Nice taps, but he runs out of bullets. No more kills for him. SK, another game point to bring this to 1-1. It's been a hard slog here on Inferno, but opportunity knocks.
In SK's position in regulation, they were finding themselves in this spot, and they were able to find success from fast plays towards A, from being explosive. We see the same from Faze. We have AP90 on Carrigan James. AP90 in this situation.
Well, we've seen a few rounds where he's just been on a pistol, so perhaps it's an upgrade for him. There was a timeout for Faze Clan. It has come and gone. Again, double ops prevalent on the SK Gaming CT side, but do they have enough to take it over the line here and bring it to a 3rd map? Fur and Fallen heading towards the B-bomb site once again. And they've got a 3rd man in tow, Phelps. Again, this will be a utility situation, and I'm sure he will soon rotate back towards the A site, and indeed, he will do exactly that. Or will he? Back and forth Phelps goes. I think he forgot to throw a smoke.
Fast play up into the quad position. Good flick from Cold. Still more players to come though, but they are slowing their roll a bit. They need to coordinate this. We have a wrap coming in. Cold, another one. Really important shot there from him. Can SK do this? It's looking really good for them at the moment. A 3 versus 5 here for FaZe as they make their way into this bomb site. And every single SK player is here to meet the push, here to destroy the FaZe clan, to try to lift this trophy. They need one more map. And this is how they can get there. Kiyoshima now against 3 players. We've seen him here so many times. Oh, the tap's not good. Cold, great defense. And the map will go to SK Gaming. They tie things up here in this grand finals for ECS Season 3 against FaZe, denying them that map too. We're going all the way.
Train will be the 3rd map in this series, but what about the mental fatigue of these teams? Such a hard slog on Inferno. You thought one of the teams might have it earlier on, but again, maybe playing too slow on their T-sides. Opportunities come and gone, but it's SK who ultimately take it over the line, take it to that 3rd map.
I thought all the momentum was with FaZe. I thought they would be able to pull it off actually in 2. I mean, there are so many spots that look good for them and so many spots that look bad for them. And I think, first place is definitely going to be a talking point for me, because if you just imagine some of these rounds which he just stole away from them with this ruthless aggression, if they just had somebody watching for that, if they were cognizant that Fer can play in this way towards Banana, then maybe they just win some of those rounds. They get that pick off, he doesn't do as much damage, and there's a lot to think about in that sense there for them. And they're going to certainly feel like they could have won this map, but what a competitive matchup, and what the champion's mindset there from the SK side. Never giving up, always focus in every situation, always a plan, no matter what was going on. You have to respect that.
Yeah, 1st place, certainly some of what got SK out of a hole in that situation. Mad pushes through Banana, great to see, but Cole doing some good work on the A-bomb side with the AWP as well, just playing in the corner in some uncommon spots compared to what you normally see in the opposite corner. But I mean, the whole team came together to take it over the line there for SK. Really difficult match for them. I really thought that FaZe were going to take it over the line on a number of occasions, but just didn't happen. I feel like it was in their hands when they were playing the clock down. But there we go, 3rd map.
Yes, and how awesome is that? We get a 3rd map out of these 2 teams, both really fighting for this. And again, both teams on the lead up to the major. The timing is really interesting, considering that, again, we have SK in this position where they want to start proving that they can take titles with Phelps. He looks really confident on the lineup. I know he's a player that puts a lot of pressure on himself, but I mean, this version of SK is quite scary. Cannot wait to see more of them.
Over to the analysis desk to talk about game 2.
Never give up, never surrender. SK, despite looking like they're on the ropes and the knockout blow was soon to come, a fight tooth and nail to take us into a 3rd, and this is once again going to be a grand final. We've been really given some fantastic Counter-Strike over the course of today, especially our final day here for the ECS Season 3 finals. We're going to a 3rd map, joined by Sam Days Marine one more time, and of course the ever lovely YNK. Screw your second name, let's just do it. Let's talk about some Counter-Strike. Inferno goes to overtime, dude. Were you replicating that of James and Dan there, thinking FaZe have this on numerous occasions?
Yeah, I actually did. I mean, they did a great job in that second half on the CT side, but you have to give props to SK, not just for this particular game. You have to remember, they just played the 2nd semi-final against Astralis, best of 3, Mirage and Inferno going to the very end. So the amount of mental fortitude that they have to claw their way back in these games is absolutely insane. Like on Inferno, it started in the second half from the 2nd round. They lose the pistol, force buy. Win that gives them some momentum, and it ended by them winning a force buy to take it into overtime.
You know, I asked the question, didn't I, in the pre-match, Sam, is the force buy culture going anywhere? And apparently SK have just put their middle finger up to me and said, look what we can do. Picking up the game, perhaps off the back of them.
Yeah, I thought the big turning point for SK, though, was, I mean, we're going to remember all the later rounds.
Sure.
But I think it was maybe 2-7 or something like that.
Yeah.
It was on their CT side. And then they saved that double op setup, and it really allowed them to like salvage that half. They had the double op, they had the 3 umps, and then they end up winning some strings, a string of rounds together. And if that didn't happen, I mean, we probably would have seen a pretty lopsided game, in my opinion.
I mean, also it has to be said, even though they won a couple of crucial force buys, they had some questionable decisions with their buys as well. There was that one round where Taco saved the AWP, but no one on the team had money. So, you have an AWP, 2 Tech 9s, 2 UMPs. That round falls apart. Then you have to eco, and that gave a lot of momentum to FaZe. But later on in the half, they go on another force buy and it works for them. So can't really blame them in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, let's just once again give a quick kind of draw along these stats, and you can see one name stands out on SK side of things. Fur had a first half in particular, had a sterling performance, over 20 frags in the one half alone.
It was insane because you have to remember, Phase 1 pistol, they lose the gun round, but then they immediately reset the SK. And the thing is, it was Fur with that aggression towards the B bomb site, as Dan and James pointed out. He was backstabbing Phase on a number of occasions, and the top fraggers in that half for SK were Fur and Fallen. So that tells you they both played the B bomb site. So not only did they lock down Banana, but they also did a great job when they had to either push behind Phase or just retake the A bomb site if that fell under Phase's control.
Yeah, and I mean, Sam, let's just kind of investigate aggressive CT plays. I mean, it seemed to be quite the story on both sides, both teams showing just how aggressive and how dynamic you can be on the defensive side of Inferno.
No, absolutely, especially at B. I think that's where you generally get aggressive on this map. You can throw that third smoke deep, maybe double Molotov take, double nade logs.
Yeah.
Which we saw kills come out this game from.
But honestly, I think I don't want to say crucial mistake, but I think it's fairly important. Like, one thing that FaZe should have 100% have done is take a timeout as soon as it was 15-15, because it went straight into the first round on overtime, and they had no time to compose themselves, basically. Like, you lose a round, that 30th round of regulation, like, it seemed like it was going to fall apart for FaZe when Kyo dies instantly, but Rain did an amazing job holding down the A bomb site, not allowing SK to get control of Pit, and the team kind of failed them in losing that 3v2, his teammates, basically. Right. So in the fashion in which they lost in regulation, when they switched to the T side in overtime, you have to know SK is going to go for that double op setup in the first round of overtime. And they just went into a default setup, spread around the map, and that really allowed SK to pick them off and get around more or less for free.
I think in overtime, I mean, Cole didn't have the best game during regulation, but then in overtime really stepped up. He literally opt the same spot on CG side every single round and just demolish them, right? Just in the back site towards Emo. But, come overtime, I kind of think the gloves were kind of off. Both teams didn't really have an idea of what to do on T side too much, especially going up against full buys on Inferno with like full molly takes. FaZe was really smart at the start of the overtime. If you remember, like, they just saved a lot of their utility at A, knowing SK was going to take a really long time in the round. Rain like threw a smoke in the middle of sight. It makes them take 18 seconds left, and then they have to go towards Arch into Alu. Right. Alu though kind of got taken out of the game for FaZe as well. He didn't have his best performance.
Right, and someone who's often regarded as one of the best, if not the better, AWPers on Inferno, one of the maps that he does thrive upon, and the discussion then navigates from that into what on earth is going to be happening on Train. Is there any closing thoughts that wanted to be mentioned about Inferno and the fact that we're even going to a third, Yanko?
I mean, about Inferno, not so much, more so in a mental state for FaZe, right? Not allowing this map slipping away from their hands, in a sense, to influence the decider, because they are the favorite on Train.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, this is where the real Counter-Strike happens. You have just, especially, I mean, taking the SK kind of trail of thought that you've already started, they have already had so much Counter-Strike and top-tier Counter-Strike at that thrown at them, and now they've got another map for $250,000. It's going to be truly outstanding if SK can do this. Not only are they against the ropes on Inferno, now they've got a whole other map ahead of them. FaZe, of course, no slouches themselves. You personally can give us, testament that the matches can be exhausting.
Well, I mean, they can. I don't know. For me,
okay.
I never had like an exhausted feeling, like where I just played too much Counter-Strike or anything like that. Like, I mean, when you practice, a lot of the time you're playing for 6 hours in a row. Like
not physically. We're not talking physical exhaustion. I'm talking, you have so much kind of going on in your head, emotions, and
I mean, I never felt that way when I played. Even when I was like, I mean, we played at ES Aliens where you're playing 9 matches in a row.
To be fair, that was before we had arena events. While Sam was still active.
Yeah, fair. And Sam is half robot, so you're okay with that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's kind of overstated in my opinion. Just personally,
cool. I think it's like cultural difference to an extent. I feel like Brazilians are more emotional than Scandinavians or maybe even like North American people to an extent. So you get very emotional during a game, and sure, for one best of three, that's fine. But when you have a second one right after, maybe you get drained. I don't think it will affect SK that much. I agree with Sam that like the adrenaline kind of pushes you, you know, towards the very limit. Maybe when the game is over, then you're going to be like, wow, I feel exhausted. But for the actual final, I don't think they're going to have any lack of, you know, drive or anything like that.
No, absolutely. I think perhaps maybe overstated a little. I mean, testament to the fact that it is exhausting and adrenaline is present. Fulham had to take a break before his interview because he was so exhausted after that best of three versus Astralis. I mean, there is definitely an element to be discussed there.
Absolutely, but looking at this game, it's on the decider map. It's very interesting because they already played this in the group stages, right? And it was where SK pretty dominantly took the win, but it was an outlier to an extent that Faze didn't have any control of the economy on the CT side. And the problem with that is you can't really get your own game going. When they switched to the T side, you could see that. Could you try to distract me a little bit more, please?
I'm sorry, I killed a fly.
I have a fly going around my head, and I see you trying to kill it.
I got it. He's been bothering us all week.
Round two?
Wait, okay, I'll wait for him to land. Sorry, please.
I think Faze has proven like that their T side is very, very strong on this map. They've shown it time and time again that the hours that they did put in the time that they've had off, really used properly. Their executes are super crisp. The flashes are on point.
Sure.
For SK, this has been a strong map for them traditionally, but not with Phelps. And it's going to have to be them finding their mojo on the CT side to kind of stop that new T side from Faze.
New T side from Faze, SK returning to what was, you know, at one point their very best map, right? Statistically, it was absurd at one point, Janko, but seeing how Phelps is integrating into the roster is a question mark as well. Now, Sam, what do we add to the pile of this? I mean, let's not forget, the only map, one single map Faze have lost here in London was Train.
Yeah, I mean, I think that match was, you know, we ended up saying the score looked a lot better than it actually was. Most of the rounds that Faze won back in the group play was when they came inner and SK would just kept playing like a retake setup, right? It was just Taco there. He was literally in the very, very back of the site, gave him a bunch of ground. And then because they had so many rounds, you know what they did? They kept going for the round. So they actually kept trying to retake it, where under normal circumstances, you know what they would do? They would say, okay, Taco died, he went 1 for 1. They already have Z control, basically. They have it smoked off, they have Molotovs. They basically have CT spawn control. Let's just save, right? And that kind of piled up and allowed them to get a lot more rounds. So looking at it, I mean, the last game that they played, SK obviously looked like a way better team. But having said that, there's been multiple times that we've seen Faze actually lose a map and then play it maybe later on in a tournament and beat the team that they lost to. So how much does that really factor into it? Not sure.
It's going to be so exciting. I mean, let's think about where we're going to see these names. From my memory, I think you've previously thrown praise at Kyo for the way he plays training, particularly. He's the inner man. He's the one responsible for that. And of course, there's very few names that are capable of doing that. I think who would you add to the list of players that are as proficient as Kyo in holding that inner train?
I mean, you have Kyo, you obviously have for Astralis, Zipix playing that bomb side. Taz, one of the players who is very good at playing that position. Flamey, to an extent as well. I mean, there are a number of trained teams out there, that's for sure.
And I mean, Sam, could you perhaps elaborate on what it takes to do that role, right? Because you've got, I mean, this doesn't happen in every map, but you have one man responsible for a bomb site typically.
Well, I think, particularly against SK, I think if you asked all these other pro players, like, who attacks the inner bomb site and makes it the most difficult on you? I bet almost everybody would say SK, because they have so many different dynamic takes, they're so bursty, and then they know how to get in your face, trade kill, and then when you have Fallen and Cold set at post plant in a map like Train, opping bomb Train, opping middle bomb, or pop dog, like it is just absurdly difficult to retake. But yeah, I mean, that inner bomb site is definitely, in my opinion, a very difficult site to hold because your timings just have to be like so crisp.
So what's on your checklist when you're looking for a player that can do that? I mean, you know, Flusher, of course, got lots of credit for doing it as well. Is it just a case of buying time? Is it utility? Is it angles? Or is it the whole thing?
I think utility usage is the most important. I really don't like when anybody like pre-mollies in or anything like that. I like if you save the molly, you wait for the execute. That's how you buy time. Usually you buy time with the utility, right?
Okay.
So a lot of it's just getting information, buying time, you know, and making sure you're communicating really well with your rotator, who's watching upper, who's watching lower. And then a lot of the time it comes down to multi-fragging and like pure talent.
There's a lot on the list for Kyo as he's going to be up against the boys from SK. I'm not going to do predictions. I'm just going to get your closing thoughts, Janko. We're going to sit back and enjoy the final map of ECS Season 3.
I'm going to go with Faze. I think that the manner in which they lost Train to SK in this tournament, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of the same scenario. I just hope that they, don't get too frustrated by the way in which they lost Inferno. They can stay focused for the last map.
Okay, Sam, feel free to jump in.
I mean, I'm gonna go SK, man. SK are champions, and I just have the belief in them, man. Like they're the epitome of like champions.
I haven't quite worked out who's the crowd supporting more, because like the cheers were for FaZe and SK. Like, okay, should we do it? Okay, make some noise if you're supporting SK. Okay, and if you're supporting FaZe? Okay, all right, we found our answer. FaZe Clan have the crowd besotted. Let's find out if they can lift the trophy in front of them after train. Your casters are ready. It's DDK and Bardov.
Cheers, boss. Dan, who are you cheering for?
Good Counter-Strike, James. That sounds like an answer that you would give. But I think we've been treated to a beautiful display, all tournament long actually, and this finals so far has really delivered for me. I can't wait to see how this actually goes. And I think one dynamic that is special about this is both teams have played so much Counter-Strike today already, so that endurance is really called upon, that composure is really called upon, because it's so hard to keep your focus going, to play at your utmost. But that is what it takes to be a championship level team, and both these teams are fighting for that, to be called a championship level team, as things roll up very close and soon to the majors. Such a big tournament, all the biggest teams in the world were here basically, so this means so much to both teams. I can't wait to see them just pour their heart and soul into this very last map of Counter-Strike here tonight.
I think there's a great pair of teams to finish a tournament on train, because I certainly can't pick between these two sides. They're both very capable of winning this map for the championship. We are underway. 10 seconds until this pistol round kicks off. SK, they'll be starting on the counter-terrorist side. See the Kevlar for the most part being brought up. Fallen with the defuse kits. Nico with the Deagle special. Likes to head towards Ivy with the Deagle on train. Wonder if he'll be expected. We've seen this already in this week's tournament here in London. In Wembley.
He's kind of consistent at this as well. And here it is. He's just thinking about his lining up. He's visualizing. And, the first shot and the second, not connected, but he's waiting for the repeat. Expecting it doesn't come though. There's no risking that one, it seems. It's like we will see Cold get out of dodge, fall to a more passive position. But Fallen, obviously, coming in from the other angle after Nico just saw Cold leave the left, and that's what did it. Great play there between Fallen and Cold to pick up the first kill. That initiates the push. He's got a monster in his name, and you can see why. Gobbling up all of these players from FaZe as they make their way in, and Cold with the finishing blow. 5 men stand alive and strong at the end of that round for SK Gaming.
Sending a statement are the Brazilians, not a single kill, which means no scouts in this round for FaZe. They won't have the money in this force buy. Pure pistols for them. Lovely shot from forward, and I do feel like that would have been an expected play based on previous pistol rounds from FaZe, and they answer it really nicely. Ready for the trade frag if necessary, but big fat zeros for the FaZe clan. 3 Deagles coming out, Rain, Carrigan, and Nico. The level of recoil on a Deagle is absolutely insane, but surely he's heard with this MP9. Is there a flashback from a teammate? None required at present. The strafing, the fast movement of that MP9 coming into play, looking for some pre-fire. In the meantime, the bomb above Pop Dog for now. Could head towards B. Rain's there as well with the bomb carrier. Bomb carrier is Kiyoshima. FaZe looking for opportunity. Poking, prodding, strafing.
When will the peak be? Fallen's waiting for it, sees another tease. Another one coming his way as well. 50 seconds remaining now on the clock as we see Fallen getting a tag. So these players with Deagles are very, very softened up at this point, but that won't matter, it seems. Alu and Rain open things up, 3 versus 3, but you can't forget about First, still lurking with that MP9 of his. And now Kiyoshima makes his way with the bomb in towards that side, trying to use the ladder here to try to get info to perhaps get his way across to the bomb plant, and he will do so. 2 kills, a bomb down. That's a great result already, but there could still be more. Some bonus frags perhaps, as Kiyoshima has the Tech 9. The spray doesn't work out for him, unfortunately. Defuse will come in. Looks like Ali will survive with the Deagle. Great round actually from Faze. Again, 2 kills, bomb down for some extra cash, and that's going to hurt SK's economy a bit, as well as boost their own.
2-0 start, Eco Town for Faze in this round. Some more Deagles. Well, one picked up onto Rain. We'll see if anybody else makes a significant investment. Alu choosing to pick up Kevlar with his Deagle as well. He's still got money for the AWP in the following round, whether they win or lose, so he'll spend that extra cash. Not everybody will buy Kevlar with their Deagle, and maybe that would have been, that money could have gone a longer way in future rounds, but he's chosen to pick it up here, and that can be the difference. Helps you avoid the aim punch. Ali looking for an overextension, but Taco looking to feed his MP9, and he will do so. And there is the man, Ali, with an opening kill. Masters of smoke kills today, it seems. Kishima moving into the B bomb site, and now Alu remains alone. Able to pick up the bomb, but we'll see if he can do much more. Still 2 players towards Ivy, starting to rotate away. SK not going to wait around for Alu, moving into forward positions. You won't expect these angles, but can't quite get the kill onto Fur. Free Deagle for him, 3 rounds for SK.
So now we get the AKs in play from Faze. An AWP to be featured onto Alu as well. And always going to wonder where that's going to be taken, as we see double orbs here for SK. Fallen and Taco this time around. SK, when they had that incredible dominant streak previously with FNX on this map, Fallen's AWPing around the green train around Ali was just insanely phenomenal. Fast round here from Faze, at least from Carrigan, pushing forwards, looking to find himself an opening, causing distraction here, using the smokes, the cover of smokes to get very close to the bomb train, to get behind enemy lines. There it is, gets the spot onto Fallen, goes up to the bomb train, gets knocked down by Furtho, and now Fur stands to answer for quite a lot here because Faze is about to march into the A site.
Backing off, gotta be careful with those tracers. 3-on-3, and SK will huddle 2 players around the connector area, potentially moving through CT spawn, but Taco will hold his angle with the AWP. Faze, Kishima, it would be important for him if he can hold on, well, clear out and hold on to this IV position again. It will make life easier. It'll allow Rain to plant the bomb. Kishima is his cover. There's no peek for the CT. Still hold their ground and move forward for the retake. 2 players at the back of A, and Taco creeping through connector with that AWP. He's close range, not ideal. Rain stuck around the bomb train. Has support from his teammates. That bomb continues to tick. Diffuse kits on all these CTs. There's the fight for the IB position. Kishima won't win it, and that is 2 of the 3 players down. Ali on the high ground, but he's exposed to a CT on the left and a CT on the right. That one is Taco. The retake is successful. Not a player lost in that retake for SK, and they keep the clean sheet 4-0.
SK with a strong start here, that 4-0 indeed. And it's a very scary prospect when they start to get the momentum on the CT side. It's where they always used to do all the damage. And we have Faze now in a situation where they have got the bomb plant. They've got that money, that's, round loss bonus. However, the 4 rounds, so that's a lot of cash with that bomb down. And now they have the AKs. Very limited utility, but some smokes. AKs and a flash. So it looks like we'll see a fast round here. Taco fading away from the angle just before he really spots all that much. 2 players on the position here of B. Faze are going to need some fast frags, and there's always a danger of Phelps coming quickly from that pop dog position on the flank. Taco to start off the proceedings here. Good first kill from him, and that information is pretty huge as well as Phelps waits.
For playing against what you would expect after a frag from his team in that position. and that will give his team further advantages. Some preemptive grenades, and the pushes continue all over the map, and it's just round 5. That's mad aggression from SK. It seems clear that they knew what Faze had in mind, and that it's been absolutely neutered. No feet on this Faze push, 2 versus 5. Trying to bait out some shots, but Phelps is better than that.
And it's so hard as well from Faze's position, because they had no utility really to start the round with. They're sort of all, completely committed to that one play that they have in mind, which is to rush down that B bomb site. They get halted, and they don't have any utility to fall back on to take positioning. SK knew that they were going to try to just basically bum rush the B bomb site with all players, so that means SK can tighten around those positions where Faze do not have the map. And where are you left? It's a very tough spot for Faze to be in. And without the bomb plant, they don't have a buy in the next round. They'll have a half buy. But if they did get the bomb down, they would actually get $4,200 with the bomb down and the round loss bonus cumulatively. So that's not to be the case. Well, they'll have 2 members saving their weaponry, though. So what is the play here from Faze? Will they buy around this? Looks like they'll take a timeout to decide.
The last map, solid start from SK 5-0. Max loss bonus for Faze. 34.50 in the bank for 3 of their players. They've got 2 AKs at the moment, but can they get into this game? If SK run away with the first half, it might be an insurmountable task for Faze to get back into things. Well, they've had their timeout. It's come and gone. They've got 15 seconds to buy. See if they can get their first round on the board. And indeed, they are going to buy around these weapons. So pistols and armor for the rest of the team. 2 AKs being wielded. They don't have all the grenades in the world, so I do wonder, will they try and make a fast play into the A train yard? If they're going to try and jump past that main angle with 2 AWPs, you wouldn't be surprised if one was trained on connector. But indeed, there isn't one there at the moment. They're going on the high ground towards B, and Phelps looking easy for him, winning the duel towards the ladder room.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid around the pop dog position so far. Fallen looking for the additional players he knows must be coming, but Phelps will steal away 1. Second for Fallen, though, out of team main. So Fallen will get somewhat of a tasty morsel with that AWP of his. And now another situation where the rush is just completely destroyed right at the start, and Faze are left with 2 players thinking, how do we play this position? We've got no position on the map. We've got a limited amount of utility between 2 of us. And Carrigan will run through the smoke. His footsteps hurt. He'll get tagged a bit. Still in the smoke, though. Really weird situation as there's still a CT right next to him. Looks like he won't get anything just yet, though. Kiyoshima is going to go for the challenge. Should call the trade fragging attempt for Carrigan. Won't be successful, though. But for SK Gaming, quite a successful round. Doesn't really get more successful than that. No one falling. That's a 6-0 on the board for them. And yet again, Faze denied a bomb plant.
Yeah, Carrigan pre-fired at the end there as well, slimming his chances yet further. Pistols again for Faze after that force buy. Again, they're at max loss bonus, so they'll have a buy in the following round. More grenades than the previous rounds. See, they've spent on average $1,800. 2 AWPs. Almost undeniable for SK at this point. They're building some bank as well. Fair with $12,000 in the bank. So Faze will need to string some rounds together to find themselves a respectable T side. They may not start with this buy, but you never know.
Taco trying to line up the shot again previously here. Connected it without too much trouble. Faze looking to run a similar round as to when they had AKs and no grenades, but this time Tech9s with grenades. Tech9s will be pretty good as well at gaining the ground quickly. Smoking Taco off here. A better approach. Missing the shot through the smoke. So it seems like a first for SK. Oh, we get the mad dash towards connector. Almost all the T's wrapping around the front of the bomb train. Really interesting movement here. The maneuverability from these T's with the Tech9s is strong, but the SK players are fighting back. Oh, wow. That's an incredible shot there from Taco. Still more players left to deal with, though. As the bomb should be able to be planted, and indeed it will be. But who is left to try to defend it?
Alu and Carrigan. Alu has picked up an M4, but he's been dropped, leaving Carrigan alone. How much damage can he do in this situation? He sees 1 player, but what is his play? It's planted default, so I don't know that he can really stop the bomb from being defused, but he's trying to find something, presumably the AWP, but Fallen just swiping right, denying him entirely. 7-0. in favor of SK.
It's a hard start, but SK are very strong on the CT side. I'd say certainly it's always been a side which I've found to be one of their more successful. So Faze, they should definitely not be too discouraged just yet. It looks pretty bad on the scoreboard, but there's still plenty of time for Faze to find their groove. And they'll try to do so this round with Alu on the AWP. They haven't really seen much of, well, many utility on their players or the AWPs either. As you see, a
lovely flashbang.
Yeah, that's a very nice pop flash.
Flashbang is nice.
Can steal that one.
SK, most of their players, or many of their players, are around or above $10,000. Yet to lose a single round on their CT side. In fairness, that money can quickly disappear on the CT side. And there are angles that Rain is infamous for, but they'll have to wait to get onto their CT side, and by the time they get there, they may not have a fighting chance. Losing a player already, Rain not doing much better. Alu scoping, being teased. Fallen will deny him. So moving forward to avoid max damage from that grenade. But 5 versus 3, he isn't terribly concerned either way.
Here comes the remainder of Faze, looking to try to find salvation with these 3 players as they have 50 seconds to go. Cold in a very devious angle. Surely they'll be hard pressed to find this one. Gets himself the frag onto Carrigan. Kiyoshima now looking to make the play towards Pop Dog. And again, another situation which seems hopeless for Faze. They are struggling to even get kills at the moment on these SK Gaming members in their gun rounds. There's the drop, but once again, it's a successful defense. This time for, that's a bit awkward. Grenade in your hand. It's not a good way to win a fight in Counter-Strike as it goes 8-0 now. SK still preventing Faze from getting onto the scoreboard.
A timeout from Faze. See Robert doing lots of talking behind the team. Kyo, everyone, the whole team's getting involved. Good discussions. They remain focused. They're not too upset by the current situation. 0-8, a horrible start to their T side. Everybody above 11K, close to 12 now on SK. They've got far too much money for this situation as far as Faze are concerned. Just keeps coming, man. The hits just keep on coming. Fallen knows his angles. He's played enough hours of CS to take his pot shots, consider the likelihoods, and punish them for being true. 8-0. 5 AKs coming out for the Faze clan. Some grenades as well. A reasonable level. Is this the round where they make their way to the scoreboards?
Very fast play again from Faze into Pop Dog. We know he loves this position. There's one. Can't quite get the second one. The improvement here for Faze as they try to march in, but with 5 HP takes another frag. That's incredible stuff there with 5 points of health. Still a problem, still dangerous, but there is still 2 players left here for Faze, and Nico is one of them. Takes down Fallen now as Alu looks for a good vantage point here on top of the train, top of the green train. What can he find? Nico finds the end of Taco's AWP, leaving it all to the dedicated Opera of Faze, but they got cold in with a very nice AK shot side of the head, and very, very dead is Alu. 9-0.
It's a buy between the buys. Nothing working for Faze, nothing at all. Look at the kills on Faze. Carrigan 1 kill, Rain 1 kill, Nico 2 kills, Kiyoshima 2 kills, Alu 3 kills. Nothing is going the way of Faze. They're barely turning up to the server.
The economy is outrageous for SK. Faze can give up any hope of resetting them, or other. Well, have to hold that for. We've got the Tech-Nize in quickly here. Taco with a close-range AWP, confusing it for a shotgun perhaps. Almost as good as in that position as we have Carrigan now. Well, he's no more. He is no more, James. 10-0. It just gets worse and worse here for Faze.
It's got to the point where coldzera and Taco are losing money by winning rounds. They start this round with $16,000 in the bank. 10-0, double figures, and it is nil point for Faze Clan. After some tight maps and great performances, Faze, some strong victories. This would be a difficult way to lose the tournament, but it's not over yet. There are 5 rounds to be won. They are on the bye once more. They've got an AWP onto Alu, but they aren't getting the kills.
And all they really, I would say, need is 3 rounds. 3 rounds is sort of the minimum, to be honest, to work with, generally speaking, as it can account for you having a chance should you lose the pistol in the following half, but they want to get much more than that, of course. Now they've set themselves up, they've got pressure around T-Main, Pop Dog, and Ali. And can always go for a 3-pronged attack, but SK have been so good at defending pretty much everything at this point. Taco, the latest addition as far as AWPing is concerned for the SK Gaming team. Doing great work here so far at B. Nice blink shot from him. Kirishima hits the ground there as Taco repositions more defensively to make himself untradeable. And that's the power of the AWP. There's untradeable frags. A 5 versus 4 here with 45 seconds to go for SK Gaming.
Credit to Taco's positioning as well. He gave himself a pixel gap to see somebody around the back, but didn't want to allow them to have the double peek. 5 versus 3. Alu, desperate shots being taken through the smoke. 30 seconds to find a way into this site, find a way into winning a round. Dom's getting picked off, but Fallen takes Alu down in response. Creeping up the ladder, can't quite get the frag. That's 1 versus 3 for Rain. No highlights for him just yet. Never forget that performance at DreamHack Valencia so long ago from Rain.
This crowd is savage, James. They want the 16-0.
Wow. They're not far off. FaZe Clan are running out of timeouts. This is their second last.
It's a crazy situation, and it's hard to think as well that if we look at that last round, just to see 2 frags, we're thinking, wow, that's the most competitive so far almost that we've seen FaZe look on some of these buy rounds. Not like this is, I'm sure, what FaZe will eventually be thinking if things continue to go this way in this first half. Now we have Tech-9s, we have grenades as the freeze time starts to tick away. And we are soon underway as well with that. Now what is the choice? Previously they selected to go with B. SK have pretty much defended everything. And this is where it gets very hard for the Ts. If nothing feels like it's working, what do you do?
Fur is 20 for 2.
Oh my God.
All the MVPs.
Disgusting stuff from Fur.
20 for 2. That is scary stuff. Well then, looks like it's a grenade execute from FaZe one way or another. Be it B, be it A. Lining up, positioning. They may take a quick peek towards upper B, make sure nobody's there. Nobody playing deep. 4 players in A. Taco smoked off his desired angles. Gotta be careful. Nico has a look, gets punished for doing so immediately by Taco, but Rain has closed the distance. Phelps is here, but Rain over 2K. Down to 3-on-3. Phelps, continuation spray in case somebody's close. Not sure if you heard any sound, but now we've got a T in connector.
It's going to work out, looking for the timing. Oh, Fallen's missed him. Oh dear, that's a big problem now for SK. FaZe, perhaps they can close their first round on the board. They can be welcome to the scoreboard, perhaps. It's looking good. It's just Phelps left now. Now he gets caught in the back by Alu. There you go. FaZe on the scoreboard. 1 round of a possible 4 in this first half for them. But how far will they get? They can't just rely upon that one single round. They need to pull more together, because otherwise, if they get reset in a position like this, let's not even think about that just yet. Let's not go there.
Smoke grenades and absolute bedlam is what's required to yield FaZe a single round. But of course, SK had money just ticking around, waiting to be used. The full buy is in. But just the 1 AWP in this round for SK. Taco doing good work towards B in the previous rounds, as evidenced by the scoreboard. But it's time to change their approach. FaZe making inroads on the A bomb sites. The pop flash is coming in, but they'll be avoided very easily. The second one, they're not prepared for it. Kerrigan spraying a lot, Fallen with a cheeky pick for the AWP, and that will be enough.
Fallen ever dangerous on the AWP in these positions as he looks for the next player to attack onto him. As the FaZe clan approaches, they get closer and closer. Fallen looking for the right timing. Oh, there you go. Ali with a great peek. Another one coming in, takes down Phelps. Just cold on the bomb train now. Looking to hold it down. Ali doesn't stop though. Quick 3 frags from him with that AWP. Wonderful stuff, allowing FaZe to have space to take that A bomb site. Now as Fur the man with all the frags for the SK Gaming team, finds himself alone in a 1 versus 4. How much damage can he do? Because surely SK have all the money to play with.
Well, you say that, but life can quickly get expensive for a CT side forced to buy up with 5 players. That said, all Faze can get is 4 rounds. So you see this will bridge the gap. Fallen with 3,500, although first still just shy of $10,000. 11-2 coming up very shortly indeed. See if Faze can continue this momentum through the end of the first half. What a shocking start for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely horrendous start, to be honest, but great to see Alu bailing them out in time of need with those fast 3 frags. And it's important as well to be able to feel as though you can play aggressively and not to sort of have your confidence be mentally shut down, because that's the most important thing when you want to play fast and aggressive. You have to be at the peak of your confidence to be able to hit shots like this, to be able to read the game like this, as Alu did. And hopefully for Faze will continue to do, because they have so much work that they need to do. Double AWP onto SK Gaming. Faze now, what are they going to go for? Another fast play here from Carrigan. Straight down into the yard.
Fallen, he sees the flashbang, gets caught by it. Awkward positioning for him. Very fast shot onto Carrigan. Looking for more. Taco delivering again with the AWP towards B. Repositioning, spotted the bomb. Will there be a rotation? Fer makes his way in. And Fox, he's close to the ladder. There goes Alu. It's falling apart once more for FaZe Clan. Kishima moving into the B bomb site, but he is alone. Everybody's dead. The CTs continue to move into the site. They know he's here, having picked off one of their players. SK will position themselves accordingly. Don't want to give any easy frags away to Kishima in the second last round of the first half. All of 2 rounds on the board. Spots 2 players, but from the back will appear coldzera. Bro fists all round. 12-2 SK Gaming.
Faze still able to muster a buy here against the double AWPs of SK Gaming. We'll see full utility pretty much, and AWP into the hands of Alu, a much needed AWP of course, and let's see what they can do to get this third round. Again, it does seem like these fast aggressive plays, using grenades, using chaos has been what really has worked for them. Variance, they need those chaotic situations to provide that variance for them to win these rounds so far. Ali going for a fast peek. Could see aggression here. We do have a player close to that generator. Forward on the Ali position. It's cold. And we'll see whether Alu and his teammates can break open this Ali position. Force back these CTs. They are 3 strong in this position. As FaZe are looking to work around Popdog as well. Is it to be this A bomb site? It looks like it from the minimap. We'll soon find out as Ali repositions now just to T main, looking for those AWPers, looking for those little tidbits of information that can help make this push ever more successful.
Carrigan slowly moving up the IV position while Fer approaches main. Alu picked off, that's a big frag for Fallen. Nico taken down as well. 2 plays and pop for the T side, but what can they get done in this situation? We've got a boost towards Connector, and Fer will run distraction in the meantime, and again, it's Kishima on his own. Double pick from the CTs is enough. 13-2 half for SK. Is there any way back into this for FaZe?
What do you do if you're FaZe in this spot? It's so impossibly hard. So many rounds against one of the world's best teams, one of the most experienced teams at the very top level, looking to reclaim that top level, looking to once again be frequently seen lifting trophies at championships in CSGO all around the world. SK Gaming, all they need to do to shut this one down very quickly is have a very solid pistol round. FaZe only 2 to work with as we get into the second half. This is the most desperate of situations for FaZe, to come all this way, but to be faced with this task.
Imagine if they lose this pistol. Just imagine, although you don't need to for long because it'll soon be concluded. Looks like SK going to make a fast play into the B bomb site. The flashbang may save their bacon for the time being. Alu's still looking for some headshots. There's a good one on Sacco. Fur waiting for a flashbang, looking away. That's a free kill for Alu. Opportunity knocks for FaZe. 5 versus 2. This is exactly what they need. A solid, dominating performance so far on this pistol round. Cold0 doing what he can though, but only good for the 1 kill. It's a long way back for FaZe, but we've already seen some crazy comebacks in this tournament.
It's very true, but the thing is that SK have so many options right now. They got the bomb down, so the extra $800 could be really important because they're in a spot where, you know, psychologically, there's a lot going on with FaZe right now. Their tension is very high. They're in a position where they feel like they can't make a single mistake. So SK, with so many rounds in advantage, they could throw a fast play in there. They could maybe try to get someone onto a rifle here, you know, drop something. It could be a possibility to keep that pressure on high. But looks like they won't go for a pressure play. Looks like they'll think, all right, guys, let's just get 1 deagle, a PT50 or something like that, and just play it for those AKs in the next round, which I like a lot in train. We'll see how well they can play off of these pistols. It is Cold who's brandishing the deagle for SK Gaming.
All the AKs are coming in the following round. This is still a very dangerous round for FaZe. Devastating things have been done with pistols all tournament. Cold with a deagle. Some P250s around as well, and 2 Glocks. Fishing is Cold0, but in fact, he's the one who will get baited by NiKo. 10-round advantage for SK. Phelps trying to close distance, taking NiKo by surprise, but still has many advantages in that situation. 3 players remaining. A bomb plant would be a bonus, but Kiyashima is ready for it. His back's covered by Alu as well. Insult to injury there.
For the NECT side, because if you get these AKs into that yard, you can start playing sort of almost, you know, AK DM. You have all these long ranges. You have a really huge advantage because the CTs want to hold on to their UMPs. I think this often can force the CTs into close positions on the A yard to play close to pop dogs so that you can keep those UMPs in spots where they're actually useful. Because as soon as you enter those long ranges with the UMPs, they are useless against the AKs. However, SK, they might take a slower approach here and focus on B, but the fast play from NiKo is good to take down Cold. The smoke to try to get out of this position. He got into it, he got a pick, but can he get out safely? That's now the question, because SK are swarming. They don't want to let him escape here. Looking to spray through the smoke. Another one from NiKo, and it's the 3rd as well. That's exactly what FaZe need. Absolutely crushing this round. NiKo single-handedly. He'll die, but he's done enough.
For now. But SK are still alive and they're still dangerous. Phelps can't quite get the fatal spray for fearlessly charging through the smoke. Gets an upgrade to the AK as well. And at least those AKs are far away from the rest of FaZe if he is to go down here. Already tanked to half health, tries to make a play for it, but the spray, too many guns trained in his direction. 1 AK collected by Kiyashima. FaZe continue to climb, 1 stone at a time. It's their turn to get some smoke kills, FaZe Clan. 8-round deficits. SK with the Deagles once more. Loss bonus continues to rise, as do FaZe Clan.
And FaZe really need to keep the integrity of their economy, and this is a round where if you're thinking about that, you can often be a bit scared of it, because these Deagles can find crazy 1D, especially in the hands of SK, of course, so we'll be looking for that. Karrigan looking to smoke off these players, but perhaps playing in front of the smoke. Oh dear, Phelps gets the kill after all. A very laboured spray there from Karrigan is going to take him down low, but he'll fall, so that's 1 frag for SK, and some positioning around Ali. This affects the rotation of FaZe, because they have to make sure that they are covered from the right spots. And now SK look for more picks with these Deagles as they start to appear from T main. But what angles will they find? What angles will FaZe give them?
SK trying to find a hole. Look at the greed there. He's looking at the gun. Crosshair pointed down. But that gun is far too far away. And Alu's almost guaranteed a kill. Indeed, he'll get one. Rain cleaning up towards main. 2 pistols left. The bomb nowhere near either site for a potential plant. That's a nice opening from Taco. Can he close the distance though towards Connector? Fallen still static, and Look at that, he's read the rotation, and it's a full one from Faze. All three players in the bomb site. Taco waiting, but will Faze send somebody back towards the A side? They've spotted Taco now. Fallen continues to creep. There are 27 seconds here.
I love how Taco's not committing to a fight. He just wants to make it look like he's trying to get those fast pre-fires in. And all of a sudden, I think Faze now finally realized they got a player in connected. Like, oh no, the bomb's actually gone down. Fallen's got a deagle too. And where is he standing? You have no idea. Sure, Taco's going to die, but Fallen, already so much time's been wasted. Oh, he doesn't look for the frag though around the side of the train. Nico creeping on up on to Fallen's position. And we'll give the round there to Faze. But they did do a great job, SK, in getting some damage in and getting the bomb plant. It just shows you how aware these players are.
That bomb plant essentially gives them maximum loss bonus before they reach it. The extra money will give them the full buy. Although Fallen doesn't have a helmet. Does not have a helmet with his AWP. We'll keep an eye on that and see if it plays a part in this coming round. 13-6. 7 rounds needed for Faze to tie the score. Lots of opportunities for SK to slow them down, or something more than that. Phelps towards the IV position with an off angle. We'll see when SK starts to go fishing. First, they'll take the upper B area, make sure it's secure. Give themselves maximum options as is reasonable with expected map control on the T side.
Nice angle here from Nico. Oh, the quick switch just at the wrong moment. It's that tick, man. You never like to see that one, but it happens. It happens to all of us eventually. Not a great time to happen though in a grand finals though, but never mind. At least no one has died because of it just yet. We've got Carrigan here watching the alley position. Ali as well. Taco played so well on the CT side from that position. Very impressed by his AWP work on train so far. And Nico once again looking at these T main angles on another position. This time as we start to see SK on the march in towards the A bomb site. Dropping out a pop dog. Nico defends the first one. Altering his position. Frag number 2 from Nico. How many more will he get? There's another for 3 now on Nico. He's done so much work for his team as they start to encroach upon the bomb train. They've been spotted now by Rain. He'll fall, but will his teammates be able to cover this? Kiyoshima in from the back though. Fallen desperately tries to get his way onto the bomb, but Nico with the denial. Nico is lifting his team at the moment.
That gap is getting smaller. SK have not won a single round in this half just yet. And in total, only 2 T rounds have been won on this map. 2 T rounds. Doesn't bode well for SK as things continue here. They will take a timeout, the SK team. Again, it's max loss bonus now. Some extra money than you'd normally have, thanks to some plants here and there. They could go for a buy. Fallen's a bit short of 3,400, but everybody else can pull out an AK should they want to. Some discussion between the team, guys. We're 3 rounds away. Where is the gap? Where is the weakness in this Faze team?
It's really crazy right now as well because Faze are getting into this territory where they can pretty effectively rebuy should they lose a round 2 to full strength. So they sort of bought another life in that sense. So SK, they do need to get this damage and they do need to get the bombs down as well and to try to keep the pressure high onto Faze to stop them from getting this momentum, severe momentum. They've got 5 rounds in a row right now, so everything's starting to feel really good for Faze's defense. And again, CT side train, you can often find this, and it's a fast round perhaps to try to answer Faze's defense. Got a quick couple nades in here, and we'll have many players running in, some of which blinded, and Nico will put them out of their misery. First one to fall, the flames will take Nico. So what can Faze do now that he's dead?
Rain trying to stop the bomb from going down, but he'll take Fallen out in the meantime. Bomb planted, another shot from Rain. Looking very difficult for SK, despite the AK advantage. Getting out-aimed by Faze at the moment. Phelps and Cold remain. Difficult times ahead. How can they protect this bomb? The smoke down on the bomb. Cole trying to find an angle. He has to go past E-Box though, spot some shadows. There's one kill. Here's an defuse coming in. Finally the spray is there. Last player above the ladder. So awkward, but Ali's found the angle. Got a kiss as well, but can he find the bomb? He can. 8th round on the board for Faze. Close, but not close enough. First gone from 20-4-2 to 22 for 11.
Yeah, man, that CT side was very, very good from SK, but it's now Faze who are hitting the groove. You can see that they found their mojo on the second half. They're not too far away from SK Gaming, but it's a very tense climb for them as we now see SK Gaming sending a lot of players towards Ali. So we'll have, oh no, actually just onto the dumpster here. So it looks like they'll actually go for a set play onto A with smokes. See how successful this execution will be. We've got Rain up close, some counter grenades in from the CTs. We'd expect SK to wait those out before they rush in. And there it is, the second round of smokes to now go in with. Let's see if SK can get this done on the entries.
Taco Fallen Fur making their way into the site, making their way straight into shallow graves for the most part, but the trades come back 3-on-3. Lots of time on the clock here, and the kills keep coming in. Nothing but headshots coming from SK, trying to plant the bomb on the high ground. Ali may take a shot from the low, but there he is. The smoke disappears, and Fur spotted, swatted. 2-on-2. Kirishima coming through the connector area. SK, both players from the same position. Ali could spot him if he goes to the peak. Could even be a collateral. No, completely denied. Kirishima, though, has full information. Throws a smoke down, doesn't realize the bomb's on the high ground though. That's not really going to help him. But he spots Fallen going for the spray. Where's coldzera? It's a one-on-one. He's got to jump. Does he realize where the bomb is just yet? I don't know if he does. coldzera around the corner. Creeping. Kirishima's got no idea. And finally, SK win their first round of the second half.
It's so hard to know where is that last guy. It's so difficult on that A-bomb site. Could be absolutely anywhere. So many trains, so many angles, so many corners. But it's going to be indeed that first round for SK. And they kept grinding it into that A-bomb site. Eventually it works. But that's the question. That's the first thing that has worked indeed. So, what do they go to? Do they want to play a similar round? Do they want to mix things up? Faze, of course, don't really have the luxury of experimentation on the CT side, being so many rounds down. SK looking to expand their presence towards the upper areas of B. So there won't be anyone on the high ground here. Just Kirishima low with that FAMAS. But it's Aliu actually from the connector position. Great setup here. Aliu and Kirishima knocking him down. It's just coldzera to answer back, but not for too long. First found a gap to move through, but now he's the last man standing, but not for too long. He will stand no longer. Another round quickly by Faze. A very good way to answer back because that will reset SK Gaming.
Great energy from Robban behind his team. SK taking a timeout, just that one round, and they get reset. Fur and Fallen. For the longest time, only had one kill apiece in this half, and now it's 3, but are they doing enough to take it over the line? 2 rounds away, Faze 5 rounds behind, continuing their march, continuing the catch-up. And that was a key round because both teams were pretty low on money. Faze still not in the most spectacular place, but I was going to say SK can't afford to buy. Maybe realizing the situation, they're going for the force buy. They've got some grenades, they've got some pistols. But maybe they need a spot of luck.
Let's see if they are serendipitous this time around, if Lady Luck is with them, because against any team of either caliber, a little bit of luck is always going to be required. Now we have just those pistols indeed. coldzera going in close with the CZ, just rushing in. Oh, the timing there with the smoke. I think that blew him just before they would be able to see him. That's amazing. The timing is so thin, so fine. As coldzera waits for the perfect moment to strike here. And as his team start to create distraction, maybe he could do something, but I think some carefree spray through the smoke will find coldzera. Just about time that Faze start getting their own smoke kills against the likes of SK, as right now we'll see the rest of the players here annihilated, wiped off the face of the server in this round at least. Faze 4 rounds away now after that first half. Can you believe it? They've come so far to get a respectable scoreline, but there's still so far to go.
Nice repositioning from Kirishima. Teammates taking his post so he can stop the bomb plant from going down. Most of the kills stolen by his teammates as well. So again, the force buy from SK has failed. Their money's not in the right place. Faze continue their march, and these comebacks, they're scary. Heading towards the major as well, they are pretty scary. Faze looking strong. Not afraid to play from a significant deficit by any means. They have confidence in their skills and they're demonstrating them at the moment. SK with some flashbangs, desperately trying to get the bomb down. They may just achieve it this time, they will. Mostly Glocks in this round for them, so it's looking to make some extra cash. Looking for bigger fights in the coming rounds. That's exactly what they'll get.
And on the desk earlier, we heard Yanko talking about mental fortitude. And this is just like a new level of mental fortitude from both teams to see that, first of all, that SK had such an unwaveringly strong focus to have such a crazy streak of rounds. And then even still for FaZe, once again, to one-up them almost in being down so many rounds, but to show that fortitude to actually come back to 11 rounds, to this situation where they're within arm's reach of tying it up with SK towards the end of this second half. But indeed, we've got the buy back here for SK as they start to make their way into some angles to look for those early picks into this round. Fallen, will he find something? Seeing some grenades there in the trajectory might give him a tiny bit of info. Forward play there from Karrigan and Ali. This 1v1 could be absolutely massive here for the first advantage. Who is going to get it? Phelps goes for the peek. It's Karrigan. Fast headshot with the AK that he collected previously. And Alpha, he'll respond in kind in the A bomb site.
Ooh, that was close on the bomb train, but not quite. There's a massive flank coming in from Rain, but look at the repositioning of the T's. Cold Zero with perfect timing. There are big advantages for SK now. They've still got a minute on the clock, a minute plus. A man advantage. Only 3 players for FaZe with lots of areas to cover. 1 deep in B, the remaining 2 towards A. They still have the AWP onto Alu. That might make the difference later on. SK don't want to play the clock too much. We've seen it cause problems for them. Can be your best friend, but soon turn into your worst enemy as it continues to tick. There goes Fallen. Bomb spotted in A. That will leave FaZe confident with 2 of the 3 players towards the A side, but it can be collected. And again, there's still time for a rotation from SK.
And slowing things down now. There's only 25 seconds left to go. SK, they have to make the move. They have to do it. They've got to get that bomb planted soon. Less than 20 seconds now as Alu has a very nice angle, a very fine angle, not an easy shot by any stretch, but here he goes, connects it of course. Alu under pressure is when you get the best out of him, and there's still more to be done as they worry about his position, but they have to get the bomb planted just in the nick of time. They'll get it down, but that's all the time in the world for Alu to try and just shoot some feet, but it'll be Rain to take the frag. Alu finds Fur, trying to go for Pop Dog, but he won't make it there. Another round for FaZe as they bring it back. 12 for them now against the 14 of SK. Just 2 from tying this. Crazy stuff here in this grand final.
We've seen some comebacks in this tournament against NA teams. We saw Fallen say that he's seen this before, but maybe he is subject to it at the moment. FaZe clawing themselves back from defeat in all these rounds in the second half. SK have won 1. We have seen 5 defuses from FaZe Clan on their CT side. Maybe we'll see a 6th in this round. The buy is out again from SK. Not much in the name of grenades, but they've got the 5 AKs. No warps. 2 players with intentions towards Ivy. Cold and Phelps. The rest of the team towards main. Will this be a faster play from SK? They've got Fur inside the A-bomb site just about. And perhaps the players towards Ivy can pull the CTs out of position while Fur tries to get some work done. Repeats Nico, but Nico will not be denied.
More will Karrigan over by Ali. It's only Fallen to respond, but quickly taken down. It's bittersweet there as this team is left in a 2 versus 3. Cold Zero critically low in need of medical attention. Taco trying to do something here. Takes down Nico finally, but it leaves it all to Cold, the weakened player, on his last legs here in this round. As he tries to get himself into a spot where he can plant this bomb, but first he must collect it. At the very least, there's time to do so, but he needs to get this 1 versus 1. He needs to make it a 1 versus 1, and it's so smart from FaZe. They're going to deny that very fact as Cold Zero turns the corner, and they are both there to greet him. But it's not a friendly greeting. It's a greeting that will result in another round for FaZe. 1 round away from tying it up against SK Gaming in the grand finals here of ECS Season 3 after being down so many rounds. I would never, like, if you would have told me that this could have been possible, James, I would have called you out. I would have said, you're a liar, it's impossible, but here it is, FaZe are doing it.
Cold Zero, his mind was in the right place, but he just did not have enough. Made a nice rotation to the back of the site, but Faze were there. Faze were ready. SK again, the buy between the buys at maximum loss bonus. Bits and bobs, pots and pans. Alu off to a great start. We are running this final down to the wire. One round between the two teams. The way the first half went, you probably never saw this coming. Faze 1 round away from tying things up. SK biding their time, maybe waiting for some of Faze to make their way back towards A. Indeed, Phelps is in A, looking for an opportunity. That might be what SK are waiting on for the time being.
Well, Phelps has indeed got himself a forward position, and it should be a free kill for Phelps. Oh no! He's waited slightly too long. It happens. But it doesn't, you don't want it to happen in a grand final on map 3, Cold against 5. I know he's good, James, but this is definitely quite the obstacle.
40 seconds for him.
And should FaZe win this round, as they are very, very likely to do so, that will be the tied situation. And the momentum with FaZe, can you imagine it?
The money's weird though for SK. Like Taco's he's gone for the full force buy. He's got no money in the bank. They could have gone for a full buy in the following round, no matter what. But now their money's super weird. Taco with $3,400. For the most part, they're above 5,000. Cold Zero with 46, so it could be worse, but they'll have slightly less than they could otherwise have in this round. You wonder why. Perhaps an overinvestment in the previous rounds. It's 14-14, you don't want to be starting with a UMP.
This is definitely a situation where your experienced players can lend you some support here. SK Gaming, from a psychological perspective, this must be difficult. FaZe have finally got to the tied game situation right towards the end. We're onto the 29th round of a possible 30, unless there's overtime now. And FaZe look in good shape to potentially take this grand finals if they continue things in this fashion. Can SK do better than FaZe on FaZe's T side? Can they take it to 16-14? Phelps now with the creep here towards the alley position. There is one man close, as he has been playing it. Carrigan with the support of Alu. And Alu can throw flashes, he can try to warp and trade frag. Should it be required, but there's not too much presence there. Fallen meanwhile looking for a pick, something, anything to give an advantage early into this round, to make the call easier. But right now, it seems difficult for SK Gaming.
3 FaZe Clan players patiently waiting in the A bomb site. Smokes towards Carrigan around the IV position, and it's peeking towards main from SK. You've got to be careful though. Alu doesn't miss often. 40 seconds remain. More smokes. FaZe trying to delay the timing of their opponents.
Just enough time for Carrigan to take out the grenade there and switch back to the gun. That was so close, and it's the first frag going to FaZe, and time indeed is so stretched. 20 seconds to plant now as Cold makes another kill onto Carrigan. It's going to be really hard to get this bomb planted though. The CT's all over the bomb train. How do they stop FaZe from winning this round at this point? But going for a desperate play. We have frags all over the place here. 7 seconds to go. We even get a team kill coming in, and it's going to be the round for FaZe. They've made it all the way to tournament point. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. One more round for FaZe, and where are SK left? What options do they have?
Unreal. 1 round so far. 1 round from SK Gaming. That is quite the comeback. A 13-2 half. And now it is 15-14. Match point for FaZe. Not their first, maybe their last. 4 players starting in the A site for the CTs, depending on Kiyoshima towards B. It's a rare occasion where you see a fast play in towards B bomb site from a T side, and this won't be one of them. Charging in towards A, trying to play the numbers game, but Nico starts off well.
Things looking really, really bad right now, but we have some frags coming in from SK. Cold and Fur delivering. Alu, he's been a problem all train game long as he continues to do so. Nico creeping around the corner. Cold too smart for that. Will take down Nico. And perhaps it's all on Alu and Kiyoshima now to stop this from going 15-15. Now just Kiyoshima. Can he prevent overtime? Can he finish it here? Or will we see yet more overtimes in this grand final as Kiyoshima creeps his way up to the bomb train, looking for every eventuality. His mind racing a million miles a minute at this point as he searches for the next player. Spraydown comes in. Where's the trade fragger? Can't find him in time. It's Fur to make the kill, and SK in dramatic fashion find the 15-15. We're going to overtime.
This is completely bananas, and that has got to fire up the SK side despite all the trouble, the difficulty, the shortage, the lack of victory in that half. The last round takes it to overtime. It's crazy, but can they use that one round and string together some momentum?
That's the thing, isn't it? Because it's like that reset switch, isn't it? It's like the mental reset set switch. Like, okay, guys, money's good. Let's get into this. Let's get our heads into the game. It's the reset. Let's go. A fast round, perhaps, to maybe start things off. We'll see as Fallen does go for the angles very quickly, and we get a forward play in the yard here from the FaZe clan. They've got one man in the E-box, one outside of Pop Dog at the moment. Nico, in fact, going past E-box. He's looking for the Pop Dog angle there with his back exposed to the smoke by T-Main, and it's not actually going to be a fast round. We have SK waiting for a timing here, waiting for Fallen to play off of this smoke to see if he can get something, and oh, what a miss there from Fallen. That could have been the opening, but instead he takes 50 damage, and so will Taco.
We are beyond midnight, and we thank you for sticking with us in this insane final. So much success from FaZe, apart from when it's match point, of course. Cheers. 2 CTs in the B bomb site. Kiyoshima's in a very important position. Lovely angle. Helps him avoid the flashbangs as well. Only good for the 1 kill, but Alu's here for a second. Creeping around the site, trying to stop a plant. Oh my god, that is a disgusting angle. Fallen taken away as well. They're back in the lead, FaZe clan.
And look how cold, calm, and collected Alu seems to always be. What a guy to have in the finals by your side. Oh, he goes for the knees, James. He went for the knees. He went for the knees. Ruthless. Alu does indeed bring FaZe into the lead in overtime #1. He's on 32 kills here, leading the way next to Nico on 29 for FaZe at the moment. As we see nades thrown into this A-bomb site, Rain going quickly there, but will he suspect a player quickly? Looks like they do. They've thrown Molotovs towards first position. Oh, the flick comes in. Carrigan whiffing as well, though, down to 22. A missed opportunity for him and his team as Fur could potentially capitalize as he creeps ever nearer. Oh no, Fur coming in from the back. He's going to wait to the last possible moment. If he can see a second one as well, could even pull out the knife in this point. Will he do so in such a tense situation? Waiting with his gun out, wants to see if someone else will peek this position. There's the frag, looks for the next one, but he's done enough here in this position, and now his team can gain even more ground. Look at Phelps go.
Nico, he's been a constant problem on the A site, and he continues to be so. Rain picked off in response to Phelps' frag, and there goes Phelps as well. 3-on-3 for a brief second, but Nico has finally been taken care of. But can SK close out the round? Alu standing tall, standing proud, confident on the A bomb site. Still just shy of a minute on the clock for SK. They're being very patient indeed. Kiyoshiма making his way towards the IB position again. That does limit the area that can be planted on if he chooses to peek when he hears those beeps. Alu's backed off towards connector.
Yeah, the B players, the B duo, Kyo and Alu, have been really good so far in this series. And now it's a 2v3 clutch. Oh, Kiyoshima gets some good damage in, actually. There's a lot of grenades between these two players. They have utility to work with. It's a hard site to retake. You know, where are these T's standing? They are able to limit some of these positions down towards E-Box, Pop Dog, and teammates. They may have a good idea of where to look. And as I say that,
That's a great shot from Alu, but what else would he be able to do? Oh my goodness, around the side of the smoke, looking to try to tap the bomb again as he throws a flash in desperation. He's lost Kiyoshima. 3, 2, 1, the swipes are coming in. It's the spray from Taco that does it though. As SK win the round by the skin of their teeth, 16-16.
This match is descending into complete madness. Who will take the thin lead into the second half? This is the round to tell us. Nice shot there by Fer. Great. Alu, he's just been playing outstanding in this match so far. So many kills from him and he still looks super chill. 34 kills for Alu at present, leading the charge. Standard start for Faze, but SK, they've got numbers towards PopDog/B. Taka will join them. 2 smokes in A. They'll try to keep the CTs entertained, but Nico and Alu are playing very close to connector.
Uh-oh, the jump comes in. No, the timing on the flash is absolutely perfect. That's what it's there to do. Deny the AWPer. It's down to Kiyoshima now, but it's the AWPer from SK to do it. Alu comes back into play though, looking very scary, but eliminated by Phelps. A very fast move. You have to do it if you're the T side. You've got to get up in those CT choke points. You've got to close the distance as Phelps now able to maybe even get a flank in. This is absurd stuff from Phelps. Oh, he can't quite capitalize. Close stuff there, but Rain will deny him and keep his teammate alive.
Double AWPs versus a numbers disadvantage. Fallen can't get a second shot off. It's down to Cold. He's against 3. Almost finding the angle. Trying to get closer to the bomb site, but he can't do it. Faze 17-16. They lead the first half, moving into the second. Such a close game in overtime at the very least. Just
How do you call this?
Say about normal time.
How do you call this? Maybe you'll go on forever, James. Maybe that is the fate of this grand final between these two teams. It's hard to find out who is better at Counter-Strike here today. Is it SK? Is it Faze? A lot of support here for Faze in the crowd. I'm sure they've earned a lot of fans as well from some of their efforts here on the comeback on Train. But SK don't show any signs of breaking or folding just yet. We have now the second half beginning of the first overtime between these two teams. It's map 3 of the ECS Season 3 Grand Finals. If you are just joining us, you've missed a hell of a lot. Fallen with a very aggressive angle. Onto team main. A lot of players here from Faze though, around PopDog. Looking like they want to go for this explosion plate into the A bombs that we'll see though, as they start to take some ground towards B as well. Entering the mid-round, no one's dead just yet, but that will very well might change very soon as we get, oh my god, up and down the ladder Kyo goes, and he still finds a frag.
One minute mark has passed in terms of time remaining. SK playing towards the rear of the B bomb site. Phelps going back and forth around connector, but there's a smoke down there, perhaps deployed by Carrigan, who is around the main area. Can he serve them a fake? Rain around the PopDog position. 3 players above B. Faze, they're running the clock down. In go the grenades. It's going to bring Taco forward towards the site with Phelps, but ultimately it seems to be an A play. One player spotted on elevator. Carrigan caught with a grenade in his hand. Cold Zero pre-firing the PopDog area. 2 kills for him. We've got Fallen repositioning. 15 seconds for this bomb to go down. Lovely shot from Rain, but they have to plant, and they're not trying to at the moment. Rain making his way there, but there's a flank from Phelps. Can the bomb go down? He might have to plant it in the middle. He can't do it. It's too late. SK have got the round. 17-17. Oh, you do not want to have a look at Nico right now. Scary stuff, but indeed the score is tight.
Oh, that was so close. So close. Nico is the man to hit that shot as well. If you appear for a millisecond, he's ready to go. This is kind of insane. Kiyoshima down for a cursory spray. Then the second time he's like, yep, got it. Nailed it. Great defense here from Cold. It's a hard position to play. You've got to be very fast and comfortable under pressure. The Cold. He was born to handle it. Born to win. But will SK Gaming win this tournament? Faze have proven a very, very capable opponent in this finals.
So once again, we have Taco now just a bit more aggressive, in fact, with the ult. That's a great pick off there. Finding his way into a peek onto Kiyoshima down the ladder as well. Great movement here from Taco. Need to have great movement if you want to be an AWPer.
That's one of the most annoying things in CS. When someone peeks past an angle, they miss the first player and shoot the second player at the angle. It's like, why don't you shoot the first guy? I'm the trade fragger. 17-17. Early pick for SK. Can they take the lead again? Feels like so long ago they were in the lead for the longest time. Minute mark passes. 2 players in B for SK. Where is the entrance for Faze? Well, seems it's right there in Pop Dog. Carrigan running distraction around the IV position as the bomb moves. But where does it move? It's in main at the moment. There are 40 seconds left and Fallen's on the bomb train.
Yeah, they're still actually not in the bomb site. All things considered, you would kind of expect Faze to actually be in the site now. They're finally making the move there, but as you say, time is really ticking away here. And SK have a really nice setup around the bomb train. They've got a player passively, which is called towards the alley position. So Faze really needs to speed things up. They could be in a lot of trouble. If anything goes wrong like that, it's going to be hard to plant this bomb. Cold also covering the angle from alley. They can't plant safely anywhere right now. They have to make frags towards connector. And on the bomb train is where Nico's going to plant in the 1 versus 2 clutch here to bring a Faze ahead in the second half of the first overtime. Nico looking for both players, suspecting of the smoke, suspecting of almost every single position at this point. He just does not know, has to go with his gut. Going up into the heaven spot right now, looking for the first player. SK are taking this slowly right now, seeing whether or not they can just find Nico. Walking around, but he will be waiting up high. There's one, but it's Fur from down below to take him out on the trade, and that will be the bomb defused. It looks like SK are going to be going to 18.
Match points, Brazil. It's been a very long road for both these teams in this grand final. But to be honest with you, Dan, I've got no faith that someone's going to win this anytime soon. I would not be surprised if we go to overtime number 2.
And one thing I said I was excited for going into this map is my expectation, my prediction was that both teams will pour every bit of their hearts and soul into this one, and that's exactly what we're seeing. These guys are being squeezed for all the Counter-Strike that they're worth here tonight in this grand final, and as you said, it's anyone still at this point. 1 round to tie for Faze, 1 round to win for SK. After a short pause, the players can catch their break in the timeouts. So once again, time to kick things off here. But will it be the last time? I just don't know.
Is this the rounds? Is this the rounds? Both teams on rifles and AWP. Taco on the UMP once again. See Nico headed very quickly with the AWP, but that is not the greeting he was expecting. A smoke grenade and Pop Dog, but of course there is time on the clock. Alu very close to a friend. Did he hear the grenade be primed? Even if he did, I don't know what he can really do about it. Making his exit from that position. The margin for error is very small in this round.
And neither team really wanted to give up that first frag, as you'd imagine. Indeed, Ali really wanted to make a play there, but he just couldn't find a good one. Now Fur investigating. Oh, no! Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking there for Fur. Turning away, he thought that it was a frag. It's a quick trade, though. What's going to happen here? Faze, they don't actually sprint into the site off the back of that kill, but look at the response from SK. They're rotating heavily towards the B bomb site. They've reinforced it, and they've changed their positions massively. In goes Kiyoshima to lead the way here. Looking for the first frag. It's Phelps to take it down, though. Taco waits patiently. Will they expect him up close with the UMP?
They cannot expect this angle. Faze being patient. Alu is moving through the A site, trying to find something in the meantime, but Cold Zero moves back. Pretty smart stuff from Cold Zero, wins the duel as well as the bomb rotates towards Pop Dog. They've lost their map control now towards B to T, so they've got to commit to this, and there are 20 seconds. Cold Zero's in that IV position, the smoke goes down. Surely he's going to stop this plant from coming in. No, he's gone past the angle. Phelps will do the job. Phelps will do the job again. It's SK to take it back and forth. So many match points, but ultimately the Brazilians fend off the insane comeback from Faze and take the final and the championship.
Honestly, sometimes you just worry, don't you? You get those two epic maps where you couldn't have it even any better. And then you get that third map that delivers. After such a start, we see SK Gaming proving that not only do they have the Counter-Strike, the mechanical skill, the individual skill, the team play, the experience, but they also have the composure and the mental fortitude to take it against some of the best Counter-Strike players and maybe one of the best teams. Top 2 team in the world, maybe even some could argue, in the most tense and demanding situation. That's what it takes to be one of the best teams in the world, a team that can lift trophies.
A war of attrition, finally won by the pride and joy of Brazil. SK are your Season 3 ECS champions.
You and your team just came off a marathon semifinal all the way into this incredible, long, drawn-out marathon final. Where do you find the stamina?
Yeah, it was very tough at the end. They played super amazing on the city side as well. We thought it would be much easier to close the game, but those guys are warriors as well. And we thought that no game could be better than semifinals, but yeah, this finals was even better.
Well, Kerrigan did say that he wanted to go up against you guys. He wanted to face the best team in the world. Do you think that they gave you the match worthy of that challenge?
What can I say? The opposite. I mean, they were so close to win as well. Those guys are super good. Respect Faze till the end. I'm very proud of my team. We kept ourselves very strong. Such a difficult game. And all the hard work we put every single day just pays off today. Thanks, everyone.
Fallen, your team is incredible. SK has claimed so many first place finishes this year, so many championships. What makes the Esports Championship Series special?
This one is special because the last time we played this tournament, we lost in the finals. And we want to add trophies to our collection. You guys know it. And winning tournaments are always special things for us because it means that every single minute we spent putting in hard work, giving everything we can to become better into this game just pays off. I mean, we're hard workers and we're very proud of it.
Excellent answers, Fallen. Congratulations to you and your team once again. The winners of the Esports Championship Series 3, your champions and winners of $250,000.
Just a last word, we'd like to thank Ricardo and Camila who live with us and give us support to Prox every day. We'd like to thank our family, my girlfriend. It's actually third brother birthday, so congratulations, this trophy is for you. As first said, and he played as a monster, he deserves to give it to everyone he wants. Galera do Brasil, desacreditar jamais, Brasil acima de tudo, tamo junto.
Fantastic, let's give it up once again for SK Gaming.
Another one for the trophy cabinet. SK Gaming start their 45-day European holiday. It's a working holiday at that, with 2 trophies. First in Sweden, they hop on a plane, head to London and grab another. Not only that, a whole lot of cash for the pockets as well. 250,000 is going to SK Gaming. And what a grand final. We often say it's hard to beat the semi-final, especially one of the magnitude that we were gifted today. And the grand final starts looking to deflate. The first 10 rounds of Train, eyes are rolling, people are sighing, people are looking at that red X in their browser like, that looks damn good appealing right now, and then bang, the grand final lives up to its name. SK and Faze push to the very limits, not only in endurance but in pure class. And ECS Season 3 champions are SK. What an adventure. Dazed, Yanko. Whew. We felt like that was going to be such a sad ending for both storylines. SK don't want to win by a stomp, Faze don't want to get stomped. And I mean, walk me through Train. Sam, I have nothing to say.
I mean, that was just like an incredible comeback by Faze. Right? I mean, it was just led by Nico. We were just watching, just like keeping track of the frag count. We were putting over/under bets. We were like 35 kills over or under. Like the guy was just insane on that CT side of Train. Everything he was doing was successful. Going on top of Trains, fighting Ivy, then T-mid, then ladder. It didn't seem to matter like where he was. Just every shot was just so crisp, so clean. Always knew where to